In the realm of Tianluo, a mystical land steeped in ancient legend, the heavens and earth have fallen into chaos. The celestial realm ascends while the earthly realm descends, with Tianluo situated at its heart, teeming with countless adventures and diverse vistas. Various clans vie for dominance. Demon, human, and magical races engage in relentless conflicts, resulting in untold casualties. As humanity grows stronger, the demon and magical races retreat, seeking to recuperate and eventually reignite the storm of chaos. The celestial decree echoes, clans in discord, a cycle of millennia, secret treasures unveiled, a return to unity. Yet in the span of 10,000 years, humanity fragments, as powerful kings carve out their territories, ceaselessly waging war, driven by ambition, biding their time for opportunity. After millennia, a phenomenon emerges, reigniting warfare, as the prodigious hero Zhong Peng traverses realms, stirring the winds of fate and battling across the world. Chapter 1. The Fall begins. Zhong Peng, a prodigious figure of the new century, at merely 21 years of age, has already ascended as the king of the assassin realm, charting his own course with reckless abandon. Yet, he now faces the specter of death. Enveloped in mist, surrounded by sheer cliffs, any misstep could lead to his demise in the valley of falling eagles. At this moment, Zhong Peng is beyond concern for his own safety, enduring excruciating pain as he flees. For hurry, pursue him. He is gravely poisoned and lacks fighting strength. Slaying him will ensure eternal glory. In the valley of falling eagles, the golden winged cannot rise. A bitter smile graces Zhong Peng's lips. Does this foreshadow his downfall? Clutching an ancient wooden box, he hears the footsteps drawing near, and his gaze sharpens with resolve. Even in death, I, Zhong Peng, shall leave an indelible mark. With no escape and facing imminent doom, he turns to confront the assembly of the world's foremost assassins. Straightening his attire, he meets their gazes with a smile, prompting them to halt. Zhong Peng, your reputation precedes you, having dominated the heavenly prodigy rankings for so long. Yet today, you find yourself in such a lamentable state. You are but a flickering flame. Surrender the wooden box, and we shall grant you mercy. Point one among them speaks. Ha! What a farce! My illustrious name shall not falter your hands. If you desire the box, you must earn it through strength. Though I may be a waning force, I am confident I could take a few of you down with me. Come if you dare. The wooden box in Zhong Peng's possession is said to conceal treasures of since a relic he has treasured for years without unraveling its mysteries. Unexpectedly, it has attracted a horde of assassins seeking to seize it. The crowd, initially brimming with confidence, hesitates to advance, for none wish to be the first to suffer the wrath of a formidable adversary. Initially numbering in the hundreds, only a mere 20 remain, each a formidable foe, underscoring Zhong Peng's terrifying prowess. Do not grant him a moment's respite. Charged together, his strength is nearly depleted, and the opportunity is ripe. The crowd nods in agreement. They gradually close in, encircling Zhong Peng. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger gleams ominously. With a resounding cry, the assassins strike simultaneously, blades aimed at Zhong Peng. He parries their onslaught with his own weapon, yet the odds overwhelm him, and crimson spills forth. Undeterred, he retaliates with a swift horizontal slash, severing one assailant in two. The remaining assassins, realizing their advantage, press the attack, forcing Zhong Peng to the precipice. Zhong Peng senses his limits. The poison coursing through him from relentless pursuit has fused with his being. Even if he were to vanquish them all, his own demise is inescapable. Is this what you seek? Even in death, I shall not yield it to you. With that, he strikes the box with a fist, blood flowing freely, before leaping into the abyss. To think that I, Zhong Peng, who has roamed this world with such audacity, should meet such an Indian young, with unfulfilled aspirations. With regret in his heart, he closes his eyes, unaware that the ancient wooden box suddenly radiates a brilliant light, causing Zhong Peng's form to vanish. Brother, brother, do not sleep. Rise and play with me. A sweet voice penetrates Zhong Peng's consciousness, yet he remains motionless. The little girl, irate, tugs at his hair, and he winces in pain, opening his eyes to behold an ornate chamber, adorned with antiquity, where a wide-eyed little girl in traditional garb gazes down at him adorably. Zhong Peng, bewildered, struggles to recollect. I was in combat, compelled to leap into the valley by all rights. I should have reported to the king of hell. How did I end up here? She doesn't appear to be. From the modern age, could it be that my fall spared me, and I fortuitously encountered a film crew shooting a period drama that rescued me? Such entanglements are perplexing. Little sister, where is this? Why am I here? Zhong Peng inquires, only to be startled by the unfamiliarity of his own voice. Attempting to rise, he finds his body unresponsive, a sharp pain coursing through him. Realizing he feels akin to a cripple, unable to move. Brother, the physician advised you to rest well and not to move. I feared you would be bored, so I can talk with you. Hee, do not move, I will fetch some medicine for you. With that, she turns and exits. Suddenly, a faint glow emanates from Zhong Peng's arm, and a surge of unfamiliar memories floods his mind. He is overwhelmed, collapsing back onto the bed. Zhong Peng, male, 18 years of age, is the current head of the Zhong family. If all proceeds without incident, he is destined to inherit the family legacy. This individual led a life of indulgence, reveling in pleasures and mastering the art of excess. Yet life holds no what-ifs in the memories. Zhong Peng discovers that Zhong Peng perished during a sparring match. It is due to the wooden box he possessed that he has found himself in this alternate realm, merging with the memories of Zhong Peng in the instant of injury, creating a confluence of lives. Currently, Zhong Peng resides in Tianluo, a continent where martial prowess reigns supreme. The land is dominated by three great empires: the Tianxi Empire, the Tianyuan Empire, and the Tianan Empire, each fortified by numerous vassal states. Zhong Peng finds himself within the confines of a general's estate in Yunlan, a vassal state of the Tianxi Empire. A steed, resembling a tiger yet not quite, gallops swiftly toward the city gates. Open the gates, a bellowing command echoes, causing the gates to tremble, a testament to the rider's formidable prowess. Quickly, open the gates. It is the mount of General Zhong. The Shirtian tiger, General Zhong, has returned. The gates swing open, and General Zhong bursts through before they can fully open. What is the urgency, General? You seem quite distressed, a guard inquires, puzzled. Are you unaware? Yesterday, the eldest son of the Zhong family, Zhong Peng, had a dispute with the son of the left minister, Zui Songqiu, at the drunken fragrance house. I hear he sustained grave injuries. The situation remains uncertain. Another guard responds. Is that so? It seems the royal city shall experience a period of tranquility. The eldest son of the Zhong family is a formidable figure, and without his antics, there should be some peace. That may not be the case. General Zhong is fiercely protective, especially of his son. He would move heaven and earth for him. I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye. I believe the left minister will not escape unscathed this time. The left minister is no trifling opponent. Perhaps the royal city will witness another clash of civil and martial forces. There will surely be a spectacle to behold. Hush! Are you seeking death? You wish to witness the clash of powers? Not only is it unwise to watch, but even to discuss, it could be perilous. The wrath of the victors will be unfathomable for mere mortals like us. Better to mind our own affairs. You speak true. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Master, you have returned. Young master, he the butler, Zhong Gongsheng, is abruptly cut off by a wave of Zhong Wuhui's hand. I'm already aware. Spare me the trivialities. Take me to him. Of course, master. Ah, my achievements have been realized. There is no need for such formality between us. You were once my most esteemed warrior, and I retained you in my household to keep an eye on that unworthy lad. I have caused you much distress over the years. Master, it is my incompetence that has allowed the young master to be injured. I am deeply remorseful for your trust in me. There is no need for such self-reproach. That I am well aware of that boy's character. It is only reasonable for him to learn a lesson. With a creaking sound, the door opened, and Zhong Wei entered Zhong Peng's chamber, taking a seat by the bedside. Seeing Zhong Peng sleeping in agony, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart, despite his earlier nonchalance in conversation with the steward. Without uttering a word, he placed his hand on Zhong Peng's pulse. Initially startled, he suddenly erupted. Who possesses such audacity to implant a venomous insect within my son, devouring his vital essence? The steward was taken aback. Master, You must be mistaken. The imperial physician stated that he merely suffered some broken bones and that there was no cause for alarm. He merely requires rest at home. How could this be? This statement was made by the renowned immortal physician, Liu, who was known for his miraculous healing abilities. It was said that as long as there was breath, he could snatch souls from the clutches of death and perform wondrous recoveries. Thus, the steward assumed Zhong Wuhui had erred. There is no possibility of error in this matter. Do you not know me? Punger is my son. He embodies my very reason for existence. How could I make a hasty judgment regarding his well-being? Regardless of the circumstances, those responsible must provide me with an explanation, especially that scoundrel was Songqiu, the son of the left chancellor. Chapter 2. Turmoil in the court. The following day, within the imperial court, the lord of Yunlan, the dragon emperor, donned in his resplendent 9-dragon robe, majestically occupied the dragon throne. The ministers, in unison, knelt and proclaimed, "Long live the emperor," for countless ages. "Rise," he commanded. "Today, as we convene, if any of you have matters to present, speak forth." With that, he squinted slightly, propping his forehead with his hand, as if on the verge of slumber. "Your Majesty, I have a petition," ventured the Minister of Revenue, Fu Weigua, as he unfurled a scroll detailing the tribute list. This is the compilation of tributes and gifts from the major sects and city lords of Yunlan for this year. Among them, the foremost sect, the Heavenly Sword sect, offers a pair of millennia-old purple jade, along with 3 million taels of gold, and— "Enough," interrupted the emperor, waving his hand dismissively. "It is the same every year. The tributes do not become our property. We pay our dues to the divine gift in return. They are merely stored temporarily, and when the time comes to send them forth, it is difficult not to feel a sense of reluctance. Present the tribute list, and let the items be deposited into the treasury." With a weary tone, the Dragon Emperor concluded, "If there are no further matters, you may retire." Upon opening his eyes, he surveyed the assembly, only to find General Zhong Buhui present. "Ah, General Zhong, when did you return? Why was I not informed? You are not stationed in the southwest. How can I feel at ease? The kingdom of Kaishian has been actively recruiting soldiers in recent years, poised for action. Do you have a strategy to counter this? Your Majesty, with your omniscience, is there anything in the Yunlan imperial capital that you are unaware of? Why I have returned, do you truly not know?" Zhang Buhui responded, omitting the title of minister and opting for I, clearly displeased with the emperor's pretense of ignorance. As for strategies, none exist, merely a matter of facing soldiers with soldiers and earth with earth. Impudent. In this golden hall, before the emperor, you dare to respond without kneeling? Speaking with such tone is utterly disrespectful to the principles of monarch and subject. Do you not recognize the hierarchy? The left chancellor, Zhuo Wujin, understood the reason behind Zhong Buhui's return, his son. Thus, he sought to brand Zhong with the label of contempt towards imperial authority. Without hesitation, Zhong Buhui advanced and delivered a swift kick that sent the left chancellor crashing into the columns, landing in an undignified heap. The audacity lies with you. I am conversing with the emperor. How dare you, old dog, interrupt? The left chancellor, a man of intellect and high standing, had never trained in martial arts. Struggling to rise, he trembled, pointing at Zhong Buhui with a shaking finger, but before he could utter a word, he spat blood. The court ministers were taken aback, utterly unprepared for such an act of violence within the Golden Hall. As they regained their composure, they rushed to assist the fallen left chancellor. Your Majesty, Zhong Buhui has shown disdain for imperial authority, and now he has insulted and assaulted a high-ranking official of the court. I beseech you to impose severe punishment upon him, to demonstrate the might of the throne. If we allow such behavior to persist, it will lead to endless troubles, implored the Minister of Rights, his voice laden with emotion. Feeling that failing to discipline Zhong Buhui would not quell public outrage, who was unaware that the Minister of Rights was a favored disciple of the left chancellor. The connection was all too apparent. Zhong Buhui, unfazed, delivered another kick with precision, sending the Minister of Rights tumbling in the same manner as the left chancellor. Humph. You foolish creature, do you think that merely reading a few more books grants you the right to fabricate accusations? I was discussing military affairs with the emperor when that old dog interrupted, offending his Majesty's dignity. I acted to teach him a lesson. Are you blind and deaf? The ministers stood in stunned silence. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Truly, this was a case of wanting to impose guilt without justification. Today was indeed an enlightening experience. The civil officials exchanged glances, initially believing themselves to be adept at casting blame, only to realize today that there were higher peaks to scale. The left chancellor's actions were based on truth, albeit laced with self-interest. But Zhong Buhui's accusations were unfounded. Do you dare call that a discussion of military affairs? The ministers thought to themselves. The military officials, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt a surge of satisfaction. For years they had been restrained by the corrupt scholars, and now, witnessing such a spectacle, they felt fortunate. If possible, they would have wanted to shout in unison, "General Zhong, you are magnificent. I implore your majesty to punish Zhong Buhui severely," cried the left chancellor's faction, kneeling in unison. "Your majesty, Zhong Buhui's actions show a blatant disregard for the emperor. It is a grievous act of treason. Your majesty, Zhong Buhui, speaks frivolously, fabricating lies that are utterly unforgivable. Your majesty, his son, Zhong Peng, frequently exploits his father's influence to oppress the common folk. This is known to all." In an instant, numerous accusations flooded the court, each more damning than the last. Truly, one can fabricate guilt without reason. My son is naturally intelligent and considerate. He never seeks trouble. It is I who have long guarded the borders, ensuring peace for all, leaving me no time to attend to him, Zhong Buhui retorted, his voice growing louder. Yet your sons lead lives of luxury, relying on your high positions to bully the families of soldiers who fight valiantly at the front. If my son does not assert himself, how can he avoid being bullied and humiliated? Remarkable. An idol. How did I not notice General Zhong's eloquence before? However, this matter has nothing to do with Zhong Peng, who is a paragon of virtue, the military officials mused. The emperor, listening to the exchange, could not help but roll his eyes. Your son? Described as intelligent and considerate? You have sullied such fine words. This is utter nonsense. To speak of such baseless matters with such righteous indignation, do you think the entire world is composed of fools? The Minister of Rights, having finally regained his footing, coughed and reddened. Oh, baseless matters? My son is currently gravely injured, lying unconscious due to an attack by the left chancellor's son, Zhuo Songqiu. Is this not the best evidence? Zhong Buhui cast a sidelong glance at him, his imposing aura suddenly pressing down. The Minister of Rights, taken aback, paled and dared not speak further. My son, Songqiu, saw Zhong Peng bullying the innocent and thus intervened. What is wrong with that? Zhuo Wujin, the left chancellor, managed to say, wiping the blood from his mouth, clutching his abdomen in pain. The court was filled with murmurs. Although Zhong Peng was indeed the leader of virtue, Zhuo Songqiu was not far behind. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were evenly matched. Even Zhuo Wujin's faction felt a flush of embarrassment. The left chancellor truly relies on his tongue for sustenance. The art of verbal sparring is clearly his forte. I am not inclined to waste breath on you. If anything happens to my son, prepare to collect your son's corpse, Zhong Buhui declared disdainfully. The left chancellor was about to respond when the Dragon Emperor struck the throne with force. Enough. A gathering of ministers resorting to petty squabbles over the antics of children, brawling in the court. What kind of decorum is this? We are at fault. We humbly request your majesty's forgiveness. The ministers, excluding Zhong Buhui, knelt in a display of unity. As if rehearsed. General Zhong, has your behavior not gone too far? The Dragon Emperor remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Buhui. Your majesty, I acted out of concern for my child, and spoke more vehemently than intended. I trust in your benevolence to overlook this. The left chancellor knows well my reasons, but has sought to lay false accusations. In my moment of anger, I acted rashly. I acknowledge my error and ask for your judgment. However, this is merely childish mischief. A few days of rest will suffice. Would it not be better for you to apologize to the left chancellor and let this matter rest? If it were mere childish play, I would naturally disregard it. Yet, my son has been subjected to vile treachery, having been afflicted with strange, sinister insects. Should his life be in danger, it would be no injustice to annihilate the entire Zhuo clan. What? Who dares to act with such audacity? The emperor leaped to his feet, finally comprehending the source of Zhong Buhui's fury. A dragon's reverse scale, touch it and face death. Zhong Peng, indeed, was Zhong Buhui's reverse scale. And his actions today were in defense of his honor, a marked improvement from his previous inclination to draw swords. Regaining his composure, the Dragon Emperor noticed all eyes were upon him, and, feeling somewhat out of sorts, cleared his throat, and said, very well, everyone may withdraw. General Zhong, it is rare for you to return. Stay and converse with me. The crowd bowed deeply, and we, the ministers, took our leave. We rose from the ground and retreated backward from the grand hall before turning to depart. As we left, the left chancellor seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes momentarily aglow with insight. Chapter 3. Zhong Peng awakens. Once the crowd had dispersed, the calm demeanor of the Dragon Emperor vanished, replaced by a face etched with anxiety. What is the matter? He inquired. I am unaware. Yesterday, Zhong Gongqing sent a message to me, and having not returned home for many years, I decided to visit. Little did I expect to discover the presence of a parasitic insect within my son upon my return. Zhong Buhui replied solemnly. This creature appears to devour vital energy. I attempted to guide a stream of energy into my son's body to expel it, but it was consumed instantaneously. Such a phenomenon is unprecedented. Yesterday, Lu Miaochuan reported that there was no cause for concern. How could this happen? The Dragon Emperor was perplexed. Summon Dr. Lu at once. He commanded. A voice responded from outside the hall, acknowledging the order. Brother Zhong, do you suspect the son of the left chancellor? In the absence of outsiders, the Dragon Emperor addressed Zhong Buhui as a brother. Humph, it is impossible for his ineffectual son to engage in such actions. I merely sought to alert everyone, Zhong Buhui stated. Oh, pray tell, the Dragon Emperor inquired with curiosity. It is common knowledge that I tend to protect my own, which could easily provide grounds for others to frame me. My actions today were merely to gauge whether others can withstand my wrath. Should there be a recurrence, they may find themselves as examples to deter others, Zhong Buhui explained. Who, in your opinion, is the most suspicious? The Dragon Emperor pressed further. Undeniably. Until the truth is revealed, everyone bears suspicion, Zhong Buhui remarked, assessing the Dragon Emperor with evident interest. It appears you are quite intrigued by my suspicions. There are many peculiarities involved. To pursue a lead without direction may prove limiting. It is far more prudent to observe the one with the greatest suspicion openly, inducing a sense of guilt that may reveal their true intentions, the Dragon Emperor elucidated. I have my own methods to address this matter. You need not concern yourself. Zhong Buhui retorted, clearly displeased. Your reasoning holds merit. Indeed, there are those who are most suspect. Currently, with the cloud of uncertainty surrounding the Crown Prince, your sons are all ambitious individuals, each seeking to seize the throne by any means necessary. We both know the left chancellor is aligned with the eldest prince. Thus, naturally, he is part of that faction. We cannot dismiss the possibility that the other princes might exploit this incident to frame the eldest, even if they cannot rally support. They may plant a seed of enmity against him, Zhong Buhui elaborated. If that is indeed the case, you, Dragon Emperor, must provide me with an explanation. You are aware of my capability in such matters. Brother Zhong, you jest. Surely, that cannot be the case? The Dragon Emperor replied, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Do you truly believe that? Your sons are filled with ambition, resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. You are well aware of this, and there is no need for me to reiterate, Zhong Buhui stated candidly. I understand your reluctance to establish a crown prince, as you wish to cultivate their abilities. However, this has merely unleashed their more feral instincts. A wolf is a wolf, and even if you groom them to be wolf kings, they remain bound by their nature. The schemes they concoct against each other, both overtly and covertly, are nothing short of a masterclass in betrayal. The absence of familial bonds in a royal family has been vividly illustrated by their actions, Zhong Buhui remarked. In my view, it would be best to sire a few more children while you are still young and nurture them properly. Otherwise, palace intrigue will become unavoidable, he jested. The mere position of emperor is fought over so fiercely, it baffles me. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor could only manage a bitter smile. For most, the throne is an unattainable aspiration, yet to you, it holds no value. Truly, our pursuits differ across the spectrum of existence. Rest assured, should this matter pertain to them, I will not shield them, the Dragon Emperor declared earnestly. You may act as you see fit. Let us hope for that. And you need not adopt a demeanor of submission. I will extend no leniency regarding this issue. You have not forgotten why I pledged to guard the southwest for you, have you? Zhong Buhui inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. Brother Zhong's words are not lost on me, the Dragon Emperor reflected. 18 years ago, while hunting alone, I stumbled upon you. Having fallen from the clouds, cradling an unconscious infant, I carried you back, and upon your awakening, you pledged that if I ensured your son's well-being, you would guard the borders for me. Naturally, I found this agreeable and consented. For 18 years, you have diligently safeguarded my borders, and I am profoundly grateful. Yet now, with Peng in a state of unconsciousness, it is indeed a breach of trust on my part. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall do everything within my power to ensure his safety and support you fully, the Dragon Emperor vowed solemnly. That is most reassuring, Zhong Buhui sighed in resignation. Your Majesty, Dr. Liu has arrived outside. Shall I summon him in? Yes, the Dragon Emperor replied. Moments later, Lu Miaochuan was about to kneel when the Dragon Emperor commanded. No need for excessive formalities. You reported yesterday that General Zhong was in no danger, yet today he claims otherwise. What has transpired? That, Lu Miaochuan faltered, unsure of how to respond. Very well, let us proceed to the general's residence. The Dragon Emperor gestured as he walked, with Lu Miaochuan following closely behind. At the general's residence, the Dragon Emperor anxiously inquired, what is the situation? Speak swiftly. Your Majesty, it appears that young General Zhong has been afflicted by a peculiar ailment, having been infected with a devouring insect. This insect specifically targets the vital energy of martial artists, residing within their dantian, preventing energy from entering. Once energy is expended, it will begin to gnaw at the dantian, causing damage, Lu Miaochuan explained, his demeanor serious. Why was this undetected yesterday? The Dragon Emperor questioned, puzzled. Your Majesty may not be aware, but while this creature is known as a devouring insect, it does not consume the internal energy directly. It only acts when external energy is introduced. If no external force intervenes, it remains hidden within the dantian, undetectable. Furthermore, it has a peculiar trait. Lying dormant for 6 hours after the internal energy is depleted, Lu Miaochuan elaborated. As I am not a martial artist, I could not discern it. Is there a remedy? Zhong Buhui interjected, somewhat impatiently. If it can be detected, there must be a solution. According to ancient texts, this creature was cultivated by a sect of poison masters 800 years ago, a sect that vanished from the world 600 years ago. How can it still exist today? Lu Miaochuan continued at a measured pace. There is indeed a solution. This insect belongs to the realm of extreme Yin. A corresponding yang entity, such as a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma or deer antler, can expel it from the body, Lu Miaochuan stated. Is there anything noteworthy to consider? The Dragon Emperor inquired. Young General Zhong is fortunate. The discovery was timely, and no lasting harm has been done. His dantian has only suffered minor damage. With a month or two of rest, he will recover, Lu Miaochuan assured. Since it is so straightforward, let us proceed with the treatment without delay, the Dragon Emperor said, his demeanor brightening. Soon, a bowl of medicinal broth was brought forth for Zhong Peng to consume. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Peng sat upright, retching violently and expelling a small, colorful insect before slipping back into unconsciousness. This insect is indeed the devouring insect, its vibrant coloration indicating its initial form. Had it lost its color before detection, recovery would have been impossible. Lu Miaochuan pointed to the floor, the Dragon Emperor feeling a sense of relief wash over him. When will my son awaken? Zhong Buhui pressed. General Zhong need not worry. Young General is merely exhausted from excessive energy expenditure and will awaken after a night of rest, Lu Miaochuan replied respectfully. Let us leave him to rest, Zhong Buhui suggested. Once the three departed, Zhong Peng suddenly opened his eyes, and a miraculous event unfolded. Chapter 4. The duality of Yin and Yang. The creation of two extremes. The moment Zhong Peng opened his eyes, the clear skies were instantly shrouded by dark clouds, as if a malevolent deity had descended upon the world. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. A beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating the Tsangmeng mountain within the borders of the Cloud Wave Kingdom, casting a brilliance that lingered for an eternity. Simultaneously, all martial artists above the Xianyuan realm across the Tianluo Continent echoed a cryptic phrase in their minds. The extraordinary manifests. The Millennium Pact concludes today. This enigmatic statement left some bewildered while others grasped its profound significance. In the abyss of darkness, the city of shadows, the surroundings were engulfed in pitch blackness, where one could not see their own hand in front of them, except for a faint flicker of ghostly flames deep within. A figure, dormant on the four-point platform, suddenly opened his eyes, and the surroundings were illuminated by fiery brilliance. Rows of individuals clad in black robes stood in perfect formation, their emerald green eyes glinting ominously, as molten lava surged around them, creating a magnificent spectacle. Your Majesty, the Demon Lord, they bowed in unison towards the platform. After a millennium of slumber, I have finally awaited this day. My demon kin shall unify the Tianluo, he proclaimed, Quickly gather the troops. We shall wage war across the realm. Wait, I have something to say, interjected a figure clad in similar black attire, though his eyes danced like flames. Oh, what is it you wish to convey? The demon lord's expression soured as his exuberance was interrupted, demanding a reasonable explanation to placate his ire. Your Majesty need not be angered. I have my reasons for this. The human race is formidable. Direct confrontation is not a wise strategy. The voice was androgynous. Enough with the suspense. Get to the point. I lack the patience for prolonged discourse. Now, the human race is fracturing, with 3 great empires standing in opposition. In this chaotic era, it is inevitable they will turn against one another. We need not fear these 3 empires. But do not forget the Celestial Supervisory Office and the lurking threat of the demon race. Humph. What fear do I have of the Celestial Supervisory Office and the demon race? The demon lord proclaimed, though he fell into deep contemplation. What do you suggest? Deploy all our illusionist demons to gather intelligence across the lands, then we shall wait. We have already waited a millennium. A bit more time is inconsequential. Your reasoning is sound. We shall proceed as you advise. The demons withdrew, leaving the demon lord seated upon the platform, a question swirling in his mind. A millennium ago, the Tao fell silent, and a secret treasure emerged. What could this treasure possibly be? In the Forest of Origins, within the Demon Emperor's city, a similar scene unfolded, as they disseminated their demon spirits, biding their time for opportunity. In the misty heights of the Celestial Supervisory Office, the supreme realm of humanity, a proclamation was made. The extraordinary manifests, chaos is upon us. At present, our human race is discordant, to prevent incursions from other races. We shall immediately announce the Holy Origin Accord. This accord dictates that warriors of the Holy Origin realm shall not partake in the struggle for supremacy among dynasties, with violators facing death. High above Tianluo, at the zenith of the 9 heavens, a solitary figure lingered in the void for a millennium. It is time I return to the primordial world to see if that young man can forge a legend of his own. With that, he tore through the void and vanished. In the general's mansion, the Dragon Emperor faced Zhong Buhui. As chaos approaches, you must swiftly head southwest to defend. I vow upon my life that Punger shall be safe. There will be no further mishaps. The Dragon Emperor spoke earnestly. Zhong Buhui nodded in agreement. Exiting the mansion and summoning the sky-devouring tiger, racing away into the distance. Watching the dust billow, the Dragon Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, contemplating whether this chaos might liberate Yunlan from its divine constraints. Zhong Buhui's words may indeed hold truth. With that thought, he departed the general's mansion, returning to the palace to execute his plans for creation. All of this was unbeknownst to the recently awakened Zhong Peng. Rising from his bed, he surveyed his surroundings. Fully aware that this was indeed his room, memories from 2 lives converging seamlessly. Standing before the mirror, he gazed at the unfamiliar visage, countless questions swirling in his mind. Perplexed by the circumstances that had brought him here, inhabiting another's body. Approaching an oddly shaped tree, known as the crooked neck tree, he recalled its history. At the age of 15, Zhong Peng had been caught teasing a maid by his father, who, in a fit of rage, raised his hand to strike him but instead struck the tree, causing its peculiar growth. As he observed his surroundings, a profound sense of being a stranger in a foreign land overcame him. No, a stranger in an alien world. What should I do now? He sighed. You needn't frown so. Am I not here with you? Suddenly, a voice startled Zhong Peng. Who speaks? He looked around, yet saw no one. Forget that you're still a novice martial artist. It's normal that you cannot see me. Just wait a moment. Before long, Zhong Peng felt a force pulling at his spirit, drawing it together and channeling it back into his body. He perceived 2 small figures somersaulting within him. Who are you, and why are you in my body? Zhong Peng inquired with curiosity. We are the pair of Buddha jades contained within the ancient wooden box you once held. Our presence here is due to your blood. The little figures explained earnestly. Then why am I here, in this body? Zhong Peng pressed on. The explanation is quite complex. Please, enlighten me. My curiosity is piqued. Very well. As the chosen one of the 9 provinces, you must know of the goddess Nuwa. I do, but what does that have to do with my arrival here? Zhong Peng asked, confused. Allow me to explain. In ancient legend, Nuwa crafted humanity from clay and gave rise to all things. As life flourished, chaos ensued, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to tremble. Unable to bear the suffering of creation, Nuwa gathered stones to mend the skies. Yet, The belief that she repaired the deficiencies of heaven and earth is a grave misconception. When the heavens were flawed, the universe's primordial energy waned, allowing malevolent forces to surge into various planes. Niwa, moved by compassion, sought out 501 sacred stones at the pinnacle of the universe's primordial realms, refining them with the essence of life to impart celestial power. These sacred stones, after absorbing the essence of sun and moon over countless years, gained sentience. Once the repairs were completed, Niwa, wielding unparalleled divine power, scattered these sentient stones across the plains in search of worthy individuals to combat the rising evil. Of the 501 sacred stones used, I am the only one that was not. Niwa, lamenting the loss of celestial power, cast me down to the mortal realm, and you, dear one, are the so-called chosen one. As for how you arrived here, this is your place of trial, for your physical vessel could not withstand the tempest and was obliterated, leaving me to carry your soul forth. The original inhabitant of this body perished due to a parasitic worm, thus allowing you to take their place, preserving their form at the moment of their demise. Zhongpeng's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock, overwhelmed by the revelation, as if he were hearing a fantastical tale. Such bizarre occurrences felt like a thunderclap, difficult to accept. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he could traverse to this realm, there was little else to disbelieve. It seemed that the novels penned by those imaginative authors in his previous life were not mere fabrications, filling him with intrigue. In his past life, the protagonists of those tales were omnipotent and surrounded by multiple beauties, living a life enviable and desirable. Perhaps, with such formidable assistants now at his disposal, he too could emulate their legendary exploits. Zhongpeng's imagination soared. This was a delightful thought, though he now understood the meaning of daydreaming. How do you know that? You speak of daydreaming while the sun is high in the sky, which seems contradictory. Zhongpeng, perplexed, remarked, as I reside within your consciousness, I am undoubtedly privy to all your thoughts. Do not indulge in such fanciful notions. Although the chosen ones possess formidable luck and power, they are not immune to untimely demise. It is indeed a fitting description to say that you are daydreaming in broad daylight. The little one replied, gazing into the night. And Zhongpeng, too, felt a sense of inebriation. After all, it was clearly night. How could it be considered day? Was it possible that in this otherworldly realm, light and dark were reversed? Because of my presence, the heavens resonate, and the extraordinary manifests in this world. I cannot linger here for long. When the heavens and earth return to their natural order, my consciousness will gradually dissipate, and all will depend solely on you. Zhongpeng was about to articulate his thoughts when the universe reopened, restoring clarity to the skies. Only a solitary voice infused itself into Zhongpeng's awareness. In the primordial chaos, the duality of yin and yang emerged. From destruction comes rebirth, and thus is the beginning. This was a profound technique. Zhongpeng comprehended its significance, feeling a sense of grandeur, and smiled contentedly. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, if one wishes to succeed, one must rely on oneself. As a chosen one, how regrettable it would be not to forge a legend. Chapter 5. Vitality. Young master, what brings you here? The butler, having searched the room without finding Zhongpeng, was on a quest to locate him. It's nothing. I simply lay in bed for too long and decided to take a stroll, Zhongpeng replied. In his memories, he held a deep respect for this butler, not due to his own virtues of honoring the elderly, but because this butler represented Zhongpeng's greatest reliance within the grand Yunlan imperial city. The young master has just recovered from a serious illness. It is imperative that you rest properly, the butler gently advised. Now, with turmoil looming, the general has departed for the southwest. It would be wise for you to remain within the estate during this time. Oh, has he returned at all? Zhongpeng asked indifferently. Curiously, he felt a strange discomfort whenever he heard news about his father, akin to receiving tidings of an adversary. He found it bewildering that he felt this way. Alas, the general is still quite concerned about you, the butler said, resigned to Zhongpeng's cold response. Is that so? Perhaps. Zhongpeng dismissed the topic. Let us not speak of this anymore. Uncle Zhong, could you assist me with a small favor? Please, young master, speak freely. I shall do whatever is within my power, the butler replied earnestly. It's nothing of great consequence. I merely hope you can help me construct a secret chamber beneath my room, Zhongpeng explained, observing the butler's serious demeanor. That is quite feasible. I shall have people begin work immediately, the butler assured him. By the way, Uncle Zhong, could you enlighten me on how martial artists are classified? Zhong Peng inquired. He had little knowledge of such matters, having never taken an interest in cultivating his vitality. Otherwise, he would not have only reached the second tier at the age of 18, akin to an ordinary person. Oh, what piques your interest in this subject, young master? The butler asked, well aware of Zhong Peng's character. Perhaps it was a thirst for vengeance following his recent altercation, he mused. It's merely curiosity, please elaborate. Zhong Peng urged with a smile. Martial artists are, in essence, vitality cultivators. The classification of cultivation levels is distinctly defined. The 1st to 9th tier is meant to assess a martial artist's innate talent, primarily focusing on physical conditioning, which anyone can achieve. It merely requires time, with shorter durations indicating higher talent. Only those above the 9th tier are considered true vitality cultivators, embarking upon the genuine path of martial arts. Beyond the 9th tier lie 7 grand realms: Xinyuan, Rinyuan, Diyuan, Tianyuan, Zunyuan, Xingyuan, and Xinyuan. Each grand realm is further divided into 9 tiers, categorized into 4 minor stages. The 1st to 3rd tiers constitute the early stage, the 4th to 6th tiers represent the mid-stage, and the 7th to 9th tiers signify the late stage, while those on the verge of breaking through to a grand realm, but yet to do so, are in the pinnacle stage. And how does each realm manifest? Zhong Peng continued to inquire. It's only natural that you, having never cultivated vitality, are unaware of its intricacies. Only those with a higher realm than their opponent can discern the details. Those of a lower realm can only grasp the general outlines when others act. Moreover, some individuals can conceal their cultivation or possess treasures that mask their aura, so it is not as straightforward as it seems, the butler explained further. However, as far as I know, the Xinyuan realm pertains to the level of soldiers. One in the Rinyuan realm can serve as a captain, while those in the Diyuan realm can be vice-generals. The Tianyuan realm corresponds to the rank of general in the court, while in the wild, they dominate their territories. The Zunyan realm equates to the position of marshal, capable of establishing a sect in the wild. I see, I understand now, Zhong Peng said, stretching his limbs. After listening for so long, he felt fatigued. Thank you, Uncle Zhong, for clarifying these matters for me. I shall take my leave and return to my room. Very well. I shall send someone to attend to it right away. As the butler watched Zhong Peng's retreating figure, he felt a sense of unease. People often say that a tiger does not produce a dog for a son. General Zhong is renowned for his valor, and perhaps the young master could emulate his father. It was a pity, though, that he was already 18. The butler sighed inwardly. Upon returning to his room, Zhong Peng pondered the peculiar emotions that had surfaced earlier, particularly his coldness when his father was mentioned. He searched through his memories until a particular scene arrested his thoughts. At the age of 6, he had fought back when someone called him a wild child, born of a mother who had abandoned him. That day, his father, Zhong Buhui, had returned and asked him why he had no mother, where she was. Yet, his usually calm father had been inexplicably furious, his expression shifting from rage to gentleness. Without revealing her whereabouts, he had sternly instructed Zhong Peng never to bring it up again. If your mother were still alive, I would undoubtedly find her and resolve your doubts, Zhong Peng murmured softly, yet his tone was resolute. Whether it was a mere illusion or something else. Zhong Peng heard a faint thank you, followed by a sensation of lightness that enveloped him, prompting him to close his eyes and meditate on the bed. Time passed, and the door creaked open, revealing a small head peeking in, scanning the surroundings before quietly opening the door and tiptoeing into the room, akin to a thief. Instinctively, Zhong Peng's eyes flew open. Who is it? It's me, the newcomer replied. Zhong Peng turned to find a young girl, appearing around 14 or 15. With large, bright eyes that sparkled like dew, her demeanor innocent and playful. Despite her youth, she possessed a striking beauty and an elegant presence, resembling a figure stepped out from a painting, evoking admiration that such a girl could only exist in the heavens. Linger, why did you come without knocking? Zhong Peng feigned anger. Zhong Ling, Zhong Peng's sister, was not his biological sibling but had been taken in by their father when Zhong Peng was 4. They grew up together, sharing a bond akin to that of blood relations, and Zhong Peng held great affection for her. When I returned from fetching medicine yesterday, you were already asleep. Father said you had been poisoned, and it frightened me to the point of tears. I merely wanted to check on you, but feared interrupting your rest. That's why I came quietly. Are you angry with me? She said, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhong Peng, unable to bear her distress, comforted her. I'm not angry with you. I was merely teasing. Upon hearing this, Zhongling quickly wiped away her tears with a grin. I knew you'd always be the best to Ling. How do you feel now? Zhongpeng was taken aback. At such a young age, she had mastered the art of changing her expression with remarkable speed. He chuckled in resignation. I'm fine, you little rascal. You're becoming quite the handful. Hee hee, I still have much to learn compared to you, brother. Come, let us go out and play. Given the impending chaos, it's best for you to stay home and avoid wandering about. Brother, when did you start to care about such things? Rest assured, within this imperial city, with my Xianyuan 9th tier cultivation, who would dare to bully me? With me around, you'll be safe, Zhongling replied confidently. It appeared that Zhongling possessed exceptional martial talent, having reached the 9th tier of Xianyuan at merely 14. Who would dare bully me in this imperial city? I'm quite formidable, everyone knows that. Upon hearing this, Zhongpeng felt a surge of indignation. His 21st century male chauvinism flared up. How could a grown man allow a little girl to protect him? Then how did you end up like this? Surely you weren't afraid to go out? Zhongling teased him. There's nothing to fear. Let us go out now, Zhongpeng declared, rising and taking Zhongling's hand as they headed toward the exit. Yay! We can go out to play? Zhongling exclaimed, hopping with excitement. Chapter 6. Enemies meet again. Conspiracy unfolds. Zhongpeng was not compelled to venture out by Zhongling's provocations. He genuinely wished to explore the outside world. The two of them hurriedly made their way to the entrance when they were halted by the butler. Young master, young miss, where are you headed? Oh, Uncle Zhong. We're just going out for a bit of fun. We'll be back shortly. There's nothing to worry about, Zhongling exclaimed, playfully shaking the butler's hand. Well, with the current chaos looming, it would be better to avoid unnecessary mischief, the butler replied, visibly troubled. Uncle Zhong, don't worry. Linger and I are merely going to buy a few items, and we shall return promptly without causing any disturbance, assured Zhongpeng. At that moment, he mused to himself. As I am now, I am nothing. Of course, I shall not stir up trouble. The future, however, is uncertain. If I refrain from mischief, how could I possibly live up to the illustrious reputation that precedes me? Very well, but do return soon. The butler, Zhong Gongcheng, finally relented after a moment of silence. Gazing at Zhongpeng. Hee, thank you, Uncle Zhong. We're off now, Zhongling said joyfully upon receiving the butler's permission. As the two exited the general's residence, the butler muttered to himself, I must ensure someone is dispatched to protect the young master and miss. There must be no slip-ups. A faint, ethereal voice echoed in the air, indeed. Walking down the bustling streets of the imperial city, Zhongling eagerly pointed out various sights. Brother, do you think this piece of jewelry is pretty? She asked, picking up an ornament from a stall. It's acceptable, Zhongpeng replied, his attention wandering elsewhere. You didn't even look. How can you say it's acceptable? You always brush me off. Zhongling pouted, clearly displeased. With a resigned smile, Zhongping retorted. Our Linger is inherently beautiful. Anything she wears looks splendid. Tickled by his words, Zhongling exclaimed, Brother, look over there. There is something fun. Let us go check it out. Without waiting for a response, she hopped ahead. Observing her lively figure, Zhongpeng reflected. People often say that women shopping are at their most exuberant. Indeed, this is a profound truth. A crowd had gathered up ahead, and as they approached, they discovered a circus performance where a magical beast was leaping through fiery hoops, eliciting cheers from the spectators. Zhongpeng, however, found it rather dull. Linger, I'm heading to the Listening Rain Pavilion for tea and stories. You can join me later, he said, tugging at Zhongling, who was enthusiastically clapping her hands. All right, I'll find you soon. The Listening Rain Pavilion, the grandest tea house in the imperial city, was a haven for the wealthy, where gossip and chatter flourished. Even a simple cup of tea here could cost several times more than elsewhere. As Zhongpeng entered, the lively chatter came to an abrupt halt. Unfazed, he ascended to the upper levels, where the acoustics for storytelling were supreme. Did you hear? Yesterday, General Zhong fought fiercely in court for young Master Zhong. It's said that both the Left Chancellor and the Minister of Rights were injured and dared not speak, said one listener. Really? The Left Chancellor is a figure of great power. General Zhong must indeed be formidable. It seems this young Master Zhong is not to be trifled with, another listener responded. Zhongpeng, keenly observant, paid no heed to their discussions, as if they were speaking of someone entirely unrelated. Before long, a commotion arose at the entrance. Look, isn't that young Master Zhua? He is here to listen to stories today as well. It seems there will be a spectacle. Upon hearing this, Zhong Peng leaned over the railing to glimpse the entrance, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. What a coincidence. Indeed, enemies are fated to cross paths. A figure strode in with elegance, flanked by 2 guards, exuding nonchalance while fanning himself. However, as he caught sight of Zhong Peng, his smile instantly froze, for it was a face he had been keen to avoid. Turning to his guards, he said, "I forgot to retrieve something. Let us head back for it first." Without waiting for a response, he departed. "Oh dear, I thought it was someone else. What a surprise to bump into you here," exclaims Wei, who had just exited the circus performance in search of Zhong Peng. Despite her innocent and charming demeanor, Zhong Ling was notoriously fierce when provoked, especially towards the young masters of noble families, many of whom kept their distance from her. Girls of Zhong Ling's age were already being courted, yet the Zhong family had never entertained any suitors, revealing how formidable she was perceived. "Miss Zhong, I would be most grateful for your visit to my home. The weather is splendid today. It is indeed a stroke of luck to encounter you here. I shall await your esteemed presence at my residence," Zhuo said politely, attempting to make his exit. "Wait, did I permit you to leave? What do you mean by this? Do you look down on me? Can't you spare a few words?" Zhong Ling retorted, her temper flaring. With a flimsy excuse, though it was hardly sufficient, she lunged at him, catching Zhuo off guard and knocking him to the ground. As she approached, she began to kick him while muttering, "Who do you think you are? I was being kind to converse with you, yet you acted indifferent as if I were beneath you. A lesson is in order." The guards were at a loss, unsure whether to intervene. If they did, they would likely face repercussions, as the young masters and miss could retaliate, leaving the guards to endure the blows while bowing and scraping. Yet, failing to act would lead to their own punishment upon return. At that moment, Zhong Peng emerged. "Linger, let us head back. Don't hurt yourself, he is tough enough." Hearing her brother's words, Zhong Ling, feeling magnanimous, declared, "Since my brother has spoken, I'll let it slide today. You too, take him back. Zhuo, next time you see us, make sure to avoid us. I'll make it a point to give you a proper beating every time we meet." With that, she followed Zhong Peng away. The streets were now deserted. While there was indeed a spectacle to behold, who would dare to be seen in such a situation? Zhuo glared at the departing siblings, seething with resentment. "Brother, am I not impressive?" Zhong Ling boasted. "Ah, such brutality. I wonder how you'll manage to marry off someday." Zhong Peng replied with a wry smile. "Who wants to get married? I wish to stay home with you, Uncle Zhong, and father forever. Who could possibly be worthy of me?" Zhong Ling pouted. "That remains to be seen. What if one day you meet someone you fancy? You might just forget about your brother," Zhong Peng teased. "That day will never come," Zhong Ling muttered. At the entrance of the general's residence, the butler Zhong Gongsheng waited anxiously. Although the returning guards had reported that all was well, he remained concerned. Were it not for the tasks assigned by Zhong Peng, he would have accompanied them. Upon seeing Zhong Peng and Zhong Ling return, he finally felt at ease, adopting a demeanor of calmness as if nothing had transpired. "Young master, young miss, you're back. Did you encounter anything enjoyable?" "Not particularly. I just taught someone a lesson, which was quite satisfying," Zhong Ling replied with a smile, savoring the moment. The butler's expression darkened. These two were indeed troublemakers. "You promised not to create disturbances, after all. In the future, you must be more cautious when you go out." "Uncle, the task you asked me to handle has been completed. Should we go and take a look now?" The butler discreetly communicated to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping nodded and turned to Zhong Ling. "Linger, you've played for long enough. It's time for you to rest. I have some matters to discuss with Uncle Zhong." "All right, understood." Once back in her room, Zhong Ling marveled at the swift resolution of their task, impressed by the efficiency. He chuckled, recalling that this secret chamber had been constructed over a decade ago, originally intended by the general for the young master's martial training. However, for reasons unknown, the general had altered his plans, leaving the chamber unused. Were it not for the young master's mention today, it would have nearly slipped from my memory, the butler elucidated. "Oh, how many are aware of this place? A secret chamber, by its very nature, is best known to few. This sanctuary was crafted solely by the general and me, with only 3 individuals privy to its existence, and the activation of its purpose known only to you and me." It appeared that the young master's father held great trust in this butler, rendering him a figure of reliability in the young master's eyes. "Uncle Zhong, I hope this remains a secret between us, at least for the time being from my father." "This? Very well. I assure you that as long as the general does not inquire, I shall remain silent." Indeed, in the left chancellor's residence, The young master lamented, "Father, I failed to comprehend why a distinguished official of your stature would endure humiliation at the hands of a mere general in the court. Moreover, I was struck by his daughter while out for leisure. How can this not be a source of ridicule? I can no longer tolerate it." He slumped in an ornate armchair, one hand pressing a warm towel against his swollen face, seething with indignation. "Child, you are still young and do not grasp the concept that minor grievances must be endured for the sake of greater strategies. Do you not understand the nature of politics?" Sighed left Wajiji. Since ancient times, the civil and military factions have been in opposition, maintaining a delicate balance. The current emperor possesses exceptional talents, excelling in both military and civil affairs. 2 decades ago, upon the passing of the late emperor and the ascension of the current one, our realm was still a modest nation. Yet now, it subtly approaches the stature of the foremost kingdom. Were it not for the constant pressure from Tianluo, we might have already stood alongside the 3 great empires. In recent years, the ruler of the Triumph Kingdom has sought to recruit me, promising equal treatment and hereditary positions. Yet I have refrained from responding. Left Wajiji paused before continuing. Now, the emperor has established the position of Right Chancellor, ostensibly to assist me with mundane matters. But in truth, it serves to curtail my power. Perhaps he already harbors doubts regarding my loyalty. Thus, I have been seeking opportunities. And Zhong Buhui's recent actions have unwittingly provided me with a chance. While we cannot act against them directly, there are others who can. Left Wajiji smirked. Since I cannot navigate this situation with ease, I must place all my bets on a single plan. I shall draft a letter of dismissal to the ruler of the Triumph Kingdom, signaling an assassination of Zhong Peng. Consequently, the southwestern defense line shall crumble without a fight. Child, concerning one on the brink of death, what is there for you to be angry about? Left Wajiji asked coldly. Is the training of the hidden wings complete? Hidden wings, the swift and stealthy messenger birds. Father, rest assured, we have fully developed 5 of the hidden wings. Very well, my child. It is best to avoid direct encounters with them for a while longer. Let them bask in their arrogance a little longer. Understood. In this impending chaotic era, as all nations seek a point of eruption, let it be I who ignites the flames. Let this tumultuous upheaval commence with me. Left Wajiji clenched his fists, producing a crackling sound, his heart brimming with resolve. To clarify, no matter how large a vassal state may grow, it can only be referred to as a kingdom, remaining under the dominion of the empire. Chapter 7. The Secret Chamber of Body Refinement. On a moonlit night, the Dragon Emperor dismissed all attendants from the imperial study, settling alone at his desk to peruse a memorial. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. "Come in." The Dragon Emperor called out to the empty doorway. "Indeed, your majesty is truly the pride of heaven, a dragon among men. Even a lowly officer like myself, at the 6th rank, could not enter unnoticed." A figure glided in like a specter, seemingly weightless. "Ah, I am not as formidable as you claim, merely felt the timing was right. Your Inming Yuan Gong is exceedingly cold, and the chilling winds it brings alerted me to your presence," the Dragon Emperor replied patiently. "Shadow, your return at this juncture suggests there may be movements on that side?" The Dragon Emperor inquired. "As anticipated, your majesty, that old fox, Zwawuji, can no longer contain himself and released his hidden wings this evening," Shadow respectfully answered, fists clasped. 8 years, and he finally acts. For him to send messages now, his ambitions are evident. Where has he transmitted this information? The Dragon Emperor scoffed. "To the southwest," Shadow replied. "Oh, does he prefer to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix?" The Dragon Emperor mused, half in inquiry, half to himself. The Dragon Emperor understood Zwawuji would make this choice. After all, Yunlan was under the jurisdiction of Tianluo, and Zwawuji, as the minister of a mere vassal state, was still a subject. Tianluo would naturally deem it acceptable, but a misstep might lead them to perceive him as treacherous and disloyal, a classic case of ungratefulness. However, for Kaixin, the dynamics differed. Kaixin, slightly weaker than Yunlan, would require a compelling temptation to incite Zwawuji to attack Yunlan. "Is there any insight into the content?" the Dragon Emperor asked indifferently. "Alas, I am powerless to provide." Shadow bowed his head, fists clasped. "Never mind. The hidden wings are renowned for their swiftness and adeptness at concealment. Only at the moment of takeoff is there a slim chance of detection, and that requires a specially set environment. I merely inquired out of a fleeting hope. You may return and rest now." "Yes, your majesty." After Shadow departed, the Dragon Emperor strolled to the window, hands clasped behind his back. gazing pensively at the moonlit scene outside. What could the letter contain? A moment later, he chuckled softly. Regardless of its content, should they dare approach, I, the Dragon Emperor, shall ensure they return empty-handed. In the general's residence, at this moment, Zhong Peng remained unaware that he had become the spark igniting chaos. He understood only that in a world governed by power, where the weak are devoured by the strong, survival necessitated relentless effort, requiring him to be merciless towards himself. And then even more so, Zhong Peng instructed that no one be permitted to enter his chamber, allowing only the steward to deliver meals once a day. Within the secret chamber, Zhong Peng, bare-chested, relentlessly struck the sandbag before him with all his might. Sweat poured from his body like an unending stream, saturating the ground beneath. Only when he had exhausted every ounce of energy did he cease, standing still as the sandbag rebounded and collided with him. He struggled to rise from the floor, his body trembling, fighting to remain upright. After a while, regaining a modicum of strength, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the two-polar creation technique. Zhong Peng understood that he could not consume food or water yet, as the impurities from grains would undermine his arduous efforts. He felt a trickle of vital energy meandering through his body, gradually restoring him. After circulating it through his meridians, feeling revitalized, he halted the practice. Opening his eyes, he spoke to himself. The two-polar creation is indeed profound. Previously, I relied solely on my recovery abilities, enduring days of feeling as if my body were falling apart. Now, I can restore myself in a mere moment. He stood, approached the table, and took a hearty drink of water, neglecting to wash his hands before devouring a chicken leg with fervor, as though he had not eaten in years. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he rested briefly before warming up, his body crackling with sound. Then he performed one-handed push-ups, rising after numerous repetitions, running back and forth while continuously throwing punches and kicks. Reaching the sandbag again, he unleashed all his strength, delivering an even more powerful punch that sent the bag flying further than before. He then assumed a horse stance, preparing for the bag's return impact, enhancing his ability to withstand blows. Should an outsider have been present, they would have been both awestruck and alarmed by such a grueling training regimen, truly a sight unseen before. Zhong Peng persisted in this cycle of self-imposed torment. When fatigue set in, he meditated for rest. Within him, the vital energy multiplied from one thread to 2, then 3. Days turned into an indeterminate span. The secret chamber illuminated like day. Zhong Peng sat in meditation, channeling the two-polar creation, feeling 9 threads of vital energy surging against his meridian barriers, akin to waves in the sea, each cresting higher than the last. With a resounding pop, it felt as if something had broken within him. The 9 threads of energy surged forth like a flood, intertwining and coiling back to the Dantian. Zhong Peng opened his eyes. At last, I have breached the threshold, reaching the realm of Xian Yuan, qualifying as a martial practitioner. Unbeknownst to Zhong Peng, the sensation he experienced during this breakthrough was typically felt by others upon entering the Yuan realm. Upon inspecting his Dantian, he was momentarily stunned. 2 Dantian formed a horizontal figure 8, each hosting a tiny point above, one black and one white. What is this? Others possess a singular Dantian, yet I have 2. Does this imply that, when advancing through realms, my energy accumulation will be double that of others? The black and white points bewildered Zhong Peng, leaving him on the verge of tears. Forget it. When heaven bestows a great task upon a person, it first tests their resolve and labors their sinews. Since reality has forced my hand, I can only accept my fate, taking each step as it comes. Zhong Peng consoled himself. Glancing at the plates on the table, he counted. Has it been 10 days? It is time to emerge. That girl, Zhong Ling, must be displeased after so long without seeing me. Zhong Peng activated the mechanism of the secret chamber, and the door opened silently. Breathing in the fresh air felt invigorating. He stretched and stepped outside, where he encountered the steward, Zhong Gongcheng, awaiting him at the threshold. Young master, you have finally emerged. The young lady has been lamenting your absence daily, the steward exclaimed, his face a mask of complaint, as if he had borne a great burden. Ah, I understand. I shall seek her out shortly. Zhong Peng laughed heartily then, with a playful yet mysterious demeanor, asked, Uncle Zhong, do you perceive any changes in me? The steward scrutinized Zhong Peng, visibly puzzled. I do not see any significant differences. Zhong Peng felt a twinge of confusion. How could the steward fail to notice such a transformation? Look again, he urged, winking playfully. The steward examined him closely once more, then replied earnestly, "If I must say, it seems you appear somewhat more handsome." "That cannot be. Cultivating should merely delay aging. It does not alter one's appearance." "Could it be?" The steward's expression turned inquisitive, casting Zhang Ping a knowing glance. "I have heard that certain experiences can slightly enhance a man's looks. Have you perhaps spent these days in the secret chamber pursuing such indulgences?" Startled by the steward's insinuation, Zhang Peng nearly stumbled. Uncle Zhong's imagination was indeed remarkable. "I must clarify this and safeguard my pristine reputation, though I am not sure how." Zhang Peng summoned his vital energy, striking a tree trunk with his palm, leaving a clear imprint as leaves cascaded down. The steward sensed the fluctuations of vitality, gazing intently at the trunk with a look of astonishment. The realm of Xianyuan. Chapter 8. The grand gathering of the seven absolutes. How could this be possible? The steward felt that the world had changed. Mere days ago, individuals of no significant rank had suddenly ascended to the Xianyuan realm in the blink of an eye. "Everything is possible," remarked Zhang Peng, as he circled around the perplexed steward and made his way towards Zhongling's courtyard. He pondered whether this dual transformation technique could conceal one's true cultivation level. If that were the case, one could easily masquerade as an innocent while outsmarting others. "Dear brother, you wicked brother, I shall ignore you from now on. You've vanished for days, surely off gallivanting while leaving me at home." Humph. Before Zhang Peng even entered, he could hear Zhongling grumbling inside. With a resigned smile, he cleared his throat and called out, "Linger, are you in there?" "Oh, it's my brother," Zhongling exclaimed excitedly, rising from her seat, ready to open the door. However, she suddenly hesitated and sat back down again. "Humph, I want to open the door for you." Always disappearing at a moment's notice, she thought to herself. "Linger is not here. You may search elsewhere," she called out in a different tone. "Come now, Linger, do not jest. I know you are inside. Hurry and open the door," Zhang Peng chided. This girl, even in her fibbing, lacked subtlety. Who else could enter without the masteress' permission? "Humph, just because you say so, must I comply? Give me a reasonable explanation for your absence these past few days, and I may consider it," Zhongling retorted. Zhang Peng replied, "I had pressing matters to attend to, and as soon as I completed them, I rushed here to see you." "What pressing matters could you possibly have? Surely, it's merely the frivolities of cockfighting and dog racing." Zhongling laughed, revealing her disbelief. With that, she confidently opened the door. "Come now, confess where you've been," Zhongling demanded, her demeanor suggesting she would not allow him entry until he clarified. "Ah," Zhongling exclaimed, gazing at Zhang Peng as if she had discovered a new continent. There stood a strikingly handsome man at the doorway, his features exquisitely chiseled, with a face that seemed sculpted. He appeared carefree, with a mane of lush, dark hair and expressive, elongated eyes that sparkled with charm, capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze too long. His high-bridged nose and perfectly proportioned lips were graced by a dazzling smile. "Brother, what have you been up to lately? You seem to have transformed greatly, appearing even more captivating than before," she remarked. "Really? I have always been this handsome," Zhang Peng responded, uncertain how to explain the change. Perhaps it was merely that she had not seen him for some time, leading to a different impression. "Indeed. Let us not dwell on such matters. By the way, the Seven Absolutes gathering is happening soon, held once every 3 years. I have longed to venture out, but Uncle Zhong has forbidden me. I have searched for you, yet you were nowhere to be found. I am dying of boredom at home. Now that you are here, take me out," Zhongling implored. "The Seven Absolutes gathering?" Zhang Peng mused, lacking any clear memory of it. Typically, the two of them would venture out with a few guards, and when Zhongling was distracted, he would sneak off to have his own fun. "Very well, but you must promise me one thing," Zhang Peng insisted. "Yes, what is it?" Zhongling replied, her excitement palpable at the prospect of going out, ready to acquiesce to any request. "Let us disguise ourselves," he proposed. Agreed. They quickly set to work on their transformation. "Brother, why have you dressed me like this? It looks utterly hideous," Zhongling complained as she gazed at her reflection, discontent written all over her face. In contrast, Zhang Peng appeared just as charming and youthful as ever, which only deepened her sense of injustice. Such is the fate of a beautiful woman throughout history, as there are many examples to prove it. This is merely a means for convenience. Besides, it does not look bad, just a tad ordinary, Zhang Peng reasoned matter-of-factly. "Fine then, let us go," Zhongling pouted, choosing not to argue further. "You must accompany me closely and not sneak away again." "Naturally, I promise," Zhong Peng assured her. As they stepped outside, they moved stealthily, glancing about. Just as they approached the surrounding wall, an unexpected voice called out from behind them. "Young master, young miss. What are you doing?" The steward, bewildered, could not comprehend why they would choose to climb the wall to exit their own home instead of using the front gate. "You've mistaken us for someone else," Zhongling quickly replied. The steward chuckled lightly, noting their unchanged attire. "You are still wearing the same clothes, and in this general's estate. Any unidentified person appearing would warrant immediate reporting or even elimination by the hidden guards. I saw you leave your room. Indeed, nothing escapes Uncle Zhong's notice. We simply wish to experience the Seven Absolutes gathering. It must be bustling outside, and we feared you would disapprove," Zhongling confessed candidly. "Coming from a family of martial arts, how could one be so ill-prepared? How can you strategize and achieve victory from afar in the future?" Zhongling continued, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Now that the Seven Absolutes gathering is upon us, a congregation of scholars and artists, I wish to take my brother out to broaden his horizons, lest he spends his days merely engaging in cockfighting and dog racing." Zhong Peng thought to himself that this girl had quite the flair for creativity, crafting impeccable reasons to escape for some leisure. Wait a moment. Why do I lack scholarly pursuits? The arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and the teachings of various schools are essential for any distinguished individual, Zhong Peng reassured himself repeatedly. Dismissing her implication. This is quite the predicament, the steward considered, as the general had instructed him to prevent their departure. He cast a meaningful glance at Zhong Peng. "If Uncle Zhong is concerned, he can accompany us," Zhong Peng suggested. "I would like to see for myself as well." "Very well, I shall accompany you both," the steward agreed. Soon, 3 figures appeared on the bustling street. One strikingly handsome and graceful, another quite ordinary, easily lost among the crowd, and the last with graying hair and a weathered countenance. This year's Seven Absolutes gathering was held at the Wangjiang Pavilion in the west of the city. The gathering encompassed the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, and tea. Wangjiang Pavilion, a scenic spot in the capital of Yunlan Kingdom, attracted many cultured individuals to appreciate its beauty and refine their spirits. As the trio strolled through the lively streets, throngs of people bustled past them, with numerous vendors displaying their wares. Zhong Peng paused at one stall. "Good sir, may I assist you with something?" the vendor inquired with a smile. "Oh, let me take a look first," Zhong Peng replied, picking up a sprig of grass. Suddenly, a wave of unfamiliar information flooded his mind. Channeling grass, also known as the foundation cultivating herb. It is used to open the meridians and greatly aids in breaking through to the human yuan realm. Why was this? Could it be that the dual transformation technique possessed the ability to identify spiritual herbs? Zhong Peng was astonished, feeling as though he were a cow on a rocket, soaring into the unknown. He picked up another item, only to find no information emerged, leaving him perplexed. What could be the reason for this discrepancy? No matter, he thought. I shall understand in due time. He turned to the vendor, inquiring about the price of the previously mentioned herb. "Ah, you truly have an eye for quality. This herb is exceptional, found by me on a perilous cliff. Since you are so forthright, I shall offer it to you for just 10 taels, the vendor proposed. Testing the waters. 10 taels could constitute a year's worth of expenses for an ordinary family, yet Zhong Peng sensed that the vendor undervalued the herb, which was undoubtedly worth much more. "Very well," he affirmed, extending his hand toward the steward. "Young master, everything here is counterfeit. There are no genuine items. If you require something authentic, you might want to visit the auction house," the steward advised. "How can you speak so? I would never mislead customers with false merchandise. If you wish to purchase, do so. If not, kindly leave," the vendor retorted, clearly displeased. "Not a problem. I shall take this one," Zhong Peng replied with a faint smile. The steward, overwhelmed by necessity, retrieved 10 taels of silver from his garments and cast a disapproving glance at the stall owner. He placed the coins heavily into the owner's palm. This was the essence of fairness in commerce. One party is willing to strike a deal, while the other is prepared to accept it. The stall owner immediately donned a congenial smile, addressing the young gentleman. "Please take what you desire." Zhong Peng nodded appreciatively and accepted the neatly packaged box, feeling that he had indeed profited from this venture. His outing had not been in vain. The trio strolled leisurely, meandering until they arrived at the Wangjiang Tower. Upon closer inspection, Zhong Peng observed that this magnificent structure was situated across from the river, embraced by mountains on 3 sides, with a bridge arching gracefully over the water, while numerous boats ferried passengers back and forth. The tower resembled a colossal ingot, evoking admiration for the ingenuity of its builders. Such an exquisite creation was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The steward summoned a boatman, and the three of them boarded a vessel to cross over. At that moment, the Wangjiang Tower was teeming with visitors, a veritable melting pot of humanity. The structure had been divided into 7 distinct areas, allowing patrons to wander according to their preferences. Zhong Peng found himself within the realm of the poetry excellence, one of the 7 exceptional zones. Chapter 9. The night of an eye to the three of them strolled leisurely until they arrived at Wangjiang Tower. Zhong Peng gazed intently at the structure, which stood across the river, flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with a bridge arching over and numerous boats ferrying passengers back and forth. The tower resembled a colossal gold ingot, eliciting admiration for the ingenuity of its builders. Such a marvel of craftsmanship was truly commendable. The steward summoned a boatman, and the 3 boarded the vessel to cross. Upon reaching Wangjiang Tower, they found it teeming with visitors, a cacophony of voices blending together. The tower was divided into 7 sections, each allowing guests to explore according to their interests. Zhong Peng found himself in the poetic excellence area, which encompassed not only poetry recitation and composition, but a myriad of related pursuits. What is happening over there? Zhong Peng inquired, pointing towards a gathering of onlookers. The steward glanced in the direction indicated. Oh, brother, you are unaware? I and Oppos, V told you to read more. That is the spot for couplets, Zhong Ling interjected eagerly. The steward explained that a half-finished couplet hung prominently, with only the first line displayed. Participants could either respond with a matching couplet for a reward or propose their own first line for others to match, setting the stakes themselves. For instance, if the wager was set at 100 taels, the responder would receive 70, while the steward would keep 30. Should no one respond, the steward would pay out 50 taels as a reward for the challenger. It could be considered a peculiar form of gambling, a prime opportunity for talented individuals to leap to success or amass wealth overnight, Zhong Ling elaborated. Ah, that is rather intriguing. The mind that conceived such a scheme is certainly extraordinary. It is a surefire profit, Zhong Peng remarked. Indeed, young master, your perspective is flawed. The house places all literati at a disadvantage, ensuring losses outweigh victories. Only esteemed scholars or those with inflated egos would dare to propose their own lines, the steward countered. Puzzled by Zhong Peng's assertion, you have made a valid point. Uncle Zhong, one need only look around to see that the world is rife with those who possess an inflated sense of self, much like the man upon the platform. Zhong Peng said, noticing an individual addressing the hanging couplet. The man, clad in golden robes, was flanked by 4 armed guards. After a moment of contemplation, he rolled up his sleeves and began to write with fervor. I feel like I've seen this person before, Zhong Peng mused, recalling the man's presence at Zui Xianglu. Who is that? Zhong Peng asked the steward. Ah, that is the 4th prince, Long Ji, His Royal Highness, the steward replied. Oh, the 4th prince? Uncle Zhong, can you discern the abilities of his guards? How do they compare to yours? Zhong Peng scoffed. To emerge dressed like that is to ensure everyone knows he is a prince. The ruler of Yunlan Kingdom had 5 sons, the 1st Prince Long Ying, the 2nd Prince Long Hao, the 3rd Prince Long Shuo, the 4th Prince Long Ji, and the 5th Prince Long Jia. All 4 guards were at the initial level of Earth origin, easily vanquishable by Zhong Peng. Why do you ask? Are you considering causing trouble? This time, it's against a prince, the steward thought, though he answered truthfully. Very well, let us go and observe. Perhaps we can profit from him, Zhong Peng declared, moving forward. The steward and Zhong Ling exchanged glances. Did he truly believe he could succeed? They shook their heads and followed. Come, hang this up for me, Long Ji commanded, handing his response to one of his attendants, who swiftly leaped up to affix it, then spun in the air before returning to his post. The crowd erupted in applause. The first line read, "Inch of land for a temple. Beside the temple poetry is spoken, as the bright moon sends the monk home to the ancient temple." Long Ji's response was, "Double trees for a forest. Beneath the forest a prohibition is indicated, as the axe enters the mountains in due time." Listening to the audience's admiration, Long Ji smiled warmly, clasping his hands in greeting. The creation of couplets is but a trivial aspect of poetry. I beg your pardon for any laughter I may have caused. Allow me to propose a first line for everyone to match. I am willing to offer 10,000 taels as a reward. With that, he instructed the steward to prepare the necessary materials, writing it down and hanging it prominently. Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang Flow, beneath Wangjiang Tower, One gazes upon Wangjiang flow. The tower and the river endure through the ages. The fourth prince was indeed a prodigy, effortlessly crafting couplets. One flatterer exclaimed, awestruck. Long Ji maintained a composed silence, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. As the saying goes, amidst the verdant and resilient, humility can sustain oneself. Inu well, Inu shadow. Within the Inu well, the shadow of the moon is impressed. The well and the shadow endure for millennia. Suddenly, a voice arose from the crowd, drawing everyone and Apos' attention. A handsome face, adorned with a gentle smile, approached the platform, flanked by an elderly man and a child, a sight that captivated many onlookers. I wonder if my response is satisfactory? Zhong Peng asked the steward. The young master's response is undoubtedly impeccable. There can be no doubt about it, the steward affirmed. That is good to hear, then my reward. Zhong Peng gestured towards the stack of silver notes on the table. Of course, it is yours. However, as per regulations, I must collect 3,000 taels. The remainder is yours to keep. The steward quickly counted out 3,000 taels and handed the rest to Zhong Peng. This is your reward. Please accept it. Thank you. Zhong Peng replied, taking the notes and turning to leave. Young master, please wait. Longji extended his hand, fingers splayed, addressing Zhong Peng. Oh, what does the fourth prince wish to impart? Zhong Peng turned, clasping his hands in respect towards Longji. Ah, I was captivated by your literary talent. Might I inquire your name and place of residence? Longji asked amiably. Your Highness, you flatter me. I hail from a humble village, and my name is merely a moniker. It is of little significance, Zhong Peng responded modestly. How bold! To disregard the fourth prince's inquiries. One of Longji's guards stepped forward, hand resting on his sword, confronting Zhong Peng. The steward, Zhong Gongcheng, narrowed his eyes, gathering energy in his palm, prepared to act should the situation escalate. Forgive my rudeness, Longji interjected, using his folding fan to shield Zhong Peng from the guard, signaling him to step back. I observe you possess a dignified demeanor, unlike that of a rustic. Your Highness jest. At such a grand event, how could one act otherwise without disrespecting the occasion? You see, my little sister has not eaten for several days, and all I can present is this attire. Zhong Peng pointed to Zhong Ling and the steward, continuing. I had intended to seek employment in the city, yet work has proven elusive. As fate would have it, I stumbled upon this gathering of poetic excellence. And if I may be so bold, I hope to try my luck. I did not expect to encounter your Highness here. I beg your pardon for any shortcomings. Zhong Peng spoke earnestly, his demeanor respectful. The crowd fell silent, sensing an awkwardness in his words. Was he implying that the fourth prince's couplets could be matched by anyone who had attended school? How could he dare to suggest such a thing? Longji managed a strained smile. Since you seek employment, would you care to serve in my household? I would treat you as a guest. A glint of malice flickered in Longji's eyes. Once you enter my domain, I shall ensure you are well entertained. Otherwise, how could I justify your presence? Longji maintained his smile, embodying the poise expected of royalty, despite the underlying tension. Zhong Peng discerned this, feeling a wave of disdain. Even as a member of the royal family, he was small-minded, unable to tolerate any slight. It was easy to foresee that should he rise to prominence, the voices of the common people would be filled with grievances, their lives in despair. Chapter 10. In I Day Zhong Peng. Ha! Your Highness, you truly overestimate me. I am merely a humble villager, unworthy of such grand recognition. Moreover, I have lived a life of ease and contentment, so I thank you for your kindness. Fools! How could one let such a golden opportunity slip away? If it were me, I would have accepted without hesitation. What a splendid affair this is, an impossibility beyond dreams. A collective sigh arose among the crowd. It seems the young master is also a carefree spirit. In that case, I shall not press him further. However, I still have a pair, and I hope the young master will bestow his wisdom upon me. I shall offer an additional 10,000 taels as a reward. Zhong Peng, what merit or ability do I possess? As the saying goes, contentment brings happiness. I am already satisfied with today's earnings, which I estimate will last me a lifetime. Modesty does not suit you, young master. You are immensely talented, and I believe you can produce something remarkable, the prince insisted. Before Zhong Peng could respond, Longji spoke up. I, a Russian, ride extraordinary steeds, draw long bows, and wield a single spear in battle, with zither and lutes as my companions. All under the heavens. He straightened his back and raised his head, as did the four men behind him, all proclaiming their princely status. Zhong Peng frowned. Is he truly so oblivious? Does he mistake kindness for weakness? If he seeks to provoke, I shall oblige him. The crowd pondered Long Zhi's initial couplet, which seemed composed of characters formed from radicals, appearing simple, yet culminating in a four-character idiom sharing the same radical. After a moment, they shook their heads, observing Zhong Peng and Apos' similar reaction. It appears this fellow lacks prowess as well. The subsequent couplet he so casually spoke must have been mere fortune, a ruse to elevate his standing with the fourth prince. Zhong Ling also contemplated for a long while, noticing Zhong Peng's frown, and shared her skepticism. Eureka! Listen closely. Zhong Peng leapt up, excitement radiating from him. You, a false human, wearing fine garments, will seize with ease. The four spirits of mischief shall linger by your side. He gestured toward Long Zhi, indicating with precision. Yet, upon completion, he quickly retracted his hand, as if fearing his own words. How perplexing. I cannot believe it took me so long to arrive at that. Please forgive me. I was overly excited and did not intend to point fingers, you understand. His attempt at clarification fell flat, leaving the crowd to gaze at him in astonishment. Such pretentiousness. How could those so-called talented individuals endure this? Zhong Ling gazed at him, wide-eyed, brimming with admiration. Before the crowd could react, Zhong Peng seized a silver note from the table, counting it with a grin of pure delight. Handing over 3,000 taels to the steward, he stuffed the remainder into his robe, his smile radiant. Truly, you possess exceptional talent, young master. If you do not provide your name, it would be a great loss to me, Long Zhi said, his face darkening. Zhong Peng ignored his demeanor, cheerfully responding. It is but a humble man who fears to disturb the fourth prince's sensibilities. Oh, now my curiosity is piqued. Do share, I shall not hold it against you. Long Zhi forced a smile. Zhong Peng, in that case, you, my dear sir. Long Zhi's smile vanished, replaced by a scowl. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, questioning if they had misheard. I knew you would misunderstand. My surname is Ni, and my given name is Day, which means and Apos, night. And Apos, I was born at night. And since my family resided in the countryside with little education, I felt the name Day sounded more masculine and grand, Zhong Peng explained. The crowd was left in bewilderment, utterly taken aback by the peculiarity of the name. Zhong Ling, listening to Zhong Peng's explanation, covered her face with her hand, bowing her head with a chuckle. Oh brother, you are too mischievous, too hilarious. Let me have a moment to laugh. Thank you for the silver, fourth prince. Zhong Peng bowed politely, then, accompanied by an elder and a child, strutted away, indifferent to the gazes of others. Long Zhi glared at Zhong Peng's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. He signaled to one of his companions to follow, who nodded before disappearing into the crowd. Ha, young master and I is indeed a rare talent. I feel fortunate to have someone like him in Yunlan. Let us continue our poetry and couplets. Should any talented individual arise, I shall certainly employ them under the same conditions as before. Long Zhi addressed the audience with a smile, though the sincerity of his words was evident to all. How amusing indeed. Nearby, a man perched on the railing, holding a wine gourd, tilted his head back for a drink. How is it that I am out of wine again? He shook the gourd and sighed. Zhong Peng and company explored every corner, beginning with the music section. They simply reveled in the melodies, feeling like leaves dancing in the breeze of music, an indescribable comfort enveloping them. In the chess area, four pairs of opponents maneuvered their pieces, deep in thought as they approached the middle game, each move executed with utmost care, surveying the overall trajectory of the match. Amidst the calligraphy, the steward, Zhang Gongcheng, refused to be outdone, inscribing forceful characters on paper. Zhang Ping couldn't help but admire his craftsmanship. A warrior could possess such exquisite calligraphy. When it came to painting, Zhong Ling insisted on using Zhong Peng as her model, standing by the pavilion with a folding fan. A slight smile gracing her face. Zhong Ping groaned, repeatedly asking if she was finished. Do not be so disheartened. I have portrayed you handsomely, Zhong Ling reassured him. What good is handsomeness if it is not true to myself? Zhong Peng rolled his eyes, too fatigued to continue the conversation. Their antics drew the complaints of the fourth prince's guards, who were tasked with remaining hidden. Should Zhong Peng and his companions become aware of his presence, it would be disastrous. In truth, Zhong Peng had long sensed him but chose to disregard it. Unbeknownst to them, another figure followed in the shadows. After Zhong Peng and his friends enjoyed a cup of tea and wine, they finally made their exit. Along the way, passers-by pointed and whispered about Zhong Peng. Did you see? That is an idea. Earlier, during the poetry competition, He made the fourth prince concede defeat. And now the prince wishes to employ him as a guest scholar. Yet, this fellow seems unwilling. Is he not foolish? One remarked. Indeed, what a peculiar name. A truly unique individual. His actions may seem foolish, but with such talent, he must hail from a prominent family. Perhaps he simply does not care for the position. Another analyzed. That does make sense. It could very well be the case. The first replied, relieved. Before long, the name Ni Day echoed throughout Yunlin City, becoming a topic of conversation among those who had indulged in food and drink. Zhong Peng smiled at the thought. This name would serve as his second identity. The guards sighed in relief, finally able to exit the crowded venue where it was difficult to maintain their covert presence. Oh, is the revelry over? I suppose it is time for me to leave as well. Haha, like that shadowy figure. I too am curious to discover the true identity of young master and I. How potent is curiosity in directing human affairs? The man mused to himself, a wine gourd hanging at his waist, as he faded away into nothingness. Chapter 11. Uninvited Guest's Brother. Today has been exceedingly amusing, particularly during the poetry contest. I could hardly suppress my laughter, reminisced Zhongling haha. The expression on Long Ji's face turned as dark as coal. Because of you, I have come to realize that the renowned Yunlin First Cross is nothing but a fabrication. Utterly unfounded. Zhongling observed curiously, scrutinizing Zhong Peng. Of course, this young master possesses extraordinary talent. It simply remains concealed from the public eye, Zhong Peng replied, proudly tilting his head, embodying an air of superiority that prompted another bout of laughter from Zhongling. What is so amusing? You two troublemaking spirits have no idea of the trouble you might attract. The fourth prince, Long Ji, is not one to be trifled with. Today, having suffered such humiliation at your hands, he certainly will not let it slide, the butler expressed with concern. We are disguised. He cannot possibly know it is us. Zhongling thought it strange, wondering if the butler was overly worried. Miss, you are unaware. Within this imperial city, it is quite feasible for a prince to locate an individual. It is merely a matter of time, the butler explained. Ah, for instance, like that person behind us who is following us, Zhong Peng remarked with a sly smile. Upon hearing Zhong Peng's words, Zhongling instinctively glanced back. The pursuer swiftly concealed himself, averting his gaze from Zhong Peng. Let us proceed this way, Zhong Peng suggested, leading towards an alley. The pursuer, realizing he had lost sight of Zhong Peng and the others, felt a sense of urgency and hurried after them. When he reached the alley and found it blocked by a high wall, he frowned in frustration. Ah, how curious it is that we meet again, little Qi. A voice suddenly called from behind. The pursuer turned to see the three smiling at him. Upon hearing the address, he paused, recalling Zhong Peng's previous remark, and his expression turned cold. Young master and I, your eloquence continues to astound me, though I remain at a loss, the pursuer said, his face impassive. Ah, you flatter me, Zhong Peng replied with a courteous smile. Pray, what brings you to pursue me so relentlessly? Surely it cannot be my striking good looks. Humph. I come at the behest of my master to invite you all to our residence for a discussion, the pursuer huffed, clearly reluctant to elaborate. The fourth prince truly exemplifies the virtue of humility. I am quite taken aback by this honor. But what if I decline? Zhong Peng retorted dismissively. Should you choose to reject my invitation, I shall be compelled to take you by force, the pursuer threatened, his eyes narrowing. Ah, what a pity. Zhong Peng sighed, shaking his head. What is so regrettable? The pursuer inquired, intrigued. Were those three little rascals to join us, perhaps I would reconsider, but with just you. It seems unlikely you could manage to take us away, Zhong Peng declared. Is that so? Then we shall see, the pursuer replied, unsheathing his blade and lunging at Zhong Peng and his companions. Uncle Zhong, I require him alive, Zhong Peng instructed the butler. The butler sprang into action, channeling his energy to intercept the descending blade with one hand, while delivering a strike to the pursuer's chest with the other. The force sent the pursuer flying several meters away, his weapon clattering to the ground. After enduring such a blow, the pursuer gasped, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. Blood spilling from his mouth, realizing he had faced a formidable opponent. Zhong Peng observed with a sense of astonishment. The disparity in their cultivation levels was indeed vast. Even a single strike was beyond the pursuer's capacity to withstand. Zhong Peng, still a novice at the Xian Yuan realm, could hardly fathom the consequences had the butler unleashed his full strength. Suddenly, Zhong Peng felt as though a pair of eyes were fixed upon him, though devoid of malice. The sensation was unsettling, akin to being scrutinized while strolling through a bustling street. Turning towards the mouth of the alley, he leaned towards the butler and whispered, "Uncle Jean, please escort this individual and linger back. Bind him and confine him in the secret chamber. I shall return shortly." Though the butler was perplexed, he nodded in agreement. Hoisting the unconscious guard and leading Zhongling away. Zhongling was unaware of Zhongping's reasons for not accompanying them, but she chose not to inquire, glancing back every few steps as they departed. Once the two had rounded the corner, Zhongping still felt the weight of those watchful eyes upon him. He swiftly scaled a high wall, continually altering his path. Could this fellow truly have noticed me? It seems improbable given his lowly Xian Yuan cultivation. The hidden observer pondered, beginning to doubt his own thoughts. Zhongping changed his route, weaving through various alleys, occasionally altering his appearance, yet the feeling of being pursued persisted, as if clinging to him like a stubborn parasite. Despite his efforts, he could not shake off the pursuer, whose prowess was evidently formidable, yet remained hidden and unengaged. Why was that? Zhongping contemplated. Unbeknownst to him, the concealed observer was equally astonished. Is this lad human or a monster? Such an uncanny manner of movement. Even I, at the Zun Yuan level, nearly lost track of him. Truly bizarre. I should have followed those two instead. After a brief contest of wits, Zhongping emerged from a narrow alley, no longer resembling his original self or the identity of an day. He strode purposefully down the street, and once the feeling subsided, he made his way homeward. Where did he go? The hidden observer wondered, scanning the crowd. "Ah, there," he exclaimed, darting in the direction Zhongping had taken. Zhongping strolled leisurely until he reached the entrance of the general's residence, now bathed in the hues of dusk, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon his face. "Stop. What is your business here at the general's residence?" a guard inquired, eyeing the unfamiliar face. Before Zhongping could respond, the butler emerged and declared, "Stand aside. This is young Master Zhong." "Young Master?" The guard bowed respectfully. Zhongping nodded and entered. "Ah, it appears to be one of General Zhong's people," the hidden observer mused. As Zhongping approached the hall, the sensation returned, prompting him to furrow his brow and gaze skyward. "With friends arriving from afar, how delightful it is. Since you are here, I invite you to reveal yourself, so that I may extend my hospitality," he called out. Could this lad truly have discerned my presence? Surely, he must be attempting to deceive me. To reveal myself now would be sheer folly, the hidden observer thought. The butler, overhearing Zhongping's words, wore a perplexed expression. "What is the matter, young master? I have not perceived anything amiss. Why does it seem as though someone has been following you here?" After a moment of silence, with no response, a smirk crept across Zhongping and Appo's face. "Ah, to the one lurking in the shadows, you have trailed me from the gathering to this very spot. Though I cannot discern your location, I am certain you are within this courtyard," he declared, casting a casual glance towards a large tree illuminated by the setting sun. As a seasoned assassin, Zhongping believed that the tree provided the perfect cover. Under the waning light, anyone gazing towards it would see nothing but a hazy silhouette. Quite the clever lad indeed, the hidden observer thought, feeling as though he had been uncovered. He leaped down from the tree and landed gracefully on the stone steps. With a whoosh, numerous figures emerged from all directions, weapons drawn, swiftly encircling the hidden observer, while others positioned themselves protectively in front of Zhongping. "There's no need for such alarm. I am not a villain." The observer raised his hands, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Zhongping felt a surge of amusement at the remark. "Sir, your words are quite superfluous in my view. What constitutes a good person and what defines a bad person? In the eyes of the common folk, a killer may be seen as a hero, yet in the hearts of the slain, are they not villains? The distinction between good and evil is but a fleeting thought. When I perceive you as a good person, even if the masses denounce you, you remain good in my eyes, and vice versa. Do you not agree, sir?" Ha. Truly a man of profound thought. Your words resonate deeply, esteemed sir." The man chuckled heartily. Zhongping replied, "I am uncertain of your purpose for visiting, but should you seek assistance, I shall endeavor to aid you to the best of my abilities. Alas, my position is humble, and I fear I may be of little help within the confines of this imperial city." With a gentle smile, the man continued, "Recently, I have been captivated by your sharp wit and humorous demeanor, as well as your carefree spirit, which compelled me to follow you here. However, I find myself somewhat weary and would appreciate a cup of wine and a place to rest for the night, if it would not be too much trouble. Given that, please, do enter, esteemed sir." Zhongping gestured invitingly, Allow me a moment to prepare some fine wine and delectable dishes. He waved his hand to signal the others to withdraw and assumed a posture of invitation. The steward attempted to dissuade Zhongpeng, but he was met with a light-hearted smile that reassured him. The steward hesitated, then instructed the others to leave. Chapter 12. The interrogation guard before long. The table was laden with an array of dishes. Once the host and guests were seated, Zhongpeng raised his glass and jovially inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name, sir?" The man lifted the wine jar from the table, inhaled deeply, and exclaimed, "Ah, indeed, fine wine. Today, with wine in hand, let us indulge without concern for others and oppos, identities. As you so aptly put it, a name is merely a designation, it matters not what one is called." With that, he poured a large bowl and tilted his head back to drink it all in one go. "Ha ha, how refreshing. Indeed, sir, you possess a liberating spirit," Zhongpeng remarked. "But why do you not remove your disguise? Drinking is a means of relaxation, and only then can one truly reveal their genuine self. I have my reasons for this manner of conduct. When the time is right, you shall know. There is no need for haste. In any case, my intentions are benign." He lifted the bowl again, taking another hearty sip, and added with interest, "Yet you, my friend, seem to change your appearance as if by magic. One might think you are of the demon race, a mere practitioner of the Xianyuan realm, and yet you nearly eluded my senses. Quite unexpected." Zhongpeng's heart sank in astonishment. How could he perceive my cultivation level when Uncle Zhong could not? Yet, he maintained a calm exterior, smiling as gently as a spring breeze, providing a sense of ease. "Sir, you flatter me. In life, one ought to possess a skill or two," he replied modestly. "Indeed, you are correct. In these tumultuous times, lacking even the slightest ability would surely lead to being swallowed by the tide of war," the man mused, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. "Why the lamentation, sir? Do you harbor some concerns?" Zhongpeng queried. "Ah, who among us is free from entanglements? But let us not dwell on such matters. Living well in the present is paramount. Come, today I am grateful for your exquisite hospitality of food and drink. So I raise my glass in your honor." "Please, no need for formality," Zhongpeng replied, lifting his own cup and downing it in one gulp. "Excellent. Come, come. Do indulge. Such a feast would be a pity to waste." The man seized a chicken leg, biting into it without reservation, occasionally inviting Zhongpeng and others to partake. After a hearty meal and a few rounds of drink, the man appeared slightly intoxicated. Having feasted and imbibed, it is time for rest. "I wonder where I shall stay?" "The guest room is ready. I shall escort you there," Zhongpeng assured, signaling the steward to assist the man as they made their way to the guest chamber. Upon reaching the room, the steward laid him upon the bed. "Rest well, sir. I shall not intrude further." "I will return tomorrow," Zhongpeng said. "I'm good," the man murmured dreamily. Zhongpeng and the steward exited, gently closing the door behind them. "Young master, this man's origins are unclear, I fear," the steward whispered. "Uncle Zhong, do not worry, there will be no issues." "Let us first check the secret chamber to see if the guard has awakened," Zhongpeng interrupted. In the secret chamber, a man was firmly bound to a chair, shaking his head as he gradually regained consciousness. Through blurred vision, he discerned two figures standing opposite him. One smiled at him, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide, attempting to rise but finding himself unable to move, terror evident in his gaze. "Where's this? Who are you? How dare you treat me thus? Do you not know the consequences?" the guard exclaimed, his bravado faltering. "You need not concern yourself with where you are. You are merely a lowly guard. There is no need for fear. We are quite amicable. As long as you answer my questions properly, all will be well. Otherwise, haha." The unfinished sentence, coupled with a chilling laugh, sent shivers down the spine, the threat unmistakable. Why should I answer you? Since I have fallen into your hands, do as you will. Do not expect me to divulge anything," the guard retorted defiantly. He considered himself a master, not easily intimidated by mere threats. So you have chosen not to cooperate. I hope you can maintain that stubbornness," Zhongpeng remarked mockingly. He strode towards the guard, raising his foot to stomp down hard on the immobilized foot. With a cracking sound, the guard winced in pain, about to scream, only to have his mouth covered with a cloth that Zhongpeng inexplicably produced, while his foot relentlessly stomped. The guard broke into a cold sweat, his eyes widening in horror until he slumped unconscious. A basin of cold water splashed down, rousing him once more. He awoke to find Zhongpeng smiling down at him. Fear etched in his eyes as he averted his gaze, unable to meet the stare. Without hesitation, Zhong Peng struck the guard, shattering his teeth and crushing his jaw to prevent him from biting his tongue. How do you feel? Shall we try that again? Oh, but you are a tough one. Surely you are not bothered by such pain? My apologies, I should not have asked. I underestimated your resilience, he said, raising his foot again as if to stomp. And no, I will tell you everything you wish to know. I beg you, do not kill me. The guard stammered, his speech slurred and incoherent, as he realized that preserving his life was all that mattered. You do not possess the standing to negotiate terms with me. You may choose to remain silent, truly. Zhong Peng replied with disarming kindness. The guard, gazing at that smiling face, felt an overwhelming dread. No, I shall speak. I will tell you everything. Good. That is the correct attitude. A wise person knows when to yield. Had I known this earlier, I would not have been burdened so, Zhong Peng remarked, finding a chair to sit down and crossing his legs. Listen carefully, for I shall ask only once. I am a patient man, yet my patience has limits. So you must ponder your responses before answering immediately. Should there be any deceit, you know the consequences. I would never dare to utter a lie. The guard promised earnestly. Very well then, Zhong Peng nodded. What is the meaning behind you bringing me to Longji's residence? The guard replied. Today, the young master was humiliated at the grand feast, and the fourth prince, in his wrath, will undoubtedly torment him in countless ways, making him wish for death. Ah, that is to be expected, Zhong Peng continued. What transpired at the Zhuexiang building on that day? Which day? The guard asked, puzzled. Oh, do you often visit there? To be honest, the fourth prince takes us there frequently for revelry. Please specify the exact date. Oh, so the treatment is so splendid, he said, removing his disguise to reveal his true visage. Zhong Xiao, it is you. The guard gasped. Quite the surprise, is it not? Now, tell me about that day when I clashed with Suisongqiu. The guard strained to recall. That day, we went there as usual to drink. We even saw the first prince with someone else, but shortly thereafter, the first prince departed, leaving that person behind. As we began to drink, an argument erupted on your side, and then things escalated. Who was the person beside the first prince? Do you recognize him? Zhong Peng pressed. I do not know him. He seemed unfamiliar, the guard replied. Very well, continue. We were watching from above, and the fourth prince remarked, how amusing it is to witness this dog-eat-dog scenario today. Let us drink a few more cups. We did not intervene, merely drank and observed. The guard recounted in detail. Zhong Peng's expression suddenly darkened. How could he be referred to as a dog by others? What was that person beside the first prince doing? I was too busy enjoying the spectacle to pay attention. But when we left, I glanced back, and he had already vanished, the guard said. Could you see his appearance clearly? He wore a black robe, his face obscured by a hat, so I could not make out his features. However, his eyes were deeply set, quite frightening. Zhong Peng mentally simulated the scene from that moment, meticulously deducing step by step based on the words of the guard. He found himself at a loss. If it was not Longji, then who could it be? Regardless, there were some clues to pursue, and he resolved to investigate the figure cloaked in black at a later time. Zhong Peng, I am pleased with your response, so I shall grant you a swift resolution. Fear not, I will ensure you are delivered to your master, the guard stated, as twilight descended. You ought to rest now. And no, young Master Zhong, please do not kill me. I shall obey your every command from now on. The guard stammered anxiously. What use do I have for someone like you? Zhong Peng retorted, raising his hand directly at the guard. Please, young Master Zhong, I have one more thing to tell you. I beg you to spare my life, the guard implored, staring wide-eyed at the outstretched hand, speaking rapidly. Oh, do share, Zhong Peng replied. You must understand that you have no leverage to demand anything from me. Whether you live or die depends entirely on your behavior. He withdrew his hand, speaking coldly. Very well, I shall speak. A few days ago, my companions and I encountered Miss Zhongling on the street in the company of the fourth prince. Upon realizing she was from the Zhong family, the fourth prince remarked that although she is but a young girl, she possesses unparalleled beauty and charm. He suggested that we find an opportunity to bring her to him for his amusement. Before the guard could finish his sentence, Zhong Peng swiftly snapped his neck, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth and declared, Ah, Longji, I swear I shall not rest until you are dead. The guard had undoubtedly committed numerous heinous acts alongside Longji, rendering his demise inconsequential. Chapter 13. The timorous dragon Ji. At the moment when Zhong Peng dispatched the guard, a wisp of pure energy emanated from the guard's body, merging into the dantian beneath the black dot within Zhong Peng. An overwhelming sensation of comfort enveloped him, and upon introspection, he observed that the primordial energy within the Dantian began to stir with newfound vitality. Wisps of mist ascended, continuously merging into the black dot, which swelled at a visibly rapid pace. It eventually ceased its expansion when it reached the size of an orange, having more than doubled in size. To Zhongpeng's astonishment, within that lay another black point, the size of a sesame seed, yet darker than its predecessor. Meanwhile, the Dantian beneath the white that remained utterly still, showing no signs of change. As Zhongpeng savored the transformation within himself and the enhancement of his power, he was astounded to discover that slaying a handful of Yuan realm cultivators could elevate his own rank. He had now ascended to the third tier of the Xian Yuan realm, a remarkable leap of 2 ranks. He mused, this technique is truly extraordinary, capable of transforming the essence of death into personal strength. Though the nature of that black that remains a mystery, it cannot be anything but beneficial. A smile involuntarily crept across his face as he contemplated severing the head of this individual, a grand gift for Longji. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Zhongpeng's eyes, sending a shiver down the spine of even the steward, revealing the depth of his animosity towards Longji. Meanwhile, within the fourth prince's estate, Longji paced restlessly in his study, his previously handsome visage now marred by a furrowed brow. It is well past the appointed time. Why has Zhao Neng not returned? Could something have occurred en route? Longji muttered softly. Typically, Zhao Neng was diligent and reliable, and Longji had always entrusted him with tasks without a second thought. Yet today, he found himself perplexed that Zhao Neng had yet to return from dealing with a trifling trio of insignificant foes. Unbeknownst to Longji, the guard he awaited was named Zhao Neng, a detail Zhongpeng had not inquired about. Perhaps he deemed the name of a dying man unworthy of significance. Moments later, footsteps echoed from outside. Your Highness, a messenger has arrived with a parcel, claiming it is for you. Additionally, there is a letter that requires your personal attention. Longji responded, Oh, where is the messenger now? The messenger departed immediately after delivering the items to me. Very well, present the items to me, Longji commanded. After placing the items upon the desk, Longji instructed the attendant to withdraw, his mind swirling with curiosity about the cinder and the contents. After a moment of contemplation, he sat at the desk, hoping to uncover the answers he sought. He picked up the letter, which bore no indication of its sender. Only the words for your highness's eyes only. Upon opening it, his expression shifted from confusion to indignation, prompting him to rise in anger. The letter read, Today, I am deeply grateful to the fourth prince for your generous donation of 20,000 taels of silver, alleviating my worries regarding provisions. I must commend you, your highness, for your audacity in standing upon a lofty platform, composing verse with such shamelessness. Your ability to maintain such a facade is truly admirable. One must possess a thick skin to achieve such a feat. You, as a noble, must surely find little interest in wealth. To express my admiration, I present you with this unique gift, hoping it pleases you. I trust the contents will remain etched in your memory. Rest assured, if this humble offering does not meet your expectations, I shall endeavor to provide something even more extraordinary in the future. The letter concluded with the signature, Longji's humble servant presents this, accompanied by a crude depiction of a turtle. The blatant mockery and insults struck Longji like daggers, igniting a fury within him. In a fit of rage, he tore the letter apart and slammed his fist onto the table, cracking its surface, yet his anger remained unquenched. I shall see what you have sent me, he declared, sinking back into his seat and opening the carefully wrapped box. A golden silk cloth covered the contents. Upon lifting it, he recoiled in horror, falling backward, his chair collapsing beneath him without his notice. Before him lay a bloodied head, the eyes wide in terror. The mouth agape with a message inscribed on the forehead, Your Highness, I long for you. Come join me. Longji, paralyzed by fear, crouched against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. He tried to scream, but his voice faltered. Seek someone. He managed to stammer, his words fragmented. Soon, attendants heard his calls and rushed in, finding him huddled in the corner. Your Highness, what has happened? They inquired, perplexed. Quickly, cover that thing on the desk, Longji urged. As soon as the attendants arrived, he felt a measure of relief, allowing them to assist him to his feet, though his legs continued to shake and cold sweat poured down his brow. One of the attendants glanced at the desk and gasped, Zhao Neng. How could this be? After a few moments, Longji felt the tremors subside and slowly settled into the chair. Regaining some composure, he suddenly slammed his palm on the table, rising to kick it over. causing the head to roll out of the box. In that moment, Long Ji felt utterly humiliated, his voice rising in fury. What audacity! To murder my guard! This cannot go unpunished. At any cost, I shall hunt down an Ide. I shall flay him alive. The evidence was undeniable. Zhao Neng had been slain by an Ide. Before this moment, Long Ji would never have accepted such a reality. Had someone informed him that Zhao Neng had perished at the hands of an Ide, he would have laughed heartily, dismissing the notion that 3 individuals, each merely at the 9th tier of the Xian Yuan realm, could possibly kill a guard of the Earth Yuan realm. It was absurd, akin to a toad dreaming of soaring to the heavens. An Ide was certainly not his true name. Such an affront could not go unpunished. Long Ji vowed that he would make this man suffer beyond comprehension. Make sure to take that useless head out and feed it to the dogs, Long Ji commanded, pointing at the severed head on the floor. If Zhao Neng had not been sent on this errand, he would not have met such a gruesome fate. How could one overlook the past? In death, he received such an indignity. Would he face a similar fate in the future? Long Ji's heart was filled with hatred, devoid of even a hint of sorrow. Those who offended him deserved death. Who could this Ide possibly be? Long Ji pondered. Humph, no matter who you are, I shall not let you escape. In stark contrast to Long Ji's minor tribulations, Zhong Peng was on the verge of experiencing true terror. A group of shadowy figures gathered in an inn, whispering amongst themselves. Moments later, they extinguished the lamps on the tables and dispersed into the night, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 14. The Midnight Assassination in the Stillness of the Night. Punctuated only by the faint cries of small creatures, Zhong Peng found rare rest, lost in dreams. Shadows, utilizing the surrounding environment to their advantage, stealthily approached. Sensing the right moment, they swiftly leaped over the walls into the courtyard of the Zhong residence, moving like phantoms without a whisper. Even the most perceptive of creatures remained oblivious to their presence, engrossed in their own melodies. These figures navigated the grounds with the familiarity of seasoned intruders, evading the so-called elaborate defenses that failed to detect them. Only one individual noticed their presence. Inside a side room, a figure sat with hands clasped, 1 foot propped high. It seemed the young man was quite valuable, as so many sought his life. I shall investigate and intervene. He cannot perish so easily, the individual mused, before leaping from the window to follow the assailants. The intruders brandished blackened blades, clad in dark attire, slowly forming a semicircle around Zhong Peng's chamber. The moonlight elongated their shadows ominously. Suddenly, Zhong Peng felt a pang of trepidation in his slumber, an instinct that had saved him countless times before. He opened his eyes to see shadows encroaching upon the window. Who goes there? He inquired warily, only to be met with a barrage of hidden weapons raining down like a torrential storm. Realizing his peril, the assailants disregarded the risk of being detected by the guards and launched a decisive attack, determined to eliminate Zhong Peng in one fell swoop. The projectiles glinted menacingly in the moonlight, whistling through the air toward their target. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhong Peng swiftly tossed his blanket out as a first line of defense. Then he activated a hidden mechanism, causing the bed to split in two. Before it could fully separate, he leaped into the concealed chamber, and the bed closed behind him. The hidden weapons pierced the blanket, embedding themselves into the bed, more than 11 in total. The events unfolded in the blink of an eye, too swift to articulate. Trouble brews. There are assassins. Outside, the guards finally realized the commotion within and rushed toward the source of the disturbance. Hidden in the secret chamber, Zhong Peng heard a voice call out, "Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Our mission is to eliminate Zhong Peng. Once he is dead, our task is complete. Charge in." Shortly after, shouts of shattering windows and kicking doors echoed outside. "Where is he?" one exclaimed while searching frantically. "Such audacity to invade the general's estate. Capture them all. Let not a single one escape." The guards had arrived, led by the butler, Zhong Gongqing, whose face bore a fierce expression as he glared at the cloaked figures. If anything were to happen to Zhong Peng, how could he face the general? Last time, his negligence had led to a crisis. Upon hearing the butler's voice, Zhong Peng felt a surge of hope. Reinforcements had arrived. However, it was only a matter of time before the intruders discovered his hiding place. He carefully activated the mechanism and emerged from within, drawing the attention of the searching figures. "There," one shouted, alerting the others as he lunged toward Zhong Peng with a blade. Zhong Peng dodged to the left, seizing the attacker's wrist with one hand while gripping his neck with the other. A sickening crack echoed as the man fell lifelessly to the ground. There was no time to pause. An onslaught of attacks followed. In the confined space, Zhong Peng utilized all his agility to evade the blows aimed at vital areas. He darted left and right, but a sword grazed his shoulder, tearing through his garment and leaving a deep wound. This sacrifice brought him closer to the window. Stop him. He must not escape. One shouted frantically, but it was too late. Zhong Peng reached the window, leaping out to join the reinforcements. The attacker, a moment too slow, only managed to slice a portion of Zhong Peng's clothing. The assassins followed suit, leaping out to confront the encirclement. Some, realizing their mission had failed and escape was futile, raised their weapons in self-destruction. Others, however, resolved to fight to the bitter end, their eyes filled with desperation as they gripped their weapons tightly. Zhong Peng assessed the remaining 13 foes, noting their feeble auras, none stronger than the 8th rank of the human origin realm. Some were even weaker than himself. Otherwise, they would not have fallen so easily. Capture is unnecessary. Eliminate them swiftly, he commanded, knowing these individuals had already resigned themselves to death. What could they divulge? Given their meager cultivation, questions would yield no answers. With a resounding battle cry, the guards surged forward to engage the black-clad assailants. 2 spiraling ribbons shot forth from Zhong Peng's left side, swiftly joining the fray. Linger, be cautious, it's dangerous, he warned urgently. Though these intruders were trivial compared to the estate and Oppo's guards, they posed a challenge for Zhongling, who had barely reached the 9th tier of the profound origin realm. Eagerly, Zhongling confronted an assassin of the 3rd rank. The ribbons danced in the air. Meanwhile, another assailant attempted a sneak attack from behind her. Seizing a sword from a guard's scabbard, Zhong Peng deftly hurled it, forcing the attacker to retreat to avoid the blade's edge. Quickly, protect the young lady, Zhong Gongqing urged. The guard stationed behind Zhong Peng sprang into action, their swords gleaming as they moved toward Zhongling's side. This one is mine. You handle the others, Zhongling declared, her ribbons continuing their relentless assault. The cornered assassin, stunned, realized he was being overpowered despite his significant rank advantage, unable to retaliate against her onslaught. The ribbons, imbued with an extraordinary material, resisted the edge of weapons and inflicted grievous wounds upon contact. Before long, all the assassins had been vanquished, leaving only one remaining. Zhongling skillfully ensnared the weapon-wielding arm of her opponent with her ribbons, gracefully leaping over him to bind his other arm, spinning around until he resembled a tightly wrapped dumpling. Now, tell me, who sent you? She demanded, displaying a facade of confidence, yet with a hint of disdain. Realizing his fate was sealed, the assassin bit down on a concealed poison pouch, frothing at the mouth before succumbing to death, offering Zhongling a final smirk. As the assassin and Oppo's head drooped, his body collapsing toward her, Zhongling was momentarily startled. Though she often appeared fearless and enjoyed causing trouble, she had never taken a life before. Her encounters had only ever been lessons. Witnessing this scene, she gasped and quickly sought refuge in Zhong Peng's embrace. Brother, I'm scared. I didn't want him to die, she whispered softly. You silly girl, do you have any idea how dangerous that was? Why did you involve yourself? What if something had happened? Zhong Peng chastised gently, patting her back to ease her fear. I want to do it again, Zhongling murmured, her fists pounding against Zhong Peng's arm in frustration, inadvertently hitting the tender spot on his wound. Zhong Peng inhaled sharply, wincing in pain. What's wrong? She asked, her gaze shifting to his shoulder. Oh no, brother, you're hurt. Forgetting her own fears, she gazed at the wound with concern. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Don't worry, Zhong Peng reassured her. You're bleeding so much, how can you say it's nothing? She replied, tearing a piece of cloth to bandage his wound. Chapter 15. Weaving the net and waiting for the big fish. Zhong Peng silently operated the dual forces of creation, rapidly absorbing the essence of death. 14 streams of death energy converged towards him, swirling around his head before vanishing into the crown. Clear the scene at once, he commanded. Upon ceasing his operations, Zhong Peng noticed little alteration in his dantian, likely due to the low cultivation level of the assailants. Understood, the guards responded in unison, gathering all the bodies of the assassins in one location. Remarkable, truly remarkable. You are indeed extraordinary, brimming with secrets that warrant further exploration. A figure leaped down from the rooftop, his attire fluttering silently as he approached Zhong Peng with a smile and applause. Hee, if you wish to uncover all my secrets, you must follow me for a lifetime. Even then, you might not exhaust them all, Zhong Peng replied with keen interest. The newcomer was the mysterious gentleman, who sensed something amiss in Zhong Peng's words. What did he mean by following him for a lifetime? Was he implying that he would become his subordinate? How audacious of him. You two siblings share a profound bond. Both of you are remarkable. This young girl, at such a tender age, is capable of wielding the 9 illusions color silk, a treasure of the saint level. Should a renowned master refine it further, she would undoubtedly become a figure of immense renown. He complimented Zhong Ling, ignoring Zhong Peng's earlier remarks. Weapons are categorized into various ranks. The inferior ones belong to the profound level, followed by earth, heaven, saint, and divine levels, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Oh, you recognize this item? Zhong Peng inquired curiously. The 9 illusions color silk was a gift from her father on her 10th birthday, accompanied by a set of cultivation methods. 15 years ago, a pair of celestial lovers emerged, only to engage in a fierce battle at the pinnacle of the clouds for reasons unknown. All who witnessed were struck with trepidation. Ultimately, the outcome remained a mystery, as that battle flickered like a fleeting dream, with the sky filled with the graceful dance of the 9 illusions color silk. Reminiscent of what this young girl had just wielded, albeit with a vast difference in power, he reminisced. Zhong Peng listened intently. Could it be, young master? The area has been cleared. There were 19 assassins in total. 5 committed suicide, while the rest were slain without a trace. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Excellent. No wonder there were only 14 streams of death energy. The absence of fear prior to death results in no death energy being generated, Zhong Peng mused. 19? The mysterious gentleman expressed confusion, feeling distinctly aware of 20 presences, one of which was still hidden. Without further ado, he leaped onto the rooftop, scanning his surroundings until his gaze fixed upon an ancient tree. A figure atop the tree quickly turned and fled without a backward glance. Found you. No escape. The mysterious gentleman pursued, channeling his essence towards the shadow ahead. With a powerful release of energy, a formidable presence emerged. The fleeing figure sensed the overwhelming aura chasing him, coughed up blood, and, out of desperation, ignited his life force, doubling his speed like an arrow released from a bow. He had come prepared for contingencies, never anticipating the presence of a formidable force guarding this place. Reluctantly, he concealed his own aura, hoping to find an opportunity for a lethal strike. Despite failing the mission, he was determined to relay the information, but now he had been discovered and had no choice but to escape. Seeing the figure grow distant, the mysterious gentleman chose not to pursue further and returned. What is the situation? Zhong Peng inquired upon his return. He got away, the mysterious gentleman replied nonchalantly. How could he have escaped? You, a formidable being, allowed a mere Tier 9 cultivator to flee? The steward questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Hey, are you implying I conspired with them? Use your brain. If I wished to kill that boy, could your feeble group of fish truly hinder me? The mysterious gentleman retorted angrily. The steward pointed accusingly at him, intent on reprimanding, but Zhong Peng intervened. Uncle Zhong, calm down. Sir, please don't take offense. My Uncle Zhong is merely concerned for my safety. In a moment of urgency, he inadvertently spoke disrespectfully. I apologize on his behalf and hope you can forgive him. Zhong Peng bowed respectfully to the mysterious gentleman. You have a way with words, young man. I bear no grudge. It was merely a moment of indignation. The mysterious gentleman smiled at Zhong Peng, then turned to the steward with a stern expression. Had I not been here to restrain that hidden Tier 10 cultivator, would he still be standing here? Such a simple matter should not require questioning me. Today, this lad invited me for a drink, and I was pleased, naturally. I would not allow him to perish. Do you think I, Zhu Hao, am the kind of person to be ungrateful? Upon hearing the name, the steward was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, You are Zhu Hao? The jade-faced gentleman, ranked 167th among the divine level loose cultivators? Indeed, that is me. There is no mistake about it. With a flourish, he revealed his true visage. Beholden to his striking appearance, it was clear he lived up to his moniker. The term handsome seemed inadequate. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with exquisite features, his face resembling a silver platter, eyes like water almonds, lips naturally red, and brows elegantly arched. Perhaps stunningly beautiful would be a more fitting description. How absurd. A grown man with a visage that could incite jealousy among women. A quintessential pretty boy. Zhong Peng mused internally. If he were to don women's attire, merely padding his chest would suffice, without requiring cosmetics. Ah, so it is an esteemed predecessor. My apologies for the offense. I hope you can overlook my indiscretions. The steward bowed deeply to Zhu Hao. Not at all. Being called predecessor makes me feel aged. Zhu Hao laughed heartily. Ah. So it is Brother Hedgehog. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and seeing you today indeed lives up to the tales. Zhong Peng feigned the polite phrases typical of martial arts films. Brother Hedgehog? That sounds rather awkward. Did not that old man refer to me as predecessor? Why are you addressing me as a brother? Zhu Hao questioned, perplexed. I say, why are you so difficult to please? Just now, Uncle Zhong called you predecessor, and you found that too old. Now I address you as brother, and you take issue with that as well. You seem to be quite particular about your titles. Zhong Peng feigned annoyance, raising his voice. Seeing someone only slightly older than oneself call you young man feels a bit off. I must retaliate in some way, Zhong Peng thought to himself. Never mind. Let that go. However, there is much to unravel here, Zhu Hao remarked, shifting the topic. Indeed. It appears the mastermind behind this assassination is thoroughly informed about us, dispatching only those adept at infiltration and of low cultivation, Zhong Peng affirmed. Could it be that the fourth prince sent them? The steward inquired. Absolutely not. Longji could not have discovered my identity so swiftly. Besides, even if he did, he would not dare act immediately, Zhong Peng analyzed. Could it be that you have made enemies due to your unruly behavior? You are hardly a person of restraint. It is a pity that the escapee got away. Otherwise, we could have interrogated him, Zhu Hao scoffed. No, I believe letting him go was the wiser choice. Zhong Peng said with a slight smile. Zhu Hao raised an eyebrow. Oh, why so? Given that this mission has failed, they will undoubtedly return. We need only weave a grand net here, Zhong Peng replied casually. That seems unwise. They will surely learn of our presence and come prepared next time. The steward expressed concern. Rest assured, the presence of a formidable force here will certainly be known to them, and next time they will send their elite. Do you not understand this, young master? The steward questioned, puzzled. Fear not, my safety will be ensured, Zhong Peng said, casting a sly smile at Zhu Hao. Hey, what do you mean by that expression? Surely you don't expect anything from me. It's none of my business, and the night is already late. I shall retire to my slumber. Zhu Hao felt somewhat uneasy under Zhong Peng's gaze. That fellow was looking at him with a certain intent that could not be good. It would be wiser to keep his distance. Without waiting for Zhong Peng's response, he promptly turned and retreated to his own room. Zhong Peng remained in place, gazing at the stars above, a gentle smile lingering on his face. Chapter 16. The heart of the Dragon Emperor. Within the Dragon Emperor's chamber, the atmosphere was tense. Your Majesty, we have received news from Zhuowujia. The Shadow has discovered that the Hidden Wing has infiltrated the Zhuo residence and has come to report immediately. Very well. The Dragon Emperor replied, his tone brooking no dissent. Continue to monitor their movements closely. We must capture the Hidden Wing next time and intercept their intelligence. Understood. The Shadow responded. On my way back, I encountered a man. For some unknown reason, he had burned his life essence, leaving him gravely injured. He collapsed before me and uttered a cryptic phrase. Oh, what did he say? The Dragon Emperor inquired, his brow furrowing. The man spoke of a failed mission. But before he could finish, he lost consciousness. I brought him back with me. It turned out that this unconscious man was the one who had escaped from the Zhong residence. After failing his mission, he could only flee to the Zhuo residence to report, but unexpectedly ran into the Shadow. Mistaking him for a Zhuo family member, he relaxed and fainted. What could his mission have been? How strange, pondered the Dragon Emperor, lost in thought for a while. Suddenly, a voice announced from outside, report. Come in, the Dragon Emperor commanded, dismissing his previous thoughts. Oh, weren't you stationed at the Zhong residence? What brings you here? Your Majesty, there has been an assassination attempt at the Zhong residence. The messenger halted abruptly, noting the sudden shift in the Dragon Emperor and Apos' demeanor. The Dragon Emperor stood up sharply, an epiphany dawning upon him. What is the situation at the Zhong residence? Are there any casualties? The assassins were not particularly skilled. The Zhong family sustained no serious injuries, except for young Master Zhong, who suffered a sword wound on his shoulder, but it is not life-threatening, the messenger explained in detail. The Dragon Emperor sighed in relief. As long as he was unharmed, that was all that mattered. Zhuowujia is indeed a cunning old fox. His ability to read the situation should not be underestimated. He has truly identified my Achilles heel. The ruler of the Kaishan kingdom is quite prudent, considering defeat even before seeking victory. In case of emergencies, he chose to send out news only after making a move. I have been monitoring Zhuowujia all along. Yet I nearly made a grave mistake. Zwawujia, the day I vanquish the Kaishian will be the day your soul descends to the netherworld. I understand now. You may leave, the Dragon Emperor instructed the messenger. Your Majesty, I have one more matter to report. Oh, speak, the Dragon Emperor replied. The assassins entered young Master Zhong's courtyard, and just as I was about to intervene, I sensed the presence of a formidable expert within the Zhong residence. So I refrained from acting and chose to observe. The individual harbored no malice, remaining atop the roof until the assassins were subdued. Afterward, he spoke briefly with young Master Zhong, then struck at a hidden assassin, but that assassin managed to escape. Do you know who this person is? The Dragon Emperor asked. The individual possesses a cultivation level of the 5th rank of Zun Yuan, and I did not dare to approach, so I cannot say for certain. However, he appeared to be quite amicable with young Master Zhong, who seemed to hold him in high regard, so he is likely not a villain. Well done. Immediately send someone to investigate this person's origins. We must not overlook any details, the Dragon Emperor praised. Understood. The messenger complied and departed. We must deploy the 4 Shadow Guardians to protect Zhong Peng and the others. We cannot afford any missteps. There is no need for surveillance on Zwawuji anymore. The Dragon Emperor said to the Shadow after the messenger left. Since we already know what message Zwawuji has conveyed, there is no necessity to continue monitoring him. We simply need to secure the Zhong residence, the Dragon Emperor continued. The Shadow looked up at the Dragon Emperor, incredulous. The Shadows are a powerful asset. Dispatching 4 of them to protect a mere subordinate is unprecedented. Even the princes do not receive such treatment. The Dragon Emperor nodded seriously. Seeing his demeanor, the Shadow quietly expressed his confusion. I have a question that troubles me, and I hope your Majesty can enlighten me. The Shadow hesitated before kneeling. Rise and speak. You wish to know why I care so much for Zhong Peng, do you not? The Dragon Emperor said. Though I have learned various skills to serve the imperial family, as a Zun Yuan expert, one holds a certain status and would not act lightly. Having followed the Dragon Emperor for many years, I feel I understand him well. Yet the matter of Zhong Peng eludes me. Please, enlighten me, your Majesty, the Shadow urged. The Dragon Emperor continued. Zhong Peng should not warrant such concern from me. However, his father does. 18 years ago, I encountered his father by chance. He was gravely wounded and radiated a power that struck fear in my heart. I brought him back, and he cradled an infant in his arms. At that time, even being treated with the highest regard, he was indifferent, yet he expressed a concern for his child, promising that if I ensured his son's safety, he would secure the southwest for me. For years later, he returned from an outing, once again severely injured, his cultivation having fallen to the peak of Zun Yuan's 9th rank. Now, amidst the chaos, the Heavenly Supervisory Office has issued the Sacred Yuan Covenant. Zhong Buhui wields his military prowess with great skill and will undoubtedly become my trump card. If anything were to happen to his son Zhong Peng, and he were to go berserk, even if I were to slay him, the cost would be too great, a loss not worth incurring. Hence, I must act in this manner to benefit amidst the turmoil. The Shadow, feeling ashamed, replied, I do not comprehend your Majesty's profound intentions. I beg for your forgiveness. Do not worry. This matter has been kept within my heart for 18 years. Speaking of it now brings me relief. There can be no mistakes. The Dragon Emperor declared resolutely. Understood, the Shadow replied. What should we do about the unconscious man? Release him, the Dragon Emperor stated. Release him? The Shadow was puzzled. Given your Majesty's concern for Zhong Peng's safety, would releasing this man not be detrimental? Place him at the entrance of the Zhua residence, ensuring it is done discreetly. How could I allow this matter to fade without consequence? I hope Zwawujia and Kaiga do not disappoint me. The Dragon Emperor chuckled lightly. Now I understand. Your Majesty is indeed wise. The Shadow realized the Dragon Emperor's intentions, and a soft laugh escaped him. If the ruler of the Kaishian kingdom, Kaiga, learns of this news, he will undoubtedly orchestrate another assassination attempt. Meanwhile, we will lay out a grand net and await the fish to bite, responding to changes with steadfastness. The Dragon Emperor's strategy aligned with Zhong Peng's intentions. As various nations stirred restlessly, the Dragon Emperor, constrained by divine mandate, dared not mobilize his forces. The looming threat of Yunlan, a thorn in the side of the benevolent Emperor Run, was well understood by the Dragon Emperor. Should he find an excuse, he would not hesitate to strike with overwhelming force, at which point even the Heavenly Supervisory Office would have no authority to intercede. However, if Kaishian acted first, the circumstances would be different, granting him a just cause for war. At that time, Even if Ren Xiaoyao were to express dissatisfaction, he would lack the authority to retaliate. For it is foolish to allow oneself to be bullied without response. Go now. This matter must be executed flawlessly. The Zhong residents must remain on high alert. The Dragon Emperor waved his hand, addressing the shadow. Understood, the shadow replied, departing. The shadow felt that the Dragon Emperor was overly concerned. With the full strength of the four shadows guarding the Zhong residents, any incident would indeed be surprising. After the shadow left, the Dragon Emperor stood by the window of his chamber, a thought left unspoken weighing heavily on his mind. Perhaps I have underestimated Zhong Buhui. Though this course of action is somewhat perilous, I have no alternative, the Dragon Emperor murmured softly, standing at the window for a long time, his face etched with contemplation. Outside the Zhou residence, a figure clad in black glided like a specter, gently laying the man he carried on the ground by the door, his body pressed against it. Then, he vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 17. Zhu Hao discusses the Yuan at dawn. A ray of sunlight illuminated the gilded doors of the left minister's residence, casting a striking glow. The door creaked open, revealing a drowsy figure emerging, stretching lazily, his head swaying from side to side. Upon inadvertently spotting a person on the ground with blood at the corner of their mouth, he instantly awoke, rubbed his eyes once more, and cautiously placed a hand over the person's nose. Noticing the faint signs of life, he hurried back inside to report. Before long, Zhuo Wuji emerged wearing only his nightclothes. Seeing that no one was around, he swiftly ordered the body to be taken to a concealed location, strictly commanding that this matter must not be disclosed. In the general's estate, the steward, Zhang Gongqing, approached the door of Zhongping, sporting large panda eyes. He raised his hand to knock when the door swung open. Zhong uncle, what happened to you? Did you not sleep well last night? This won't do. Remember that rest is also a form of cultivation. Only by restoring your spirit can you better comprehend the world, Zhongpeng remarked. He had slept soundly the previous night, his snores echoing through the entire estate, leaving even the nocturnal creatures too frightened to venture out. However, the steward could not afford such luxury. After last night's assassination attempt and the escape of one assailant, he was deeply troubled by the possibility of further repercussions. Last night, his young master had confidently spoken of casting nets to catch fish, yet instructed everyone to return and rest well. The steward, however, perceived his young master as carefree, which only heightened his concerns. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest? Zhongpeng suggested with concern. It's nothing, the steward replied, channeling his energy, instantly shedding his weary demeanor and appearing revitalized. Nonsense. I would rather bind myself to you, not leaving your side, than risk sleeping. What if this little ancestor goes astray? Where would I go to lament? Very well, if that is the case, let us enjoy a few cups beneath the tree, Zhongpeng said, observing the transformation of the steward and Apos' face, marveling at the power of energy cultivation. At this early hour, what is the purpose of drinking? Besides, the young master's wounds have yet to heal, the steward exclaimed, taken aback. Fear not. As the saying goes, a morning drink dispels worries, Zhongpeng replied cheerfully. Who uttered that? I do not recall anyone saying such a thing. It must be a fabrication of yours, the steward quipped. Strangely enough, Zhongpeng's wound had healed remarkably. What had once been a deep gash was now merely a faint scar resembling a thin red line. Under the crooked tree, everything was prepared. Zhongpeng ignited a torch and set ablaze the firewood in the stone table's pit, placing a pot of wine atop to warm. Meanwhile, Zhu Hao remained ensconced in his dreams. The aroma of the wine wafted in from outside, stirring him. His nose twitched, and he sat bolt upright, eyes still closed. Enchanted by the intoxicating scent, he stood, sniffing the air, and instinctively wandered toward its source without ever opening his eyes. Upon reaching the tree, he sat down without waiting for Zhongping to invite him. What exquisite wine this is! Its fragrance wafts for miles. It is no illusion, Zhu Hao marveled, intoxicated by the aroma. It seems Brother Hao is quite disciplined with his time, rising so early, Zhongpeng observed with a smile. Discipline? I was merely roused by the wine bug in my belly, Zhu Hao replied, finally opening his eyes to gaze at the wine pot on the stone table. I must say, you are rather inconsiderate. Why did you not share such fine wine yesterday? Zhongpeng feigned a look of mock sorrow. Alas, dear brother, you misunderstand me. There are reasons for everything. Pray tell, Zhu Hao urged, intrigued. This wine has a grand origin. My father ventured to the depths of the extreme ice region, retrieving the ice crystal lotus and preserving its heart within the wine essence. He then layered it with the petals of blooming peach blossoms, sealing it in a jar buried 3 feet beneath a flowering tree for 3 springs and autumns before it could be extracted, Zhongpeng explained, pouring hot water over the wine pot. The art of warming the wine is quite meticulous. One must achieve the right temperature. Too high and the lotus heart is ruined. Too low and its fragrance cannot be released, he continued, pouring the wine into a cup. You arrived just in time. I intended to call you, but found you here instead. Please, do tell me if it suits your palate. How generous of you. The mere scent is intoxicating. Zhu Hao replied, admiring the crystalline, bubbling wine. He raised the cup, closed his eyes to savor its aroma, and then downed it in one gulp. A chilling sensation coursed down his throat, refreshing him entirely. Truly fine wine. Today, I am fortunate to taste such exquisite brew. It makes all previous so-called divine wines seem like mere dregs, Zhu Hao exclaimed. I have named this wine Futu Sen Shang. It is as smooth as jade upon entering, leaving one feeling utterly refreshed as life fleetingly passes by, Zhongpeng remarked, non-committal in his response. Indeed, such a name is fitting. Do not hoard this splendid wine. Share it freely so I may indulge to my heart's content, Zhu Hao urged. Brother Hao, how much of this fine wine do you think exists? My father has spent a decade to procure only a few jars. Today's tasting is a rare indulgence, as he rarely allows himself to drink it. I believe only this wine is worthy of someone as remarkable as you, Zhongping replied. It seems your father is also a connoisseur of fine wines. I would be delighted to meet him, Zhu Hao continued. Spare me the flattery. If there is something you wish to discuss, speak plainly. I shall do my utmost. Especially for such fine wine, Zhu Hao said. Brother Hao, do not take me lightly. What could I possibly need assistance with? Drinking solitary wine, no matter how exceptional, can grow tedious, Zhongping replied. However, there are matters I do not comprehend, and encountering someone as capable as you is an opportunity to seek counsel. If you find it unworthy of your attention, consider it mere post-drinking chatter. You speak with such eloquence. I expected you would ask me to assist with the assassins. Yet here we are, Zhu Hao chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Those are mere clowns. There is no need for Brother Zhu to intervene, Zhongpeng said, dismissively waving his sleeve, exuding an air of nonchalance and grace. The steward, overhearing Zhongpeng's words, could not help but lament, feeling an urge to sigh at the heavens. My young master, must you play the fool? We do not even have a 9th-grade expert in our estate. What gives you such confidence? To have a formidable ally offer assistance, and to reject it? You truly are something else. Were it not for those 2 burdens below you, I suspect you would ascend to the heavens. Brother Zhu, your confidence is commendable. If you have any uncertainties, please share. If I possess the knowledge, I shall surely enlighten you, Zhongpeng said, glancing at the steward before continuing. Recently, I discussed the classification of martial artists with Zhong Uncle. He used military ranks to assess martial prowess, but seemed uncertain on how to discern the levels. I believe all things must have their traces. Thus, I wish to know your thoughts on this matter, Brother Hao. The so-called levels of martial artists are indeed governed by certain standards. However, one who has not undergone the tribulation of heaven remains oblivious to their profound intricacies. Zhu Hao let out a hearty laugh, lifted his wine cup, took a sip, and continued. As for the levels below the respect origin, all energies reside within, nurturing the dantian. To engage in combat, one must mobilize the dantian, allowing the meridians to circulate energy to a singular point. Above the respect origin, one can project their energy outward, transforming it into tangible forms. For those below the respect origin, when a martial artist releases their energy, a floral manifestation appears atop their head, beginning with 1 flower at the origin and increasing sequentially. In the initial stage of the mysterious origin, such phenomena are absent. However, when 3 flowers gather at the crown, it faintly indicates the attainment of the respect origin realm. Yet, in the heat of battle, few pay heed to the floral mist above others' heads, rendering such knowledge scarce. Now, young man, you are privy to this insight. Henceforth, exercise caution. In tumultuous times, one must not overestimate their prowess. Thank you for the reminder. Indeed, such wisdom is appreciated. Zhongpeng replied with a slight smile and a nod. Chapter 18. I have a method. I wonder when I will be able to stand atop a high point and gaze down upon the insignificance of all beings. Much like Brother Zhu, lamented Zhongpeng. In your eyes, perhaps, but in others' eyes, what can I possibly be? Zhu Hao shook his head, pouring himself another glass of wine, and recited slowly. The primordial essence rises, the human source begins, beneath the 9 grades. All are but ants. The earthly essence knows. The heavenly essence is void. The noble essence comes and goes without a trace. To become a saint or a god is no trivial matter. In my view, it is indeed beneath the heavenly essence that all are ants, and you, my friend, still have ample time to comprehend this in the future. Ultimately, the so-called noble essence and holy essence are merely individuals, who also have many things that they cannot accomplish. Oh, I wonder what matters are beyond Brother Zhu and Apos, as capabilities? Zhong Peng inquired, his curiosity piqued. I have heard that those who have endured the heavenly tribulations possess the ability to restore their appearance. I am simply curious, not intending to be disrespectful. Why should there be anything wrong with speaking of this? It is precisely the source of my title, the Jade-Faced Gentleman, Zhu Hao replied, taking a swig directly from the wine jug instead of pouring it into a cup. Zhong Peng observed, pondering why everyone felt the need to take a hearty drink when recounting their past. Was it to muster courage? This was not a matter of romance. Zhu Hao continued, I originally hailed from a scholarly family, considered a local affluent person. Unexpectedly, disaster struck. A band of robbers invaded my home, plundering and slaughtering my family. I witnessed my parents fall beneath their blades, powerless to intervene, as the household guards fought valiantly to escort me away. I fled, relentlessly pursued, until I found myself at the edge of a cliff. With no path forward and enemies at my back, I made a desperate leap off the cliff. When I regained consciousness, I found myself alive, having landed beside a man-made cave. Inside, it was a dwelling of those strong and noble essence. Yet I found them dead within. On the table lay cultivation methods. There were notes on the pros and cons of cultivation, and blinded by hatred, I resolved to take revenge, seizing the methods and plunging into a blood-soaked path. I began my cultivation at 25, battling the primordial essence, confronting the human source, penetrating the earthly essence, shattering the heavenly essence, until I reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, only to slay my enemies. Yet, now I find myself stagnating at the 5th tier of noble essence after merely 6 years. I avenged my great grievance, but found myself at a loss for direction. It was only after meeting Xiaolon that I realized the methods I practiced were devoid of humanity. However, she reassured me that this was for the best, as it could prevent me from being of 2 minds. I do not consider myself a virtuous person. My hands are stained with blood. Yet, I cannot betray a woman's youth, so I chose to leave alone. I contemplated dispersing all my power. But how could I protect those I love when my enemies are all around, if I were to be stripped of my essence? As Zhu Hao spoke, tears streamed down his face, yet he forced a smile, evoking a deep sense of melancholy in others. This scene, reminiscent of melodramatic novels, unfolded before Zhong Peng, who mused that had this occurred in 21st century Earth, a man would surely be ridiculed for his helplessness in the face of a woman's pursuit. Nonetheless, Zhu Hao's life was indeed tragic. He had once enjoyed a smooth existence, only to be struck by calamity. He had gained formidable powers and exacted vengeance. Yet upon encountering his beloved, he discovered the methods he had relied on for revenge were flawed, ultimately leading to his separation from her. To think Brother Zhu has such a past, it is truly regrettable. Over all these years, have you not sought medical assistance? Zhong Peng inquired apologetically. Those so-called divine physicians are merely charlatans, claiming helplessness and lack of remedies, which leaves me utterly disheartened. Zhu Hao retorted angrily. Ah, such a strange occurrence. I must confess, while I am not an expert in the healing arts, I have dabbled in it somewhat. Since I have nothing better to do, why not allow me to examine you? Brother Zhu? The butler looked up at the sky again, perplexed by the young master's sudden bravado. What has come over you today? Why are you so keen on boasting? While you often exhibit such behavior, you ought to consider your audience, he thought. Alas, I have despaired. This life is as it is, and what need have I for further hopes? Zhu Hao shared the butler's sentiments. Since so many so-called divine physicians cannot cure you, what can a mere child like you possibly do? It would only lead to further disappointment, Zhu Hao remarked. Brother Zhu, such pessimism is unwarranted. Life is like chess. There is always a possibility. Do you not see how a blind cat might stumble upon a dead mouse? For instance, Zhang Ping was about to cite various analogies when Zhu Hao interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Very well, since you insist, I shall give it a try. Zhu Hao said, devoid of any expectations. Zhong Peng sensed the atmosphere had grown too oppressive and sought to lighten it. Otherwise, the exquisite wine would lose its flavor. He proceeded as Zhu Hao placed his hand on the stone table, calming his mind. Zhong Peng extended one hand, rolling up his sleeve, while placing the other on Zhu Hao's wrist. A wisp of essence flowed from Zhang Per's fingertips into Zhu Hao's meridians, circulating before returning. Zhong Peng withdrew his hand, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The butler and Zhu Hao both believed Zhong Peng was merely putting on a show. However, this was not an act. Upon the return of the essence, Zhong Peng's consciousness revealed information akin to before. Insufficient cultivation of the pure yang method has led to a severe imbalance of yin and yang within oneself. The remedy lies in the 9-turn yin-yang pill or by infusing pure yin energy. Those are the only two options. How peculiar, Zhong Peng mused, baffled by his own ability to diagnose conditions. How is it? Zhu Hao asked, twirling a cup in his hand. His expression as calm as if inquiring whether a friend had eaten. This ailment is indeed strange, Brother Zhu, Zhong Peng replied, looking at him. The method you practice requires one to maintain a state of virginity until breaking through to the holy essence realm. Yet, as your power grows, the anguish of your inner fire intensifies. You may very well perish from this inner fire before reaching the holy essence. I observe that you are not incapable of further breakthroughs. Rather, you have been suppressing yourself. The pain from the inner fire is only perceptible after you reach the noble essence realm. I suspect your method is incomplete. Yin and yang must coexist in harmony. No matter how powerful the method, it must balance yin and yang. Even slight deviations cannot be too drastic. Now, even if you wish to disperse your essence, you cannot. This pure yang essence has flowed around you for years. Without it, you would be as a decayed tree, unable to escape calamity. Zhu Hao listened intently to Zhong Peng's analysis, ceasing the rotation of his cup. Initially shocked, disbelief soon overtook him, and he crushed the cup in his hand, unable to maintain his composure. Little brother, since you can discern the cause, do you have a remedy? Zhu Hao tossed aside the shattered cup and grasped Zhong Peng's hand, addressing him as little brother for the first time, filled with excitement and hope. This method does exist, as long as we can find someone to refine the 9-turn yin-yang pill. It is bound to succeed, Zhong Peng replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hao's hand fell limply to his side, his gaze becoming hollow. Though he looked ahead, his eyes could not focus. In my quest for healing, I sought out countless physicians to no avail. In desperation, I exhausted all my resources, pleading with the infamous physician Mu Foam of the Immortal Mountain to intervene. His methods were identical to yours, little brother. However, the 9-turn yin-yang pill is a sacred grade elixir. Only a divine-level alchemist could hope to produce it. Such divine beings are elusive, let alone alchemists of that caliber. Even if I were to find one, who would be willing to concoct such a divine elixir for a mere nobody like me? Zhu Hao laughed bitterly. Having long resigned himself to his fate since receiving the judgment of the infamous physician, he had wandered aimlessly, never expecting to find someone in this Yunlan imperial city who could diagnose his ailment with such clarity, surpassing even that of the infamous physician. The results remain unchanged, leaving one at a loss for hope. Zhong Peng reassured, Brother Zhu, there is no need to feel despondent. This ailment is not solely treatable by one method. Zhu Hao replied, Younger brother, you possess a remedy, yet I am unaware. Zhu Hao's gaze once again fixed upon Zhong Peng's face. But there was little alteration in his expression, for it remained true that only divine-grade elixirs could remedy such an affliction. Any alternative would be fraught with similar challenges. Zhong Peng continued, there exists another method. By continually nurturing oneself with pure yin energy, one may escape the clutches of death. A struggle surfaced upon Zhu Hao's countenance, and after a brief moment, he seized the wine gourd at his waist and took a hearty swig, revealing a smile that was more wretched than tears. If such a means could merely prolong my existence, how could I, Zhu Hao, find peace? It would be better to embrace death. The essence of pure yin energy is untainted by any external influences, and it can only be found in the essence of a newborn girl. To extract this pure yin energy would inevitably result in the demise of the infant, thus rendering oneself no different from the nefarious. Not everyone possesses the peculiar constitution of Zhong Peng, who embodies both yin and yang in harmony. Observing the fluctuation of Zhu Hao and Appo's expression, Zhong Peng could not help but feel admiration. This choice was a testament to his true character. In the face of such a daunting decision, Zhu Hao remained steadfast in his principles, illustrating that he is indeed a paragon of virtue. Zhong Peng thought it a pity to let him perish in this manner. Brother Zhu is a remarkable figure of our time. How could he commit such a transgression against humanity? Zhong Peng smiled and said, Brother Zhu seems to have misunderstood my intention. There is rationale behind my words. To be candid, my teachings are unconventional. If Brother Zhu places his trust in me, I assure you I possess a method of healing. Yet what? Zhu Hao interjected, his excitement rekindled. The tumultuous swings of life had rendered Zhu Hao and Apos' emotions somewhat unhinged. The mere utterance of yet sent a shiver through his heart. However, my current level of cultivation is inadequate to fully heal Brother Zhu. I can only alleviate the burning pain afflicting your body, Zhang Ping admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Chapter 19. Healing Breakthrough. Zhu Hao. If my young brother can rescue me from peril, Zhu Hao shall undoubtedly repay this life-saving grace. From this day forth, feel free to command me in any matter. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhu Hao knelt before Zhang Ping, unsure of what to express. The greatest unfilial act is to leave no descendants. With the Zhu family reduced to but a single member, how could he face his ancestors in the underworld if he fails to carry on the lineage? Zhu Hao had silently shed countless tears of anguish over his plight. Yet now, with the dawn of hope upon him, how could one who has not experienced such despair truly understand? Zhong Peng quickly evaded Zhu Hao's bowing, stepping forward to assist him to his feet. Brother Zhu, what is this? My desire to assist stems from recognizing your integrity. It would be a great pity for you to perish now. If you wish to stay, I would be more than delighted. Should you choose to wander freely, I shall certainly see you off. Just remember, when you tire, do not forget to visit my residence for a drink beneath the tree. That would suffice for my heart. However, all of this must wait until you have fully healed. You may come and go as you please. Yes. Zhu Hao grasped Zhong Peng's hand tightly, his body trembling with emotion, at a loss for words. Although Zhong Peng was young, he possessed both literary and martial prowess, his medical skills rivaling those of the infamous physician Mu Feng. Zhu Hao had no reason to doubt him. Once Zhu Hao regained his composure, he resumed his carefree demeanor, persistently inviting Zhong Peng to drink. Through Zhu Hao's tales, Zhong Peng learned much about notable figures of the realm, and their conversation flourished. Wow, it smells wonderful. Zhong Ling approached, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, brother, how daring you are to sneak a drink of father's lotus heart iced dew. You'll be in big trouble when he returns. Zhong Ling's playful smile faded as she noticed the empty wine jug. Why didn't you save some for me? She pouted. Why is a young girl like you drinking wine? Zhong Peng chided, earning him a disdainful look from Zhong Ling. Ha, the little girl is quite charming. By the way, I forgot to mention last night, your talents are extraordinary and your future achievements are boundless. However, for now, please refrain from revealing that divine artifact to others, lest it attract the envy of those with ill intentions. After all, you are still quite vulnerable. Zhu Hao spoke with the demeanor of a wise sage, his gaze gentle as he addressed Zhong Ling. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall certainly keep it in mind, Zhong Ling replied, clasping her fists in respect. Zhu Hao nodded. Brother Zhu, we must not delay. You should come with me, so I may alleviate your heart's torment, allowing you to break through without restraint. Know that the more you suppress it, the worse you will feel. It is best to address it promptly. Then I must trouble you, young brother. Zhu Hao acknowledged with a nod. Such a trivial matter, there is no need for formality. Please, follow me, Zhang Ping smiled. The group rose and made their way to Zhong Peng and Apos' small courtyard. Upon arrival, Zhong Peng instructed the steward to keep watch outside, ensuring no disturbances. Even Zhong Ling was kept at bay, understanding that healing required undivided attention and refraining from interruptions. Once inside, Zhong Peng activated the secret chamber mechanism, and they entered one after the other. Zhu Hao sat on the floor, facing away from Zhong Peng. Please, Brother Zhu, remove your outer garment. The healing technique requires my vital energy to circulate through your body. Any obstruction will diminish its effectiveness. A slight error could lead to great consequences, which I trust you understand. When I channel my energy into you, relax your mind and maintain focus on your spirit, Zhong Peng instructed. Zhu Hao comprehended and removed his clothing, soon entering a state of oblivion. Without hesitation, Zhong Peng fully engaged the two extremes transformation, placing his hands on Zhu Hao's back to channel his vital energy into him. Time passed, and had there been outsiders present, they would have witnessed a massive vortex of vital energy swirling around the two. Sweat drenched their faces as if they had endured a torrential downpour. Zhu Hao's head was enveloped in a white mist, his complexion becoming increasingly radiant, while Zhang Ping appeared starkly different as the vortex ceased its rotation. Zhongpeng's hands fell limply at his sides, drenched in sweat, his pallor reflecting exhaustion. Zhu Hao opened his eyes, sensing a significant improvement in his condition. He felt light and free, the previous heat dissipated. In his excitement, he turned to Zhongpeng, gratitude shining in his eyes, but upon seeing Zhongpeng's complexion, concern washed over him. "Young brother, what has happened? Are you all right?" Zhu Hao rushed to support Zhongpeng, his voice laced with worry. "I and Appos am fine, merely fatigued from exertion. I didn't anticipate your techniques to be so formidable. I barely managed to alleviate this calamity." Zhongpeng forced a smile, having rested a moment. "That is indeed true. Although my methods have drawbacks, they can allow one to slay opponents beyond their level. I have heard that breaking through to the Zun Yuan stage involves facing a tribulation. Now that your calamity is resolved, why?" Zhu Hao inquired, perplexed. "Young brother, you must understand, this is a secret chamber, shielding us from the heavenly Tao's scrutiny. Once I ascended, the forces of heaven and earth responded," Zhu Hao explained. "Ah, I see. Then we must not delay, brother Zhu. You should expedite your breakthrough." "I shall rest here for a moment," Zhongpeng replied. Zhu Hao hesitated. "Young brother, you have endured this because of me. I cannot bear to intrude if you are unwell." Zhongpeng offered a reassuring glance and nodded. "It is all right. Go ahead and break through. I will be just fine here." "Very well. I shall return shortly," Zhu Hao resolved, rising to observe his surroundings before stepping out, glancing back occasionally. Upon exiting the secret chamber, Zhu Hao was greeted by a sky filled with rolling white clouds, the celestial eye appearing. Zhong Gongxing looked up in astonishment. Could it be that a powerful being is breaking through? Before he could ponder further, the door opened from within, revealing none other than Zhu Hao himself. "Congratulations, esteemed elder. On your ascension to a higher realm." Steward Zhong Gongxing stepped forward to offer his congratulations. "This is all thanks to young brother Zhong. I never expected to encounter such a benefactor in the kingdom of Yunlan." "Ah, Zhong, we are of similar age. Calling me elder feels quite off. Henceforth, simply refer to me as old Zhu. It sounds far more pleasant." Zhu Hao laughed heartily. "Since esteemed elder has requested it, I shall comply without hesitation," Zhong Gongxing responded. "That is settled then. I must attend to this heavenly tribulation and will return to converse further," Zhu Hao said, gazing at the sky as he prepared to depart. "By the way, ensure young brother remains undisturbed while resting below," he cautioned before swiftly taking his leave, the white clouds trailing behind him. Inside the secret chamber, Zhongpeng sat cross-legged, hands resting on his thighs. Moments later, two swirling gusts of energy appeared beside him, rising higher and higher. Zhongpeng's garments fluttered, and even the strands of hair casually resting on his shoulders danced in the wind. It was quite a spectacle, for this was not a natural breeze. The two streams of energy converged above Zhongpeng's head, continuously absorbed into his body. When all the energy had entered him, Zhongpeng opened his eyes, their brilliance akin to stars. Who would have thought that alleviating brother Zhu and Appos' calamity would allow me to break through as well? Truly, helping others aids oneself, he mused. Upon reflection, he realized he had inadvertently ascended to the 7th rank of Xian Yuan, a leap of 4 levels. The white dots in his two dantians had grown larger than the black ones. Yet, he pondered why the two dantians could not progress simultaneously. There always seemed to be a discrepancy. Unable to decipher the reason, he decided not to dwell on it. Instead, Zhongpeng rose and walked to his usual training area, resolved to strengthen himself through relentless self-imposition. After all, pressure is indeed the source of motivation. Chapter 20. The emergence of the divine realm before the Kangming Mountain in the realm of Yunlan. A figure soared through the air at remarkable speed, enveloped in potent elemental energy. As he approached the mountain, a sudden explosion of golden light erupted, as if he had collided with an unseen barrier. A cry escaped his lips as he plummeted towards the ground. This scene was swiftly followed by a multitude of others who, like the first, met the same fate upon reaching the mountain's threshold, falling as if they were dumplings tossed into boiling water. The commotion was sufficiently significant to draw a crowd of onlookers, all filled with astonishment. Within the royal court of Yunlan, the Dragon Emperor sat upright upon his throne, scrutinizing the recently submitted memorial. Abruptly, a tremor shook the golden hall. The Dragon Emperor steadied himself against the throne, while the ministers swayed precariously, bewildered by the inexplicable disturbance. "What has transpired to cause such a disturbance?" the Dragon Emperor inquired calmly once the tremor subsided. "Your Majesty, the source of this tremor appears to originate from Kangming Mountain. "We are uncertain as to what is occurring there," a respectful official reported as he entered. "Investigate the cause at once and report back," commanded the Dragon Emperor, who received an affirmative nod before the official departed. What could be happening at Kangmang Mountain? Pondered the assembly. The Dragon Emperor cast a scrutinizing glance into the void as a cool breeze swept outward. At that moment, an ever-growing throng gathered at the foot of Kangmang Mountain, each person perplexed and eager to discover the cause of the disturbance. After multiple collisions, a radiant light emanated from Kangmang Mountain, enveloping it in a shimmering barrier. Some solitary cultivators, overestimating their abilities, attempted to forcibly breach the barrier with their power. However, the harsh reality struck them. They were repelled by the barrier and oppose as force, suffering injuries proportional to their strength. This spectacle elicited exclamations of disbelief among the onlookers. Regardless of their cultivation level, curiosity gripped everyone present. A ninth-tier cultivator, witnessing the failure of many formidable practitioners, questioned his own worth as a mere practitioner. Forcing a smile, he tentatively reached out to touch the barrier, and an extraordinary event unfolded. Upon contact, a mysterious force enveloped him, and he vanished from sight in an instant. After a brief moment, he reappeared, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment as they rushed to seize him. You have reached the Earth Origin realm?" One individual exclaimed upon sensing the newly elevated cultivator's power, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Young man, I am an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Pray tell, did you encounter anything within?" The elder inquired, looking down upon him. It's not that I am unwilling to answer, esteemed elder, but I truly cannot articulate what I experienced. Only by entering could one understand," the young man stammered, panic-stricken at the thought of offending the elder. This vague response elicited a frown from the elder. "Reflect carefully. Have you truly forgotten everything?" The elder persisted, maintaining a gentle smile. "I genuinely do not know. I only recall entering and then being expelled, feeling as though a considerable amount of time had passed," the young man replied, his voice trembling. "Very well. I shall not trouble you further. Before me, you would not dare to lie. Perhaps you truly are unaware. Ha! A bunch of useless individuals. I shall enter myself to investigate." A booming voice echoed from a distance, followed shortly by the arrival of a formidable figure. The great sage of Tsongshan, Feng Tianxin, a peak 9th-tier sage origin practitioner and half-step divine origin expert, was met with gasps of surprise. "I did not expect the great sage to arrive." "Lin Xiaofeng pays his respects," Lin Xiaofeng said, bowing deeply to the newcomer, while the Heavenly Sword elder did the same. Despite his earlier bravado towards others, before true power, he readily submitted, a reflection of the harsh realities of the world. "Enough. I have some acquaintance with your sect leader. Remain here for now. I will inform you upon my return from within," Feng Tianxin commanded. "Thank you, esteemed elder. With your intervention, success is assured," Lin Xiaofeng flattered. Disregarding him, Feng Tianxin soared into the air, brimming with elemental energy. With a powerful shout, he sliced through the air towards Kangmang Mountain. A fissure appeared in the barrier, and Feng Tianxin swiftly entered, causing the crack to seal behind him. Lin Xiaofeng, filled with anticipation, watched the barrier intently, as if it concealed something of great allure. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the barrier, ignoring the crowd's curious gazes, muttering to himself in disbelief. "How could this be? What on earth is happening?" "Senior, this." Lin Xiaofeng approached, gesturing towards Kangmang Mountain, puzzled. "You there, come here," Feng Tianxin commanded, exerting a powerful pull that drew the recently emerged individual towards him. "I ask you, when you entered, was it dark or bright inside?" Feng Tianxin demanded. It was radiant, a myriad of colors," the young man responded timidly, overwhelmed by the presence of such a powerful being. "Such cowardice is a disgrace to our kind. How can one enter the realm of the mighty with such timidity? You would do well to seek liberation in the next life," Feng Tianxin scolded, observing the young man's trembling legs with disdain. "Great sage, spare me. I have an elderly mother and an infant to care for. If I perish, what will become of them?" the young man begged, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head in desperation. "Begone! Do not linger before me. Vanish at once," Feng Tianxin ordered. "Thank you, great sage. Thank you," the young man exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he fled with astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "This barrier is indeed peculiar. Upon my entry, I found only darkness and void. Had it not been for the flickering golden light, I might have become lost within." Feng Tianxin addressed the crowd, pausing before continuing. The individual who entered as a practitioner of the human origin realm was ejected upon crossing into the earth origin. I initially believed only those below the earth origin could enter. Those who forcefully intrude would find no opportunity and risk their demise. Upon hearing this conclusion, the crowd felt a sense of relief and began to devise plans, considering inviting disciples below the earth origin from their sects for training. Within the royal court, the Dragon Emperor remained seated, steadfast and observant of the happenings outside. Your Majesty, we have ascertained the situation at Kangmang Mountain. A scout knelt before him. Oh, speak swiftly, the Dragon Emperor commanded. A divine barrier has manifested atop Kangmang Mountain. The recent tremors were caused by numerous powerful beings attempting to breach it. Among them was the long-absent great sage of Tsongshan, Feng Tianxin. After multiple attempts, it has been determined that only those below the earth origin realm can enter. The scout relayed, detailing the situation which caused the Dragon Emperor's brow to furrow deeply. In such a critical moment, a divine realm appears within our borders, inevitably attracting countless practitioners. If mishandled, we may incite public outrage, the Dragon Emperor declared. Immediately dispatch the Shoyun Guard to seal off Kangmang Mountain. No one is permitted to approach, and General Guangxing shall lead the effort. A military officer stepped forward. I shall obey the command. All ministers may depart. The Left Chancellor. Please remain, the Dragon Emperor instructed. In the general's estate, Zhong Peng emerged from a hidden chamber. Uncle Zhong, what has transpired? Zhong Peng inquired, having felt the earlier tremors. The matter remains unclear. I have been waiting here, the steward, Zhong Gongcheng, replied. In the distance, a figure approached rapidly. It was Zhu Hao, who had recently achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations, Brother Zhu, on reaching the 6th tier of the Sage Origin. Zhong Peng smiled warmly. Ah, I must thank you, young brother, Zhu Hao replied, seeing that Zhong Peng's complexion had returned to a healthy hue. Unlike the pallor he exhibited upon departure, Zhu Hao felt a genuine joy welling within him. Young brother, upon my return, I stumbled upon an extraordinary occurrence, Zhu Hao proclaimed, brimming with excitement. Oh, pray tell, what has caught your attention, Brother Hao? Zhong Peng queried, suspecting it might relate to the previous tremor. In the borders of Yunlan Kingdom, an ethereal barrier has mysteriously manifested, enveloping the entirety of Tsongmang Mountain. Numerous esteemed Yuan cultivators have sustained grievous injuries beneath its formidable influence, Zhu Hao continued, closely observing Zhong Peng's expression. Yet, Zhong Peng remained as unperturbed as ever, his demeanor unaffected by such sensational news. Are you not the slightest bit curious, young brother? Zhu Hao inquired, bewildered. Zhong Peng replied, if even revered Yuan practitioners have encountered obstacles there, what hope does a fledgling cultivator like myself possess in coveting such matters? Instead of indulging in curiosity, I would do better to contemplate how I might strengthen myself. Zhu Hao chuckled. Indeed, you make a valid point. However, the peculiarity of this ethereal realm is that the higher one's cultivation, the less likely one can enter. Only those beneath the earth origin realm may do so. What? Such a bizarre phenomenon exists? Zhong Peng expressed incredulity. Indeed, just recently, a Yuan realm cultivator approached the barrier and was drawn inside. Guess what? In the blink of an eye, he was ejected, transformed into an earth origin cultivator. As Zhong Peng listened, he mused. Could this be an elaborate game set up by some powerful being? This ethereal barrier seems tailor-made for me. How delightful. I have longed for practical experience. Truly, it was as if the universe conspired to provide him with precisely what he desired. A whimsical smile crept upon his lips, reminiscent of a cat reveling in its successful escapade. The butler and Zhu Hao exchanged glances, a sense of unease washing over them. Is this lad bewitched? Why does he exhibit such a demeanor while discussing the ethereal realm? Young brother, what troubles you? Zhu Hao asked, poking Zhong Peng gently. Were it not for the presence of the butler, Zhu Hao might have fled in fright at the sight of Zhong Peng's expression. Ah, it's nothing at all. I simply recalled something amusing, Zhong Peng replied, shaking off his reverie. It's quite warm today. I think I shall take a short nap. You may continue your conversation. Zhu Hao pressed. Do you not wish to witness this for yourself? It is not yet time. When the moment arrives, I shall go. Zhong Peng stated as he retreated to his chamber. Old Zhong, what do you suppose is wrong with this young brother? Such a splendid opportunity, and he chooses not to partake in the excitement. What could be his reasoning? Zhu Hao turned to the butler for insight. My young master has always acted in a peculiar manner, and of late, he has been especially enigmatic. I cannot say for certain, the butler replied with a weary smile. Indeed, my young brother is no ordinary individual. His actions are shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it is best we do not ponder further. I shall fetch some wine." Zhu Hao concluded with a sense of relief. Chapter 21. The stirring of the four corners in the bustling streets and alleys of the imperial city. Whispers echoed through every tavern and tea house. "Have you heard? A divine realm has emerged atop the Kangming Mountain in our country, attracting numerous powerful cultivators. It is said that only those below the earth origin level can enter," remarked one idle patron. "Of course, I am aware. Do you know who was the first to step inside? It was none other than the younger brother of my neighbor's aunt's daughter, named Tianluo. He is now a formidable earth origin cultivator," responded another, raising his thumb in admiration. "Such an impressive figure, you know. You must introduce me next time we meet," the first patron urged. "Naturally, I will make it happen," came the cheerful reply. "Then I shall treat you today. Order whatever you wish without hesitation." "How can I accept such generosity?" "Waiter, please bring us a plate of your finest beef," said the second patron, feigning modesty, though his actions spoke differently. Much to the amusement of the first, the news of the divine realm's appearance on Kangming Mountain spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the land. In the imperial study, the Dragon Emperor sat while his advisor, Zhuo Wuji, stood. The Dragon Emperor spoke. "Zhuo, you are the pillar of our nation. There is no need for formality in my presence. Please, take a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Zhuo Wuji replied with a slight bow before sitting down. "Might I inquire why Your Majesty has summoned me? If there are orders, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." "Ah, my dear Zhuo, do not bear such weight upon your shoulders. I am merely troubled by the emergence of that divine realm, my thoughts in disarray. I sought someone to converse with. Given your vast experience, what are your thoughts on the matter of Kangming Mountain?" The Dragon Emperor continued. "Your Majesty, I believe we must deliberate carefully on this matter. It is complex, and if mishandled, our Yunlan could easily become a target," Zhuo Wuji replied, furrowing his brow. "Please, elaborate for me," the Emperor urged. "The sudden appearance of the divine realm on Kangming Mountain will undoubtedly attract a multitude of cultivators and sects, even those hidden beings beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. The situation is precarious. A single misstep could lead to widespread consequences. If we attempt to seal off Kangming Mountain, it may incite dissatisfaction among the major sections. Furthermore, the ambitions of various monarchs are palpable, and if another incident arises at Kangming Mountain, they may seize the opportunity to infiltrate Yunlan, provoking war," Zhuo Wuji articulated. "What course of action do you propose, then?" the Dragon Emperor inquired. "I suggest, first, we issue a notification to establish a timeline for entry into the divine realm, to quell the discontent of the major sections. Secondly, we must register all individuals entering the city, conducting discreet investigations if necessary to prevent unforeseen events," Zhuo Wuji advised. "Indeed, your thoughts are meticulous and well considered, which brings me great relief. I entrust this matter to you entirely. How does that sound?" the Dragon Emperor asked. "It would be my honor to serve Your Majesty," Zhuo Wuji smiled. "Huh, you are truly my right-hand man." "Very well, you may return to your duties," the Emperor declared. Once Zhuo Wuji departed, a misty figure emerged from the void. "Your Majesty, it may not be wise to entrust this matter to Zhuo Wuji. It is a known fact that he is in collusion with Kai Xian. If he seizes this opportunity to let assassins infiltrate the city, how would we defend ourselves?" the Shadow expressed, puzzled. "Ah, you worry too much. Zhuo Wuji would not dare to act in such a manner," the Dragon Emperor replied with a confident smile. Zhuo Wuji left the palace with a heavy heart, realizing the Emperor's actions were clearly meant to constrain his movements. Although the Emperor harbored suspicions, he lacked concrete evidence. If anything were to go awry, it would leave a mark against Zhuo Wuji, at least for negligence. He could not afford to act rashly, but rather must work diligently to prevent any assassins from entering the city. The Emperor's strategy was both cunning and masterfully executed. As he approached his home, lost in thought, he failed to notice the greetings of the guards. Just then, he narrowly avoided colliding with Zhuo Songqiu, who rushed past in a flurry. "Ah, Zhuo Wuji," he shouted, recognizing the figure. "What has you in such a hurry? Have you lost all semblance of decorum befitting a scion of a great family?" "Father, someone has awakened and insists on seeing you immediately," Zhuo Songqiu replied in a hushed tone. "Very well, let us go at once," Zhuo Wuji said as they walked together. They entered a secret chamber where a person sat with eyes closed, practicing their cultivation. Upon sensing their arrival, he ceased his practice and opened his eyes. "How do you fare?" Zhuo Wuji inquired nonchalantly. Thank you for your concern, esteemed Zhua. I am no longer in dire straits, the individual on the bed responded. What transpired that left you in such disarray? Zhou Wuji pressed. Alas, it is a long story. This assassination attempt was meant to be foolproof, yet we encountered a formidable opponent. Of the 20 of us who went, all but I perished. I barely escaped by burning my life force, the man lamented. I see. What do you intend to do now? Zhou Wuji asked. We were ordered to assassinate Zhong Peng, and regardless of success or failure, we were to report immediately. Thus, I hope to borrow your hidden wing for assistance, the man suggested. This is not feasible. The situation outside is tense, and with the emergence of the divine realm, the Dragon Emperor will surely be on high alert. We must not act rashly for fear of alarming the enemy. I believe you should return personally to report the situation. Zhou Wuji advised. Understood. I shall depart for Kai Xian immediately and report back, the man agreed. That is best. Please convey my regards to the higher-ups upon your return. My current position is delicate, and I can offer little assistance. It all rests on your shoulders now, Zhou Wuji stated. Rest assured, I shall relay your message, the man replied before exiting. With the emergence of the divine realm, various sects convened their elders to discuss sending disciples below the earth origin level down the mountain for training. Nearby sects traveled on foot towards Yunlan's Kangmang Mountain, while distant ones took to the skies on celestial vessels. In the depths of the demon clan's sacred site, the abyss of darkness, the demon lord sat upon the four corners platform. Report, demon lord. The human nation of Yunlan has suddenly erected a powerful barrier, as if a divine realm has appeared. A demon soldier reported. Oh, is that so? The demon lord, channeling his dark powers, gestured, causing a projection of Kangmang Mountain to materialize in the air. Such a distance, yet so close. The demon strategist's pupils narrowed, their fiery gaze momentarily still. The demon lord's strength had evidently surpassed common understanding. What divine realm? It is merely a trivial barrier of divine essence. Is such a minor occurrence worthy of a report? The demon lord remarked, frowning at the projection. Such uselessness. What good is it to remain alive? He exclaimed, casually grasping the demon soldier, who was lifted into the air, his face a mask of fear, unable to utter a plea for mercy. Moments later, he vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. Humph. To wait idly is not the way of my demon clan. Dispatch orders to all demon kings to send elite soldiers into human territory to wreak havoc and declare our return. In the demon emperor's city, the demon emperor commanded the dispatch of demon spirits into human trials, instructing them to conceal their identities. In the heavenly gift empire, Emperor Ren Xiaoyao rubbed his forehead. With the divine realm's emergence in Yunlan, which of my ministers is willing to venture forth for inspection? Father, I humbly request to go and alleviate your concerns. The crown prince, donned in a dragon robe adorned with shimmering pearls, said, illuminating the hall. Very well, my son. It brings me great comfort to see your willingness. I shall also assign 2 envoys, one civil and one military, to accompany you. The Dragon Emperor is not an easy adversary. Consult with them on all matters. Emperor Ren concluded. Prince Tianxing, thank you, father. I shall certainly keep your words in mind. While various regions are bustling with excitement regarding the matters of the divine realm, Zhong Peng leisurely wanders about his home, humming a tune, seemingly unfazed by the emergence of the divine realm. Uncle Zhong, do we possess any extraordinary flowers or rare herbs? Any heavenly treasures or elixirs that could enhance one's cultivation? Zhong Peng inquired casually. The steward replied, well, the heavenly treasures are stored in the treasury, but alas, we do not possess the kind of elixirs you seek that could augment your cultivation. May I ask why you have suddenly taken an interest in such matters? Oh, I merely feel that my current cultivation is rather insufficient and naturally wish to explore alternative avenues, Zhong Peng explained. Ah, young master, you may not be aware that even if we had those heavenly treasures capable of enhancing one's cultivation, they come with their own drawbacks. Nothing can compare to the fruits of diligent practice, the steward cautioned. Zhong Peng responded, I am indeed aware of that. I was merely speaking in jest. Might you accompany me to the treasury to take a look? Very well, young master. Please follow me, the steward said, leading the way. Zhong Peng, who had previously only sought pleasure, found many areas of his vast home unfamiliar to him, leaving him somewhat at a loss. His true intention was not to enhance his cultivation. Rather, he wished to test the origins of his ability to discern heavenly treasures. Chapter 22. The Yinyang Primordial Fruit. Zhong Gongsheng walked ahead, while Zhong Peng followed closely behind. His mind preoccupied with the progress of his two dantians and whether his abilities were related to the increasingly solidified virtual points above them. As his cultivation deepened, Zhong Peng began to perceive that the two contrasting virtual points, one black and one white, were indeed extraordinary. As they reached the entrance of the treasure vault, Zhong Peng remained unaware of their surroundings. The steward ahead halted, causing Zhong Peng to inadvertently bump into him. They had been walking for quite some time. Retracing his steps would likely be a formidable challenge for Zhong Peng. Realizing they had arrived at their destination, he looked up at the grand characters spelling out Treasure Pavilion and smiled. It appeared that the Yunlan Kingdom was quite affluent, as evidenced by the vast expanse of the General's manor. Even the size of the Treasure Pavilion alone spoke volumes. Zhong Peng's heart swelled with joy. Such a spacious place must harbor numerous rare treasures. The steward, Zhong Gongcheng, signaled to the guards to open the door, and they nodded in acknowledgement. Zhong Peng remained silent, his hands clasped behind him as he approached slowly. Suddenly, an unseen force within him propelled him forward, catching Zhong Peng off guard as he stumbled and collided with the door, his face making an intimate contact with it. From a side perspective, he appeared to be rather enjoying the moment. This unexpected scene startled both the guards opening the door and Zhong Shu, the young master, who had been rather restrained in his escapades of late. Could it be that he found the door of the treasure pavilion so alluring? The guards paused their actions, bewildered by the situation. "Young master, you must wait for us to open the door first," one exclaimed, perplexed. Zhong Shu was equally baffled, questioning this unusual behavior from the young master. Previously, such antics could be overlooked, given that he bore the prestigious title of a first-rate cultivator. However, now as a Yuan-level martial artist, such conduct seemed rather beneath him. "It's merely a misstep," Zhong Peng explained, channeling his energy to suppress the restlessness within him. Sporting a bright smile, he, too, was puzzled by his own reaction. Listening to Zhong Peng's explanation, Zhong Shu felt a sense of disbelief, glancing at the flat ground. This reasoning seemed inadequate. What on earth could trip a seventh-tier martial artist on such an even surface? "Let us not dwell on trivialities. Open the door quickly." Zhong Peng redirected the conversation. As he approached the pavilion, he felt a surge of agitation within him. If he guessed correctly, there lay something he greatly desired inside. The mere thought intensified his eagerness. With the door finally opened, the guards retreated, leaving Zhong Gongcheng outside to stand guard. Upon entering, Zhong Peng found that darkness was not as he expected. Instead, light enveloped him. However, the restlessness within him became increasingly difficult to contain. With no one around, he decided to relinquish his restraint and let his senses roam freely. This time, he was prepared, unlike his previous blunder. The agitation within him guided him deeper into the pavilion, eventually leading him to the last row of shelves. As he surveyed the vast space, he noted that while the treasure pavilion was indeed expansive, it was predominantly empty. Conventionally, one would expect the most valuable items to be prominently displayed and well-preserved. Yet, the sight before him revealed wooden boxes haphazardly strewn about, some even half-open, as if these treasures held no allure for their collectors. Zhong Peng's gaze fixated on a box that stirred his heart. He cautiously reached out to touch it. The Yinyang primordial fruit, a premier choice for dual cultivators, promised to exponentially enhance the speed of Yuan energy circulation upon refinement. Notably, it was rendered ineffective for those who were not dual cultivators. The implication was straightforward. This fruit was beneficial for a male and female dual cultivator. Unlike Zhu Hao, who cultivated pure yang energy, Zhong Peng was an anomaly, an entity embodying both pure yin and pure yang. The prospect of amplifying his energy circulation without regard for levels filled him with uncontainable joy. It was akin to augmenting a bicycle with multiple motors, propelling it to unimaginable speeds. As the familiar voice echoed in his consciousness, Zhong Peng introspected and noticed visible waves emanating from the two virtual points above his dantian, expanding outward. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Those points were communicating with him. Perhaps their previous insignificance had concealed their potential, making them difficult to discern. With such extraordinary abilities, what treasure could possibly escape my notice? Zhong Peng mused, unhesitatingly opening the box to reveal the source of his restlessness. However, disappointment awaited him. The moment he lifted the lid, the Yinyang primordial fruit seemed to find its rightful home, transforming into a radiant stream of light that swiftly entered his body. He barely had time to perceive its appearance, let alone comprehend its essence. if not for the luminous flow that enveloped him and the warm sensation coursing through his meridians. He might have thought the fruit had eluded capture. Zhong Peng was left speechless. What is this? It enters without so much as a notification? I am the protagonist here, and even a mere treasure should show me some respect. After a fleeting moment of internal lament, he examined his condition. To his dismay, no changes were evident. His cultivation remained at the 7th tier, and there was no perceived increase in the speed of his energy circulation. What is the meaning of this? I have tolerated enough. How can I, as the protagonist, endure such indignities? Raising his fist to strike the box, he suddenly noticed the 2 virtual points above his dantian playfully winking at him. Yes, indeed, they appeared to twinkle in a rather anthropomorphic manner. Zhong Peng felt momentarily disoriented, dismissing it as an illusion and shaking his head. Forget it. I am magnanimous enough to overlook this. How unfortunate it is to be tricked by my own abilities, only to find the coveted treasure utterly useless. Perhaps I should explore further. Zhong Peng contemplated, unaware of the immense boon he had just acquired. The yin-yang primordial fruit would bestow upon him boundless opportunities for grandeur in the future. As he hummed a cheerful tune, he browsed every shelf, familiarizing himself with the properties of various treasures. He even took the time to organize what he deemed useful. When Zhong Peng finally exited the treasure pavilion, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue across the horizon. Zhong Gongcheng paced anxiously, having contemplated entering to check on him several times. Upon seeing Zhong Peng emerge, stable and composed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Did you discover anything within, young master? He inquired. Ah, alas, our general's manor is so impoverished. There is nothing of interest inside, merely chaos. Zhong Peng lamented. Zhong Gongcheng wore a bemused expression. Such brazen remarks. In the imperial city, possessing such a vast estate would be a privilege indeed. To audaciously claim the general's manor was poor, how audacious. If you were to voice such sentiments outside, you might very well find yourself in dire straits, he thought, choosing to ignore Zhong Peng's complaints. Today, many members from various sects have arrived. It seems they are drawn by the matter of the divine realm. The Yunlan imperial city may soon be fraught with turbulence. Uncle Zhong, the individuals who have arrived today are merely the vanguard of others. They are hardly of any significance, for the true behemoth lies ahead. Zhong Gongcheng offered a faint smile, neither affirming nor denying the statement. Indeed, these minor sects are inconsequential compared to the formidable entities that loom in the distance. Our current task is simply to gather extensive information on the various sects and cultivators coming to Yunlan. As for anything else, we shall attend to it in due course. Zhong Gongcheng understood that to truly excel at one's own endeavors, one must first comprehend both oneself and one's adversaries. Chapter 23. On the importance of thick skin. The following day, within the capital of Yunlan Kingdom, one could observe heroes and valiant figures, both collective and individual, brandishing weapons at every corner. Each person walked with an air of pride, exuding the essence of a martial artist. The common folk, upon witnessing such divine beings, hastily retreated, fearing they might inadvertently offend these celestial figures, with some opting to remain indoors altogether. The sun shone brightly in the sky, flowers smiled at me, and the birds chirped their morning greetings. Zhong Peng hummed a tune that, while causing the new generation of the 21st century to drop their jaws in bewilderment, was utterly incomprehensible to the people of this other world. Were familiar acquaintances to hear Zhong Peng, they would surely question if this was indeed the famed assassin. A person whose hands were stained with blood could still possess a childlike heart. Brother, what are you doing humming away? Inquired Zhong Ling, her face adorned with curiosity. I'm singing, he replied. Singing? I've never heard this melody before. Your brother is exceptionally talented. Crafting lyrics and melodies comes effortlessly to me. Zhong Ling rolled her eyes dramatically at Zhong Ping, thinking how boastful he was. It was well known what he was capable of, so why bother to disguise it? If one were to be an authority, they must do so openly. Who would dare to look upon them with disdain? Zhong Peng, choosing to ignore Zhong Ling's expression, continued to boast. It's not that I'm bragging, but my looks are unparalleled, and my talents could easily captivate thousands of innocent maidens. He rambled on with unabashed self-adulation, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment. Zhong Ling, exasperated, found herself at a loss for words to describe this character before her. People often say that one must maintain a semblance of modesty, but in Zhong Peng's case, this adage simply did not apply. He had utterly subverted tradition. Without a care for humility, he was truly invincible. As Zhong Peng prepared to persist in his shamelessness, Zhong Ling shook her head and turned to leave. Is this my brother? Although he has always enjoyed boasting, he at least used to blush. Today, he has reached new heights in his audacity, far beyond what I can tolerate. To be frank, if I were to say I could shine alongside the sun and moon, it would indeed be an exaggeration. But not by much. The truth is not too far off. As Zhong Peng spoke, he turned to find that Zhong Ling, who had been beside him moments ago, had vanished. Hey Linger, where are you going? I haven't finished yet. Come back so we can continue discussing my other virtues. Aside from my flaws, I am brimming with advantages. As he watched her retreating figure, Zhong Peng called out, but the sound only quickened her pace. What does he mean by aside from flaws? There are only advantages and oppos. Who isn't like that? It is better to distance oneself from such a character. If his affliction were to spread, it would not bode well. Once Zhong Ling's figure disappeared from sight, Zhong Peng let out a heavy sigh. Finally gone. He wiped the sweat from his brow, fearing that Zhong Ling might probe deeper into his words. Should he inquire if she was familiar with Earth, or the 5,000 years of history? She would undoubtedly look at him in confusion, as if questioning his sanity. Thus, it was better to send her off in this manner. He was too lazy to explain, and she would be spared from listening, an ideal solution for both parties. Although his skin had grown noticeably thicker, he insisted that not all of his words were devoid of truth. Regardless, one cannot overlook the wisdom of the Zhong family and Appo's adage. Without a thick skin, life lacks substance. He was the master of his own destiny. Whatever he wished to do was entirely up to him. After all, in the 21st century, if you are overly concerned with your image, finding a spouse would be a daunting task. Zhong Peng conjured numerous rationalizations to alleviate his embarrassment, feeling a sense of balance restored as he continued to hum the catchy tune towards the courtyard. However, he had not ventured far when he spotted someone ahead, clutching their stomach and convulsing with laughter. Zhong Peng, perplexed, wondered what had befallen this individual. Brother Zhu, what is the matter? Stomach ache or cramping? As a high-ranking practitioner, you shouldn't be suffering like this. Zhong Peng was well aware of Zhu Hao's amusement. He must have overheard the conversation between him and Zhong Ling. Had he merely spoken a few candid truths, must it have resulted in such hysteria? Where had the decorum of a respected practitioner gone? He held Zhu Hao in utter disdain. Zhu Hao, still chuckling, struggled to respond. I simply hold you in such high esteem, little brother, that words fail me. You are exceptionally handsome, and your intellect is unmatched. Who could possibly compare? I can only express my joy, immense joy, in your presence. Hearing Zhu Hao's flattery, Zhong Peng wore a countenance more pained than one of grief. Had he not heard these praises mere moments ago? Was this not a deliberate attempt to vex him? He had merely sought to evade further inquiries. In truth, he was a pure-hearted man, and even a passing beauty would cause him to blush. Yet, such words could not be uttered. Should Zhu however hear them, he would be forever trapped in the shackles of thick skin. If that were the case, he might as well be forthright. Thank you, Brother Zhu, for your generous compliments. I too share this sentiment. I did not realize you were my kindred spirit. Zhu Hao was taken aback. What? He wouldn't dare to launch into another round of flattery, would he? Please, spare me. I cannot bear it. If such a scene were to unfold for another, it could be regarded as delightful. Yet, in his presence, the thought alone was overwhelming. Little brother, might we maintain a semblance of dignity? While we speak only the truth, others are not privy to it, correct? Regardless, we ought to exhibit a modicum of humility. Zhu Hao found himself in a state of utter embarrassment. This could not continue. As an elder, it was imperative that he enlighten the younger one. But if we are speaking the truth, why should we feign humility? Excessive modesty is mere hypocrisy. We ought to be genuine individuals. When others praise me, I should graciously accept it without the need for feigned humility or reciprocal flattery. Isn't it exhausting to engage in such relentless mutual adoration? In Zhong Peng's eyes, the opinions of others were of little consequence. Let his skin remain thick, its benefits were plentiful, and he certainly did not mind. His personal motto was to act according to his own will, living freely without constraints, for such restraint would only lead to fatigue. The younger brother remained steadfast in his reasoning, possessing his own principles. Zhong Peng agreed, although he pondered the merit of thick skin. Zhu Hao smiled, intrigued by this novel perspective. Why not? First, it allows for uninhibited dining. At banquets, many will hesitate, concerned about appearances, while I can indulge without restraint. Secondly, while others may exercise caution when conversing with beautiful women, I speak my mind regardless of the outcome. It is better to take the initiative. Thirdly, the concept of being impervious to harm requires one to first cultivate a certain thickness. The same applies to one's skin, which can serve as a shield when adequately developed. Thus, the advantages were manifold, and Brother Zhu, you must practice diligently. Zhong Peng elaborated. Zhu Hao couldn't help but grin. Such lofty reasoning, using thick skin as a shield, was indeed impressive. How could one not be in awe? From this day forth, I shall yield to no one but this little brother. In my lifetime, it seems I shall struggle to reach the heights he has attained. Alas. Zhu Hao displayed a profoundly disheartened expression, while secretly wishing for a thunderbolt to strike him down if he ever achieved such a state. It is said that one who associates with pigs will smell like them, while one who associates with vermilion will become red. Brother Zhu and I shall remain together. I will never abandon you. I shall impart to Brother Zhu some skills, and in due time, he shall traverse the martial world, swiftly avenging grievances. Zhong Peng swore earnestly. Please, do not. Little brother, you have one. I was wrong to mock you. Kindly spare me, and let this matter rest. Zhu Hao truly acknowledged his error, fearing dire consequences if this continued. This is not quite right. If you do not learn this skill, will you not miss out on a great opportunity? There exists but one principle. First, persistence. Second, shamelessness. Third, persistently being shameless. Only then can one venture further. You might want to reconsider this matter carefully. Today, Zhong Peng was resolute in his shameless persistence, refusing to concede. Little brother, do not speak further. Just tell me how you wish to conclude this, and I will not haggle. Zhu Hao was utterly defeated. In the face of such circumstances, what recourse do you have? One can only blame oneself for overindulging in mockery. Had we approached this sooner, we could have avoided such lengthy discourse. I am rather parched. Would you be so kind as to treat me to a cup of tea? Zhu Hao readily agreed, considering it hardly a demand at all. Chapter 24. Storms from all directions gather in the clouds. Zhong Peng's decision to send Zhong Ling away was influenced by a significant reason. A tempest of events was brewing in every corner. Most of the Yuan cultivators from Tianluo had converged, and an undercurrent of tension rippled through the air. At such a moment, Zhong Peng yearned to venture out, eager to encounter unexpected encounters. However, bringing along the reckless Zhong Ling, who feared neither heaven nor earth, would inevitably invite trouble. It was easy to foresee that she might provoke some blind or overly eager adversaries, or perhaps, in her excitement, seek to spar with others. The age-old adage that beauty brings calamity had its merits, and given Zhong Peng's current weakness, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. This was the helplessness he faced. In truth, Zhong Ling, his sister, had always been a source of pride for him, despite the notion of beauty as a double-edged sword. After all, being deemed a calamity of beauty was the highest praise for a woman's allure. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, even if Zhong Ling remained a sheltered girl, Zhong Peng envisioned taking her out to revel in the world, proudly declaring his beautiful sister to all. Look at this person. Having a sister like mine is remarkable. Who doesn't have one? He would respond with confidence. Open your eyes and see. Can anyone in your family find a sister like mine? What is wrong with my boasting? Not convinced? Then let us duel, and I shall defeat you as effortlessly as blooming peach blossoms. Such delightful musings brought a satisfied smile to Zhong Peng's face. His companion, Zhu Hao, was taken aback. What is happening? Were we not just going for tea? He stood there, dumbfounded, and now Zhong Peng was smiling. Who was he trying to ensnare this time? Fortunately, Zhu Hao had a good composure. Had he been a timid soul, he might have fled at the sight. Awakening from his dreamlike reverie, Zhong Peng reached out, intending to place a friendly hand on Zhu Hao's shoulder. His expression shifted to seriousness. Brother Zhu, I think. Yet, before he could finish, he halted abruptly, his hands suspended in midair due to Zhu Hao's startled reaction. Zhu Hao took 3 steps back, exclaiming, What's wrong, little brother? Let us talk calmly. He truly felt the need to distance himself. Zhong Peng's earlier smile had genuinely frightened him. Brother Zhu, what's the matter? Have you lost your mind? Zhong Peng lamented, feeling disheartened at the lack of reciprocation. Why hide from someone as charming as me? He thought to himself, his heart heavy with unexpressed feelings. Zhu Hao nearly burst into laughter from frustration. Who has lost their mind? It's you who doesn't know how to converse. I merely thought you looked closer, making it hard to see your elegance. From a distance, I feel utterly ashamed. Zhu Hao gritted his teeth, accepting his discomfort. Let it be. I want to bicker with you. This remark brought a sense of relief to Zhong Peng, who puffed his chest with pride. Brother Zhu, your sincerity is commendable. Come, Let us celebrate this moment with the finest tea. He strode forward, leaving Zhu Hao to roll his eyes in disdain. How shameless. As if I would ever deny him a pot of tea. With pockets feeling empty, Zhu Hao begrudgingly followed, his expression akin to stepping in something unpleasant. As they neared the door, they were called back by the butler, who firmly stated that Zhong Peng was forbidden from leaving, as per the master's orders. Despite Zhong Peng's pleas, swearing he would not cause a ruckus, the butler, Zhong Gongcheng, remained resolute, displaying an unprecedented iron will, refusing to yield to his eloquence. Finally, it was Zhu Hao, in a rather displeased tone, who interjected, "Old Zhong, what is the matter? Am I invisible here?" "He is not alone. I'm accompanying him." "So what is the worry?" The butler hesitated momentarily. "Is that appropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it? With me by his side, even if we encounter a saint-level expert, I'll ensure his safety," Zhu Hao asserted confidently. A sly smile crept onto Zhong Gongcheng's face, albeit reluctantly, as he replied, "If that is the case, I must rely on Brother Zhu." "Ah, enough with the pretense. Just speak plainly in the future. Such tricks won't work on us. Let us say, from the heart, Zhong little brother has saved my life. No matter what, I won't let him come to harm. This makes me feel uneasy," he added. Zhu Hao noticed the butler's subtle expressions and frowned, feeling somewhat insulted. Did he really think of him as a fool? Zhong Peng, sensing the misunderstanding, quickly interjected. "Brother Zhu, you've misinterpreted. Uncle Zhong would never think that way. You are one of the few extraordinary figures in this world, and your cultivation is unparalleled. As a martial artist, it's only natural to avoid relying on others. With the current turmoil in Yulan, Uncle Zhong is concerned for my safety, but doesn't he know how to express it? I trust Brother Zhu has a broad mind and will not be troubled by this. Right?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. No wonder so many people enjoyed flattery. It was, after all, a form of truth. Of course, he replied, his previous frustrations washing away. "Rest assured, with Brother Zhu at my side, there's south no place we cannot go," Zhong Peng continued, noting Zhu Hao's elation. And he added a teasing remark. "Enjoy this feeling. The more you experience it, the thicker your skin will become." "Let us not go too far," Zhu Hao countered. "With the divine realm manifesting, major sects will undoubtedly send disciples for training, and formidable experts will accompany them. We should remain cautious." Though caution was advised, anyone could see the glee on Zhu Hao's face, which radiated confidence. Zhong Peng could not help but smirk at Zhu Hao's evident pride. Had his cultivation been superior, he would have certainly delivered a few punches to that boastful face. "Brother Zhu, let us not delay any longer. We should head out at once." Feeling the need to escape the current atmosphere, Zhong Peng urged them forward. If he complimented Zhu Hao any further, that insufferable pride would surely reach new heights, and he feared he might truly give in to the impulse to strike him. As Zhu Hao reveled in his self-importance, a gust of wind blew past. "Hey, little brother, don't walk so fast, wait for me," he called out, as they stepped into a bustling street. The crowd, though dense, was surprisingly subdued, with people conversing in hushed tones. Zhu Hao released his aura, and the crowd parted before him. Many of whom had once strutted around arrogantly now submissively avoided him. A poetic sentiment echoed. A unique aura commands respect. Suddenly, a squad of armored soldiers rushed by, distributing notices that drew the crowd's attention. The proclamations declared, "The sovereign has decreed that the divine realm's emergence is a boon to Yunlan, and we shall not claim the credit. Heroes from all directions are welcome to explore the divine realm with us. However, we have a humble request. All martial artists who come to Yunlan must not disturb the livelihoods of our citizens. If any such disturbances are found, they will be deemed enemies of Yunlan, and we shall pursue them to the ends of the earth. Please take heed. The divine realm will open in 7 days. We ask for your patience. All expenses incurred by visitors will be compensated by the Kingdom of Yunlan as an expression of goodwill. We wish all visitors fruitful endeavors in the divine realm, and I shall join you in celebration when the time comes." The voice resonated, traveling far and wide, lingering in the air above Yunlan, each word ringing clear and true. Zhong Peng, wishing to be a humble bystander as he had described, contemplated stepping forward to observe. However, he found himself halted by the prolonged sound resonating in place. Chapter 25. Heartfelt submission. Not only was Zhong Peng rooted to the spot, but all lower-tier martial artists were similarly captivated. It seemed as though the voice possessed an unfathomable allure, compelling one to listen intently. How profound the internal energy was. The speaker must be at least at the advanced Saint Origin level, not far removed from the renowned Songshan great sage, Feng Tianxin. Zhu Hao was astounded. Who would have thought that this seemingly inconspicuous vassal state was home to such hidden talents? The presence of Feng Tianxin and the speaker was indeed telling. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Zhong Peng remarked, as if in response to Zhu Hao, or perhaps to himself. Indeed, this individual is truly extraordinary. We are not worthy. Zhu Hao sighed sincerely. What did you say? Extraordinary? What is the rush? There's nothing to be hurried about while we are out here enjoying ourselves. Zhong Peng awoke from his reverie. His response seemingly unrelated to Zhu Hao's sentiments, inciting Zhu Hao's ire as he glared at him, wishing he could swallow him whole. It dawned on Zhu Hao that after such an extensive discussion, this young rascal had absorbed nothing. Moreover, he had merely picked up on Zhu Hao's words and was now fumbling for a reply. Are you some divine jester sent to amuse us? I was merely daydreaming. Consider it as if I said nothing, Zhong Peng replied, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. Zhong Peng found himself bemused. How could this person be so oblivious to the jest? It was but a light-hearted banter. He forced a dry chuckle and said earnestly, Brother Zhu, your evaluation is heartfelt and sincere, yet I cannot help but worry for your future path. To be frank, Zhongping and Appo's statement was somewhat absurd. How could a mere novice in the Xian Yuan realm caution a colossal figure in the Zun Yuan realm about his turbulent future? In the eyes of such a being, calling oneself an ant would be an exaggeration. How could he dare to utter such words? However, for Zhu Hao, the situation was different. He perceived that despite Zhongpeng's unrestrained demeanor and eccentricity, he possessed his own principles. When he spoke with gravity, his words struck true, often illuminating Zhu Hao's perspective. Under normal circumstances, he would have referred to Zhong Peng as Brother Hedgehog instead of Brother Zhu. Speak plainly, little brother. I am all ears, Zhu Hao replied, his expression turning serious as he awaited Zhong Peng's elaboration. Then I shall be forthright, Zhong Peng nodded. Before I proceed, allow me to share a tale with you. Once upon a time, two rustic villagers grew weary of the monotonous cycle of rising with the sun and retiring with the dusk, and thus decided to venture into the outside world. The first villager, upon arriving in the city, was overwhelmed by the dazzling spectacle of wealth, luxurious carriages, and fine silk garments, and sighed, declaring to himself that such riches were rare in a lifetime. After several days, he secured a position as a servant in a prestigious inn. However, one fateful day, while serving tea, he accidentally spilled a cup, inciting the wrath of a guest who had him beaten mercilessly. With no recourse to justice, he returned home, disillusioned, and warned the second villager that those of their kind could never achieve greatness, advising him to abandon his dreams and live out his days in peace. The second villager, however, dismissed the first's pessimism and resolved to seek his own fortune. His experiences mirrored those of the first, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that he too could live a wealthy life. He endured hardships, biding his time, and eventually garnered his first fortune, embarking on small trades that flourished like a rolling snowball, culminating in immense wealth. Now, what distinguishes your current actions from those of the first villager, Brother Zhu? What constitutes a strong person? It is one who possesses the heart of a champion and attains a certain level of mastery. To become formidable, one must first strengthen their spirit. Indulgence in wine breeds lust, while hunger and cold foster thievery. A single thought can give rise to inner demons. Does your lament today not sow the seeds of inferiority in your mind for tomorrow? If you were to encounter a true master, would you not feel a sense of inadequacy? Would despair not take root within you? As I understand, the transition from the pinnacle of Zun Yuan to the realm of Sheng Yuan requires the forging of one's heart against inner demons. Where then shall you tread, Brother Zhu? Remember, many great things are the result of small beginnings. Do not overlook the little matters. Zhu Hao shuddered. Was Zhongpeng mistaken? No, he was not. The realization struck him that he had indeed harbored such thoughts, only to be oblivious until now. With Zhongpeng's words illuminating his mind, he instinctively pondered whether he could evade the pitfalls Zhongpeng warned against if he encountered those stronger than himself. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he broke into a cold sweat, fearful of where they might lead. In truth, why should Brother Zhu compare himself to the speaker from earlier? That individual might possess remarkable skills within the mortal realm, but in my eyes, he is utterly inconsequential compared to you, Brother Zhu. Zhu Hao was utterly flabbergasted. It was as though he had misheard something. The individual clearly surpassed him by a significant margin in cultivation, Yet this young brother reached such a conclusion. Was this not a blatant mockery? Zhu Hao, perplexed, could only gaze silently at Zhong Peng. The latter found amusement in Zhu Hao's expression, as the confusion was palpable. Although that person's voice resonated with authority, it bore the weight of time. Past glories had faded into memory, and advancements in cultivation had become increasingly elusive, a mere shadow of their former self. Conversely, Brother Zhu was in his prime, having achieved notable success in the Zunyuan realm. His reputation soaring. Thus, I say he is not your equal. In essence, the path of martial arts mirrors the journey of life. It is about the absence of desire that fosters strength, as long as one is free from worldly cravings. The expanse of the heart determines the breadth of the path ahead. Yet, one must not be overly ambitious. Only by completing one step can one take the next. Nothing worthwhile can be achieved overnight. Do you not see the great Ren Di, the benevolent monarch, who wanders freely? Brother Zhu, as long as you remain steadfast in your faith, I believe one day you too shall reach such heights. Zhu Hao felt a surge of passion at Zhong Peng's words, excitement bubbling within him as he pondered the possibility of attaining such heights. The legendary figures of Tian Ci Ren Di, the benevolent emperor, and Tian In Quang Di, the laughing emperor, along with Tian Yuan Wu Di, the dancing emperor, were the living legends of Tianluo Continent, three pinnacle sovereigns. Those in the martial world spoke of them in hushed tones, holding them in the highest reverence. Yet, Zhong Peng spoke of them as if discussing an ordinary individual. Could it be that such formidable figures were not even worthy of Zhong Peng's notice? What vastness of heart must he possess? Zhong Peng did not strike one as an arrogant individual, oblivious to the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Suddenly, an absurd thought emerged in Zhu Hao's mind. If he followed Zhong Peng, he would continuously transcend himself. The notion grew increasingly fervent, embedding itself in his heart. Thank you, young brother, for your timely admonition. I shall engrave these words in my heart. Should I ever truly tread into the realm of the strong, it will be entirely due to your wise counsel. Your kindness deserves no less than my utmost gratitude. If you ever require assistance, I am at your service. Zhu Hao repeated his promise, and though he had previously felt discomfort at being guided by someone seemingly younger and less experienced, this time his words bore a sincerity that could not be mistaken. Zhong Ping had carefully orchestrated this dialogue, first grounding Zhu Hao from lofty heights to the depths of reality, and then illuminating his strengths to instill confidence for rebirth. Ultimately, he invoked the name of the revered Ren Xiaoyao, one of the emperors, to establish a goal, amplifying Zhu Hao's aspirations. Though their exchange was brief, the depth of meaning was well understood by both. Brother Zhu, you are being modest. A person who lacks ambition will inevitably descend into mediocrity. Words from others hold no weight if one does not strive for progress. Zhong Peng smiled. Seeing you in this light, I can only say, dear friend, you have awakened. Their eyes met in silence for a moment before they burst into hearty laughter, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Chapter 26. The extraordinary lowly. The two paid no heed to the gazes of others, striding forward with unabashed confidence. Concern for others' opinions? That was non-existent. Brother Hao, why is it that throughout our journey, we have only encountered low-tier martial artists? Logically, one would expect a multitude of powerful beings to arrive in this divine realm. Zhong Peng inquired as he walked alongside Zhu Hao. You speak the truth. However, those individuals have flocked to Tsongmang Mountain, and naturally, the advantageous positions are reserved for them, Zhu Hao replied. I had overlooked that detail. It ought to be so, Zhong Peng remarked with a nod. Haha. It's just amusing to think that those who consider themselves above others hurriedly ventured into the desolate mountains only to be rendered idle by the Dragon Emperor's command. I would love to see the expressions of those self-important masters of the grand sects. It must be quite a spectacle, ha. Zhu Hao chuckled with wicked delight. Are you not the ones who are arrogant and extraordinary? If you possess such abilities, why not force your way through? The notion of wasted efforts is not entirely accurate. When the divine realm opens, there is a hierarchy in entry. In the minds of martial artists, the size of one's fist equates to the might of their power. This is an immutable truth. Hence, those grand sects do not need to linger there indefinitely. The divine realm possesses many mysteries, and the various sects require time to observe and ponder. Perhaps the Dragon Emperor's command offers them a graceful exit, one they may welcome. You have a point, little brother, but I find myself uninterested in such matters. Oh, by the way, what did you mean by truly impressive earlier? Zhu Hao suddenly recalled, curiosity piqued. Zhong Peng smirked slyly. I was not referring to the speaker. Zhu Hao's face flushed, realizing that even those skilled in the art of disguise could not compare to his current embarrassment. Can you stop teasing and just tell me? Zhu Hao feigned anger. I was referring to the Dragon Emperor of Yunlan, Zhong Peng stated, sensing Zhu Hao's discomfort and deciding not to provoke him further, lest he seek a hole to hide in. The Dragon Emperor? How can it be him? I have not heard of the ruler of Yunlan possessing formidable power. Zhu Hao expressed his confusion. Brother Zhu, one's capabilities cannot solely be measured by brute force. At times, cunning is far more formidable than martial prowess. Zhong Peng imparted earnestly. Zhong Peng always remembered the legendary figures in the annals of the 9 provinces, who wielded their intellect to shape the world. Zhuge Liang, the prime minister of Shu Han during the Three Kingdoms period, allied with Sun Quan to outmaneuver Cao Cao at the Battle of Red Cliffs, ultimately leading to a crushing defeat of Cao Cao's 800,000 troops and securing his place in history. Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Western Han, used his wit to topple the Qin dynasty and later vanquished Xiang Yu at the Wu River, solidifying his reputation as Emperor Gaozu of Han. Which of them relied solely on their own martial strength? Thus, it is said that cunning is far more fearsome than brute force. During the late Eastern Han period, even the mightiest general, El Bu, was manipulated to his demise despite his strength. That being said, I still do not understand what makes him worthy of your praise. Little brother, Zhu Hao remarked, being a martial artist who believed that only the strongest could dominate the world, thus dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. Do you recall the contents of the announcement we just saw? My evaluation stems from that, Zhong Peng replied. I previously mentioned that the Dragon Emperor's decision to open the Divine Realm in 7 days grants the various martial heroes a buffer, naturally earning the favor of the grand sects. This is one aspect. Secondly, while the language may appear domineering and threatening, it is, in fact, a display of weakness. You see, a nation without a powerful deterrent has long since faded into the annals of history. Since the founding of Yunlan, its longevity must indicate some extraordinary traits. Even as the local tyrant, it is only natural to issue threats, and the Dragon Emperor's mention of sacred-level power is not without purpose. Moreover, he made grand gestures to win hearts, promising to cover all expenses for the populace over the 7 days. Whether or not the masses needed it, they would inevitably feel compelled to show respect. Essentially, he aimed to convey that his actions were out of necessity. Those leading the way must possess exceptional cunning, and the seasoned veterans certainly understand the implications, thus increasing their goodwill towards him. If he truly intended to threaten, why not dispatch the strongest to instill fear instead? Lastly, it is about rallying the hearts of the people. The populace is the foundation of a nation, and their sentiments dictate the tide of national affairs. The 3 sovereigns of Tianluo Continent are deities in the eyes of martial artists, and martial artists, in turn, are revered by the common folk. Today, as actions of the Dragon Emperor undoubtedly evoke feelings of gratitude among the people of Yunlan. Who would think, with such a ruler willing to offend the martial world for our peace, what more could we desire? In this way, the Dragon Emperor naturally garners the respect of the masses. This is also the primary reason he acted as he did, to achieve such vast benefits with seemingly simple words. Brother Zhu, do you still think the ruler of Yunlan is not formidable? That being said, this person is indeed remarkable, truly extraordinary. Zhu Hao inhaled deeply. I believe the Dragon Emperor may have further plans yet to unfold. It cannot be that he merely issues proclamations without subsequent actions. The Dragon Emperor likely did not wish for the martial artists to become complacent sheep. He must have intended to identify a few to serve as examples. This would allow him to reap even greater rewards. Zhong Peng intentionally raised his voice, still subtle enough that passers-by would not notice, yet deliberate in his gesture as he glanced back with a knowing look. Such schemes and stratagems are convoluted and tedious to comprehend. I would much prefer a straightforward confrontation. Zhu Hao exclaimed, shaking his head. Zhong Peng smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. As an assassin, he had been compelled to employ various means to eliminate targets, and the use of intelligence and stratagems had become second nature. He had always envied Zhu Hao's straightforwardness, finding such directness to be the most admirable trait in the world. Speaking of cunning, it reminds me of a once dominant figure. That person possessed exceptional talents, capable of influencing the world with mere wisdom, earning the admiration of all in the martial realm. Zhu Hao suddenly expressed with nostalgia. Oh, such a person exists? How come I have never heard of him? Recently, Zhong Peng had perused numerous texts about Tianluo Continent, yet none contained accounts of the individual Zhu Hao described. Haha. The person I speak of is named Luo Li. In years past, the three sovereigns conspired to suppress the spread of information about him, rendering him a taboo topic. Thus, he remains largely unknown in the secular world, let alone in written accounts. Moreover, this person has been absent from the martial world for many years, as if he has evaporated from existence. At that time, you might not even have been around. Humanity's capacity for forgetting is vast, and after so many years, perhaps he has faded from memory. Better to incur the wrath of the three sovereigns than to provoke Luo Li, was the prevailing sentiment about him back then. Zhong Peng was indeed taken aback by Zhu Hao's words. Such high praise was remarkable. It was preferable to offend all three of the continent's supreme rulers than to incur the ire of a single individual. If one were to offend just one of the three, they might escape to another realm, and with a stroke of luck, could survive. However, to offend all three meant certain death unless one possessed power surpassing their combined strength, a level of power that has yet to emerge in Tianluo. To possess such capability would not be considered offense, but rather a lesson. While such assessments may be exaggerated, they serve to illustrate the fearsome nature of Luo Li. Brother Zhu, you mentioned that the three sovereigns conspired to suppress his reputation. What was the purpose behind it? Zhong Peng inquired with curiosity. Such an exceptional figure remains hidden from view. Is it the desire of the three sovereigns, or perhaps the intent of Luo Li himself? If it were the latter, then the character Zhong Peng would indeed wish to witness such a person. Surely, there must be a plethora of stories here. Zhu Hao remarked, this is not widely known. Or perhaps it is due to one's own limitations. In fact, knowing too much can detract from the beauty of the experience. It suffices to simply be aware of such an individual. Observing Zhu Hao's reluctance to elaborate further, Zhong Peng refrained from pressing the matter. As Zhu Hao suggested, lacking the requisite strength, knowing too much may only lead to confusion. Chapter 27. The art of dragon movement. Time often slips away swiftly during idle conversations. And before they knew it, the two men had arrived beneath the rain-listening pavilion. Zhu Hao halted, lifting his gaze to the gilded characters of the pavilion's name, uttering a lament. Yet, Zhong Peng had no intention of stopping. He continued to stride forward. Brother Zhong, where are you headed? Zhu Hao inquired, his expression one of confusion as he watched Zhong Peng's retreating figure. Did we not agree to come out for tea? Now that we have arrived, why do you not enter? What is the meaning of this perplexity? Do you see that? The scenery is exquisite. Zhu brother, are you not tempted to take a look? Zhong Peng gestured towards a distant peak without turning back, his pace unwavering. It's still early, the sun is just right. Shall we not indulge our spirits amidst such beauty? Zhu Hao realized then that this was why Zhong Peng had insisted on coming out for tea. His true desire lay not in the beverage, but in the allure of the mountains and waters. If he truly wished to savor fine tea, his status as a general would suffice to procure it. The enchanting landscape he yearned for was none other than the mythical Salmong Mountain. The two men exited the eastern city gate and hastened along their way. Perhaps due to their buoyant spirits or the monotony of the journey, Zhong Peng proposed a race, stipulating that they would not utilize their spiritual energy, merely a contest of physical prowess. Zhu Hao, recalling how he had nearly lost track of Zhong Peng during their last encounter, welcomed the opportunity to witness his skills once more and readily agreed. At the onset, Zhu Hao sprinted with all his might, while Zhong Peng ambled leisurely as if on a casual stroll, quickly widening the gap between them. Little fellow, you dare to compete with me? I am no ordinary practitioner. I have endured the trials of thunder. Surely my endurance surpasses that of your mortal form. Zhu Hao mused, a smile gracing his face. Today, I shall show you how to win. He found everything he saw today to be remarkably beautiful. However, while Salmong Mountain lay within the domain of Yunlan, it still required a considerable journey to reach the royal city. For practitioners, this distance was nothing, yet for them, it demanded time. As they traversed the midpoint of their journey, Zhu Hao maintained a substantial lead, but gradually began to feel fatigued. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and his vision blurred. One might have mistaken him for having emerged from the water, just as he contemplated pausing to rest and glanced back at the path they had taken. His eyes widened in astonishment. A small dark figure was racing towards him, moving with a speed comparable to his own at the start. As the figure grew closer, Zhu Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and squinted, realizing it was Zhong Peng, who had fallen behind him. Zhu Hao found it utterly unbelievable. This defied logic. Was Zhong Peng human or some creature of myth? The limits of human endurance were clear, and if Zhong Peng could maintain such speed over a distance, even Zhu Hao's stamina would be tested to its limits. Ordinary individuals would have long since been exhausted. Yet, Zhong Peng appeared unperturbed, still brimming with energy. This was simply disheartening. No, it must be an illusion born from my fatigue. How else could I explain such a contradictory sight? Zhu Hao thought. No matter how exquisite one's movement techniques, they cannot compensate for a lack of stamina. Yet, illusions are easily shattered. In an instant, Zhong Ping had drawn near, showing no sign of slowing down. His velocity stirred up whirlwinds, sending dust and debris flying. A single figure evoking the sensation of an entire stampede. Zhu Hao, caught off guard, gaped in shock, nearly losing his footing as the wind buffeted him, resulting in an unintended mouthful of dust. Goodness, this is no mere illusion. It's enough to make me cry, he lamented, realizing that this was no jest. Ultimately, he had only himself to blame. What was impossible for this lad? Why be so astonished? He should have dodged instead of suffering this unwarranted misfortune. The relentless march of time and fate seemed to mock him. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhong Peng was indeed pushing himself in this seemingly trivial competition. Was it worth such exertion? Zhu Hao had promised to protect him when they set out. He could not afford any missteps. With that thought, he spat to the side, disregarding his disheveled appearance as he wiped his face with his sleeve. Channeling his spiritual energy, he swiftly recovered his vigor, his strength replenished in an instant. Using his profound energy, he began to trail Zhong Peng once more. Defeat was one thing, but he would not allow it to be too humiliating. If he needed to rely on his spiritual energy to catch up, it would be utterly disgraceful. He resolved to stay close behind, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. At the foot of Samong Mountain, Zhong Ping came to a sudden halt, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath. Zhu Hao arrived shortly thereafter, equally exhausted. Despite having used his spiritual energy, he felt drained, barely able to speak, longing to collapse onto the ground for a moment of respite. Upon noticing Zhu Hao's arrival, Zhong Peng was taken aback. Ah, brother Zhu, what happened? Why do you look so worn out? Did you trip? Thank heavens. As long as he can still speak normally, it means he is unharmed, Zhu Hao thought, relieved. Yet, what do you mean by what happened? Do you not realize that you were the cause of my distress? He rolled his eyes inwardly, too fatigued to retort. It was not that Zhu Hao wished to unleash a stream of curses. He was simply too exhausted. He found a clean patch of ground and lay down, feeling the comfort of the earth beneath him. Brother Zhu, this is not the time to rest. Zhong Peng chided. Your energy is depleted, and your blood is circulating rapidly. Lying down now could cause your qi to reverse, which would be detrimental to your cultivation. As soon as he lay down, Zhong Peng's voice rang in his ears. Zhu Hao, a seasoned practitioner himself, understood the implications of this warning and reluctantly rose to his feet again. Indeed, your movement technique is remarkable. I arrived just as you did, Zhong Peng remarked, attempting to make conversation. Zhu Hao felt his cheeks flush even deeper at this comment, uncertain whether it was embarrassment or something else. What are you saying? Why does that sound so harsh? Are you belittling me or boasting? What good is skill if it results in defeat? Zhu Hao retorted, exasperated. By the way, how do you manage to maintain such incredible speed for so long? Do you possess some technique for rapid stamina recovery? Zhu Hao's curiosity got the better of him, and he blurted out the question. Ah, brother Zhu, you jest. I possess no such techniques as you suggest. The human body is a treasure trove of untapped potential. Many martial artists, upon reaching the Xian Yuan realm, believe that circulating their vital energy is the essence of martial arts, neglecting the importance of physical stamina, which is a grave mistake. The reason martial arts begin with body training rather than other forms is that physical prowess is fundamental to martial skill. I merely put in a bit more effort in this regard than most, Zhong Peng replied with a hint of pride. This was no idle boast. His dragon movement technique had always been a source of pride from his previous life, surpassing even his own assassination rankings. It allowed him to pursue fleeing enemies with vigor and retreat gracefully when faced with overwhelming odds, making it an invaluable asset for survival. Chapter 28. Seeking amusement, Zhu Hao remarked, What kind of movement technique do you employ, my young brother? It is truly peculiar. I have neither seen nor heard of it in the martial world. Such a technique should be renowned far and wide. From which esteemed master does it originate? Zhu Hao pondered deeply, searching his mind for figures renowned for their agility in the martial realm, inadvertently posing the question. Zhong Peng, however, remained silent, merely smiling at him. Sensing the absence of a response beside him, Zhu Hao shook off his thoughts and lifted his head. He found Zhong Peng's gaze rather peculiar and, reflecting on his earlier words, realized he had misspoken, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Even among the closest of companions, one would not lay bare all their secrets. Even masters leave some skills undisclosed to their disciples, especially concerning life-preserving techniques. Despite this, Zhu Hao felt a hint of disappointment, albeit one that was not easily discernible to others. My dear brother, what occupies your thoughts so profoundly? There is nothing particularly special about my movement technique. It is merely a pursuit of simplicity. This technique is called swimming dragon. One must relax completely, lean slightly forward, align body and intent, and transform into a swimming dragon. Zhong Peng explained, demonstrating the movements as he spoke. As Zhu Hao observed Zhong Peng's motions, his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. The technique appeared to be filled with boundless mysteries. Particularly, the unpredictable shifting of his feet, though composed of simple actions, seemed both tangible and intangible, suggesting movement forward and retreat. Have you comprehended it, Zhu brother? Zhong Peng inquired. Perhaps still lost in contemplation, Zhu Hao nodded dully. He realized he had overthought the matter. Zhong Peng was not unwilling to share, but had refrained from interrupting him as he drifted into thought. Goodness, this young man dares to impart such crucial principles to me. What audacity he possesses. One often hears that one should harbor no intent to harm others, yet remain wary of them. Where has his caution gone? Zhu Hao's mind suddenly filled with these perplexing thoughts, yet he understood that this was a testament to Zhong Peng's profound trust in him. A trust that was invaluable and rare. If he were to master this movement technique and combine it with his own cultivation beneath the sanctified realm, who could rival him? The mere thought of this filled Zhu Hao with excitement, and he looked up at Zhong Peng with gratitude. As for the origin of my teachings, it is not a matter of withholding information, but rather involves numerous reasons. When the time is right, I shall reveal it to you. I harbor no desire to deceive you, and I hope Zhu brother does not hold it against me, Zhong Peng said sincerely. My young brother speaks too heavily. The honor of your trust in sharing such significant knowledge with me fills me with gratitude. How could I possibly take offense? Zhu Hao replied earnestly, then added, somewhat bashfully, if there is to be any offense, I hope my young brother can forgive my earlier rudeness. Zhu Hao mused that a person with such an exceptional technique must be a transcendent master, one who, by choice, remains detached from worldly troubles. Since Zhong Peng was unwilling to divulge further, he surely had his reasons, and it was unnecessary to press for answers. Contentment is a virtue, after all. Not at all, Zhong Peng said with a smile, waving his hand. He did not wish to withhold information from Zhu Hao. It was merely a lengthy tale that needed to be succinctly conveyed. If he claimed to have created it himself, what would others think? Would they believe him? A mere frog croaking could only reach the heavens. Such words would surely be met with ridicule. He was still far from the bridge that connects heaven and earth. How could he possess such abilities? Moreover, the principle of knowledge should not be passed to 6 ears prevented him from revealing too much to those with ulterior motives. Zhong Peng felt it wise to maintain an air of mystery, allowing for delightful speculation among certain individuals. When the time was appropriate, he would clarify matters with Zhu Hao. To forge friendships, one must cultivate profound connections. Trust must be earned and maintained. After a brief respite, the two continued on their journey. Although they had reached the foot of Tsangmang Mountain, a winding uphill path remained before them to the realm of the divine. He had not noticed earlier, but the throngs of people were still considerable. However, he observed a curious phenomenon. Few were descending, while many were ascending. Oh, the vast ocean indeed harbors all manner of fish. Even the most wretched of creatures aspire to swim in grand waters. The Dragon King's grand stage seems to beckon them, oblivious to their own limitations. Zhu Hao scoffed as they passed a group of individuals, only to be met with a cacophony of mocking jeers from behind. Zhong Peng paid it no mind, for he recognized that he was but a small fry in the grand scheme of things. However, Zhu Hao felt differently. Who could they be speaking of? Surely not us, he thought. A practitioner at the 6th tier of Tianyuan would typically be considered a master, yet in the presence of divine beings, such a status was rendered trivial. Self-awareness is a virtue. Surely he understood who was a small fry and who was a dragon king. Scanning left and right, he found no one else but Zhong Peng and himself. Ah, they are indeed referring to us, Zhu Hao realized. How could one possess such audacity to speak of them thus? Who granted him such brazen courage? It dawned on Zhu Hao for the first time. that as a formidable Zun Yuan practitioner, he was being belittled by someone he deemed insignificant. If he did not retort, how could he honor the provocation directed at them? Anger surged within him, yet he felt his resolve wane upon hearing Zhang Peng's voice. Zhu brother, as a lion, should one turn back at the barking of a dog? Zhang Peng gently placed his hand on Zhu Hao's shoulder. Those who lack ability yet constantly deride others are inherently detestable. However, such individuals may yet serve a purpose. In the current climate of the divine realm, Zhang Peng did not wish for such a charming person to face annihilation. There would come a day when their worth could be utilized, so it was prudent to bide their time. Zhu Hao, unencumbered by complexities, acknowledged Zhang Peng's wisdom. Indeed, we are lions. Why should we stoop to engage with these insignificant beings? Today, we shall spare his life. Let us take a moment to rest here and observe when they descend. I dare say it shall not exceed a moment, he suggested as they pressed onward. Zhu Hao paid no heed to the taunts, dismissing them as mere barking dogs. For the audacity of their assailants stemmed from the match that the two had just engaged in. This group was merely descending from the mountain, and from above. Their inferiority was evident. The prowess exhibited by Zhu and Zhong was hardly noteworthy. At most, they were at the 9th tier of Xin Yuan. In the eyes of others, one's standing dictated the company one kept. The older ones possessed only meager skills, and naturally, the younger ones would not be any more formidable. With his heavenly cultivation, dealing with them would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. To mock them was to grant them far too much face. Moreover, it was worth noting that the team leading them comprised some of the most esteemed elders of their sect, and his uncle had recently ascended to Zun Yuan status. If he could casually encounter those beyond his capabilities, it would truly bring disgrace to his ancestors. Such thoughts naturally instilled a sense of superiority, leading him to act with impunity. Yet, perhaps fate had its designs. Should someone like Zhang Peng learn of his current mindset, he would likely urge him to revisit his ancestral grave, lest he transform into mere ashes. In truth, what was so surprising about encountering a Zun Yuan? He need only reflect on the circumstances of their arrival. Without a modicum of strength, how could they venture here? Thus, that individual was destined for tragedy. The adage one who does not seek death shall not die applied here. However, these matters would only unfold when Zhu and Zhong descended, so they remained unspoken for now. The two continued their ascent, with Zhang Peng bouncing along, occasionally frolicking, embodying a leisurely spirit. In contrast, Zhu Hao stood with his arms crossed, his expression one of profound discontent. Dear brother Zhu, could it be that you are feeling disheartened by the earlier incident? Zhang Peng inquired as he approached Zhu Hao. Alas, in this world, everything has changed. The essence of humanity has diminished, Zhu Hao replied, shaking his head. All things in existence are inherently relative. It is precisely because of certain individuals that we come to discern what it truly means to be a good person. Brother Zhu, why allow trivial matters to disrupt our enjoyment of this scenic excursion? Do put away that melancholic expression. It is rather distressing to behold. Humph, what do you know, young man? In my day stop. Pray tell, how old are you now, brother? Why do you keep reminiscing about the past? To us cultivators, what does lifespan truly signify? Achieving profound realms and living for 1,000 or 800 years means little. Time is but a hollow phrase for us. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng could not help but grimace. Damn it, look at that fair visage, seemingly a rival to my own, yet he is merely an old relic. Calling him brother feels like a loss on my part. Since brother Zhu is in low spirits, allow me to treat you tonight. Let us seek some amusement and unwind, shall we? Zhang Peng raised an eyebrow, adopting an exceedingly lewd expression. This countenance sent a chill down Zhu Hao's spine. Is this truly what we were discussing? How do we veer so off course? This is utterly lacking in rhythm. Chapter 29. Atop the vast mountain seeking amusement is merely a pretext. I always knew this fellow was never serious. How could one not be aware of their own kin? Although I have temporarily subdued the anguish within, it does not imply that I can act with impunity. One misstep, and I may find myself summoned to the underworld. This scoundrel, Zhang Peng, is blatantly engaging in murderous intent. Where lies his sense of righteousness? What of his conscience? Why does he not suffer divine retribution for his transgressions? A gentle breeze swept past, dispelling Zhu Hao's lamentations. Are you going or not? With such languidness, we may find ourselves lost on the way home. Zhang Peng paid no heed to Zhu Hao's musings, urging him onward with fervor. What's the rush? I'm here now, Zhu Hao retorted, somewhat irked. Their journey continued in silence until they reached the summit of Tsangmang Mountain. The once serene peak was now a cacophony of white tints stretching endlessly, a stark contrast to its former tranquility. Only a wooden sign above the tents indicated their ownership, while throngs of people milled about. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, the path became increasingly arduous, eventually leading to a dead end as they found themselves jostled by the dense crowd. Young brother, it seems we cannot push through this throng. Allow me to take you aloft to behold the splendor of this divine realm. Why didn't you say so sooner? What a waste of time. Zhu Hao exclaimed, exasperated. You were the one who insisted on coming this way. How was I to know your intentions? Moreover, do you think it requires no strength or energy to carry someone through the air? I've just recuperated after our earlier contest. Without further argument, Zhu Hao harnessed his energy to lift Zhong Peng, clasping his shoulder firmly. Hold on tight. If you fall, I shall not be responsible. In an instant, they soared hundreds of feet above the ground, a sense of grandeur washing over them as they surveyed the mountains below. Zhong Peng gazed down and observed a squadron of cloud guards, each wielding identical blades, forming a protective formation around Tsangmang Mountain. A white line stretched across before them, a boundary no martial artist dared to cross. Just then, a group attempted to advance, but was halted. Halt! Should you cross this line, blood shall be spilled, and bodies shall lie here. The warning was firm and non-negotiable. How dare you obstruct my path? Do you know who I am? One man demanded angrily. I care not who you are. No one may cross this line until a decree from our sovereign is issued. Those who defy this will face death without mercy. Very well, you have spirit. I hope you remain so forever. With that, they turned to leave. Zhong Peng could only chuckle at the scene. The cloud guards, serving as the backbone of the Dragon Emperor, would not allow such individuals to pass easily. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that they were not the only ones capable of flight. At least a few others possessed the strength of the Yuan realm. It appeared that many formidable fighters had gathered, with more arriving continuously. Everyone exchanged glances, yet no one made a move. Zhong Peng understood that no conflicts would arise before the divine realm opened. All energies were focused on what lay ahead. Even the deepest of grievances, such as those born from the murder of kin or the theft of a spouse, would be suppressed for the moment. At that moment, Tsangmang Mountain was enveloped in a golden light, obscuring the interior from view. The light flickered, spiraling upwards from the depths. Ah, it's the Qianquan reversal formation. A sudden insight flooded Zhong Peng's mind. The Qianquan reversal formation requires a plethora of purple stone crystals as its core, with the energy of skilled practitioners as its foundation to function. This formation possesses no offensive capabilities, only self-defense. However, it is an exquisite locale for martial cultivation, offering training efficiency several times greater than ordinary methods, albeit at a tremendous energy cost. Only those super sects facing significant crises would dare to activate it, sparingly used otherwise. Could it be that the divine realm of Tsangmang Mountain was artificially created, or perhaps it was once the site of a now-perished super sect? Brother Zhu, do you see that? Zhong Peng suddenly pointed to a white light ascending from the mountain's base, swiftly rising until it was level with them, and then continuing upwards. Where? What are you talking about? I see nothing. Zhu Hao squinted upwards, tilting his head back until he felt discomfort, yet he could discern nothing extraordinary. How can you not see such a large beam of white light? Oh no, it's coming towards us. The radiance approached rapidly, and Zhong Peng had no time to explain further. The white light surged forth, breaking through Zhu Hao's energy barrier and striking Zhong Peng directly. Struck by the light, Zhong Peng plummeted from the sky. The suddenness of the event caught Zhu Hao off guard, but he immediately dove down to catch Zhong Peng, only to find the force of their descent too great, tearing a piece of Zhong Peng's clothing. With a loud thud, Zhong Peng hit the ground. Fortunate to have been grasped by Zhu Hao, otherwise he would have sustained severe injuries. Before Zhong Peng could even sit up, he felt an unusual agitation in his dantian. Despite his efforts to suppress it, he was unsuccessful. With a metallic taste in his mouth, blood trickled from the corner of his lips. By the time Zhu Hao arrived, he helped Zhong Peng to his feet, placing his palm against Zhong Peng's back to channel healing energy. However, as the energy flowed into Zhong Peng, he felt increasingly unwell, spitting blood in response. Young brother, what has happened to you? Zhu Hao exclaimed, his concern escalating. Zhong Peng was equally perplexed. I wish I knew. While I was receiving some information, my dantians began to stir, and then that beam of light shot towards me, leading to this predicament. How utterly frustrating. What can I say? Is it possible that my dantians have gone rogue, causing my energy to activate uncontrollably? If only I could perform surgery to remove whatever is causing this disturbance. It feels more insidious than cancer, turning my life into chaos. Seeing Zhong Peng silent, Zhu Hao scanned their surroundings, convinced that someone had attacked Zhong Peng. Who possesses such power to injure him under my protection? Brother Zhu, I am fine. Help me up. We must leave. After a while, as Zhong Peng's energy began to stabilize, he reassured Zhu Hao. Without hesitation, Zhu Hao assisted Zhong Peng down the mountain. The crowd remained oblivious to the incident. How could someone simply fall from the sky? How do you feel now? Zhu Hao inquired. Much improved, though I feel utterly drained. Aside from that, I experience no discomfort. Do not worry, Brother Zhu. Zhong Peng managed a faint smile. That's a relief. Here, let me carry you. Before Zhong Peng could respond, Zhu Hao hoisted him onto his back. What caused you to suddenly plummet from the sky? Who was it that attacked you? Did you sense anything? It's not as you think, Brother Zhu. I cannot explain it either. It was not a human attack. You need not concern yourself. But that makes no sense. How could you end up like this, especially while under my energy barrier? Zhu Hao remained bewildered, although he had sensed several gazes upon them. Those individuals merely scrutinized them without taking action. Perhaps it relates to my own energy body. Zhong Peng could only offer this as an explanation. Seeing that Zhang Ping could not provide clarity, Zhu Hao ceased to inquire further. Given that Zhang Ping was safe for the moment, it was best to return swiftly and recuperate. Chapter 30. Avoiding unnecessary peril. The descent proved significantly easier than the ascent, and naturally, the pace quickened. With Zhu Hao's prowess, carrying Zhong Peng felt as effortless as holding a wine gourd. Zhong Peng, perched on Zhu Hao's back, pondered the cause of his internal unrest. What exactly was stirring within him? Did it have anything to do with the divine realm? Otherwise, why would the desire for rebellion persist, making it increasingly difficult to control? Yet, Zhong Peng was acutely aware that there must be something within him that yearned for fulfillment. Otherwise, such agitation would not manifest so intensely. It seemed imperative that he venture into this place himself to unravel the mysteries haunting his mind. Ha, brothers, did you see that? I told you that such clowns would dare to explore the divine realm. It's truly laughable. It's a blessing that they haven't lost their lives in the process. The group accompanying him erupted in laughter, expressing their agreement. Zhong Peng cast a weary glance, rolling his eyes. Wasn't this the same group they had encountered on their way up? Heavens above, I rarely wish to play the hero, yet witnessing your actions reminds me of my former self. I saved you from your suffering, and now you come seeking your doom. Truly, you do not tread the path of heaven, but rather force your way through the gates of hell. As the saying goes, if one does not seek danger, how can one meet it? Exhausted, he declared, I have no strength left. You must fend for yourselves. Zhu Hao also paused, calmly observing the individual who had just spoken. This tranquility momentarily bewildered Zhong Peng. Hey, you there. Today, I am in a splendid mood. If you come here and bow 3 times, I might just take you as disciples of my Tianluo sect. What do you think? He assumed that such a grand offer would leave these two astonished, prompting them to bow in gratitude. After all, few fledgling adventurers could resist such temptation. He merely needed to strike a pose and wait. Ha, Tianluo sect, what a name. Zhu Hao was so amused that he couldn't help but laugh. How could his esteemed self be treated in such a manner? In that case, come forth. As Zhu Hao extended his fingers, the man began to approach him. And those nearby felt as if time itself had momentarily frozen, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping them. Stop. Please, spare us your wrath. An elder who had been meditating nearby sensed the situation was amiss and swiftly flew over. But it was too late. Zhu Hao's strike was incredibly swift and without warning. He seized the man with ease. Ha, what a convenient request to cease your wrath. Why did you not call for restraint before I acted? Zhu Hao scoffed, gripping the man in Appo's neck disdainfully. What? With your frail, white-haired appearance, do you now wish to rely on age to intimidate me? Please, calm your anger. I believe there is some misunderstanding. Kindly show mercy, the elder pleaded, his face filled with regret. What a grand joke. What misunderstanding could there be? It is merely the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. If I were truly a mere novice, do you think the situation would be as it is now? Zhu Hao tightened his grip, his piercing gaze fixed on the elder. Now that you find yourself outmatched, do you resort to groveling? Is this truly the survival strategy of your Tianluo sect? If you dare to bully the weak, provoke trouble, then you must be prepared to face the consequences. Actions have repercussions. With that, Zhu Hao lifted the man and flung him several meters away, disregarding him entirely. The crowd hurried over to assess his injuries. The elder's heart sank as he examined the damage. How could he not feel the pain? Training a disciple to the Tianluo realm required immense resources. And now the young man lay on the brink of death, his dantian damaged. Even if he recovered, he would likely stagnate for life. Without hesitation, the elder produced a box containing several medicinal pills, instinctively moving to feed them to the injured man. Oh, such fine medicine. It would be a waste to give it to him. My young brother requires it more, Zhu Hao interjected, taking the pills with an air of entitlement. A gentleman does not deprive others of their desires. Your actions seem unbecoming, esteemed sir, the elder remarked, unable to comprehend Zhu Hao's behavior. Unbecoming? Have you not heard that wealth should not be flaunted? I spared his life. Does that not reflect my consideration for propriety? Furthermore, do you not see my companion is injured? You need not administer 3 pills. 1 will suffice. More would be detrimental. Please return the remaining pills, Zhu Hao said dismissively. Then turned to Zhong Peng, placing a healing pill in his mouth. A warm current surged through Zhong Peng, bringing immense comfort. He attempted to channel the healing energy, and soon felt rejuvenated, his body far more at ease. Upon opening his eyes, he met Zhu Hao's gaze, nodding in acknowledgement of the miraculous healing properties of the pill. As Zhu Hao had stated, taking too many would yield no benefits. Since this is the case, I shall return 1 to save his life. Zhu Hao tossed a pill back to the elder. The elder, having no further recourse, promptly administered the pill to the injured man, hastily channeling the medicinal energy into his dantian. The priority was to save the man's life, and he could consider other matters later. Seeing the man begin to recover slightly, the elder turned to Zhu Hao with a scowl. Are you attempting to provoke the Tianluo sect with your actions today? Provoke is a strong word. I merely wish to advise you that when venturing outside, it is prudent to exercise restraint to avoid losing your life without realizing it. Zhu Hao replied, I am Elder Yin of the Tianluo sect. Forgive my ignorance, but may I inquire your esteemed name? Elder Yin asked, bowing respectfully. Oh, do you intend to send someone after me for retribution later? Tell the old man of Tianluo that I, Zhu Hao, am always ready to oblige. Zhu Hao retorted without hesitation, eager for a challenge. Upon hearing the name, Yin froze in shock, realizing whom he had offended. Regret washed over him for not stopping his disciples earlier. Looking at the man on the ground, he reflected that had he not intervened, he might have met the same fate. While there were certainly individuals in his sect with equal or greater power than Zhu Hao, they would not easily provoke him. Loose cultivators are not like sect members. We roam freely. If one cannot defeat an opponent in a single strike, the consequences of being targeted by someone like him are beyond what any sect could bear. Realizing he stood before the renowned jade-faced gentleman, Yin said, we shall refrain from commenting on today's events. Upon returning, our sect leader will decide our course of action. The mountains are high, and waters run deep. We shall meet again another day. After delivering his formalities, he hurriedly led his group away. Tell the old man of Tianluo that if he wishes to contest, he must come personally. I am eager to learn from him. If he fails to discipline his disciples, I shall gladly step in. Next time, it may not be so amicable. Rest assured, I will convey your words to our sect leader. He will decide accordingly, Yin replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. Chapter 31. Who am I afraid of? Young brother, how do you feel now? Zhu Hao inquired after the crowd had dispersed. I have already recovered significantly. I can walk without any hindrance now. You need not worry, Zhu brother, Zhong Peng replied with a smile. That and Oppos, that's good to hear. Here, take this. It may be of use to you in the future, Zhu Hao said, handing over the remaining medicinal pills along with their box to Zhong Peng. Zhong Peng smiled faintly, not declining the offer, realizing that he was indeed in need of such items given his current lack of strength. After resting for a brief moment, the two set off on their journey back, as a considerable distance lay ahead of them. On their way, they encountered several groups of martial artists, but each merely exchanged glances before moving past each other. When they arrived at the moat, just as they were about to enter the city, Zhong Peng suddenly halted, prompting Zhu Hao, though puzzled, to stop as well. Zhu brother, look. The water in this moat is crystal clear, rippling gently, and under the sunlight, it sparkles beautifully. Doesn't it resemble the pot of tea you once mentioned inviting me to? Upon hearing this, Zhu Hao was utterly bewildered. Why not just say you're thirsty and suggest going for tea? Must you speak in such an elaborate manner? With that, he disregarded Zhong Peng and continued walking towards the city. Regret coursed through Zhu Hao as he lamented his earlier decision to administer healing medicine on Kangmang Mountain. Feeling as if he now owed Zhongpeng a fortune, Zhongpeng, chuckling softly as he rubbed his nose, jogged to catch up. Zhu brother, I know precisely which tea house in Yunlan City serves the best tea. I am most familiar with it. Allow me to lead you there. Zhu Hao pressed on. Zhongpeng, do not rush so. Though we've been traveling for quite some time, I do not feel particularly parched. Why the urgency to take me to Tingyu Tower? Since you are so insistent, I cannot refuse your invitation. With a long sigh, Zhu Hao recognized that this fellow was determined to exploit him today. Although he had indeed promised to treat him to tea, he had never specified that it would be at Tingyu Tower. Expenses ought to align with one's purse. Should he really commit to such a place without regard for his own finances? My dear young Master Zhong, please. Moments later, a sign reflecting the sunlight caught Zhu Hao's eye. Tingyu Tower had arrived. Zhongpeng, without reservation, strode inside and turned back to Zhu Hao, saying, Zhu brother, your generosity today truly moves me. Why not consider another venue? There is no need for extravagant spending here. Zhu Hao, now at his wit's end, kicked Zhongpeng in the backside with great force. This rascal was still provoking him. Should they venture elsewhere, he could only imagine how Zhongpeng would mock him later. Caught off guard, Zhongpeng stumbled inside, prompting the patrons to step aside in confusion. Clambering to his feet, Zhongpeng was swiftly assisted by the sharp-eyed proprietor, who rushed over upon recognizing him. Ah, isn't this young Master Zhong? What brings you here? I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Please forgive my lack of proper greeting. What brings you to our humble establishment today? Zhongpeng's entrance had truly startled the proprietor, who spoke with utmost politeness, fearful of offending him. Zhongpeng straightened his attire, surveyed the surroundings, and remarked, Of course I have come to enjoy tea and music. Do you think I seek flower and willow at a tea house? I am at a loss to understand how someone of your intellect could manage this establishment. The proprietor, rolling his eyes discreetly, thought to himself, Who doesn't know your reputation for flirting with ladies at tea houses? Find us a prime location and the finest tea. I am not short on funds, Zhongpeng declared. Then turned with a flourish to Zhu Hao. Zhu brother, everything is arranged. Onlookers were left in stunned silence. Who was this person that could elicit such a sycophantic demeanor from the illustrious young Master Zhong? Clearly, he was not someone to be trifled with. With this realization, anyone Zhongpeng and Zhu Hao passed dared not meet their gaze. Upon settling into their seats, those at the neighboring table hastily settled their bill and departed. Once everything was in order, the server hastily wished them to enjoy their meal and scurried away, too intimidated to linger. Zhu brother, please. No need for formality. Eat and drink to your heart's content, Zhongpeng said, before falling silent, savoring the tea and music in a state of utter relaxation. As time slipped away, plates of tea and snacks were replaced countless times. Zhu Hao, however, was mentally tallying the costs, realizing they far exceeded his budget. Young brother, do you not think we ought to return? Otherwise, your uncle Zhong might become particularly worried, Zhu Hao suggested, noticing Zhongpeng's enthusiasm. Zhongpeng, sensing it was perhaps time to leave, said, Zhu brother, do you know who owns this grand Tingyu Tower? Zhu Hao glanced around, considering the significance of such a large tea house. I do not know who it is, but I can surmise they must possess considerable power. Your deduction is astute. Do you remember the 7 Absolute gathering from last time? This tea house is owned by Long Ji. Oh, so it is he. I thought that man with a short neck and receding chin seemed dubious, Zhu Hao remarked. Indeed, thus we must create a ruckus here. Zhongpeng replied with a mischievous grin. Zhu Hao, finding the idea amusing, nodded in agreement. Server, bring us the bill. Zhongpeng called out loudly. The server, eager to respond, was halted by the proprietor. Ah, young Master Zhong, your presence today brings our establishment great honor. There is no need for you to settle any bill. I fear I might not serve you adequately, so let this be on us. What do you mean by that? Do you take me for someone who seeks petty advantages? Zhongpeng slammed the table in anger. Can I not pay? Do you look down upon me? Zhu brother, please pay the bill, Zhu Hao urged, his eyes wide. Brother, you said we would create a ruckus, but now you want to settle the bill? I thought I could escape this predicament. Reluctantly, Zhu Hao reached into his pocket, tossing several pieces of silver onto the table. Zhongpeng, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Is this all you have as a formidable yuan force? How do you manage? Is this sufficient? Regardless, the main goal is to stir up trouble. It matters not where we start. That will do, no more, no less, the proprietor mused, having never intended for him to pay. Whatever the amount, he would have to accept it, for he could not afford to offend, then return the excess. The proprietor was flummoxed. Everyone knew this amount was far from adequate. He merely sought a way out, and Zhong Peng was now pushing his luck. However, this was a thought best kept to himself, as it could not be voiced aloud. How much do you think should be refunded, young Master Zhong? The proprietor could do nothing but concede, understanding he could not afford to provoke him. As long as he could send this troublemaker away, all else was secondary. Are you not the proprietor? Can you not even count this amount? How about returning 10,000 taels? The proprietor suggested cautiously. What? Do you think I cannot count? Did you not just hear how much I gave you? Surely, you must refund at least 100,000 taels. I must press you. If I do not, the plans I have so carefully crafted cannot come to fruition, and that will not do. I am the one who leads. I fear nothing. Zhong Peng resolved. Chapter 32. A small profit first. What does young Master Zhong mean by this? Our establishment has certainly not treated you with any negligence. We have been most attentive. Yet young Master Zhong's actions seem intent on causing me embarrassment. The innkeeper could no longer contain his frustration. Even clay figurines possess a modicum of dignity. Regardless of the power of the Zhong family, one cannot act so unreasonably. But what of it? I have always acted according to my own whims. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I shall ensure that you regret it. The innkeeper, wishing to say more, was interrupted when a servant hurried over to whisper something in his ear. The innkeeper nodded in acknowledgement. Once the servant departed, the innkeeper turned to Zhong Peng with a smile, saying, "Young Master Zhong, please temper your anger. It was a moment of confusion on the part of my subordinate. I sincerely apologize. Here is the 100,000 taels that you are entitled to. Please take a moment to count it." As he spoke, the innkeeper produced a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and respectfully handed it to Zhong Peng, adding, "This additional 100,000 taels is a token of my apology. I hope you will graciously accept it and not hold it against me." This unexpected gesture left both Zhong and Zhu in astonishment. What on earth is happening? This certainly does not align with Long Zhi's usual manner of handling affairs. The abrupt turnaround in the innkeeper's attitude was clearly the result of someone issuing orders to him, as evidenced by the earlier arrival of the servant. Although Zhong Peng was unaware of the identity of this authority, he was certain it was not Long Zhi. Seeing the substantial stack of banknotes, Zhong Peng's face broke into a broad smile. "Ah, you are indeed a reasonable innkeeper, one who understands the times. No wonder you have been able to operate such a large tea house. In light of this, I shall overlook today's incident." He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Hao, signaling him to accept the money. Noticing that the hour was late, he added, "It is time for me to take my leave. Young Master Zhong, do take care. Please remember to visit our humble establishment often. I am always at your service, and I extend my gratitude to you," the innkeeper said. Of course. We shall be on our way," Zhong Peng replied, bounding out of the listening rain pavilion with delight. "I can't believe we've struck it rich," he exclaimed joyfully. Once Zhong Peng and Zhu Hao had departed, the smile vanished from the innkeeper's face, replaced by a dark scowl. He hurried to the private room and announced, "They have left." Then he exited. "My lord, I fail to comprehend why we allowed him to leave, especially with 200,000 taels. What qualifications does he possess? Your Highness need not be enraged. My actions are guided by reason. A mere 200,000 taels is but a fraction of our daily earnings. Why should it weigh heavily on your mind?" While the words were indeed sound, it was not the silver that troubled the prince, but rather Zhong Peng's arrogant demeanor. His actions were a blatant disregard for our authority. If we were to confront someone of his stature, it would not be a daunting task. Why concern ourselves with such trivial matters? He is undoubtedly of little consequence, yet do not forget his father. The day General Zhong struck the left minister in the Golden Hall remains vivid in our memories, and the emperor did not express any displeasure. This suggests he is not to be trifled with. Pleasing him today may yield benefits in the future regarding your ascension to power. As long as you secure your position on the dragon throne, there will be ample time for reckoning. After all, the best performances are saved for last. Indeed, your wisdom is commendable, the prince acknowledged, finally understanding. Brother Zhu, our visit today was not in vain. We have made a tidy profit, Zhong Peng remarked to Zhu Hao. Ha. Thinking back, I cannot help but laugh. Usually, I see you so serious, yet you turned out to be a master provocateur, which I find immensely admirable. When it came time to settle the bill, I suggested we stir up a bit of trouble, and you immediately pulled out some coins to throw on the table. Did you see the innkeeper's expression? It is amusing to recall. I never anticipated you would create such a scene with such audacity. Please, how would I know what you were planning? I merely produced my last savings, intending to make a name for myself, only to have you spring forth unexpectedly. Zhu Hao replied, somewhat vexed. What? Did I hear you correctly? That was your entire fortune? How has a high-level practitioner like yourself fallen into such a state? Zhong Peng was taken aback. Is there something questionable about that? I have already stated that I exhausted my resources on that rogue physician, Mu Feng. I have always conducted myself with propriety, so being broke is only natural. Zhu Hao blushed as he explained. Oh, I see. This is quite understandable. Regardless, we are now wealthy men, which should not hinder our plans to celebrate tonight. Zhu Hao paused, bewildered. What sort of person are you, with such frivolous thoughts? I must ensure that old Zhong keeps you in check, lest you lead this young man astray. Hey, what are you pondering? Let us hurry back and prepare. Zhong Peng disregarded Zhu Hao's concerns. I merely suggested we seek some enjoyment. How you interpret that is not my responsibility. They soon arrived at the entrance of the general's estate. Young master, you have returned. A guard greeted. Finally, I was just about to send someone out to look for you. Zhong Gongsheng rushed over, relieved to see his young master. With Zhu Hao by his side, Zhong Peng felt assured. By the way, has Linger caused any trouble during my absence? Not at all. The young lady has remained in her room the entire time. That's good to hear. Zhu Hao, you should rest well. I am sure you are tired. Zhong Peng winked at Zhu Hao, hinting at something. Zhu Hao pretended not to notice and quickly turned to leave, moving with the urgency of someone being chased by 10 tigers. Uncle Zhong, please take the collected information from the various sects to my room. I will head back first and check on that little girl. You need not accompany me. Zhong Peng instructed. Zhong Gongsheng replied affirmatively and departed, leaving Zhong Peng to return to his room. He did not waste time reflecting on the day's events before retreating to the secret chamber to practice. Human stamina is limited, and after exhausting himself, Zhong Peng slumped against the wall. After resting for a moment, he retrieved the medicinal pill Zhu Hao had given him, the returning essence pill, a top-tier healing elixir used to mend meridians and restore energy. The description echoed in his mind. Zhong Peng was now certain that the 2 dots above his dantian were conveying this information. After a short while, he left the secret chamber and made his way to Linger's door with ease. Linger, why are you so relaxed today? What do you want? What can I do? I know you went out without me, fearing I would hinder your grand endeavors. I can only pass the time like this, Linger complained. What nonsense. When have I ever said I wouldn't take you out? By the way, look what I brought you today, Zhong Peng said, handing her a box containing the pill. What is this? Linger asked curiously, opening the box. This is what Brother Zhu earned today. Keep it on you, and if you ever find yourself in trouble or injured, take it. It is a sacred healing medicine. I am not interested. With so many people protecting me, why would I need this? Brother, you are clearly cursing me. How could that be? Not needing it would be the best outcome. This is merely a precaution. Fine, I shall accept it, Linger said cheerfully, her smile captivating Zhong Peng's attention. Chapter 33. The pursuit of amusement. Zhong Peng did not linger long in Zhong Ling's presence, for he had other matters to attend to. After departing from her room, he hastily made his way to his own quarters. Upon closing the door, he cast a glance at the objects on his desk, where a bamboo scroll wrapped in black cloth lay at the center. A knowing smile crept across Zhong Peng's face. His uncle Zhong was indeed swift in his dealings. He did not immediately inspect the package, but first brewed himself a pot of tea, then slowly approached the desk to take a seat. Unhurriedly unwrapping the black cloth, he discovered the detailed records of the various sects he sought, as well as the current whereabouts of Yunlan City, even including meticulous accounts of the daily activities of certain individuals. Zhong Peng could not help but marvel at the accuracy and efficiency of the Zhong family's intelligence gathering. His gaze eventually settled on the dossier of the Golden Spear sect. Tonight, it would be his focus. Zhong Peng understood that to become a formidable force, one must not only hone one's own abilities, but also possess the breadth of experience from countless battles. As evening approached, Zhong Peng hastily consumed his dinner before retreating to his room to meditate. Time slipped away, and before long, the sun relinquished its final rays, ceding the sky to the night. With a gentle stretch, Zhong Peng opened his eyes, reflecting on the fleeting nature of time. While he was still young, he felt an urgency to seize the opportunities before him. Resolute, he rose from his bed, donned a set of agile attire, and altered his appearance. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Nide, employing the means of concealment befitting one once regarded as the pinnacle of excellence. He evaded all hidden guards and made his way to the room of the steward, Zhong Gongqing. Uncle Zhong, rise. We are to venture out tonight. Change into your attire. We must also summon Linger and Brother Zhu. Without waiting for Zhong Gongqing's response, Zhong Peng stated his intentions. But, it is dark outside. Should we not rest early? Where are we going? What is the purpose? Zhong Gongqing inquired, perplexed. That is of no concern to you. You will find out in due time. Let us hasten to fetch them. I shall go to Linger first. You come once you're prepared. Ignoring Zhong Gongqing's confusion, Zhong Peng continued on his way. Zhong Gongqing could only wear a bewildered expression, utterly flummoxed, as he complied with Zhong Peng's directives, changing his appearance and attire to follow suit. He felt compelled to accompany Zhong Peng, fearing that something untoward might occur in his absence. Linger, it's me. Open the door. Zhong Peng arrived at Zhong Ling's chamber and lightly tapped on the door. The door creaked open. Brother, why are you still awake? Did you come to find me for something? She asked. Oh, what are you wearing? You always lament that I never take you out. Tonight, I will take you for a little adventure. What do you think? Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Zhong Ling exclaimed with excitement. Uncle Zhong, you're here too? Zhong Ling was surprised. Zhong Gongqing was a quintessentially stern figure, one who usually denied her pleas to go out. Miss, it was young master who summoned me along. I am as confused as you are. Oh, stop dawdling. We need to hurry to Brother Zhu's place. You will understand soon enough, Zhong Peng urged. Linger, as per our usual practice, you must also don suitable attire for our outing. Zhong Ling was unconcerned about the details. As long as she could go out, she was willing to comply. Before long, the three made their way to Zhu Hao's door. Brother Zhu, are you in? The timing is perfect. We should be leaving now, Zhong Peng whispered as he knocked softly. Upon hearing the voice, Zhu Hao curled himself into a corner, wishing for a mouse hole to escape into. If there was anything that terrified him, it was Zhong Peng. Just the thought of Zhong Peng's lewd expressions and wicked grin sent shivers down his spine. When no response came from within, Zhong Peng grew curious. This was unusual. Given Zhu Hao's cultivation, he should have sensed Zhong Peng's arrival long before he reached the door. With a sense of intrigue, Zhong Peng pushed open Zhu Hao's door and approached his bed, only to be met with a scene that momentarily bewildered him. Zhu Hao had his hands clamped over his ears, his body curled tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Oh dear, Brother Zhu, what is the matter? Is it your old ailment? You should have mentioned it. I can help. Zhong Peng lamented. It is a tragedy when one falls ill. The repercussions can be devastating, and most importantly, one must safeguard their own life. Can't you let a person have some peace at night? Do you not realize it is time for rest? What do you intend? Zhu Hao finally erupted, unable to withstand Zhong Peng's relentless inquiries. However, mid-sentence, he halted, for he realized that he was not facing Zhong Peng alone. He had failed to notice the presence of another. Hello, esteemed elder. Zhong Ling greeted with an innocent smile, but her naivety in this context seemed somewhat misplaced. Brother Zhu, please do not dawdle any longer. We have important matters to attend to tonight, and your delay is quite inconvenient, Zhong Peng insisted. Zhu Hao, rendered speechless. Resigned to the inevitable, the four of them swiftly exited through the back door of the Zhong residence, stepping onto the bustling streets. In a moment of impatience, Zhu Hao pulled Zhong Peng aside, whispering, I must ask, why did you bring Zhong Ling along? We are all men here, but she is not meant to be part of this outing. What do you mean? Is there something wrong with that? Zhong Peng responded, puzzled. There is indeed something terribly wrong. Did your family not inform you that such places do not permit women? You cannot possibly bring her along. Zhu Hao explained urgently. Zhong Peng was taken aback, realizing the implications of Zhu Hao's concerns. Brother Zhu, what are you thinking? I meant no such thing. How could you misinterpret my intentions so? Zhu Hao was at a loss for words, exasperated by Zhong Peng's apparent oblivion. You must understand, we are not heading to a place appropriate for her. Zhong Peng, however, remained unperturbed. Stop overthinking. Just follow my lead. We shall soon arrive. Zhong Peng shook his head. Zhu Hao fell silent, quietly halting his steps to stand alongside Zhong Ling, resolute in their intent to distance themselves from Zhong Peng. Zhong Peng continued ahead alone, steadfastly following the path indicated by the intelligence he had received. Chapter 34. The 7-foot soul snatcher. At last, the four individuals arrived at the Yulai Inn located in the western outskirts. A sign hung at the entrance, indicating that no rooms were available. It appeared that the inn was fully occupied by martial artists from all directions, and the doors were firmly shut. Zhong Peng gestured to Zhong Gongqing, who nodded and, without hesitation, kicked the door open with a resounding crash, instantly capturing the attention of everyone inside. The four of them moved forward, with Zhong Shu declaring, "Bring forth the members of the Golden Spear sect." Understanding the unspoken command, Zhong Gongsheng leaped to the second floor and, summoning his inner energy, forcefully kicked open another door before descending back down. In his view, this was the most direct way to summon someone in the martial world. In the blink of an eye, figures began to emerge from the rooms and gather in the courtyard, where lanterns were lit, illuminating the area as bright as day. Although the crowd that followed Zhong Gongsheng bore expressions of anger, they refrained from immediate confrontation and instead surveyed their surroundings. In the center of the courtyard stood four individuals, arms crossed, with one among them wearing a calm smile. "Gentlemen, it has been far too long." Zhong Peng stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. The man responded, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding, for we have not met before, so how could it be said that it has been long?" The elder behind him gestured for his companions to remain silent and approached Zhong Peng. "I am unaware of the reason for your visit tonight, bringing such a grand gesture. I have conducted myself with utmost propriety during my stay in this esteemed location, and if I have offended in any way, I would appreciate your clarification." He pointed towards his room, casting a hostile glance at Zhong Peng. "Please, there is no misunderstanding. I am an Ide, and I come with the intent of a cordial meeting. Regrettably, my subordinates lack discretion, and I sincerely apologize on their behalf. You may not recognize me, but I have long admired your esteemed reputation, hence this gathering." "An Ide?" The name sounded familiar to the elder, who racked his mind for recent conversations. He recalled hearing the name discussed during a meal, as it was distinctive and left a strong impression. "Ah, so you are young master and I. It is an honor to finally meet you. I am Lung Yan of the Golden Spear sect. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" The elder's tone was cautious. Word had it that N.I. Day was not someone to be trifled with, a man who regarded even princes with disdain. As newcomers, they preferred to avoid conflict. Zhong Peng felt a wave of frustration. How had their roles reversed to the point where he was now being treated with such formality? When had he become so renowned that his name was known to them? This sudden shift disrupted his train of thought. "Oh, I have long heard tales of the Golden Spear sect's exquisite spear techniques that have captivated the martial world. I have yearned to witness it firsthand. It seems that fate has brought us together here, and I am eager to learn from you," Zhong Peng replied, his demeanor exuding charm. "Your words are appreciated, but this endeavor may contradict the will of the Dragon Emperor. As newcomers, we wish to avoid unnecessary complications, and we ask for your understanding, young master and I." Those in the martial world have their own ways of handling matters. Our intention is merely to engage in friendly sparring. There is no thought of causing trouble." Zhong Peng scoffed. "Indeed, there are rumors in the martial world that speak of the 7-foot soul snatcher, where life and death become indistinguishable," Zhong Peng taunted further. "Do you mean to say that the signature technique created by the founder of the Golden Spear sect has fallen into disuse in your eyes? If so, I lament that. How dare you blaspheme our founder? Speak another word if you dare." Before Lung Yan could respond, his companions erupted in righteous indignation at Zhong Peng's provocations. "Master, allow me to duel this man and demonstrate the prowess of young master and I. Brother, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I, Chao Zhifeng, request to engage in battle with him. We all wish to challenge young master and I. Please grant us your consent, master." The disciples clamored for permission to fight. The elder contemplated for a long moment, remaining silent as he observed the scene. Recognizing young Master Ni's eagerness, he conceded, "If that is the case, please specify the terms, and I shall handle it accordingly." Upon hearing this, Zhong Peng wasted no time and rolled up his sleeves, channeling his inner energy to create an imprint in the ground below. "Wuliang, you shall contend with young master and I. Remember to hold back." Lung Yan, having assessed Zhong Peng's current level, noted that he was merely at the 7th tier of the Xian Yuan realm, and thus called upon a disciple to face him. "Understood." The disciple, named Wuliang, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I am Li Wuliang, the 34th disciple of the Golden Spear sect. I seek your guidance, young master and I." "Very well. Let us begin." Zhong Peng took 2 steps forward, his smile radiating an air of nobility. "Please choose your preferred weapon, young master and I," Wuliang reminded, noticing Zhong Peng was empty-handed. "Thank you for the suggestion." Without hesitation, Zhong Peng picked up a sword nearby, grasping it firmly. With the emergence of divine realms, and sought to attract more guests by displaying an array of weapons favored by martial artists in their courtyards, aiming to delight customers and maximize profits. Both parties prepared themselves, circling each other in search of the opportune moment to strike. Wu Yang launched the first attack, executing the Golden Spear sect's signature technique. The Golden Dragon enters the sea, determined to defeat his opponent in one decisive blow without affording him a moment to recover. Zhong Peng welcomed the challenge, displaying no intention of evasion, and without hesitation employed the dragon's movement technique, appearing slow yet swift. The clash of their weapons echoed throughout the courtyard, and with the grace of the dragon's movement, Zhong Peng quickly gained the upper hand, overpowering Wu Yang. Realizing his space for maneuvering was gradually decreasing, Wu Yang understood the precariousness of his situation. Without hesitation, he unleashed his maximum inner strength to retreat from Zhong Peng's control, then executed the second move of the Golden Dragon, turning and lunging towards Zhong Peng. Anticipating the power behind this technique, Zhong Peng had no choice but to block the strike with his sword. The force of their clash creating a shower of sparks as energy erupted around them like a multitude of detonating bombs. Is this all the Golden Spear sect has to offer? If so, I would advise you to depart swiftly to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhong Peng taunted, engaging head-on with each of Wu Yang's attacks, keenly observing for any openings to seize the initiative. After a series of exchanges, both retreated several steps. Zhong Peng halted, continuing his mockery. In that case, young master and I, you must remain steady. Wu Yang pressed forward, but found that every attack he launched was effortlessly countered by Zhong Peng. Moreover, he sensed his own space for movement constricting with each failed assault. His fellow disciples and others from different sects watched in anticipation within the inn, and he knew he could not bring shame to his sect. Thus, in desperation, he resolved to employ the Golden Spear sect's most powerful secret technique, the 7-foot soul snatcher. Wu Yang no? Long Yin exclaimed urgently, but it was too late. The technique had already begun to take form in Wu Yang's mind, and once initiated, it could not be halted by mere words. Chapter 35. Breakthrough in battle. At this moment, Long Yin felt an urgency akin to a raging fire. Relegated to the role of a mere spectator, he understood that once the martial techniques of his sect were unleashed, they could not be retracted midway. Otherwise, the practitioner would undoubtedly suffer a backlash from their own power. Given Li Wuliang's current cultivation, he could not wield the 7-feet soul snatching with full control. Should Ni Danya fail to evade this strike and perish, how could they justify this to themselves? Master Uncle, what troubles you? Why do you seek to stop Junior Brotherly? I believe that boy deserves a thorough lesson, exclaimed one disciple. Yes, Brother Chao is right. We should let this young master and I experience the might of our sect, to teach him some humility and prevent him from becoming overconfident, others chimed in. Silence. Long Yin interrupted their clamor, eyes fixed on the unfolding battle, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Come forth. I am eager to witness the legendary 7-feet soul snatching in action, exclaimed Zhong Peng, who had been waiting for this moment. He lunged forward, sword raised to meet Li Wuliang's approaching spear. With a clash, Zhong Peng's sword was effortlessly shattered, piece by piece, from the tip by Li Wuliang's spear. The spear continued its relentless advance towards Zhong Peng, who attempted to retreat but found himself ensnared within the lethal range of Li Wuliang's assault. Surrounded by a multitude of spear shadows, the ringing of metal echoed ominously around him, and the swirling dust obscured his vision, rendering his agile movements ineffective. This is bad. The young master is in danger, Zhong Gongchang exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of alarm as he prepared to intervene, only to be halted by Zhu Hao. Do not act. It may seem perilous, but it is not as grave as you believe. I possess the most profound understanding of the current situation. As my cultivation is the highest here, Zhu Hao asserted, his tone firm. Zhu Hao recognized that intervening on Zhong Peng's behalf would do him more harm than good. Zhong Peng's journey was meant for honing his skills. Any interruption would render his efforts meaningless and hinder his future understanding of techniques. Zhong Peng was acutely aware that he could no longer delay. Should Li Wuliang complete the buildup of his attack, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. He activated his dual extremes transformation technique, channeling his energy into his hands, bracing himself to withstand Li Wuliang's onslaught. Both combatants were rapidly exhausting their energies. Li Wuliang understood that he could not maintain the 7-feet soul snatching for long. He needed to press his advantage decisively. Zhong Peng, feeling the strain, sensed his physical and energetic reserves dwindling, the danger closing in as he felt himself being forced downward. In that moment, Zhong Peng felt a surge of energy within him. The two small dots above his dantian began to expand. What is happening? Have I broken through under such pressure? He pondered, astonished as his internal energies surged, filling him with newfound vigor. Remarkably, he seems to have achieved a breakthrough. Zhu Hao observed, equally incredulous. Is he human or a ghost? To reach such heights in the midst of battle, this is the hallmark of an 8th-rank Xianyuan. What? Zhong Gongxing was taken aback by Zhu Hao's revelation. The young master has once again broken through. It was only days ago that Zhong Peng had been a mere novice, and now, in a mere fortnight, he had transformed into a practitioner of the Xianyuan realm. Today, during battle, he had already reached the 7th rank, and now, with this latest advancement, Zhong Gongxing could hardly believe his eyes. Zhong Peng continued to channel his dual extremes transformation, concentrating his energy in his palms as he braced for Li Wuliang's spear. The suddenness of the counterattack took Li Wuliang by surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhong Peng would possess sufficient energy to retaliate. Struck by Zhong Peng's palm, the spear slipped from his grasp, and he was sent reeling backward. This is impossible. How could this happen? I had the upper hand. How could I lose so easily? Li Wuliang's mind was awash with confusion. Zhong Peng swiftly advanced, seizing Li Wuliang, as they landed in the courtyard center. Indeed, your sect's martial techniques are formidable. The tales of their prowess in the Jianghu are not unfounded. Had I not achieved a breakthrough in battle, I might have sustained grave injuries, Zhong Peng remarked, releasing Li Wuliang and stepping before Leng Yan. Master and I is truly a prodigy of martial arts. To achieve such a breakthrough amidst combat is commendable, Leng Yan praised. It is rare for one so young to reach the 8th rank of Xianyuan. Congratulations are in order. Your compliments are unwarranted. Today has indeed been fruitful. I have had the pleasure of meeting all of you. I hope for the opportunity to engage in further exchanges in the future, Zhong Peng replied graciously. As a token of my appreciation for the disturbance today, I offer 10,000 taels. Such generosity, young master and I cannot accept such a lavish gift, Leng Yan protested. Once given, I have no intention of reclaiming it. Besides, the damage to the two doors requires compensation, does it not? Zhong Peng insisted, his demeanor firm. He then produced a token resembling a pass, declaring, "This is a pass for the Imperial Auction House. With this, you shall have a reserved spot, allowing you entry to explore its treasures." Upon seeing the token, Leng Yan's eyes sparkled. The Imperial Auction House was renowned across Yunlan, filled with countless treasures. An entry was not granted to just anyone. Only prominent families and major sects had the privilege to enter freely, while others had to register, often without guarantee of admission due to limited slots. I can forego everything else, but this token is far too enticing to decline. I truly cannot refuse, Leng Yan conceded. Given your generous offer, I am most grateful. Allow me to invite you for a cup of tea at my residence, he added, a smile gracing his features. Thank you. But we have matters to attend to. We must take our leave now, yet I trust we shall meet again, Zhong Peng responded. Then I shall not insist further. Young master and I, travel safely, Leng Yan nodded, returning the gesture. Zhong Peng acknowledged the farewell with a bow, and with Zhu Hao and the others in tow, they departed from the joyous inn. As Leng Yan and his disciples retreated to their quarters, he promptly instructed them to tidy up and secure the doors. We must leave this and under the cover of night, he whispered. Master uncle, why is that? The others queried, puzzled. Are you foolish? With so many witnesses to our acquisition of the Imperial Auction House pass, do you not think others will be envious? To be safe, we should depart and notify our sect to send skilled practitioners to reinforce us, he explained. Understanding dawned on them. Young master and I was no ordinary individual, and his generous nature implied a formidable background. Indeed, anyone who can so casually bestow a token for the Imperial Auction House is not to be underestimated, they murmured, acknowledging the wisdom in Leng Yan's words. Forging amicable relations today is undoubtedly advantageous. Chapter 36. I seek torment as the four exited the Welai. After walking a short distance, Zhongling approached Zhong Peng. Brother, you are truly impressive. My admiration for you grows daily. She exclaimed playfully. Haha, what is there to it? It's only natural for your brother to be remarkable, Zhong Peng boasted, reveling in his self-importance. By the heavens, he is indeed a peculiar creature, extraordinarily eccentric. He mimics dragons and tigers with such finesse, and yet, he manages to embody humanity quite well. Old Zhong, you've spent ample time in the Zhong residence. You must be familiar with this lad. Hasn't he always been like this? Zhu Hao observed Zhong Peng's silhouette, increasingly convinced of his bizarre nature, prompting him to inquire of Zhong Gongqing. Well, actually, I once thought I knew him quite well, but now I find myself perplexed. Zhu, I trust you understand my sentiment, Zhong Gongqing replied, equally eager to elucidate Zhong Peng's current state, which had become increasingly inscrutable to him. What on earth are you rambling about? What do you mean by once understanding and now being confused? What nonsense is this? Zhu Hao retorted, bewildered. Honestly, I truly do not know. Since the last time he was schemed against, he has transformed into this version of himself. In the past, Zhong Gongqing halted. For family scandals ought not to be aired publicly. Although Zhong Peng's past actions were widely known, it was imperative that he remain discreet. Oh, so you imply that he suffered a significant trauma, which altered his character and led him to become who he is now? Zhu Hao speculated. Yes, one might say so. Zhong Gongqing concurred. Moreover, my young brother possesses considerable talent. Although his physical constitution remains elusive, achieving the 8th rank of Xian Yuan at merely 18 years of age is commendable. Commendable? I would argue that he is a prodigious talent, Zhong Gongqing clarified, emphasizing that calling him merely commendable would undermine the achievements of other geniuses. While it is true that young Peng and I share a strong bond, we must not be swept away by blind admiration. We ought to assess his talents with a discerning eye, avoiding exaggeration. Talents who ascend to the human origin realm at 18 are not rare among prestigious sections. Take Zhongling, for instance. She has already reached the 9th rank of Xian Yuan at just 15. By this measure, should we not laud her to the heavens? That may be so, but my young master is different. When he was schemed against, he was merely at the 3rd rank. He had scarcely trained, and yet in the span of half a month, he has soared to the 8th rank of Xian Yuan. Is that not extraordinary? Wait, old Zhong, are you suggesting that his cultivation has only improved in these last 15 days, jumping 5 ranks? That truly is astonishing, Zhu Hao exclaimed, realizing that this was even swifter than his own progress. He had once believed himself to be the pinnacle of genius. Now, it seemed that Zhong Peng eclipsed him. No, I meant to say that he was at the 3rd rank, a level so inadequate that it could barely be considered a warrior, merely the 3rd rank of body refinement. Good heavens, how ruthless! Zhu Hao was taken aback, grappling with the implications of what he had just heard. Old Zhong, do you think you're recounting a myth? A mere weakling, without any rank, managed to ascend to the martial realm in half a month and reach the 8th rank of Xian Yuan? Who would believe such a tale? According to your reasoning, would that not render all the talented warriors of the world as naught? Moments ago, they were regarded as the elite of elites, and now, I am to categorize Zhong Peng as a super prodigy? I understand your skepticism, yet the truth remains. I cannot articulate it further, Zhong Gongqing said, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Very well, I accept this reality. The more powerful Zhong Peng becomes, the sooner will the hidden affliction of the original be resolved. Who would have thought that my little brother was a divine being in disguise, possessing not only medical skills and wisdom, but also extraordinary talent, a quintessential polymath? Brother, you aren't bringing me along merely to observe your fights, are you? That would be dreadfully boring. Is there any way I could? Zhongling pouted. Oh, why must you always crave violence? Not yet, my dear sister. Perhaps after some time, Zhong Peng replied, exasperated. Just as Zhongling was about to persist, Zhu Hao and the others caught up. Little Peng, is this the amusement you spoke of? Is there more to come? Zhu Hao inquired, leaning closer to Zhong Peng. Of course. Do you think everyone is like you? Zhong Peng responded with an exaggerated tone. I didn't mean to be led astray by your whims. Had I known this was your intent, I would not have fretted for half the day. Zhu Hao protested, feeling at a loss, for he prided himself on his rectitude. No need to explain. I comprehend. Zhong Peng teased. I am utterly exasperated. You understand nothing. My lord, while I can understand your gift of a fortune to the Golden Spear sect, why bestow upon them the royal auction house as token? How will we gain entry in the future? Zhong Gongqing questioned, baffled by Zhong Peng's seemingly unnecessary actions. Indeed, I have heard that the royal auction house is teeming with treasures, rare materials, precious metals, and miraculous elixirs. Why would you so casually relinquish such riches? Zhu Hao concurred. You simply do not grasp my reasoning. I have my own plans. Just trust me, for there may come a time when others beseech us to enter. Zhong Peng declared, casting his gaze into the void. Entering will be a trivial matter for us. I will ensure you accompany me, he added, placing his hand over his chest and exchanging a knowing glance with Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao understood, and the four resumed their leisurely walk. Suddenly, Zhu Hao spun around and launched himself backward, slicing through the air. A surge of yuan force whipped up a powerful storm, locking down a vast area. A muffled grunt echoed from the void as a surge of energy collided with Zhu Hao's, resulting in an explosive sound that sent leaves spiraling down from the trees. Indeed, someone is present. Their energy is formidable. Zhu Hao retreated, noting that the figure before him had vanished. Are you unharmed, Zhu? What of the individual? Zhong Peng inquired. Very strong. That person did not exert their full power. They effortlessly shattered my energy lock. Quite extraordinary. Zhu Hao responded seriously. No wonder I failed to detect them. Their cultivation clearly surpasses mine. Little brother, how did you perceive their presence? Just instinct, much like how I sensed you initially. This ability has always been within me. Zhong Peng explained. Why would this individual track us? With their cultivation, wouldn't it be effortless for them to bring us harm? Zhong Gongqing pondered. I may not know the identity of this individual, but I have a strong suspicion of their backing. Zhong Peng replied confidently. Oh, pray, do enlighten us, Zhu Hao urged. Perplexed. Let us set this aside for now. You will come to understand in due time. We have our own matters to attend to, Zhong Peng replied, dismissing their inquiries. Zhu Hao and Zhong Gongqing exchanged glances, realizing that such reticence could drive one mad. There is nothing more maddening than an unfinished statement hanging in the air. Fine. I shall endure. What is our next course of action? I seek torment, Zhong Peng proclaimed, shocking the three companions. Each pair of eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Zhong Peng, feeling that being in his presence often left them bewildered, struggling to comprehend his intentions. To audaciously declare such a masochistic desire, and to wish for our company as witnesses. How grand your ambitions are. Chapter 37. The Silver Ring of Evil Prevention following the recent battle. Zhong Peng came to the realization that his breakthrough might have been catalyzed by the immense pressure exerted by Li Wuliang's formidable 7-foot soul-snatching technique. That pressure evoked a suffocating sensation, akin to a grave threat to his very existence. Consequently, this awakened his primal instinct for survival, thereby unleashing his latent potential, which ultimately led to his advancement. While he had indeed reached the critical juncture of the 7th rank, it was undeniable that external force played a significant role in this transformation. The exhilaration of such an experience was unparalleled. Thus, Zhong Peng yearned to immerse himself in similar sensations to validate his reflections. Hey, what are you three doing? Hurry up. I wish to return early to rendezvous with Chang'e. Zhong Peng, noticing that the trio had halted in their tracks, turned back to urge them on. Oh, we're coming, giggled Zhongling as she hurried to catch up. Linking her arm with Zhong Peng's, her face adorned with an inquisitive expression. Brother, who is this Chang'e you speak of? Well, Chang'e is a remarkably aloof and exquisitely beautiful fairy, utterly detached from the mundane world, Zhong Peng explained. I'll tell you more about her later. Zhongling pouted in disbelief. You think someone like you could attract such a being? Zhong Gongqing rolled his eyes. I can hardly believe it. With a woman of such extraordinary caliber, every girl within 100 miles would likely retreat behind closed doors upon hearing your name. If she exists, it must be through force. And that has happened more than once. Only Zhu Hao seemed intrigued. Oh, little Peng, you have such a fair confidant? You must introduce me to her someday. It's rather peculiar to think that with your abilities, looks, and family background, you've reached 18 without a partner. So, you have someone special, huh? Well, as you are as devoted as I am, it's commendable. There are countless beauties, yet you choose but one, he praised, subtly including himself in the compliment. Wait, who said she is my partner? That is not what I meant. As it stands, Chang'e is destined to remain forever in solitude, Zhong Peng replied, a dark cloud of frustration hovering over him. What? Little Peng, your taste is quite peculiar. This simply cannot be right. Zhu Hao felt a hint of awkwardness creeping in and hastily sought to extricate Zhong Peng from this conversation. Listen, little Peng, there are plenty of flowers in this world. Why fixate on just one? With your good looks, why not choose another? Don't you think I want to? But I simply cannot find anyone. How can that be? With so many young ladies in the capital, is there truly none that catches your eye? Brother Hao, look around. The beautiful and refined ones have been promised in childhood betrothals. I cannot intervene, can I? As for those who are unengaged, if they are undesirable to others, they will be even less so to me. I need to even bother looking. Thus, it is indeed challenging to find a good woman. Zhu Hao nodded in agreement. You make a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words. Moreover, what I said is not what you think. We must continue our journey out of the city. Let us not linger any longer. Zhong Peng was reluctant to dwell on the matter any further, feeling quite vexed about whether the fault lay in his own communication skills or in their overthinking. The four friends proceeded to the east city gate, where a stringent state of alert prevailed. Each city gate was heavily guarded, with thorough inspections conducted on all entering individuals, regardless of familiarity. Those wishing to enter the city stood in line, registering their names and undergoing searches before extending a hand to an official. The official then pressed a seal resembling a government stamp onto their hand, leaving behind a luminous certification silver ring. "What is that for?" Zhong Peng inquired, his curiosity piqued by his lack of exposure to such matters. "Oh, I am familiar with this. It is a creation of a divine alchemist from a millennium ago, known as the Silver Ring of Evil Prevention. It is a holy grade artifact that possesses no offensive capabilities but can detect malevolent inclinations within a person's emotions. Should an individual marked by this ring commit a crime, it will emit a warning, and the authorities can witness the act through the illusory mirror, assessing the severity of the wrongdoing." Zhong Peng's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Goodness, this is incredible. It surpasses the advanced technology of the 21st century by leaps and bounds. I must acquire one for myself someday. Dream on. There are hardly any of these rings in existence across the realm. Do you think holy grade artifacts are mere commodities that one can easily obtain? Let me tell you, this is only employed during significant incidents. Otherwise, no one would allow themselves to be scrutinized," Zhu Hao replied. "Fair enough, then let us move on. I recall from the documents acquired at the Zhong residence that not far from the city, a master and disciple are resting." The exit from the city proved to be far simpler than entering. The soldiers merely glanced at them, allowing them to pass without hindrance. With their swift pace, the four soon arrived at their intended destination. The area was desolate, dotted with tombs, an eerie aura permeating the air that could frighten even the most courageous souls from venturing here at night. Zhongling clutched Zhong Peng tightly, signaling her trepidation. The atmosphere was dreadfully oppressive, with even the breeze carrying a chilling chill. Ahead stood a dilapidated house, appearing as if it might collapse with the slightest gust. Yet within, flickering flames could be seen. Zhong Peng gently patted Zhongling's hand to soothe her fears and approached the dimly lit abode. Just as he was about to enter, a warning echoed from within. "Stop. I have no desire to take a life today. It would be wise to retreat while my mind remains unchanged." Otherwise, the four exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile at the domineering proclamation. "Oh, you speak with such audacity. I presume you possess remarkable prowess?" Zhu Hao was undeterred by the warning and boldly strode inside. Zhong Peng and the others followed suit, observing a figure seated with his back turned, exuding an air of composure. Beside him lay a youth, seemingly around 16 or 17, sprawled on a hastily arranged straw mat, trembling and displaying signs of acute distress. The individual did not respond to Zhu Hao's inquiry, but placed a hand on the youth's back, channeling energy to heal him. After a brief period, the boy's expression eased, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he fell into a steady slumber. "What are your intentions?" The man finally spoke, retracting his healing hand without turning to face them. Zhu Hao, eager to engage, responded with equal coolness. Having rarely encountered an equal opponent, he could not let this opportunity slip away. With a sharp sound, a sword beside the man emerged half an inch, glinting menacingly. Even Zhong Gongqing and Appo's sword at his waist involuntarily reacted, almost slipping from its sheath. Had he not exerted control, it would have surely leapt free. Zhongping and Appo's pupils constricted, sensing the formidable fighting spirit emanating from this figure, whose cultivation could not be underestimated. Chapter 38. The Battle of Zun Yuan. In light of this, let us draw our swords. The individual remained turned away from Zhong Peng and the others. "Please." Zhu Hao was already unable to contain himself. He yearned for a decisive battle. Upon hearing Zhu Hao's response, the figure ceased to elaborate further, forming a sword gesture with his hand. Suddenly, a long sword flew from its sheath, spiraling through the air before swiftly launching toward Zhong Peng and his companions. The speed was so great that it sliced through the air with a whistling sound, and Zhong Peng could distinctly see the air being cleaved apart as it parted to either side. "Excellent." Zhu Hao, filled with excitement, extended his hands forward, unleashing the formidable aura of his high-level Zun Yuan, enveloping Zhong Peng and the others within its protective embrace to shield them from any collateral damage. As the longsword approached, a veil of white mist materialized between Zhu Hao's palms, blocking the incoming blade. Gradually, the mist dissipated, revealing another long sword, which rotated in circles to counteract the assault of the first. This sword, entirely luminous white, with its hilt gleaming in the same hue, bore a blade that resembled the beak of an eagle at its tip. This was Zhu Hao's sword, one never seen before, for he had not worn it until now. How he summoned it perplexed Zhong Peng. Seemingly reading Zhong Peng's thoughts, Zhong Gongcheng remarked, with Brother Zhu's prowess, he no longer requires a physical weapon. He can manifest his intent to condense energy at will. Zhong Peng nodded, indicating his understanding, recalling that Zhu Hao had previously mentioned his desire to comprehend rather than focus on material forms. As the two swords clashed, a cascade of sparks erupted, sword energy radiating outward, further deteriorating the already dilapidated surroundings. Just as the structure was on the verge of collapse, the attacking sword retreated rapidly, and Zhu Hao scooped up the slumbering youth, leaping from the rooftop. Zhu Hao then sheathed his longsword, stepping back to signal Zhong Peng and the others to exit. Placing the sleeping boy in a safe location, the longsword returned to him as the figure lightly leaped, catching the blade. The sword intent of heroic passion? The jade-faced gentleman. Zhu Hao? The individual inquired, astonished after their earlier exchanges. Haha, the Dugu Jiuxiao sword technique? The wandering swordsman, Han Pekong? Zhu Hao fixed his gaze on the figure before him, prompting the question. Upon hearing his name, Han Pekong, realizing Zhu Hao's recognition, turned to meet his gaze. Han Pekong was a striking figure, with large eyes that glimmered like cold stars and thick eyebrows that accentuated his imposing presence. His broad chest exuded an indomitable aura, while his straight nose, seemingly sculpted by a chisel, imparted a sense of resilience. His white teeth shone brightly, inviting admiration. Observing Zhu Hao's current demeanor, he chuckled lightly. I hadn't expected you to break through after all these years. It is truly enviable. But why does the once jade-faced gentleman not appear as such anymore? And why are you accompanying a mere child? This is not in keeping with your usual style. Huh. The affairs of the world are like a game of chess. Nothing remains eternally unchanged. Just as you once roamed the world with a solitary sword, comprehending the true essence of swordsmanship, are you not now traversing the realm with a young companion? Zhu Hao retorted, revealing his true self to an old friend. Indeed, on the summit of the snowy mountains, we sought to determine our strengths. Today, we must engage in a spirited contest. Han Pekong laughed heartily, his exuberance palpable. Naturally, I too wish to ascertain whether your Dugu Jiuxiao is superior or if my heroic passion sword technique reigns supreme. Let us see if you have made greater strides in recent years. Han Pekong, a solitary cultivator ranked above Zhu Hao, positioned at 149, had arrived here with surprising swiftness. Zhong Peng racked his memory, attempting to recall this name from the records. Observing their camaraderie, it was evident they shared a profound friendship, a detail not documented in the texts. The two stood motionless, locking eyes and preparing to unleash their full potential. Their garments billowed, and their long hair danced gracefully in the wind, each embodying an air of elegance. Come on, just start fighting already. Stop posing and showing off. Zhong Peng inwardly sighed. Yet, he understood that for such formidable experts, a slight misstep could lead to defeat. Thus they both focused on gathering their strength. Then, with a swift motion, Han Pekong drew a circle in the air with one hand, instantly conjuring a circular sword formation, each blade appearing vividly real, before directing it toward Zhu Hao. The swords, seemingly receiving a command, surged toward Zhu Hao in a coordinated attack. Zhu Hao did not hesitate. His heroic passion sword emitted a resonant hum, oscillating as if infused with a soul, brimming with vitality. The two forces collided in the air, creating a melodious sound with each impact, sending waves of sword energy spiraling in all directions. Flora and trees caught in the onslaught suffered greatly, the scene beyond mere words to describe. It resembled a relentless barrage of 1,000,000 bullets, centered around the two combatants. Han Pekong soared into the air, with Zhu Hao following closely, transforming the battlefield from solid ground to the sky. After all, with so many revered predecessors present, disturbing their eternal slumber would be a grave offense. As the arena shifted to the skies, the contest reached a fever pitch. Though both belonged to the high echelon of Zun Yuan, sustaining aerial combat was taxing, even for them. The earlier exchanges had merely served as mutual probes. In a contest between masters, a single move could determine the victor. Brother Zhu, I recently grasped a new technique. It is a fortunate encounter to meet you today. You, a martial arts prodigy. Shall see if you can counter it. Oh, I find this most intriguing. Zhu Hao's fighting spirit surged. Then, Brother Zhu, do pay close attention. 10,000 swords ascend to the heavens. In the void above, as Han Pekong invoked his technique, countless swords enveloped his form, creating a mesmerizing display. Zhu Hao's pupils constricted, sensing the formidable sword intent. Should he be struck, it would surely obliterate him. The swords danced and shifted around Han Pekong's hands, swirling and undulating like a dragon soaring through the skies. Go! Han Pekong unleashed his full power, releasing the 10,000 swords ascend to the heavens. All present could see the air around them becoming fragile, instantly tearing apart. Zhu Hao had no choice but to summon all his strength to meet the oncoming storm. Unperturbed, Zhu Hao expanded his heroic passion sword to an immense size, akin to the golden cudgel wielded by Sun Wukong, towering like a mountain. He swung the colossal sword down relentlessly, dispersing every attack that came into contact with it into mere air, vanishing without a trace. As the onslaught transformed into nothingness, Zhu Hao's immense sword could bear the weight no longer and dissipated into the void. Both Han Pekong and Zhu Hao plummeted to the ground, landing with enough force to create deep craters in the earth. It was evident that they had exerted their utmost. Otherwise, with their cultivation levels, they could have landed without a trace, as light as a swallow. Both men panted heavily, sweat trickling down their brows, resulting in an impasse. Zhong Peng rushed forward to support Zhu Hao, while Zhong Gongcheng assisted Han Pekong. I hadn't anticipated your 10,000 swords ascend to the heavens to be so formidable. It seems you are on the brink of reaching the 7th rank of Zun Yuan. Zhu Hao remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Likewise, Han Pekong replied, Brother Zhu's skills are exceptional. My 10,000 swords ascend to the heavens is confident of standing out among peers, yet I did not expect you to counter it. The two shared a hearty laugh, exchanging no further words, as their focus shifted to recuperation. They needed to restore their strength. Otherwise, should anyone arrive unexpectedly, they would be like lambs waiting for slaughter. Chapter 39. The Dragon Emperor's Dilemma. Zun Yuan's recovery ability was astonishingly rapid, within the span of half a tea time. Both individuals simultaneously opened their eyes and rose to their feet. With arms outstretched, they strode towards each other and shared a heartfelt embrace. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhu. I fondly recall the days when we crossed paths after your long-awaited revenge, and we became confidants in life. We then parted ways, your heart devoted to your beloved, while I sought to conquer the sword path. Now, fate brings us together in this realm. I wonder how you both fare? Han Poku greeted warmly. Alas, it is rare for us to meet again today. Let us not dwell on the past. What is of utmost importance is to find a suitable place to enjoy a few drinks. I am eager to see if your drinking capacity has kept pace with your cultivation, Zhu Hao replied, seemingly reluctant to mention certain matters in front of his old friend, as he placed an arm around Han Poku's shoulder to shift the conversation. Brother Zhu, that is an excellent suggestion. If you do not mind, please accompany us to our destination. With a hero like Brother Han, I too wish to make his acquaintance, Zhong Peng interjected, stepping forward and bowing slightly. Smiling at Han Poku scrutinized Zhong Peng with suspicion, taking in his handsome features and refined demeanor. The youth appeared no older than 17 or 18, yet he addressed Zhu Hao as brother, to which Zhu Hao responded with delight. If Han Poku were to find fault with Zhong Peng, it would be that his striking good looks might evoke envy in others. Who exactly is this individual? Han Poku glanced at Zhu Hao, who immediately understood without the need for words. Look at my excitement. I nearly forgot to introduce you. Young brother, this is my esteemed friend, the solitary swordsman Han Poku, ranked 149th among the wandering cultivators. Zhu Hao declared proudly. Zhong Peng clasped his hands in a salute and expressed his long-standing admiration. It is an honor to finally meet you in person. Han Poku nodded in acknowledgement of the friendly gesture. Brother Han, this young man is Zhong Peng, son of General Zhong of Yunlan, and behind him are his sister and steward. I must tell you, my young brother is quite the remarkable individual, Zhu Hao said, gazing at Han Poku as if presenting a treasure. Zhu Hao may not have been well versed in Zhong Peng's past exploits, as he paid little heed to matters unrelated to himself. However, upon hearing the name, Han Poku's brow furrowed. Zhong Peng, the son of General Zhong Buhui, a notorious wastrel known for his arrogance and incompetence? How could Zhu Hao, who was typically so proud, speak of him in such glowing terms? Had the world become incomprehensible, or had perspectives shifted so drastically? At the 8th rank of Xian Yuan, such a young age to achieve that level of cultivation is indeed commendable. Yet it did not impress Han Poku and his peers. Zhu Hao was not one to judge others blindly. If he praised Zhong Peng, there must be something extraordinary about him. Han Poku's perception of Zhong Peng shifted continually, weaving a growing curiosity within him. Young Master Zhong, your name has reached my ears long before. I am honored to follow your lead, Han Poku said, choosing not to elaborate further as he approached the slumbering youth. Intending to take him along, Zhong Gongcheng, quick-witted and agile, felt a surge of excitement at the imminent arrival of another master at the Zhong residence. This heralded a further assurance of his young master's safety. Without hesitation, he swiftly cradled the boy in his arms before Han Poku could reach him. Han Poku observed silently, offering a gentle smile and nod to Zhong Gongcheng, who returned the gesture. By the way, Brother Han, you have always preferred solitude. Why now do you bring along a young lad? Who is he? Zhu Hao inquired, stepping closer. He is my disciple. Oh, you have taken on a disciple? How did that come to pass? Sigh, that tale is rather lengthy. Observe for yourself what sets him apart. Upon Han Poku's words, Zhu Hao focused intently, his eyes widening in disbelief as he examined the boy closely. Wuxiang Swordbone. This child's constitution is extraordinary, a rare talent for the sword path. But why is he in this state? Indeed, it is Wuxiang Swordbone. Perhaps the destined ones must endure significant trials. Years ago, I traveled the world with my sword and stumbled upon him begging by the roadside. It was a blizzard, and he was dressed too lightly, having collapsed from the cold. Moved by compassion, I took him in, only to discover he possessed a sword talent that comes once in a century. Wuxiang Swordbone is inherently Yin, yet it has been eroded by the natural chill for too long, creating a lasting affliction that requires the inner elixir of a fire toad for healing. However, such spirit beasts are exceedingly rare in this world. Despite years of searching, I have found none. Thus, I have been using my energy to alleviate his condition. Today, I heard of the divine realm emerging in Yunlan, which prompted my visit, hoping for a stroke of luck. Now it makes sense. This boy has indeed encountered a benefactor today. I assure you, Brother Han, do not be fooled by his youth. He possesses remarkable abilities. We shall discuss this further upon our return. Han Poku remained skeptical, scrutinizing Zhong Peng one moment, and then looking at Zhu Hao the next, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, within the Yunlan Palace, in the Dragon Emperor's study, this ruler was unlike any other, preferring solitude. At that moment, the study was devoid of attendants, as the Dragon Emperor had dismissed everyone. Seated before a dragon desk in a grand chair, he diligently reviewed a memorial. After reading it, he picked up a brush and wrote fervently. Once he finished, he reviewed his writing again, nodding to himself before setting the memorial aside and examining another, repeating the process. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the center of the study. The Dragon Emperor continued his work, unperturbed. As the mist dissipated, a figure cloaked in black stood at the center, their features obscured. Yet, the Dragon Emperor recognized the visitor instantly. Oh, you, Ghost 11, are you not with Zhong Peng and the others? Why have you returned? Discovered. Ghost 11 was sparing with his words. Oh, your abilities allowed you to be detected? That surprises me. Has the ranking of wandering cultivators ceased to serve as a reliable measure of one's prowess? Zhu Hao's strength is indeed formidable. It was not Zhu Hao who discovered me. Ghost 11 remained terse. If not him, then who else? Aside from the newly arrived Zhu Hao, there are no other masters at the Zhong residence. Tell me, who else could have detected your presence? The Dragon Emperor was genuinely astonished. He had never ceased his surveillance of the Zhong residence, swiftly uncovering any disturbances. It was Zhong Peng. The Dragon Emperor could hardly contain his incredulity. Goodness, brother, do you not realize that speaking so sparingly drives one to madness? Are you unaware that such replies can provoke frustration? The most maddening thing in the world is when one speaks halfway and then falls silent. The Dragon Emperor, aware of Ghost 11's nature, suppressed his simmering anger and continued to inquire. How did you ascertain that it was not Zhu Hao but Zhong Peng who discovered you? I clashed with Zhu Hao. It was Zhong Peng who signaled me. Heavens above. At last, I have heard a complete sentence worthy of being spoken. My heart is sincerely comforted. Yet, the Dragon Emperor could not fathom that it was Zhong Peng who had made the discovery. Then what are the realms of Zhu Hao and Zhong Peng? Zun Yuan 6th rank, Xian Yuan 8th rank. Ghost 11's brevity forced the Dragon Emperor to connect the dots. The disparity in their levels was staggering, yet Zhong Peng had managed to perceive the presence of Ghost 11, whose power surpassed his own several times over. Could Zhong Peng's insight be that keen? A youth previously deemed as hopelessly inept had unexpectedly reached the Xian Yuan 8th rank, all while possessing such acute observational prowess. Had Zhong Peng's previous actions been deliberate, and what was the impetus behind this sudden revelation? The Dragon Emperor's mind was beset by a myriad of speculations, leaving him in a state of perplexity. It seems that he must take the time to meet this leader of the crossed once and for all to discern his true intentions. I understand now. Since you have been discovered, you may return to rest. Is YUW still present? YUSH nodded silently. Very well. Relay to YUG that he is to assume your duties. His methods of concealment are abundant, making him the most suitable for this task. Upon hearing this, YUSH ceased further discourse and, like before, gradually transformed into a dense mist, vanishing from sight. Let us ponder the motives behind Zhong Peng's actions. What could he possibly be aiming to achieve? Chapter 40. The relentless pursuit of self-improvement. The Dragon Emperor regarded the spot where Yushi had vanished, his brow furrowed in contemplation, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Outside the East Gate, under the cloak of night, Zhong Peng and his companions emerged from the shadows, their figures elongated by the city's lights as they approached the East Gate. Upon reaching the gate, they were intercepted by the guards. Halt! To enter the city, you must first register over there. Indeed. Good sir, might you recognize this token? Zhong Peng approached, producing a badge from his waist. The badge emanated an arcane aura, conjuring an image of a general in golden armor, standing tall and resolute as a mountain. As he turned, an aura of dominion over all beneath the heavens reverberated through the air. Upon seeing this, the soldier's expression turned grave, and he immediately knelt in deep reverence. It is General Zhong's personal token. This humble officer greets you, esteemed sirs. Please forgive any offense caused earlier. Zhong Bu, though merely a general, held a significant position within the military. The sight of his token was akin to his personal presence, sanctioned by imperial authority, allowing passage before inquiry. Nay, brother, there and Oppos, no need for such ceremony. We all serve Yunlan. Matters are naturally conducted according to orders, so there and Oppos, no offense to speak of. Zhong Peng said with a gentle smile as he helped the soldier up. Please, esteemed sirs, the soldier said, clearing a path for them to enter the city. Zhong Peng nodded with a smile, leading Han Pekong and the others into the city. Upon returning to the Zhong residence, Zhong Gongcheng placed the sleeping youth in a guest room, instructing the staff to prepare a feast to welcome Han Pekong. The Zhong residence was suddenly abuzz with activity. Zhong Peng led Han Pekong to the crooked neck tree, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then returned to his chambers with Zhong Ling to freshen up. By the time they returned, the feast was prepared. Zhong Peng, having reverted to his true appearance, approached with a smile, now clad in white robes. His dark hair cascaded freely behind him, exuding an air of uninhibited elegance. His arched eyebrows added to his charming smile. Any observer would undoubtedly admire him as a peerless gentleman, a handsome young man. Zhong Ling, too, was like a lotus in full bloom, her every smile and gesture filled with grace and poise. Those with weaker constitutions would surely be captivated by her otherworldly beauty. The two approached like celestial beings. Brother Han, apologies for the wait, Zhong Peng said, settling down with a wave of his sleeve. Verdant trees cast dense shadows in the long summer days. The pavilion's reflection dances in the pond. Crystal curtains stir in the gentle breeze, and a trellis of roses perfumes the courtyard. Despite the late hour, one could still appreciate the vitality of nature. Amidst such beauty, we should raise our cups in unison. Zhong Peng lifted a wine cup from the stone table, addressing Zhu Hao, Han Pekong, and the others. Little Peng, spare us your eloquent verses. Drinking is paramount now. You've kept us waiting far too long. You must be penalized. Zhu Hao grumbled. Haha, very well. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect, Zhong Peng said, raising his cup and draining it in one gulp. That's more like it. Indeed, rumors suggest that the young master of the Zhong family has achieved distinction in other fields. I never imagined he was both scholarly and martial. I am genuinely surprised. Gossip can be quite misleading, Han Pekong said with a hearty laugh. Haha, let the world's scorn be of no concern to me. I am who I am, and I need not care what others say. To live according to others' expectations is to cease being oneself. Zhong Peng explained awkwardly, burdened by the weight of the original owner's past misdeeds. A life devoid of authenticity is like a soulless vessel, devoid of meaning. 1,000 matters weigh on the mind, yet all are but dreams. Let us discuss the affairs of the martial world over a cup of wine. You martial artists enjoy discussing the winds of change. I find that more intriguing, so let us not dwell on this matter. Well said. One should follow their heart and do as they please, Han Pakong praised. Oh, yes, speaking of martial world affairs. Brother Zhu, you and the young lady of the Lan family were once deeply in love, the envy of many. Why isn't she with you? Old Han, why must you be so nosy? You always sprinkle salt on my unhealed wounds, Zhu Hao said, his expression souring. What happened? Han Pakong asked, puzzled by Zhu Hao's reaction. Alas, I mistook vinegar for ink, writing a lifetime of sorrow. Brother Han knows that my martial arts are domineering but have inherent flaws. I had no choice but to seek a solution alone. Fortunately, I encountered this young friend in Yunlan City, and there is hope. Now, I only wish to resolve my issues and have no other desires. Zhu Hao seemed unwilling to delve further into matters of the heart. Oh, I see, Han Pakong said, ceasing his inquiries. Well, Brother Han, do you have any interesting experiences to share? What are your plans for the future? Zhong Peng interjected, steering away from the somber topic. Aside from encountering my disciple, Han Fengxue, there's nothing particularly remarkable. I merely wish to find the fiery toad for him as soon as possible, to free him from his ailment and suffering. In that case, you've come to the right person, Brother Han. Let me tell you, little Peng is an expert at dealing with such complex conditions, Zhu Hao eagerly introduced. Oh, Han Pakong looked at Zhong Peng once more. Haha, don't listen to Brother Zhu. I only have a superficial understanding, Zhong Peng said modestly. Little Peng, what's gotten into you today? You're actually being modest, Zhu Hao teased. I observe that the young brother is indeed as you described, Brother Han. He has been afflicted by enduring cold, and it's a miracle he's survived this long. He truly needs the fiery toad's flame core to heal. However, I can suppress the cold within him for a time, preventing it from acting up. As for other options, there are none besides finding the fiery toad. Moreover, we must find it quickly, or even if we do, it will be too late. Although Zhong Peng could heal him by using the two extremes creation skill to absorb the extreme cold energy from Han Fengxue, he had other plans. In that case, we must rely on young Master Zhong. Zhong Peng nodded, indicating that it was no trouble. Ah, little Peng, I heard you've been seeking out sparring partners everywhere today to improve your combat prowess. What are your plans for the future? Of course, I'll continue to seek out stronger opponents, Zhong Peng said with excitement. Due to inaccurate information, he didn't get to spar properly with Han Fengxue, but encountered Han Pakong, a high-level venerable origin cultivator. His plans could not be changed, so he would continue to execute them tomorrow. Zhu Hao and the others were completely bewildered, unable to understand what Zhong Peng was doing. They didn't press him with questions, but could only raise their cups in a toast to express their confusion. After some discussion, Zhong Peng gained a deeper understanding of Tianluo. Han Pakong also officially took up residence in the Zhong family. Zhong Gongqing was overjoyed, pouring wine for them enthusiastically. After the feast, Zhong Gongqing led Zhong Ping to Han Pakong's guest room. Zhong Peng helped Han Fengxue up from the bed and instructed Han Pakong and Zhu how to protect them while he dispelled the cold energy within Han Fengxue. After a short while, Zhong Peng ceased circulating his vital energy and gently laid Han Fengxue back on the bed. All right, this state can only be maintained for 10 days. After 10 days, I must continue to suppress it. Therefore, we must find the fiery toad as soon as possible. Seeing Han Fengxue's steady breathing and rosy complexion, the solemn expression on Han Pakong's face eased slightly. The divine origin secret realm will open in a few days. I'll try to find a way to get him in to see if he can find it by chance, Han Pakong said. Well, we can only hope it goes as planned. Zhong Peng and the others left the room, closing the door gently. Zhong Gongqing led Han Pakong to another guest room and then returned to sleep. Zhu Hao, Zhong Ling, and Zhong Peng also returned to their respective rooms. Chapter 41. Above the light clouds, Zhong Peng returned to his chamber and immediately focused on his dantian. He observed that the black dot above it had expanded slightly. The chilling energy from Han Peng's body was continuously being absorbed by this dot. Had Zhong Peng not retracted his yuan power, it is likely that the black dot would have consumed even the cold aura from the wuxiang sword bone of Han Fengxue. As dawn approached, Zhong Peng rose from his slumber and called out to Zhong Gongqing at his door. Uncle Zhong, please go to the city's gathering place and find someone to construct a platform. I have use for it this morning. Understood. I shall go at once. Zhong Gongqing did not question the matter further. He simply set about fulfilling Zhong Peng's request without needing to understand the reasoning behind it. Instead of returning to his chamber after giving instructions, Zhong Peng wandered around, pondering a particular question in his mind. Weapons serve as an essential auxiliary for warriors, an extension of their techniques. A swordsman, when concealed, remains as steady as Mount Tai, yet when revealed, exudes a spirit that can shake rivers and mountains. Thus, it is no surprise that soldiers, warriors, and wandering cultivators alike prefer to carry their swords with them. Those who bear swords pursue individual excellence in dreams, yet aspire to benefit the world when they attain success. Perhaps this embodies the essence of a warrior's demeanor. Since his arrival in this world, Zhong Peng had yet to find a suitable sword for himself. Hence, he resolved to visit the treasure pavilion, hoping to discover materials that could be crafted into a sword tailored for him. Upon opening the door, Zhong Peng's memory served him well. Having been brought here previously by Zhong Gongcheng, he quickly arrived at the treasure pavilion. The guards, recognizing their young master, nodded and opened the door without hesitation. Once inside, Zhong Peng did not allow the door to close behind him. He began a thorough search, inspecting each item meticulously. Whenever he encountered something like mysterious iron, he would pause to assess its potential value. He continued searching until he reached the spot where he had previously placed the Yin Yuan fruit, but found nothing of worth, shaking his head in disappointment. Suddenly, he looked up and noticed a sword hanging on the wall. Due to its prolonged placement, the sheath was covered in dust. The last time he had come, he had been too preoccupied to notice it. Zhong Peng removed the sword, but its weight nearly caused him to stumble. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly modest sword, measuring just over 3 feet, would possess such heft, piquing his curiosity. Carefully, he wiped the dust away with his sleeve, revealing its true form. The sheath was crafted from millennia-old purple spirit wood, exuding a dignified and grand purple hue. The hilt bore an intricate golden dragon design, the dragon's head facing outward for ease of grasp. The dragon scales were slightly raised, providing a secure grip without causing discomfort, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Zhong Peng lifted the long sword and gently drew it from its sheath. The blade glided against the sheath, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of flowing mountain spring water. Above the light clouds, he read the inscription at the sword's mouth. The material of this sword remained a mystery. Even his reliable identification system could not discern its nature. Was it merely an aesthetically pleasing ornament without any significance? Such a notion seemed implausible. Although the treasure pavilion lacked particularly exceptional items, the mere fact that this sword was housed within suggested it possessed some importance. Zhong Peng swung the sword casually, and a cascade of radiant light emanated from it, a sight to behold. When he pointed the blade towards the ground, the tip effortlessly pierced through the stone beneath. Goodness, it's so sharp. Just a light touch, and it penetrates the ground like butter. He marveled. There's no reason my identification system wouldn't provide an overview. Could this sword be crafted from materials so rare that even the system is unaware of their properties? A mischievous grin crept across his face at the thought. Suddenly, the shelves around him began to topple over. Distracted by his musings, Zhong Peng failed to notice until it was too late. The sound of crashing would echoed around him. Realizing the danger, he swiftly moved aside, barely escaping being buried alive. Close call. I could have been reincarnated again, he exclaimed. Upon inspection, he discovered that the shelves had been cleanly severed in half, without any visible breakage. The upper sections adorned with sword marks. It appeared that the shelves had been severed by the very sword he had been swinging, the speed of his strikes having rendered the shelves incapable of responding in time. Oh no, what is happening inside? We must check. The guards outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in without realizing Zhong Ping was still inside. It's nothing to worry about. I merely knocked over a shelf, Zhong Ping reassured the guard. Just send someone in to clean up. No need for alarm. Exiting the treasure pavilion, the sun had fully risen. Zhong Peng estimated that the housekeeper should be returning soon. Master, everything is arranged, announced Zhong Gongxing upon his arrival. Excellent, Zhong Peng replied, instructing someone to fetch ink and paper. He spread the paper on the ground, using bamboo of half his height as a writing implement, and began to write fervently. After allowing it to dry, he rolled it up. At that moment, Zhu Hao and others arrived at their meeting place. You're all here. Let us prepare as we usually do for our outing, Zhong Peng said while gathering his belongings. Where are we headed? Han Peng inquired, puzzled by the early morning venture. Oh, don't ask. Whether you're curious or not, I'm equally so. But this little Pengzi always keeps us in suspense. We've grown accustomed to it. We simply follow along, Zhu Hao remarked, accustomed to Zhong Peng's enigmatic nature. Thank you, young Master Zhong, for your assistance last night. This morning, I feel remarkably refreshed. I am deeply grateful, as informed by my master. Han Fengxue expressed her gratitude towards Zhong Peng. Initially, she had assumed him to be an older gentleman, but upon meeting him, she was surprised to find him so youthful, which earned her respect. No need for thanks. It was a trivial matter, Zhong Peng replied with a smile. Today, I'll take you to a delightful place and see if your skills are worthy of your talent. Then what are we waiting for? I'm curious about how enjoyable this place could be, Zhu Hao exclaimed, hastily returning to prepare. As the others watched Zhu Hao dart away, they exchanged puzzled looks before proceeding to make their own preparations. According to the arrangements made by the housekeeper, the platform was set up on the street below the Listening Rain Tower. The group soon arrived at the location, where they found a throng of curious onlookers surrounding the platform. What is going on? How did this platform appear overnight? It wasn't here yesterday. Indeed. What is the reason for this platform being constructed here? It can't be too hard to find out. Let us just wait here. If it has appeared, it must serve a purpose. Patience is key. Speculation ran rampant, with various theories and gossip circulating, even fantastical tales emerging. Could it be that a divine realm has manifested in Yunlan, and this platform has descended from the heavens, granting the capable the opportunity to enter and gain great fortune? Zhong Peng chuckled inwardly at this imaginative interpretation. Goodness, this fellow possesses quite the imagination. He presents such a whimsical notion with remarkable coherence. Zhu brother, come help me hang this banner above the platform, Zhong Peng kindly requested, producing the banner he had just written. Zhu Hao accepted it without hesitation, swiftly leaping up to hang it above the platform. As he stepped back to admire his work, his eyes widened in disbelief. On the left side of the grand banner, it read, "The divine realm manifested, winds and rain converging in Yunlan. In the sacred realm, the stronghold resides. Who amongst us can enter?" On the right side, it proclaimed, "Upon this platform, heroes gather from all directions. Under the essence of humanity, I stand first, laughing proudly in the Jianghu. Who dares challenge?" Chapter 42. Under the human origin, I stand supreme. Turning his stiff head, he looked at Zhong Peng with disbelief. "Is this the amusing place you mentioned? It seems like a game where one could easily lose oneself." To the left, there appeared to be nothing amiss, merely reflecting the current state of Yunlan. Yet to the right, there were towering peaks, and the proclamation of "I stand supreme" was enough to ensnare one in endless troubles. Even the three great emperors residing in the clouds would not dare to be so presumptuous. Who endowed you with such audacity? Then Zhu Hao recalled Zhong Peng's words from the previous night. He sought continued torment. In Zhu Hao's view, Zhong Peng would, at most, seek a worthy opponent to engage in battle, gradually digesting the experience. To his astonishment, Zhong Peng was so audacious as to openly set up a challenge, affronting the pride of all warriors. If it was the thrill of being bested he sought, he could have simply come to him. He could easily make him feel as if he were but a ghost. Han Poku also found this approach rather excessive. "Young master and I, this is somewhat over the line. Although you possess the 8th layer of Xian Yuan, a commendable achievement, does Zhong Peng not realize that beneath the human origin lie the 9th layer of Xian Yuan, along with the pinnacle, high, middle, and initial stages? There are indeed 7 more levels. Furthermore, even those who have attained the great perfection of the Xian Yuan realm would not dare claim supremacy beneath the human origin, let alone Zhong Peng, who is merely at the 8th layer. According to the rules of the arena, no one was permitted to intervene in the battles. Should the unforeseen occur, they could only watch helplessly." Zhong Peng understood their thoughts and felt a warm surge in his heart, responding, "I understand your concerns. But I believe that for one to truly grow, one must place oneself under sufficient pressure. A life lived in fear will yield little achievement. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot stand tall without experiencing the trials of the 4 seasons. As long as I can maintain a balance with the pressure, preventing it from rebounding, I am unwavering in my conviction. Even if I were to struggle under such pressure, it would merely indicate that my efforts are insufficient. And I accept that. Now I see the true you. A man should be thus." Zhu Hao's previously woeful expression blossomed into one of determination upon hearing Zhong Peng's words, his vitality radiating outward with newfound vigor. Han Poku nodded in approval, expressing his agreement. They had resolved that even if Zhong Peng were to falter, they would ensure his safety. Under Zhu Hao's formidable presence, the crowd parted, leaving only Zhong Peng and his 6 companions in the center. They strode confidently toward the arena, and the onlookers gathered around. Standing at the center of the arena, Zhong Peng smiled at the surrounding audience and bowed slightly. Esteemed guests, I am Day. Oh, it is he. I have heard that Day gained fame overnight by besting the 4th Prince Long Ji at the 7 Absolute Gathering. It turned out that this arena had been set up by him. The ability to establish such a venue in such a short time indicated that he was not merely the rustic individual he had claimed to be. No wonder he had dismissed the 4th Prince's cordial invitation. With such a display today, it seemed there would be ample opportunity for discussion in the future. It would be wise to seize the moment for potential profit. The realm of the divine is upon us, as the winds and storms converge upon Yunlan, seeking to unveil its mysteries. With some time remaining before the divine realm opens, I have set up this arena to alleviate the lengthy wait for all present. Zhong Peng continued, not for any other reason, but to forge friendships through martial arts and to meet heroes from all walks of life. To express my sincerity, I solemnly promise that anyone who triumphs in today's contest shall be rewarded with 10,000 pieces of gold and a choice of any rare metal or precious material. Suddenly, Zhong Peng paused, a mysterious smile crossing his face as he raised his voice, adding, additionally, I offer a royal auction entry permit. Should you doubt this, I am willing to accompany the victor to the official platform to sign and seal the agreement. The crowd erupted in fervor, buzzing with excitement. While they may not have been overly concerned with the initial rewards, after all, those who could come here surely possessed wealth. The mention of the royal auction piqued many interests. Some warriors had been stuck at a plateau for years, and a chance to enter could potentially lead them to what they sought. Who was this Day to be so extravagant? The mere mention of a royal auction ticket was enough to set hearts racing. Indeed, does he think the royal auction is his personal establishment? Are such items readily obtainable? Someone mused. After all, he had stated that he would accompany the victor to the official platform. Would he dare make such a claim without the capability to follow through? The official platform had never wavered from its commitment to fairness. To act otherwise would be to stand against the very essence of justice. If he can make such bold assertions, he must possess the means to do so. And if he can do that, he surely has formidable strength backing him. For a moment, no one stepped forward. They merely clustered together, exchanging glances to see if anyone would take the first step to test the waters. Oh, is there truly no one willing to step up for a duel? This seems to affirm my standing in the martial world. Zhong Peng, seeing no challengers, became increasingly arrogant. Below the arena, there were undoubtedly experts who could gauge Zhong Peng's strength. Unlike before, many esteemed warriors had entered Yunlan City, but most remained silent out of respect for Zhu Hao and Han Poku. Hearing Zhong Peng's brazen words, the expressions of some turned dark. Young master and I, merely at the 8th layer of Xian Yuan, shamelessly claiming to stand supreme beneath the human origin, openly provoking the martial world. Are you not afraid of your own downfall? A middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, prompting others to part and allow him passage as he approached Zhong Peng with a few companions. Oh, there is no need for your concern. Since you speak so boldly, are you perhaps eager for a lesson? The middle-aged man gestured to a young man beside him. A youth leaped into the arena, declaring, I am Murong Albois, a disciple of Yunlan Peak, here to engage in this first match as a means to break the ice. I humbly request your guidance, young master and I. The youth, clad in blue, appeared unremarkable, wielding 2 curved blades. After his introduction, he swiftly took a position at the center of the arena, adopting a stance that balanced offense and defense. Zhong Peng maintained his trademark slight smile as he moved to the center of the arena, positioning himself opposite Murong Albois and gesturing invitingly. Chapter 43. A preliminary victory on the arena, where blades have no eyes. Young master and I, you must be cautious, Murong Albois advised. Young master Murong. Feel free to unleash any techniques you possess. I shall meet them all, young master and I replied confidently. Very well, then, allow me to demonstrate a strike, Murong Albois declared. Rushing towards Zhong Peng, brandishing dual blades as he leapt gracefully, aiming a downward slash at him. Zhong Peng sensed a powerful force surging towards him, as though it were to cleave his very visage. Instinctively, he raised his sword to parry. The impact reverberated like the plucking of a guzheng, producing a clear, melodious sound. After the initial clash, Zhong Peng staggered back a few steps, feeling a numbing sensation in his hands as they trembled uncontrollably. Regaining his composure, he clasped his hands behind his back. What formidable pure essence power! It appears that Brother Murong has indeed mastered both internal and external arts. I underestimated you. Murong Albois, too, was taken aback. Although this was merely a test, He recalled what his master had said. That young master and I was but an initial stage of the 8th rank. He had exerted 70% of his strength in that strike, yet it had only forced his opponent back a few steps. While he hadn't used his full strength, he was confident that such a blow should be beyond the capacity of an ordinary 8th rank practitioner. How could he withstand it so effortlessly? Young master and I, you flatter me. In truth, it is you who has impressed me greatly, Morong Albo responded, feeling somewhat astonished. He had believed that his earlier strike, at 70% power, would be too much for someone of young Master Ni's cultivation to endure. It seemed that young master and I was a true master cloaked in humility. Haha, if I lacked skill, how could I dare to take on such a challenge? I often manage to achieve what others deem impossible, nothing more. Zhong Peng replied with a hearty laugh, fully appreciating Morong Albo's praise. Upon hearing this, Morong Albo frowned. How arrogant. I offered you a compliment, yet you appear to revel in it, he thought, feeling a surge of indignation. You think you can simply claim victory by setting up this arena? You need not pretend to be superior. Unleash your techniques without reservation. As Zhong Peng spoke those words, Morong Albo scrutinized him closely. Zhong Peng's eyes radiated an air of confidence and pride, akin to a celestial sovereign surveying the realm below. The blatant disdain ignited a fire within Morong Albo. Ha ha ha. I am curious to see what audacity allows young master and I to speak so boldly. Is it mere bravado or genuine prowess? Morong Albo thought, his rage morphing into a mocking laughter, eager to unveil the true extent of his opponent's abilities. With the moon in tandem, Morong Albo ceased his words, spreading his arms wide as the dual blades whirled like a tempest, his body spinning in a cyclone of ferocity, hurtling towards Zhong Peng. Seeing the imminent attack, Zhong Peng swiftly drew his sword, the light cloud, a treasure from the vault, and met the assault head-on. He felt as though he were striking against a solid iron wall. Each strike pushed him back, sending sharp pains through his shoulder. Elder, it seems that junior brother Morong has truly mastered the technique double moons in the sky. With 10% of his power, even an average 9th rank expert would struggle to contend, remarked a middle-aged man nearby. The elder remained silent, but his face bore a look of satisfaction. It seems young master and I has truly shot himself in the foot by provoking junior brother Morong, he mused. Had I known this would happen, I would have been the first to step up, lamented another onlooker below the arena, filled with regret. On the elevated platform, Zhong Gongxing and Zhong Ling clasped their hands tightly, their brows furrowed in concern as they watched Zhong Peng. Zhong Gongxing turned to Han Pokong and Zhu Hao, who bore peculiar expressions, lost in thought. Just as Zhong Gongxing opened his mouth to inquire, Zhu Hao cautioned him, silence. The climax is approaching. Zhong Peng, with renewed determination, leapt into the air again, striking fiercely at Morong Albo's double moons in the sky. Morong Albo braced himself to counter Zhong Peng's blow, but Zhong Peng deftly utilized the force of the rebound to perform a mid-air roll, sending light clouds soaring towards Morong Albo with an almost ethereal grace that seemed to slice through the very fabric of the air. Morong Albo's eyes widened in alarm. He realized he had already exhausted much of his essence defending against Zhong Peng's previous strike. Now, faced with the incoming blade, he had no time to react and instinctively crossed his dual swords in defense. The two forces collided with a sound akin to a needle piercing a balloon. Morong Albo's technique dissipated like mist, and he was hurled backward, crashing into the arena's railing, which splintered under the impact. He fell to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Zhong Peng. As Light Cloud returned to Zhong Peng's grasp, he turned, pointing the blade downward at Morong Albo, saying, Brother Morong, you have been defeated. Indeed, I have lost. How could I have been so careless? I underestimated the power of this divine weapon. Morong Albo reflected on the battle, unable to fathom how he had succumbed so easily. Junior Brother Morong. Brother Morong. Albo. The spectators below finally reacted, rushing to support Morong Albo, who was now dazed but unharmed, reassured that he would recover with rest. As they helped him to his feet, Morong Albo took a deep breath and addressed Zhong Peng. Young master and I, your prowess is undeniable. I concede defeat and hope to learn from you another day. Zhong Peng nodded, recognizing the humility and accepting the truth of his loss, a commendable trait indeed. Yay, Brother One, you're amazing, Zhong Ling exclaimed from the platform, her earlier worry vanishing in an instant, replaced by unbridled joy. Now that's the brother I know, Zhu Hao chuckled heartily. Indeed, your sibling is truly exceptional. Han Pokong remarked appreciatively. To defeat a peak 8th rank warrior with such ease is remarkable. Naturally, we stand on equal footing, so your praise is unnecessary, Zhu Hao retorted playfully. True, we both understand that beneath the heavens, 1's rank is merely a part of the equation. Strength is not the sole determinant of victory, Han Pokong mused. A swordsman excels in thrusting, while a swordsman of blades is adept at cleaving. Yet this young man defies convention, first exhausting Murong Albua's essence with a cleaving attack, forcing him into a defensive stance where he could not unleash his formidable offensive capabilities. Then, seizing the opportunity from Murong Albua's counterattack, he executed a masterful reversal. His timing was exquisite, an accomplishment rare for one so young. As Han Pokong analyzed the unfolding battle, he grew increasingly convinced of Zhong Peng's uniqueness. Though he had won this round with apparent ease, he would surely attract more challengers in the future. Zhong Gongsheng listened to their analysis, growing increasingly troubled. The more victories Zhong Peng achieved, the greater his concerns became. This battle had revealed Zhong Peng's cultivation level. The young master had boasted that he was the foremost under the realm of human essence, and it was certain that practitioners of the 9th tier of Xian Yuan would soon take the stage to compete. There was even the possibility that peak Xian Yuan warriors would come forth, as the rewards offered by Zhong Peng were exceedingly enticing. Chapter 44. Song Xianming. Alas, I perceive you are overly concerned. Since the young brother can express such confidence, he must possess a means to cope. He cannot be so reckless. In Zhu Hao's view, Zhong Peng has always been meticulous in his endeavors, never blindly engaging in matters he is uncertain about. As the young brother mentioned, growth necessitates navigating through trials and tribulations. After all, who seeks to squeeze a ripe persimmon when there is no challenge? It is merely a matter of refining one's skills. If we are to act, we must do so with a demeanor that feigns weakness while asserting strength, disregarding all else. Furthermore, should he truly encounter unforeseen circumstances, is it not the case that both Han and I are here? To hell with the rules of the martial world. I shall simply whisk him away if necessary. Zhu Hao's words, devoid of his previous ethereal demeanor, now echoed the bravado of a rogue, and Han Poku shared his sentiments, expressing approval. Observing Zhu Hao's and Han's firm stance, Zhong Gongsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, his heart swelling with satisfaction upon seeing Zhong Peng in the arena. If General Zhong were aware of his son's current demeanor, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, unable to sleep from elation. However, recalling the moments shared between father and son, Zhong Gongsheng could not help but sigh resignedly. Remembering Zhong Peng's request, he suppressed the urge to report to Zhong Buhui, deciding to let things unfold naturally. Is there any other hero willing to take the stage? On the platform, Zhong Peng clasped his fists and smiled at the audience. Following the previous battle, those who had underestimated Zhong Peng now re-evaluated him. For a moment, no one stepped forward. It was widely acknowledged that Zhong Peng was merely at the initial stage of the 8th rank, his strength unremarkable. Yet, he had effortlessly triumphed over the peak 8th rank Murong Ao Bo. His combat experience was unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary sects or noble families. Murong Ao Bo had proven utterly ineffective, failing to even force out his opponent's techniques before succumbing to defeat, a truly disheartening display. Esteemed guests, my time is quite limited. Opportunities often favor those who are prepared. Remaining passive will only lead to missed chances. Noticing no one stepping forward, Zhong Peng wore a look of self-satisfaction, tinged with a hint of mockery. With such a disposition, you might as well resign yourselves to mediocrity for a lifetime. How absurd that you fear the meat offered to you, suspecting it may be poisoned. While caution is wise, it is the boatman who can navigate the waters for eternity. People are inherently inclined to inertia. Without a little provocation, they remain immobile. This is the essence of winning hearts and minds, hence my elevation above the rest. How about I take the lead in appreciating Brother Ni's prowess? From the listening rain pavilion, a figure clad in white gracefully leaped onto the arena. Zhong Peng focused intently. The young man appeared to be around 16 or 17, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gently waved a paper fan. Addressing Zhong Peng with a slight grin. What a showy display. Such poise, such demeanor. If this were a matchmaking event, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention. Zhong Peng, however, merely wished to remain a quiet and handsome observer, opting for silence, as self-introductions were customary in this realm. I am Song Xianming of the Heavenly Sword Sect. I humbly seek your guidance, brother and I. After his introduction, he stood there quietly, Upon hearing his self-presentation, Zhong Peng was momentarily taken aback, not due to the man's fame, but rather the unexpected presence of the Heavenly Sword sect in this locale, traditionally associated with the Tsangmang Mountain. The crowd, however, held a different perception. Song Xianming was a distinguished disciple of the younger generation within the Heavenly Sword sect, a leading figure among the new recruits, with his elder brother having already crossed into the realm of Xianyuan. At the peak of the 9th rank, it appeared that the young brother had encountered a formidable opponent. Zhu Hao remarked to Han Poku, astonished that the second match had drawn an adversary beyond Zhong Peng's capabilities, as circumstances had not suggested this outcome. Brother Song, your presence is truly an honor. Let us begin. Zhong Peng was unconcerned about the identity of his opponent. He welcomed the challenge, as it was merely a means to test himself. Wait, Song Xianming interjected, halting Zhong Peng's intentions. Since we are to compete, it is only fitting that the victor receives a prize worthy of the contest. Surely, you do not intend to offer mere trifles as incentives? What? Have I not already made the terms clear? The rewards for victory have been explicitly stated, Zhong Peng retorted. Oh, what do you mean by that? Zhong Peng inquired. I am wholly devoted to the sword, and upon observing the weapon in your possession, I find myself intrigued. Thus, should I emerge victorious, I would desire only that sword of yours, discarding all other rewards, Song Xianming explained. As he spoke, the audience grasped the implications. With the resources and foundation of the Heavenly Sword sect, they held no interest in the rewards Zhong Peng had proposed. Their financial prowess was unquestionable, and they lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. The Royal Auction House's tokens were hardly of note to such a grand sect. Zhong Peng furrowed his brow in contemplation, remaining silent. Brother and I, if you deem yourself the finest below the realm of human origin, is there truly anything to deliberate? Song Xianming pressed, sensing the hesitation. The crowd murmured in response, recognizing the audacity of Song Xianming's stance. How brazen of him to propose such terms to one so evidently weaker. A peak 9th rank practitioner seeking to play coy with an initial 8th rank? It is merely a fa for his desire to claim another's belongings. Zhu Hao and Han Poku exchanged glances, their expressions rife with disdain. Was this truly the new generation leader of the Heavenly Sword sect? Their audacity was indeed worthy of scorn. If brother and I is unable to part with it, I shall not force your hand. Merely allow me the chance to admire it for a few days, and I shall return it promptly thereafter. Song Xianming felt his proposal was bordering on excessive, but chose to compromise. He believed the outcome of this contest was a foregone conclusion. As a peak Xianyuan practitioner, he had every confidence in his victory. Oh, do you presume victory is assured? Zhong Peng raised his gaze, addressing him directly. I find it amusing that you speak of your triumph as though it were a certainty. What do you take me for? Not at all. While I have made my intentions clear, should you wish to propose conditions, I am open to negotiation, Song Xianming replied, inwardly confident that victory was inevitable. In truth, nothing in this world has ever stirred my heart quite like the prospect of this duel. Perhaps you should enlighten me on what you can offer, provided it is commensurate with your own lofty conditions. Song Xianming found himself momentarily stumped by Zhong Peng's inquiry. He had not considered what he might offer, believing victory to be a certainty. Should you prevail, I shall pledge to fulfill 3 requests within the bounds of my sect's capabilities, which you may invoke at any time. I shall endeavor to comply. But how can your words hold weight? What if you simply dismiss my requests afterward? Zhong Peng feigned skepticism. Humph. Your words merely serve to save face. Regardless of the outcome, I am convinced of my victory. The more you protest, the less I shall allow you to evade responsibility. Gazing back at the elder above, I sought his approval. The elder shared the same sentiments as Song Xianming. He had observed the recent battle with clarity. A warrior's weapon is far from ordinary swords and blades. Murong Albua's sword, undoubtedly tempered through countless trials, had pierced through its opponent as if it were mere tofu. Otherwise, he would not have achieved victory so effortlessly. It is evident that the sword in Zhong Peng's hand is extraordinary. The elder deemed it worthwhile to acquire such a divine weapon. Furthermore, given the high probability of success in this contest, there are few things that the Heavenly Sword sect cannot accomplish. I am willing to pledge an oath to the heavenly path. Should there be any intent to go back on my word, may we all face annihilation. The elder addressed Zhong Peng. Suddenly, the sky darkened as if night had fallen, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens to confirm the vow. Brother and I, do you now believe? Song Xianming said triumphantly. The oath of heaven decrees that those who violate it shall face divine retribution. No one can escape this. And it serves as the most sacred testament of the heavenly path on Tianluo Continent. It is rare to witness such sincerity from Brother Song, and I am greatly impressed. Should I lose, I shall naturally present this sword with both hands. Very well, young master and I, your candor is commendable. Let us agree on this, and commence. Song Xianming exclaimed, a hint of impatience in his tone. Chapter 45. A fierce battle against Song Xianming. Song Xianming wore an expression akin to a cat that had successfully stolen a fish, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. With this, there would be no turning back. Once I defeat you, that sword will be mine. With this blade in my possession, even if I encounter a master at the initial stage of human origin, I shall possess the strength to contend with them. At that point, the sect will undoubtedly regard me with great esteem, and I will rise swiftly, overshadowing even my senior brother. Lost in such delightful reveries, I returned my gaze to Zhong Peng, who wore an inscrutable smile. In days of yore, Jiang Taigong fished, allowing only those willing to take the bait. Today, I had merely hoped to align myself with a mediocre sect, and unexpectedly, a great fool had taken the bait, ensnared and unable to escape. A truly unforeseen gain. The crowd below erupted into a tumult, bewildered by Day's abilities that could compel such an inequitable duel. Although the previous display had astonished everyone, it was difficult to foresee any further twists. Was it truly a case of a fool with more money than sense, or a desperate attempt to save face? When did the young master acquire such a divine weapon? I was unaware of this. Having been preoccupied with concerns for Zhong Peng's well-being, I had not noticed the others. Zhong Gongsheng furrowed his brow and blurted out, "Oh dear, what has come over this young brother? How could he agree to such unacceptable terms? Has he lost his senses?" Han Poku, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhong Peng, expressed his outrage to Zhu Hao. Han Poku had devoted his life solely to the sword, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of this path. Now, witnessing Zhong Peng wager his sword as if it were a mere gamble, he felt it was a clear disregard for his own second life. Were it not for the ongoing competition, Han Poku would have seized Zhong Peng and given him a sound beating. Well, this is... Zhu Hao wished to defend Zhong Peng, but found himself at a loss for words. Those with discerning eyes understood that Zhong Peng's chances of victory in this contest were nearly non-existent. How could he willingly court defeat, risking not just a divine weapon, but perhaps his very safety? What on earth was he thinking? Mind your own business. Why are you in such a rush? Zhu Hao retorted to Han Poku. This young brother must have his own plans in accepting the challenge. You should focus on watching the match instead. What is there to be so angry about? Not wishing to dwell on the matter further, Zhu Hao fixed his gaze intently on Zhong Peng. As both parties reached an agreement, Song Xianming made the first move. He ceased the gentle swaying of his paper fan, and a surge of pure primal energy erupted from within him, causing his garments to flutter as if caught in a breeze. He leapt towards Zhong Peng. Zhong Peng, too, suppressed his playful smile and summoned all his strength to confront the oncoming force. The clash was swift and fierce. Zhong Peng found himself at a disadvantage given the disparity in their powers. Song Xianming stood firm like an immovable mountain, while Zhong Peng staggered back a few steps, revealing the extent of their strength difference. Yet, Zhong Peng did not relent in the contest of pure energy. After stabilizing his stance, he propelled himself forward once more. The onlookers were astounded. Was he truly attempting to collide head-on, seemingly inviting disaster? Oh my heavens, I can't bear to watch. What is he doing? Doesn't he realize he is charging into a losing battle? Han Poku was bewildered, unable to fathom Zhong Peng's actions, and shot a glare at Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao, equally perplexed, stared at Zhong Peng, lost in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. If looks could kill, he would have already traversed the path to the underworld multiple times. Given Han Poku's piercing gaze, Song Xianming, observing Zhong Peng's reckless determination, felt a twinge of uncertainty but quickly reassured himself, thinking, this is precisely what I desire. Engaging in a battle of energies, with my peak mastery, I shall outlast you. Resolving not to dwell on doubts, he swiftly gathered his energy, bracing for another collision. This time, however, Zhong Peng did not fly backward as before. Instead, he clung tenaciously to the exchange. A strange sensation enveloped Song Xianming. It seemed that if this continued, it would not be Zhong Peng who succumbed, but rather himself. Zhong Peng, too, was taken aback, realizing he had not been repelled this time. Internally, he sensed two radiant points within his dantians, continuously channeling pure primal energy into him. Why was this? Could it be that these points activated to assist him when faced with overwhelming odds? Without lingering on this revelation, Zhong Peng retracted his focus, as the next turn of events was beyond his imagination. A sword shot forth from Song Xuanming's sleeve, aimed directly at Zhong Peng's throat. Zhong Peng felt a sharp pain, goosebumps rising on his skin. He hastily withdrew his energy, leaning back and using the ground to propel himself away with great speed. Despicable. Shameless. The crowd erupted in anger at this sight. Even the disciples of the Tianjin sect felt a twinge of shame. It was unfathomable that Song Xianming would resort to hidden weapons against someone of a much lower realm. Even Morong Albua, who had been bloodied by Zhong Peng earlier, regarded Song Xianming with disdain. Despite the strength of his sect, Morong Albua suppressed his urge to curse, but his expression spoke volumes about his contempt for Song Xuanming's actions. I had thought the Tianjin sect to be an esteemed faction, acting with integrity, yet it appears Brother Song is nothing but a hypocrite, Zhong Peng remarked, steadying himself, a visible mark from the sword evident on his throat. Had he not evaded just in time, he might have already met a bloody demise. Ah, brother and I, in battle, one must employ all means necessary. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. As long as victory is achieved, what is there that cannot be done? My only fear is that I may not perform adequately, disappointing you, Song Xianming said, holding the sword he had used against Zhong Peng, his demeanor deceptively innocent. What a splendid justification for such underhanded tactics. Today, I have truly broadened my horizons, Zhong Peng declared incredulously. To hear you speak of such despicable actions with such righteous fervor is quite unimaginable. Words were futile. In this contest, Song Xianming was determined to prevail. If brother and I has any abilities, feel free to unleash them. I am well aware that the victor is king, while the vanquished is but a rogue. Was Song Xianming wrong in his assertion? No, he was indeed correct. Zhong Peng had always believed in the righteousness of his own heart, and it had led him into perilous situations in his past life. In this life, should he continue to bind himself with such principles? In this world, there are no absolute rights or wrongs. History is often penned by the victors. How others treat him is how he ought to respond in kind. What need is there for a clear conscience, as long as he remains true to himself and those he seeks to protect? Indeed, what a profound statement. The victor is king. Brother Song, your words resonate deeply. If I should lose today, I shall not regret this lesson, Zhong Peng replied, turning to offer a graceful smile. Setting aside all else, he sought merely a thrilling battle. Brother Song, let us begin. Ah, brother and I understands well. I have found a kindred spirit. Regardless of who triumphs, it shall become a tale worth recounting. As for the opinions of others, I care not, Song Xianming observed, surprised that Zhong Peng could be so carefree. Little did he know that today, Zhong Peng's state of mind had been irrevocably altered by his careless remarks. Chapter 46. Victorious? Indeed. The more carefree Zhong Peng appeared, the stronger the impulse in Song Xianming to crush him beneath his feet. Perhaps it was the nature of his mindset that magnified this urge, rendering it nearly uncontrollable. With a swift motion, he closed his folding fan and stepped forward, closing the distance between them. In that moment, his sword elongated and lunged toward Zhong Peng. Zhong Peng raised his sword to parry, his curiosity piqued by the length of Song Xuanming's weapon. How had he concealed such a lengthy blade within his sleeve? Surely, a miscalculation could lead to self-harm. This was the unique sleeve sword of the Heavenly Sword sect, capable of disassembly and concealment when not in use, and easily reassembled during combat. Han Peng's voice amplified, alerting Zhong Peng. The clash of their swords resounded, and Zhong Peng found himself in a defensive position, the situation growing increasingly dire. Yet, he stood firm like a rock amidst turbulent waves, unyielding against the onslaught. Song Xianming struggled to comprehend how he could not best Zhong Peng, growing increasingly anxious that if this continued, he might exhaust his strength. This stubborn adversary was indeed a formidable opponent. What was the secret of his evasive footwork? He seemed to dodge every vital strike with ease, rendering Song Xuanming's efforts futile. His techniques were elusive, and after prolonged combat, Song Xianming could not predict his next move. It was akin to trying to grasp a slippery loach in water. It seemed that the only way to conquer him was through an overwhelming display of pure elemental power. With a sword that could dictate fate, Song Xianming once again clashed forcefully against Zhong Peng's long sword. Retreating a few steps before twisting into an unusual posture and launching into the air, Zhong Peng felt as though he was suddenly ensnared by a powerful force, the space available for his movement dwindling rapidly. This was not good. It was the signature move of the Heavenly Sword sect, capable of ensnaring an opponent for a decisive confrontation. Zhu Hao's brow furrowed. This move sealed all routes of retreat. They had no choice but to confront it head-on. Typically, such a technique was employed against adversaries of lesser cultivation. Zhong Peng understood the gravity of his predicament. This time, there was no escape. He had no choice but to channel all his elemental energy into his sword, forming a protective barrier to withstand Song Xuanming's most potent strike. A smirk of amusement crossed Song Xuanming's lips. "In Ide, let us see how you maintain your composure now." In an instant, their forces collided, and Zhong Peng felt as though a mountain was descending upon him, making every breath a laborious task. The suffocating sensation compelled him to summon all his strength once more. Dust swirled, obscuring the visibility of both combatants. While the arena had been reinforced by Zhong Gongqing's men, it still could not withstand the ferocity of their clash. Song Xuanming's full-force attack caused the ground beneath Zhong Peng to fracture, and he felt himself plummet. Song Xianming leapt back, his gaze fixed on Zhong Peng's location. As the dust settled, a massive hole was revealed in the arena, and Zhong Peng was nowhere to be seen. "Brother!" Zhong Ling exclaimed in alarm. The surrounding crowd fell silent, all eyes wide with disbelief. Was it truly over? Had an Ide lost? Where could he have vanished? "My lord." Zhong Gongqing attempted to ascend the stage. "Stay back. The young master is unharmed." Zhu Hao restrained him. Throughout this battle, Zhu Hao and Han Peng had been vigilant, sensing Zhong Peng's lingering aura, indicating he was still alive. Their eyes were fixed on the gaping hole, knowing Zhong Peng must be within. After that devastating blow, Zhong Peng felt as if he had been torn to shreds, unable to move. His consciousness began to wane. With his eyes closed, he breathed faintly. In his stupor, he found himself drifting into a strange, yet familiar realm. Ethereal mists enveloped the air, and two equally sized ponds lay before him, their waters crystal clear. Above each pond floated two multicolored stones. As he approached, the stones erupted in a burst of radiant colors, transforming even the elusive air into a spectrum of hues. Shaking his head, he peered closer, whereupon two ethereal figures emerged from the stones, resembling newborns. Yet, despite their diminutive stature, they moved with grace, mimicking one another's actions in a fluid dance. After their performance, the figures vanished, returning to the stones. A spark of chaos separates yin and yang. The duality transcends all wounds, echoed in Zhong Peng's mind before his awareness was abruptly jolted back. Startled, Zhong Peng opened his eyes, relieved to find the pain had dissipated. As he assessed himself, a warm current surged within, and upon introspection, he discovered his dantians had been revitalized, glowing with a crystalline clarity. The two orbs above had also expanded, hinting at something within, though it remained elusive and indistinct. "What the?" Zhu Hao gasped, noticing the aura of breakthrough emanating from the conspicuous hole in the arena. Could it be that this young man had achieved a breakthrough? Han Peng sensed the energy as well. "Huh, you felt it too. I never expected him to break through again. Truly remarkable." Zhu Hao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had never felt such exhilaration even during his own breakthroughs. "This is astonishing. He managed to achieve a breakthrough amidst combat." "But why did you say again?" Han Peng inquired, puzzled. "Do I need to explain?" "Just mind your own affairs," Zhu Hao retorted. Breathless, Song Xianming reflected on the toll his recent technique had taken. Gazing at his handiwork, he felt uncertain, aware only that he had knocked Zhong Peng down but oblivious to his current condition. Surely, he must have sustained severe injuries from that blow. He approached cautiously, peering into the depths below. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the hole, prompting Song Xianming to retreat hastily. Moments later, Zhong Peng sprang forth, astonishing the onlookers. He was unharmed. Had Song Xianming shown mercy after all? But no, something felt amiss. Zhong Peng's aura had intensified. Had he truly broken through? The crowd's skepticism morphed into awe. Those with slightly higher cultivation levels recognized the truth. Zhong Peng had indeed ascended to the 9th level of Shen Yuan. He had leaped over several thresholds, defying all conventional martial wisdom. How could anyone reconcile such an extraordinary occurrence? Song Xianming stared at Zhong Peng, astounded. How could he emerge unscathed? That formidable martial arts technique had nearly buried him alive. He felt as though he had danced with death. "No, this is impossible. How could you be unscathed?" Song Xianming blurted out, lost in his thoughts. "There's no need for such astonishment, my lord. I have always claimed to accomplish what others deem impossible," Zhong Peng replied with a smile. "No, it cannot be. In I Day, you cannot escape." Song Xuanming's demeanor shifted to one of madness, the blow to his pride driving him to the brink of insanity. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome must remain unchanged. He was determined to win. With renewed resolve, Song Xianming gathered his elemental energy once more, declaring, "In I Day, you have pushed me to this point. Let us see how you will respond this time." Driven by an innate desire to possess the formidable weapon in your grasp and flaunt it for the admiration of the esteemed elders of the sect, one must undoubtedly emerge victorious. Observing the almost maniacal fervor of Song Xianming, a broader smile graced Zhong Peng's lips. The timing was impeccable. He was eager to test the newly comprehended technique of duality creation, and with such an excellent sparring partner at hand, he could hardly refuse the opportunity. Once more, Song Xianming unleashed his technique, a sword to set the world right, channeling all his strength into a singular focus, devoid of any reserve. His gaze fixated solely on Zhong Peng. In Zhong Peng's mind, the movements demonstrated by the earlier phantom resurfaced, prompting him to summon his own energy and replicate the phantom's every maneuver. With the essence of primordial chaos bifurcated into yin and yang, the transformation of duality unleashed a devastating strike. A piercing wail echoed through the air as Song Xianming was sent hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string. Zhong Peng was utterly taken aback by the sheer terror of his newly acquired duality creation. As their energies clashed, Zhong Peng effortlessly transcended the barriers posed by Song Xuanming's technique, delivering a powerful strike to his opponent's chest. The arena, unable to withstand the force of their confrontation, crumbled in a cacophony of destruction, clouds of dust obscuring the heavens above. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, rendering it nearly ineffable. Whose voice was that? It seemed to resonate with Song Xianming. As the dust settled, Zhong Peng stood proudly, while Song Xianming lay motionless on the ground, resembling a defeated creature. Against all odds, Song Xianming had indeed faced defeat. Chapter 47. Zhongling's breakthrough. This battle concluded in a manner that left everyone utterly astonished. With an outcome no one could have foreseen. A person who should not have been defeated suffered a complete and utter loss. Who exactly is this I Day? His origins remain a mystery, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Yet, his name has been etched in the memories of many since his recent emergence. And today, he has once again deepened that impression. He, brother has won again. He is truly remarkable. Zhongling could no longer contain her excitement and leaped from the high platform to run towards Zhong Peng. Zhu Hao and others also approached. Second senior brother. On the listening rain tower, the disciples of the Tianjian sect gazed at the motionless Song Xianming lying on the ground. The elder leading the team could not have anticipated such a devastating defeat for Song Xianming. In a hurry, he discarded his teacup and leapt down from the tower. Upon reaching Song Xuanming's side, he bent down to turn him over, revealing a face smeared with blood and dirt, his breathing faint. After a brief examination, the elder found the situation dire. Song Xuanming's meridians were shattered, and recovery would be a long time coming. What ruthless methods employed by young master and I to have struck such a heavy blow. The Tianjin sect elder turned to glare at Zhong Peng, his eyes filled with fury. On what grounds do you speak, elder? Song Xianming had already declared that in battle, there can be only victory. Injuries are a common occurrence, Zhong Peng replied. Furthermore, are you not aware of the circumstances? He clearly aimed to eliminate me without leaving a path for retreat. The consequences he faces are of his own making. I merely defended myself and counterattacked. Is the elder implying that one should accept defeat silently? The Tianjin sect elder was momentarily rendered speechless. The facts spoke for themselves, leaving little room for rebuttal. Humph. Let us depart. He commanded his men to carry Song Xianming and led the group away. Elder, do not forget the promises made to me. I shall seek you out at any moment, Zhong Peng reminded, with a hint of a smirk. Surely, the commitments made under the heavenly oath are not to be taken lightly. Humph. Rest assured, young master and I, our Tianjin sect will honor our word, the elder retorted, clearly displeased. Their initial plan to exploit their superior cultivation to gain an advantage had backfired, resulting in a significant loss, not only in Song Xuanming's life, but also in having to concede 3 requests to their adversary. It was utterly frustrating. As they watched the Tianjin sect depart, Zhongping glanced at the fragmented arena. He shrugged with a wry smile. It appeared that his plans for self-inflicted hardship had been thwarted along with his recent battle. Even if the arena remained intact, no one would be foolish enough to step forward now. After all, who would dare to face someone like Song Xianming, who had been so thoroughly defeated? That battle was truly spectacular. Feng Shui admires you greatly, Han Feng Shui remarked, reflecting on the recent confrontation. She believed that had she been in Zhong Ping's position, defeating Song Xianming would have been no easy feat, likely resulting in mutual destruction. Alas, I had intended to bring you here to test your skills, but it turned out this way. The arena is simply too fragile, Zhong Peng lamented. Zhong Gongsheng rolled his eyes. Come on, does that not imply that I am incapable? Constructing such an arena in just a few hours was no easy task for me. Moreover, what kind of arena could withstand your reckless assaults? What should we do next? Zhu Hao asked, looking at Zhong Peng with admiration. What else can we do but return? We need to reflect on the earlier battle, Zhong Peng replied as he leapt down from the arena, with Zhong Ling and the others following suit. The spectators instinctively cleared a path, watching the group depart. Numerous high-level cultivators extended their spiritual senses, probing into Zhong Peng and his companions. Zhong Peng felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, as if he were standing there, completely exposed. Zhu Hao and Han Pekong also sensed dozens of spiritual gazes upon them, and, feeling impatient, used their energy to shield themselves from the probing. Recognizing their agitation, the high-level cultivators withdrew their senses. With such formidable allies beside Zhongping, none dared to follow too closely. As they approached the Zhong residence, Zhong Peng turned to the sky with a mischievous smile. I observe the celestial signs. The divine dragon sways its tail, unpredictable and enigmatic. It seems we shall have distinguished guests tonight. Oh, young Master Zhong can even read the heavens? Pray tell, what do you see? Han Pekong inquired, intrigued. Oh, the secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Those who understand will know, Zhong Peng replied with an air of mystery. Returning home, Zhong Peng casually instructed Zhong Gongsheng on a few matters before excusing himself to his chamber. His mind lingered on the images from earlier, and once in his secluded space, he sat cross-legged. He circulated his energy through several cycles, familiarizing himself with his newly acquired strength. Upon introspection of his dantian, he discovered that the patterns in his consciousness bore a striking resemblance to his dantian. Could it be that what he had witnessed was not merely an illusion? Approaching the two dots, he noticed a faint purple line suspended between them, resembling a bridge connecting the two. Could these dots represent the two infants who had taught him his techniques? The thought grew increasingly plausible, as he recalled encountering those children upon entering this body. They had mentioned that due to their overwhelming power, their consciousness would gradually diminish. Could it be that as he grew stronger, their awareness would also expand in tandem? This seemed entirely possible. Every time he broke through, they had grown larger, and today, with his ascension to the 9th level of Xian Yuan, new combat skills had emerged. With this realization, he felt an urgency to enhance his abilities, for there remained much he did not understand and many tasks yet to undertake. With his current cultivation, he felt limited in what he could accomplish. Retrieving his thoughts, Zhong Peng produced the herbs he had acquired by chance last time. Being at the initial stage of the 9th level of Xian Yuan and lacking sufficient energy, the foundational herbs were of no use to him at present. After some contemplation, Zhong Peng left the secluded space, summoned Zhu Hao, Han Pekong, and Zhong Ling, and returned to the chamber. Linger, the opening of the divine realm is but a few days away. I plan to bring you and Feng Shui along to witness it. However, I fear for your safety, so I wish for you to enhance your strength for added protection. Zhong Ling had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Xian Yuan. With the assistance of the foundational herbs, she could undoubtedly strive for the human origin realm, especially with Zhu Hao and Han Pekong as her guardians, ensuring her safety. Zhong Ping retrieved the foundational herbs and presented them to Zhu Hao, who, along with Han Pekong, looked on in astonishment. The spirit-linking holy herb? How did you come by this? Zhu Hao exclaimed, quite surprised. It turned out that what they referred to as the spirit-linking holy herb was something exceedingly rare, sought after by families and sects alike to nurture the next generation. Oh, I purchased it from a small vendor. The fellow, not recognizing its worth, sold it to me for merely 10 taels of silver. You truly are fortunate, for this herb is exceptionally valuable, and many prominent families go to great lengths to acquire it. Who would have thought you obtained it so easily? With a light chuckle, he mused that perhaps his good looks and admirable character were the reasons for his success. However, he soon shifted the focus back to the matter at hand. expressing his earnest request to the two individuals present. I sincerely ask for your assistance, Zhong Peng stated earnestly. It's nothing of great concern, merely a trivial matter. Han Peking replied with a cheerful demeanor. With this, the young lady will undoubtedly be able to transcend the human origin realm. That would be the most advantageous outcome. Zhong Peng acknowledged, stepping outside to prevent any disturbances during Zhong Ling's breakthrough, thus standing guard at the door. Inside, Zhong Ling sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut. Zhu Hao gently channeled the essence-infusing herb into her body, imbuing it with pure energy from behind her, while Han Peking stood nearby, safeguarding the process for both of them. Zhu Hao's vital energy coursed through Zhong Ling's body, meticulously opening her meridians. Before long, Zhu Hao ceased his energy manipulation and opened his eyes. After a brief interval, once the potency of the herb was fully assimilated by Zhong Ling, she too opened her eyes, gracefully retracting the energy that had circulated throughout her body. Thank you both, esteemed seniors. I feel invigorated and empowered, Zhong Ling expressed, rising to offer a respectful bow to her benefactors. It was but a simple task. We merely aided in unblocking your meridians. You owe your gratitude to your brother, Han Peking chuckled heartily, as the three emerged from the room. Zhang Ping observed Zhu Hao and Han Peking, noting the faint smiles adorning their faces, which confirmed his intuition that Zhong Ling had successfully achieved her breakthrough. Chapter 48. The true power of Zhong Peng's combat skills in order to help Zhong Ling adapt to her newly acquired powers. Zhong Peng and his companions decided to find someone for her to spar with. However, since suitable opponents were hard to come by and their own circumstances were inconvenient, Han Poku suggested that they accompany her for practice. While the proposal was sound, the question remained, who could match her in combat? Zhu Hao pondered deeply. Both Zhong Peng and Han Fengxue were at the 9th rank of Xian Yuan, yet even with Han Fengshue's peak prowess, he would struggle to withstand a full-force strike from someone at the 1st rank of Ren Yuan. Given that Zhong Ling had just recently gained her new abilities, it was certain that she would not wield them with complete mastery. Indeed, in that case, we can act as their vanguard. We will use our Ren Yuan powers as a foundation, dispersing our awareness to prevent any unforeseen incidents, Han Poku proposed. This plan was indeed feasible. Though Zhu Hao expressed concern, while we can avert unforeseen accidents, if a powerful strike were to occur, we might not be able to react swiftly enough. Someone is bound to get hurt. This was a genuine concern. Although the two of them could control the battle's range, it was not foolproof. Just as they were grappling with this dilemma, their steward, Zhong Gongqing, strolled over. Old Zhong, your timing is perfect. Ling has successfully broken through to the Ren Yuan realm, and we were just thinking of testing her combat capabilities against Fengxue, Zhu Hao exclaimed. You're the most skilled among us aside from Han. We'll envelop the area with our Ren Yuan powers, and you will assist as needed. If anything goes awry, you must take control of the situation immediately. Do not lose focus. Oh, the young lady has actually broken through to the Ren Yuan realm? Zhong Gongqing said joyfully, gazing at Zhong Ling, who had a flower-like manifestation upon her forehead. Rest assured, Brother Zhu, I will give it my all, Zhong Ling replied earnestly. This is a significant milestone in my life, and having watched them grow up like my own kin, how could I not be deeply invested in their affairs? With that assurance, Zhu Hao and the others felt at ease, and with them leading the charge, Zhong Gongqing would provide support, ensuring a foolproof strategy was in place. In the courtyard of the Zhong residence, Zhu Hao and Han Po could distance themselves, positioning themselves on the east and west sides respectively. Both released their awareness, hands outstretched, while Zhong Gongqing stood vigil in the center. He, Brother Fengxue, I shall not hold back. Let us begin, Zhong Ling said playfully, gesturing for him to start. Haha. Sister Ling, with your natural talent, do remember to show mercy. Han Fengxue teased, as they both moved to the center of the arena. Acutely aware that the barrier being maintained by Zhu Hao and the others required significant energy and could not afford delays. After exchanging a few glances, Han Fengxue thrust his Frostwind sword towards Zhong Ling unyielding. Zhong Ling summoned her 9 illusions color ribbons, launching them straight at Han Fengxue. In an instant, their weapons clashed, creating a sound akin to fingernails scraping against a wall. Han Fengxue relentlessly targeted Zhong Ling's forehead, throat, and vital points, showing no mercy. Each of Zhong Ling's evasive maneuvers was met with lethal counters. With 2 powerful Ren Yuan experts guarding the perimeter, both combatants felt free to engage without restraint. It seems Sister Ling's techniques and movement have reached an exceptional level. Fengxue must reveal his trump card. Han Fengshue cautioned. With that, he summoned his sword into the air, and in a bizarre display, multiple identical swords emerged around him. This was Han Poku's ultimate technique, the myriad swords of the nine heavens. But Han Fengshue and Appo's execution lacked the overwhelming presence of Han Poku and Appo's due to their disparity in strength. Very well, I am eager to experience this, Zhongling replied, growing serious as her 9 illusions color ribbons danced around her, matching the intensity of her opponent's strongest move. Now old Zhong, Zhu Hao urged Zhong Gongqing. Both combatants unleashed their most formidable techniques, while Han Poku and Zhu Hao released their consciousness to guard against any mishaps. Zhong Gongqing readied himself, eyes fixed on the two fighters. Han Fengshue, the possessor of the Wuxiang sword bone, showed remarkable composure, managing to withstand Zhongling's overwhelming strike with ease. The chill emanating from his sword seemed to conjure the depths of winter, even in the midst of summer. As the duel continued, Han Fengshue began to feel the strain of his rank, struggling to maintain his position. Sensing the impending danger, Zhong Gongqing swiftly leapt between the two, gently separating them with a deft maneuver. He gently lowered Han Fengshue, who appeared to be at a disadvantage. Zhu Hao and the others dispersed their protective awareness and approached the two, with Zhong Peng soon following. It seems that Ling's martial foundation is impressively solid, Han Poku remarked with a smile. Ah, by the way, Zhong, come here, Han Poku called out to Zhong Peng, who approached with a puzzled expression. We witnessed your battle against Song Xianming today with clarity. That final powerful strike of yours, if placed against my or brother Zhu's level, we might not withstand it either. I never imagined such an overwhelming combat technique existed in this world. Oh, are you suggesting you wish to experience it firsthand? Before Han Poku could finish, Zhu Hao interjected. Haha, I had that very thought. Since Han proposed it first, let him take a shot at it, Zhong Peng replied, rolling his eyes at the two mischievous fellows. Come on, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You simply wish to take this chance to beat me up. What have I done to deserve this? Was it merely a display of bravado? If you want to hit me, just say so. I can take it. No need for all this pretense, he protested. What do you say, Zhong? This is a rare opportunity. Do you wish to give it a try? Han Poku grinned wickedly. Truly, I am at my wit's end. Even if you wish to find an excuse to hit me, at least do it convincingly, Zhong Peng retorted, feeling utterly defeated. Fine. I concede. Do as you wish, he resigned, his spirit deflated. Haha, I won't be too harsh on you. I will suppress my cultivation to the peak of Xin Yuan for our match, Han Poku assured, patting Zhong Peng on the shoulder. The rest of the group dispersed, leaving only Zhong Peng and Han Poku standing in the arena. With his hand arched like an eagle's talon, Zhong Peng advanced towards Han Poku, fully committed to the duel. Han Poku was taken aback by Zhong Peng's swift attack. Even in his peak Xin Yuan state, he was no match for the seasoned Ren Yuan expert. The two engaged in combat for several exchanges, and Han Poku soon realized that Zhong Peng not only executed his movements with precision, but also concealed lethal intent in every strike, threatening to exploit any misstep. Truly an anomaly. I have never encountered someone like this. Such intimate knowledge of the human body structure allows for such precise targeting, Han Poku thought. Seizing the moment, Zhong Peng unleashed his ultimate technique. Finally, this is what I've been waiting for. Han Poku, sensing the impending strike, gathered his energy and charged towards Zhong Peng. With a thunderous crash, their energies collided, sending shockwaves through the surroundings and snapping nearby flowers and grasses under the force. From the moment of contact, Han Poku found himself struggling to maintain his position, ultimately having to elevate his cultivation level. First rank of Ren Yuan. No, I still find it difficult to hold my ground. Second rank of Ren Yuan. It's a struggle. Peak of the second rank. I shall halt my ascension here. This will suffice. Han Poku once again summoned his elemental force, propelling it forward, only to retreat immediately. Zhong Peng could not withstand such formidable power and was forced to step back, leaving cracks in the stone beneath his feet due to the sheer weight. What a domineering combat technique. It required me, at the pinnacle of the second tier of human essence, to barely withstand it. Han Poku halted, revealing an expression of disbelief. Each discipline has its own expertise. I had always believed that I could challenge opponents beyond my level in the path of swordsmanship, which was a source of pride for me. Yet, that was merely a challenge beyond my tier, not a fight across different ranks like Zhong Peng. Such an occurrence was unprecedented and unheard of for me. Encountering it today transcended the imagination of all martial artists. You flatter me, Brother Han. Zhong Peng replied with a slight smile, offering no further explanation. Chapter 49. The Dragon Emperor's decision. Zhu Hao, having witnessed the earlier battle, was equally astonished. He once again engaged in a contest of skill with Zhong Peng. The outcome mirrored that of Han Pekong. He found himself compelled to exert his peak second-tier human essence cultivation in order to achieve a draw with Zhong Peng. Both men regarded Zhong Peng with an expression of disbelief, as if he were a monster. Was it truly necessary to be so blunt in delivering a slap to the face? The 6 individuals compared their abilities, and time seemed to fly by in the midst of their exertions. Young master, I am perplexed about one matter. Zhong Gongcheng, breathless, turned to Zhong Peng, evidently fatigued from the prolonged exertion. Oh, Uncle Zhong, what troubles you? Speak freely, Zhong Peng replied respectfully. Today, we gathered at the Listening Rain Pavilion for a grand tournament. Your explosive display of combat prowess surpassed all expectations, and you revealed a divine weapon before everyone, leaving no cards hidden. I suspect there must be a reason for your actions, yet I have pondered for a long time without clarity. What is your true intention? Indeed, my young brother, your actions today have left me equally baffled, Zhu Hao admitted, unable to fathom Zhong Peng's motives. Zhong Peng chuckled. I merely wish for everyone to recognize who I am. However, if your sole intent was to gain recognition, why then did we disguise ourselves? It seems rather superfluous, Han Pekong interjected. Brother Han has struck at the heart of the matter. That is indeed the reason for my actions today. Curiosity is humanity's greatest trait, and with curiosity comes subsequent actions. What I await is precisely that, Zhong Peng continued to elucidate. Only by thoroughly understanding how others will proceed can one discern the advantages and disadvantages, and thus reap benefits. Oh, I see now. Hence, when you approached the Zhong Manor, you uttered those words, Zhu Hao remarked, coming to a realization. The divine dragon's tail. Elusive and unpredictable, is it not without merit? Han Pekong reflected, still perplexed by Zhong Peng and Apos' earlier words. Haha, old Han. You are still new here and will never fully grasp the thoughts of this young lad. I sense that something extraordinary is bound to transpire tonight. I must return and recuperate, Zhu Hao exclaimed cheerfully, rising to depart for his quarters. Though Han Pekong remained unclear on the matter, he too returned, accompanied by the chill of winter's winds. He thought to himself that clarity would come in due time, and there was no need to overexert his mind. Meanwhile, within the Cloudwave Palace, the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. A throng of exquisite and noble concubines surrounded the Dragon Emperor, admiring the graceful dances of the palace maidens below. Yet, the Dragon Emperor appeared disinterested, often squinting and occasionally lifting his head to stifle a yawn. A gentle breeze swept through, seemingly rousing the Dragon Emperor from a reverie. Dismiss everyone. I find myself rather fatigued, he waved his hand. The assembled crowd halted their activities without hesitation and withdrew. The concubines, though puzzled, left reluctantly upon seeing the emperor resting his forehead on his hand. Once alone, the Dragon Emperor stood tall. Since you have arrived, come forth. A wisp of black smoke wafted in from outside, coalescing into a figure at the center. Yu Wu, did I not instruct you to secretly protect Zhong Peng and the others? Why have you returned at this moment? The Dragon Emperor inquired impatiently. Your Majesty, rest assured, Zhong Peng and his companions have safely arrived at the Zhong Manor without incident, Yu Wu replied. Oh, then speak plainly. What transpired today? Why have you returned? The Dragon Emperor pressed further. Today, Zhong Peng set up a tournament at the Listening Rain Pavilion, declaring himself the unparalleled champion beneath the realm of human essence, inviting all warriors to contest against him. The conditions he offered were indeed perplexing, Yu Wu recounted. Gold worth 10,000 taels, mysterious iron and rare metals, and what else? Noticing Yu Wu and Apos' hesitation, the Dragon Emperor and Apos' narrowed eyes suddenly widened as he scrutinized him. There is also the Royal Auction House and Apos' entry permit, Yu Wu hastily added upon sensing the Emperor's intensity. The Dragon Emperor was taken aback by this revelation, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The Royal Auction House entry permit was well known to be under the Dragon Emperor's control, unaffected by any external forces. It was a means for him to amass wealth. Why then did Zhong Peng dare to conduct himself so? What was his true aim? His only bargaining chip was merely a permit from the Zhong Manor, which had already been given to the Golden Spear sect, leaving him without qualification to enter the auction house. Did he possess some unshakable confidence? Yet he was but an 8th tier in Xianyuan. What happened next? The Dragon Emperor inquired, setting aside his musings. Zhongpeng, at the 8th tier of Xianyuan, decisively defeated Murong Ao Bo, a peak 8th tier disciple of Yunlan Peak, and subsequently overwhelmed Song Xianming, a peak 9th tier disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, emerging victorious. Yu Wu reported, unlike Yu Shi, who tended to elaborate on every detail. What? How could Zhongpeng achieve such feats? The Dragon Emperor could no longer maintain his composure and rose from his seat. It was indeed shocking. Everyone understood that Zhongpeng was merely the arrogant and unruly son of General Zhong, who had caused numerous troubles since childhood. Had it not been for his father, Zhongbu Hui's protective aura, he would have likely faced countless reincarnations by now. Just before this, he had been severely injured by the left prime minister's son, Zhou Songqiu, yet now he boasted such remarkable achievements. No, Yu Wu, speak the truth. Even so, this does not justify your presence here against my orders. Understanding Zhongpeng's current situation, the Dragon Emperor analyzed that there must be other significant matters compelling Yu Wu's hasty return. After all, even if Zhongpeng possessed the capability to contend with the peak of Xianyuan, it was unnecessary for Yu Wu to be so alarmed. Your Majesty, your attention to detail is commendable. Yu Wu expressed his admiration. I have indeed returned for another reason. I sense that I have been discovered. Oh, yesterday, Yu Shi also mentioned being discovered, and now you say the same. What is the cause? Whenever young Master Zhong utters words that evoke suspicion, he tends to glance toward my concealed position. I suspect he must be alluding to something, though I cannot discern his intent. Yu Wu recalled the events of the past few days. Today, he again spoke a phrase I found exceedingly perplexing before returning to the Zhong manor. I followed him back, and they merely practiced martial arts within the manor without revealing any abnormalities. Yu Jiu remains in the Zhong manor. Hence, I felt compelled to report to your Majesty. What did he say that left you so baffled? The Dragon Emperor inquired, intrigued, furrowing his brow. He mentioned observing the celestial phenomena of the day, the divine dragon's tail. Elusive and unpredictable, with manifestations of confusion, asserting that tonight, a distinguished guest shall arrive. Yu Wu mimicked Zhongpeng's earlier tone. Hiss! The Dragon Emperor inhaled sharply. Since Zhongpeng directed those words toward Yu Wu's concealed location, they undoubtedly held profound significance. Yet what could they mean? The Dragon Emperor found himself unable to decipher it at the moment. It seemed that tonight, he must meet this widely recognized figure at the helm of the upheaval. The Dragon Emperor contemplated, suddenly struck by an epiphany. No, Zhongpeng and Apos' words, as described by Yu Wu, hinted at something deeper. The divine dragon and Apos' tale? Elusive and unpredictable? Manifestations of confusion? Tonight, a distinguished guest shall arrive. These phrases were undoubtedly laden with meaning. Could it be that Zhongpeng had uncovered something? The Dragon Emperor mulled over Zhongpeng's words with great care. The divine dragon's tail, could it refer to himself? If so, the subsequent phrases would become clear. The divine dragon's tail, elusive and unpredictable, may be an indication to understand the uncertainties in his heart. Tonight is the opportune moment. The divine dragon's tail may suggest entering through the back door, while being elusive serves as a caution to approach quietly, so as to discern his intentions. It seems that tonight, regardless of circumstances, he must embrace the guise of a night traveler, the Dragon Emperor resolved in his thoughts. Very well, I comprehend. You shall continue to oversee the clock mansion, and remember, there must be no lapses in your vigilance. Understood. With that, Yu Wu withdrew, vanishing in the blink of an eye. I am truly curious about the intentions of your esteemed clock companion. The Dragon Emperor mused to himself, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes. Chapter 50. A conversation with you. The Dragon Emperor had already formed a resolution in his heart. After observing the departure of Yu Wu, he instinctively approached the window to gaze at the dimming sky. This posture was maintained for an extended period, and he lost track of time as darkness engulfed the horizon. The view was shrouded in an incomprehensible obscurity, mirroring his own muddled thoughts, devoid of any illumination. He summoned the shadows to his presence, subtly altered his appearance, and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Zhong residence was one of exuberance. As Zhongpeng had gathered all to celebrate his sister Zhongling and Apos' successful advancement. Even the gatekeepers and the maids responsible for cleaning were included in the festivities, all donned in radiant attire, filled with laughter and chatter. Zhong Gongcheng, Zhu Hao, and others found the revelry tasteless, perplexed by Zhongpeng's intentions. Enough. I truly do not belong in this environment. If this is the case, I shall take my leave, Han Peng declared, displeased as he slammed the table. Brother Han, why must you be so? Surely your actions are not influenced by the events of the afternoon? Zhong Peng inquired, raising a cup of wine. I am indeed baffled. I implore you, young Master Zhong, to enlighten me, Han Peng replied, also lifting his cup. There is no need for such urgency, Brother Han. I believe your questions will soon be answered, Zhong Peng remarked, finishing his drink with a sly smile. I am confident someone will arrive shortly. Zhong Gongsheng promptly instructed his men to tidy up, and after their departure, everyone convened in the conference hall. Zhong Peng took the seat of honor, with others like Zhong Ling seated to his left. Stop! Who dares to intrude upon the gates of the Zhong residence at this hour? A guard bellowed, noticing a commotion at the back door that caught the attention of Han Peng and others. Brother Han, the answers you seek are now at hand, Zhong Peng said, casting a knowing glance at Zhong Gongsheng. How audacious! Do you not know the significance of this place? You cannot simply spy at your leisure. The guard reprimanded, noticing that the newcomers paid no heed to his inquiries. Who was making such a racket outside? Zhong Gongsheng raised his voice. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached, and a figure entered the conference hall. Report. 2 suspicious individuals are lurking outside the Zhong residence, the guard reported truthfully. A distinguished guest arrives. How can we be so negligent? Quickly, let them in, Zhong Gongsheng commanded sternly. With a prompt acknowledgement, the guard rushed out, gesturing for the newcomers to enter. They soon approached Zhong Peng and the others, one cloaked in black, his face obscured by a dark hat. A distinguished guest arrives. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome you. Please, take a seat, Zhong Peng said with a smile as he regarded the 2 newcomers. How can we welcome our esteemed guests without fine tea? Bring forth the tea I have prepared, Zhong Peng instructed after the 2 settled in. It seems, young Master Zhong, that you are not overly surprised by our visit, one of the newcomers remarked with a chuckle. In these tumultuous times, the sudden arrival of guests is hardly unexpected, Zhong Peng replied. With so many warriors flocking to Yunlan City, the inns are full, and various sects seek alternative accommodations. Even the Zhong residence, though heavily guarded, will attract numerous cultivators. Indeed, the current state of Yunlan is quite unsettled, with many comings and goings, the visitor agreed with a casual smile. Now that the principal has appeared, I wonder if this gentleman would be willing to reveal himself, allowing me to extend my hospitality as the host, Zhong Peng suddenly suggested. Everyone turned their gaze to the rooftop, scanning the surroundings. Ah, since young Master Zhong has mentioned it, you must already know my identity. The man under the hat replied with a gentle nod. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist materialized in the center of the hall, dispersing to reveal a figure. The person remained silent, standing motionless behind the man in the hat. Though I do not know who you are, I have discerned much already. Upon seeing you just now, I have gained further clarity, Zhong Peng said with a restrained smile. Oh, what leads you to this conclusion? Pray elaborate. The man responded, intrigued. First, you have always believed your concealment techniques to be perfected, leaving no trace behind. However, this is not entirely true, Zhong Peng stated, addressing the newly appeared figure. Your skills may seem impeccable to others, yet to me, they reveal numerous weaknesses. The key to effective stealth lies in the mastery of mental energy, not merely in hiding oneself. Whenever I glance in your direction, your spiritual fluctuations are overwhelmingly pronounced. In truth, your techniques pose no challenge to me. Secondly, given that such a master merely follows me without taking further action, and even Zhu and others remain oblivious to your presence, it raises questions. There must be a reason behind it. I suspect a significant force seeks to ascertain my current situation. Lastly, it is well known that I, Zhong Peng, am a true libertine, living life with abandon, unconcerned with consequences. How could such a master remain in my shadow? It is a perplexing matter. If you were an enemy, you would have long since made your move. Why, then, do you persist in your existence? These 3 points alone suffice to reveal your identity. Do you agree? Haha, young Master Zhong's reasoning is sound. Yet I am curious why you are so confident that I would come here today? The mysterious figure inquired. There is nothing strange about it. I merely signaled another follower of yours. If you are unclear on this matter, then further discussion may be unnecessary, Zhong Peng replied. In Yunlan City, apart from the various sects, only the royal power can orchestrate such grand maneuvers. My father's uproar in the Golden Hall over my affairs has become common knowledge. Do you require further clarification? Haha, your insights are astute. Young Master Zhong, what more can I say? The mysterious man chuckled awkwardly, removing his hat. Revealed was a man with a square face and eyes that gleamed with authority, exuding an aura of dominance that seemed capable of swallowing rivers and mountains. Upon seeing this countenance, Zhong Gongsheng was taken aback, hastily kneeling before him. "I did not realize your majesty, the Dragon Emperor, had graced us with your presence. I beg your pardon for not receiving you properly." Zhong Gongsheng had previously served under Zhong Buhui and had encountered the Dragon Emperor on multiple occasions. Zhu Hao and Han Peng were equally astonished to learn that the ruler of Yunlan had come to the Zhong residence, and they too expressed their respect. "Your Majesty, I was unaware of your arrival. I am a wandering cultivator, Zhu Hao, and this is Han Peng," they both said, bowing in deference. Though martial prowess is esteemed in the Tianluo Continent, royal authority reigns supreme. Only those who meet the standards of hidden sects may live freely. Wandering cultivators exist at the lowest tier, devoid of protection, reliant solely on their own efforts. Naturally, they felt inferior in the presence of the Lord of Yunlan, leading to a profound sense of respect. Chapter 51. The current situation of Yunlan. Gentlemen, there is no need for such formalities. The Dragon Emperor raised his hands to support Gongsheng, saying, "You were originally one of my Yunlan warriors, but due to certain circumstances, you became the steward of the Zhong family. It has indeed been a hardship for you over the years." The Dragon Emperor sighed, then turned his gaze towards Zhu Haoan and the two others. "I have long heard of your esteemed names, both of you being renowned figures in the loose cultivator rankings. I have been eager to meet you both, and it is indeed a stroke of fortune to witness your extraordinary charisma and remarkable presence today. Please, do not mind the mundane etiquette. Let us regard ourselves as mere guests here to share our thoughts. Please, take a seat." "Oh, I did not expect to see Uncle Long here," exclaimed Zhong Ling, cheerfully approaching the Dragon Emperor and playfully taking his hand. "Ha ha, Linger has grown up, indeed becoming more enchanting by the day. Do you have someone special in mind? Uncle Long can help you with that," the Dragon Emperor said indulgently as he looked at Zhong Ling. At her young age, possessing the strength of a first-grade human origin was truly exceptional. If only his disobedient sons could wed a girl as impressive as Zhong Ling, he would find great satisfaction. "Oh dear, Uncle Long, what are you saying? Linger is still young. You should speak like a proper elder," Zhong Ling complained, then suddenly brightened. "I heard that Uncle Long has acquired many treasures recently. I would love to take a look. If there are items I fancy, you mustn't be stingy. I see, this girl is quite enthusiastic today." Having set her sights on the offerings from the various sects, the Dragon Emperor chuckled. "All right, you may come and go as you wish in the palace. Take whatever you fancy, but remember, do not be greedy. You may take only one item." "Thank you, Uncle Long." With the Dragon Emperor's permission, Zhong Ling was filled with joy, knowing her future visits to the palace would be without hindrance. After some pleasantries, the group fell into silence. At that moment, two maidservants entered the hall, bringing with them a steaming teapot and cups. "Indeed, Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor speaks wisely. Since we are at the Zhong residence, let us dispense with the formalities. Please, everyone, take a seat." Zhong Peng, seated in the main position, was the first to break the silence. Addressing the people behind the Dragon Emperor, "I anticipated the arrival of esteemed guests today and have prepared this tea myself. Please, do try it." "Ah, if that is the case, I must savor it properly." The Dragon Emperor gestured for the others to sit, intrigued. Upon hearing Zhong Peng's invitation, everyone eagerly picked up their cups. However, after tasting, they all frowned deeply, struggling to swallow. "What is this tea? It is incredibly difficult to drink. Is this how Master Zhong entertains his guests?" One of the Dragon Emperor and Appo's companions spat out the tea, wiping his mouth with an unfriendly expression directed at Zhong Peng. Zhu Hao and the others also looked at Zhong Peng in confusion. Zhong Peng ignored their inquiries, simply smiling as he lifted his own cup, blowing gently on it before taking a sip. The tea was brewed from the most inexpensive leaves and ordinary water, utterly mundane. "Ha ha, delightful tea, truly delightful." Everyone turned their gazes to the speaker, only to see the Dragon Emperor, eyes closed, relishing the taste. This was merely a cup of tea unworthy even of the common folk, yet it received such praise from the Dragon Emperor. Was it genuinely that good? Or was he merely flattering Zhong Peng? As they observed the Dragon Emperor's enjoyment, they took another sip, still unable to discern what was so commendable about the tea. The flavor transitioned from bitter to sweet, then to astringent, revealing the profound truth of life within its simplicity. The Dragon Emperor opened his eyes and continued without waiting for a response. "In life, Each person has their own aspirations. Those from impoverished families naturally envy the opulence of the wealthy, who feast daily on lavish meals and strive tirelessly for such a life. Yet, they remain unaware that their current existence is precisely what the affluent aspire to achieve throughout their lives. Life is but a cyclical journey without a destination. Much like this cup of tea, which becomes bland after the bitterness gives way to sweetness. After taking another sip, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. Oh, if the Dragon Emperor harbors such sentiments, why not abdicate and pursue your own aspirations? Zhongpeng set down his cup and looked up at the Dragon Emperor. Alas, how I wish to do so, but the world is in turmoil and nations are restless. If I were to retreat now, neglecting the lives of countless beings in Yunlan, I could not bear the thought. I understand. Everyone has their own unspoken burdens. Just as a pair of jade arms may cradle 1,000 pillows, a famed courtesan may don a facade of innocence for reasons beyond her control. If life were truly as one wished, who would seek the spotlight? Zhongpeng thought, a hint of scorn in his heart. Such high-minded reasoning, Dragon Emperor. The world would continue to turn without anyone. Your compassion for the masses is merely an excuse for your own contradictions. With the Dragon Emperor and Apos' remarkable abilities, it was impossible for him not to know about the assassination attempt just days prior. How could the fleeing assassin escape his grasp? The fact that he had dispatched experts to protect himself only confirmed to Zhongpeng that the Dragon Emperor considered him a pawn, a thought that irked him greatly. Seeing an opportunity for revenge, he would not let it slip away. Zhu Hao and the others could hardly believe that Zhongpeng had likened the ruler of Yunlan to a courtesan, stifling their laughter as their faces turned crimson. The shadow beside the Dragon Emperor, upon hearing Zhongpeng's words, stood up in fury. You have quite the audacity. Seeing the shadow rise, Zhu Hao also stood, prepared to defend Zhongpeng should the shadow dare to act against him. The Dragon Emperor raised his hand to halt the shadow, signaling for him to sit down. Life is full of reasons for our actions. Today, my dear nephew, are you here merely to mock me? The Dragon Emperor, unfazed, continued to smile in inquiry. The Dragon Emperor did not wish to dwell on this matter. From their earlier conversation, he had come to realize that Zhongpeng would not temper his words simply because of his status. Indeed, the current state of Yunlan is quite precarious. Yunlan is the largest kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Gift Empire, attracting much attention. The benevolent emperor is undoubtedly troubled by this. In the emperor's domain, who can sleep soundly while others snore? He must be cautious. Any movements made by Yunlan will be closely monitored. The Kingdom of Triumph, under the rule of the Western Mad Emperor, also has its eyes set on Yunlan, coveting this prized territory. If Yunlan wishes to break free from the benevolent emperor's control, it must strike down Triumph with overwhelming force. Yet, the benevolent emperor will not grant Yunlan any opportunity and will certainly intervene. Even if the Dragon Emperor possesses great prowess, he would struggle against such a pincer attack unless Yunlan presents a legitimate reason that prevents the benevolent emperor from intervening in the conflict between the two nations. I believe what the Dragon Emperor seeks now is merely a justification to wage war against Triumph, Zhongpeng analyzed, refraining from directly answering the Dragon Emperor and Apos' words. After finishing his statement, he paused and looked at the Dragon Emperor, who also gazed back, gradually realizing that the conversation had been led by Zhongpeng's analysis. Initially, I intended to reveal my identity to facilitate a more effortless exchange of information during this conversation. However, upon hearing Zhongpeng's remarks, I found his words resonating deeply within me, compelling me to adhere to his rhythm. This sensation of being led by the nose left the Dragon Emperor feeling quite vexed. Zhu Hao and the others also recognized this shift in dynamics, holding their breath as they observed the interaction between the Dragon Emperor and Zhongpeng. Chapter 52. Your Determination. My purpose. Zhu Hao and Han Pokong shared a profound realization. They had unwittingly boarded a treacherous vessel, one that could easily cost them their fortunes and lives. Could you not discuss such matters more discreetly? Why must we be privy to this? The weight of this knowledge was unbearable for them both, leaving them feeling utterly despondent. Yet, having embarked on this perilous journey, retreat was even more humiliating. They could only allow Xiao Pengzi to lead them further into the abyss. The analysis provided by the wise nephew was not without merit. This matter lingered heavily on my mind. I wonder what further insights he might offer. Please, do continue. The Dragon Emperor, fully aware that his words would only ensnare him deeper into Zhongpeng's schemes, felt compelled to speak nonetheless. Apart from this, Yunnan faced no formidable rivals among its neighboring countries. Thus, there was little cause for concern. However, should Kaishan take action, surrounding forces would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, leaving Yunnan vulnerable. Kaishan was certain to consider this, as their circumstances mirrored those of Yunnan, and they too would not wish for any external influence. Yet, the battle 16 years prior had instilled a deep-seated fear in Kaishan, causing them to hesitate in taking further action. Now, with the divine realm manifesting, various factions were drawn to Yunnan, leaving it overwhelmed. For the Dragon Emperor, extricating himself from this predicament was no simple feat, though it could also be rendered easier with the right approach. The Dragon Emperor shuddered, vividly recalling that fateful battle from 16 years ago. At that time, Yunnan was in no position to rival Kaishan. The disparity in strength was stark, and after years of confrontation, the nation's resources were nearly depleted. The benevolent emperor had offered numerous excuses for his failure to provide reinforcements. Had it not been for Zhong Buhui, Zhong Peng's father, Yunnan would have succumbed to Kaishan long ago. This was precisely why the Dragon Emperor sought to break free from the benevolent emperor's control. In that year, as Kaishan encroached upon Yunnan, the Dragon Emperor could muster only a meager force of fewer than 50,000 soldiers, hastily assembled from various regions. Armed with the imperial edict, he entrusted Zhong Buhui with command, allowing him to lead the troops of Yunnan, placing all hope in him. The ensuing battle was one of chaos, where Zhong Buhui, with his ragtag army, faced off against Kaishuan's elite 300,000. All presumed Yunnan's demise was inevitable, viewing the Dragon Emperor as merely clinging to life. Yet, Zhong Buhui exhibited extraordinary prowess, employing cunning strategies to repel the vanguard. The memory of that night was vivid. The sound of drums echoed as all citizens of Yunnan, regardless of rank, remained awake. Kaishuan's vanguard mistook the sounds for reinforcements from Yunnan and retreated, allowing Zhong Buhui to reclaim lost territory and force Kaishuan's troops beyond the southwestern defense line. Zhong Buhui, akin to a divine general, descended to aid, instilled terror in the hearts of Kaishuan's commanders. It was for this reason that the Dragon Emperor was compelled to seek a mutually beneficial solution. Observing Zhong Peng's assertions, he recognized a glimmer of understanding in his heart. It appeared that his wise nephew was not the reckless youth others claimed him to be, but rather astute and calculating. Given the weight of his words, it was evident he had ulterior motives. Indeed, you have your convictions, and I have my objectives. I possess my own means to grant the Dragon Emperor what he desires, but first, I must secure my own interests, Zhong Peng stated plainly. If you wish to obtain what you desire, you must be prepared to offer something in exchange. In my realm, there exists no master and servant, only mutual benefit. Oh, but what is it that you require of me? Based on your previous statements, I shall exhaust my resources to accommodate your needs. The Dragon Emperor, seemingly resigned, showed no intention of haggling. My requests are not overly burdensome for you, dear Uncle Long, Zhong Peng replied, his demeanor shifting from seriousness to familiarity. On the day the divine realm opens, I only wish for the three of us to be among the first to enter, and for you to grant me the privilege to utilize the royal auction house. Zhong Peng gestured towards Zhong Ling and Han Fengxue, then added with a charming smile. I understand your desire to enter the divine realm, but what is your interest in the royal auction house? The Dragon Emperor inquired, nodding. Rest assured, dear Uncle Long, simply granting your approval will suffice. I assure you, all proceeds will be split evenly. You may find yourself grateful to me in due time. Very well. Dear Uncle Long hopes you will not disappoint me. The Dragon Emperor acquiesced without hesitation. Following this, the atmosphere lightened as the hosts and guests enjoyed their time together. The Dragon Emperor excused himself under the pretext of urgent matters, leaving Yu Jiao and Yu Wu to continue guarding Zhong Peng and the others. Once the Dragon Emperor departed, Zhu Hao and Han Pokong approached Zhong Peng, expressing their concerns. You have led us into a perilous situation. With what we overheard, how can we continue to live freely? We must tread carefully even when we step outside. Fear not. With me, Zhong Peng, at your side, there is nothing to worry about, Zhong Peng reassured them. Since the Dragon Emperor had agreed to his terms, it indicated a significant expectation from him. No matter his actions, the Dragon Emperor would offer covert support. Otherwise, why else would he leave Yu Wu and Yu Jiao behind? Zhu Hao, recalling Zhong Peng's nefarious capabilities, felt somewhat relieved by his words. What does it matter? For now, I only wish to stay close to you, dear Zhong Peng. I have little desire to ponder other matters. Yet, Thoughts of the abandoned Miss Lan still lingered in Zhu Hao's mind. What was her fate now? Your Majesty, do you truly intend to acquiesce to Zhongpeng? On the way back to the palace, Ning seethed at the thought of Zhongpeng's earlier conduct. He dared to humiliate you, showing utter disregard for your authority. His actions are akin to treason. Can you truly endure such indignity? And what would you have me do? The Dragon Emperor halted, gazing at the incensed Ning. In that moment, Ning found himself at a loss for words. Zhongpeng speaks the truth. It is precisely due to this that I am compelled to act thus. The Dragon Emperor continued. You are aware of the events from 16 years ago. Zhong Buhui, with merely 50,000 troops, shattered Kaishuan's 300,000. Are you not cognizant of the might of that 50,000? Zhongpeng had been quite clear. The Dragon Emperor could not afford to lose the legend that was Zhong Buhui. Yet, he could not refrain from launching an offensive against Kaishian. If this stalemate persisted, Yunlan would regress to its state from 16 years ago. Do you understand? The Dragon Emperor's voice was strained, revealing the weight of his responsibilities. He did not desire the situation to be this way. As a ruler, his considerations extended far beyond personal interests. The Dragon Emperor recognized the truth in Zhongpeng's earlier assertions. If he truly wished to acquire what he sought, it would be simple enough to dismiss or eliminate Zhong Buhui altogether. However, should he dismiss him, Kaishian would not act lightly. After all, a dismissal could be reversed. The only remaining option would be to assassinate him. Yet, one must ask if he could even accomplish such a feat, and even if he could, as the commander of the Southwestern Defense, what justification could he provide? What rationale could possibly fill this void? Furthermore, after 16 years, the military's leaders and soldiers alike held Zhong Buhui in the highest regard. To kill him would be akin to dismantling the backbone of the army. What difference would there be from scattering sand? Now, the Dragon Emperor could only place his hopes in Zhongpeng's actions, though he remained uncertain of Zhongpeng's intentions. Nevertheless, he discerned that allowing events to unfold naturally might be the most prudent course. Do I have any alternative? He mused. For now, I can only take one step at a time. Sigh. Chapter 53. The bestowed Prince Yunlan arrives. How can His Majesty simply acquiesce to Zhongpeng? What options does he have? The shadow expressed disdain at the mere mention of Zhongpeng. It is one thing to desire entry into the divine realm, but to request that His Majesty grant him authority over the royal auction house. Does His Majesty not fear the potential ramifications? It seems you harbor a bias against Zhongpeng. Shadow, have you ever pondered this question? The Dragon Emperor did not respond directly, but countered with a question of his own. What question? The shadow was perplexed by the Dragon Emperor's inquiry. Consider this, a well-known, carefree young master, who spends his days idly, suddenly becomes astute and inscrutable. What could possibly instigate such a transformation? Furthermore, the strength that Zhongpeng currently displays is hardly remarkable. We are fully aware of his daily activities. Yet, why does he choose to maximize his abilities precisely when the divine realm is manifesting? This, I beseech your Majesty to enlighten me. The shadow furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, unsure of the underlying reasons. If I had not grasped the essence of the matter, would I have acquiesced to his demands? Zhongpeng's situation is delicate. Warriors from all corners converge upon Yunlan, and he cannot act recklessly. Therefore, he must seek out allies to achieve his objectives. At present, I am the only one with whom he can reach an understanding. Do not be deceived by his apparent arrogance. He is compelled to act thus. It is precisely for this reason that I consented to his requests. Zhongpeng is indeed in a precarious position. His resources, manpower, connections, and opportunities are all strained. Yet, his audacity to act reveals that he is indifferent to power. Seeking merely to seize control of his own destiny, pursuing his ambitions with utmost sincerity. If he poses no threat to himself, what harm could there be in such an arrangement? Oh, do you believe Zhongpeng can accomplish what he claims? Such individuals are inherently proud. If they can articulate it, they can surely achieve it. We need only to bide our time. Let us not dwell on such matters. Has there been any news from the bestowed side? Logically, with the divine realm emerging, they should have taken action. It is improbable that there has been no movement at all. Your Majesty, we received word this afternoon that Emperor Ren has dispatched the bestowed Prince Ren Tianqing, accompanied by the martial and literary saints, who have already arrived. Ren Tianqing? Though the Dragon Emperor had established connections within the bestowed empire, he remained largely ignorant of its affairs. To attain the title of prince must indicate that he is no ordinary character. What of Zhuowuji? As your Majesty surmised, that old fellow is exceedingly busy. deploying his personal guards to fortify the battlements. He shows no sign of negligence. The thought of Zhuowuji, akin to an ant on a hot pan, scurrying about, brought amusement to the shadow. Haha, splendid. As their conversation unfolded, the two arrived at the palace, and the shadow took his leave. The Dragon Emperor once again assumed his habitual stance by the window, having spent the night in contemplation. What actions would Zhong Peng undertake next? Even with an understanding of Zhong Peng's intentions, the Dragon Emperor continued to ponder his forthcoming maneuvers. The sky began to lighten, heralding the dawn. Before long, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the Dragon Emperor, who roused from his reverie, a sly smile gracing his lips as he departed. Ah, princess, could you possibly slow your pace? We are nearly there. Why the rush? 100 miles outside Yunlan City, an elderly man, hair as white as snow, stooped and trembled as he walked. At his age, a misstep could prove fatal. Oh, Uncle Luo, how many times must I remind you to call me miss when we are outside? Why can't you remember? A slender girl, appearing no more than 16 or 17, halted her advance and approached the old man, offering her support. She possessed a striking beauty. Ah, forgive my poor memory, miss. Please do not hold it against me. The old man nodded, gazing tenderly at the girl. Very well. How could Chinen possibly blame Uncle Luo? Look, we are close now. Just a little more perseverance. Alas, I wonder why you are so intent on coming here. The world outside is treacherous, and if anything were to happen to you during this secretive excursion, how could I face the Emperor? Oh, Uncle Luo, fret not. With you by my side, Qian and Apos, and is bound to be safe. The girl playfully tugged at the old man and Apos' arm. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously as a celestial vessel glided slowly above them. The old man, shedding his previous frailty, fixed his sharp gaze upon the sky. Every celestial vessel bore its unique insignia, and the old man's eyes narrowed as he recognized it. A bestowed celestial vessel. What formidable spiritual presence. Who could be aboard that vessel? The old man's brows furrowed deeply. Aboard the celestial vessel, occasional wisps of white clouds drifted by, while a young man clad in white sat poised, holding a jade teapot. He poured tea into a cup, releasing wisps of steam that mingled with the clouds above. Opposite him sat two middle-aged men, one similarly dressed in white, holding a white jade fan with an air of refinement, and the other garbed in black, exuding a cold demeanor. Their stark contrast was striking, and it was indeed unusual for such disparate individuals to share a table. The young man gestured invitingly, prompting both to lift their cups and take a sip. Haha, exquisite tea, a true delicacy. Your Highness, from where did you procure it? The man in white savored the moment. It's merely a cup of tea. Once it's consumed, it will become nothing more than waste. Why the exuberance? The man in black regarded his counterpart with disdain, as if observing a frog in a well. Upon hearing this, the young man nearly sputtered his tea. What nonsense! You've utterly ruined my enjoyment of this fine brew with your words. The man in white shot a look of annoyance at the black-clad figure, contemplating giving him a sound thrashing. Ahem. May I inquire about your thoughts on the emergence of the Yunlan divine realm? This journey is undertaken on behalf of my father. He has repeatedly advised me to exercise caution in all matters. Your Highness speaks wisely. With the divine realm emerging and warriors gathering, undercurrents abound. The Dragon Emperor is no trifling adversary. During this expedition to Yunlan, Your Highness must remain vigilant. Indeed, the literary saint speaks true. This venture is not solely for the exploration of the divine realm, but also to engage with the Dragon Emperor. I am aware of my limited experience. I shall rely heavily on both of your esteemed guidance. Ren Tianxing rose and bowed to the two men. Your Highness is overly concerned. There is nothing to deliberate. We shall proceed with confidence and see what the Dragon Emperor can do. Should he harbor any ill intentions, I shall ensure he feels the weight of my prowess. The man in black disdainfully brandished his weapon. Oh dear brother, must you always resort to brute force? With your disposition, I can only imagine you being sold into servitude in the martial world while foolishly paying others for the privilege. The literary saint regarded the martial saint with exasperation, lamenting his unwavering nature over the years. Haha, I must concur with the martial saint. We should approach Yunlan with confidence. Ren Tianxing smiled at them. Oh, does your Highness have a different perspective? The literary saint inquired, puzzled. Given his nature, one would expect him to suggest a covert entry into Yunlan, waiting for the opportune moment to act. However, as you mentioned, the Dragon Emperor is not an easy opponent. Our arrival in Yunlan has likely reached his ears. Should we approach quietly, it would only heighten his scrutiny upon us. Thus, Tianqing felt that it was indeed as the martial sage had articulated. Approaching matters with transparency was far more natural. Tianqing elaborated in detail. The dragon sovereign, being astute and meticulous, would undoubtedly scrutinize his arrival. He must not engage in any form of self-deception. The crown prince's perspective held merit as well. They were nearing Yunlan, and it would be prudent to proceed at a leisurely pace to observe the dragon sovereign's actions. After hearing Tianqing's reasoning, the literary sage found it quite compelling, while the martial sage wore a smug expression, gazing at the literary sage with a sense of triumph. See, you who relish cerebral challenges, yet in the end, it was my assertion that proved accurate. You all tend to overcomplicate trivial matters, elevating them to a grand scale. The literary sage, well aware of the martial sage's thoughts, responded with an eye roll. Chapter 54. Ren Tianqing, Uncle Luo, what troubles you? The young girl inquired as she observed the elderly man beside her. Noticing his furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, gently, she nudged his shoulder. Oh, it's nothing, my dear. We should hasten our entry into the city. The elder, referred to as Uncle Luo, snapped back to reality. What could be troubling Uncle Luo? Just a moment ago, he urged her to slow down. Yet now he insisted on urgency. What could possibly have changed? As she gazed at the airships soaring above, the young girl found herself at a loss, unable to fathom what might elicit such a reaction from Uncle Luo. Inside the Golden Hall of Yunlan, ministers were engaged in discussions regarding matters of the divine realm when a sudden, thunderous shout interrupted their deliberations, prompting an immediate cessation of conversation. Your Majesty, the envoy from the heavens has arrived within 100 miles of Yunlan. We await your command. A messenger knelt before the emperor. Oh, they have arrived so swiftly. Very well, I am aware. You may withdraw, the dragon emperor commanded with authority. With a swift acknowledgement, the messenger exited the hall. Your Majesty, what course of action shall we take regarding the envoy? The Right Chancellor inquired, glancing at the dragon emperor. There is no need for alarm, my esteemed ministers. The arrival of the heavens envoy is to be expected. Given that our Yunlan divine realm has emerged, it is only fitting that they send representatives to discuss matters. The dragon emperor remarked, observing the tense expressions of the Right Chancellor and other officials. Why do you appear so apprehensive? With our divine realm now manifest, as an empire, we must engage in dialogue. Dispatch an order for the Crown Prince Long Ying and the other heirs to proceed to greet them. I shall host a banquet at Xianghua Palace to welcome the envoy from the heavens. The rest shall await me at Xianghua Palace. Your son obeys, Long Ying replied, moving to the center of the hall to receive the command. Even if Emperor Ren Xiaoyao were to prioritize this matter, he would not personally attend. Long Ying's participation, adhering to such protocol, already demonstrated his utmost respect. To appear in person would imply ulterior motives. Shadow. After the ministers departed, the dragon emperor called out. A wisp of fog entered the hall, coalescing into a figure. Inform Zhong Gongqing to summon Zhong Peng to join in the reception. The dragon emperor instructed the shadow. A sudden thought crossing his mind, and he smiled at the specter. As you command. The shadow did not inquire further and dissipated into mist once more. Zhong Peng, you must not disappoint me. The dragon emperor remained seated upon his throne, a smile lingering on his face. Outside Zhong Peng's quarters, Zhong Gongqing had received orders early that morning, arriving at Zhong Peng's residence with an indescribable mix of emotions. Knock, 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 an insistent rapping echoed from outside the door. Hearing the commotion, Zhong Peng stretched lazily in bed, yawning, displaying his displeasure. Who disturbs my slumber at such an early hour? Is this akin to a slaughter? Young master. It is I, Zhong Gongqing replied from within. Zhong Peng rose from bed and approached the door, which creaked open. Uncle Zhong, what brings you here at such an hour? Zhong Peng inquired, still appearing half asleep. Ah, young master, a messenger from the palace has informed us that the envoy from the heavens is soon to arrive in Yunlan. The emperor has issued orders for all the heirs to greet them. Zhong Gongqing relayed the news. Let them come and go as they please. I am merely the son of a general. What concern is it of mine? Zhong Peng retorted dismissively. Young master, you may not understand. But the emperor has personally summoned you to attend. Surely he has something in mind. Bah, what schemes could that old fool have? He is merely seeking to vex me over yesterday's affairs, intentionally causing me trouble. What other reason could he possibly have? Ah, I see. Since the sovereign demands my presence, I shall comply. I refuse to believe it will cost me dearly. Zhong Peng scoffed, rolling his eyes. Is it merely a fade to welcome them? Must it be so dramatic? Dressed in a flowing purple robe, with his hair casually draped behind him and a lock secured at the front. Zhong Peng periodically glanced at himself in the mirror, speaking to his reflection. How exceptionally handsome I am. Whoever secures my hand in marriage must be extraordinarily fortunate. Leaving behind Zhu Hao and Zhong Ling at the estate, Zhong Peng set out with Zhong Gongqing, strolling leisurely towards the eastern gate. At this moment, outside the eastern gate, the crown prince and his companions appeared anxious, casting their gazes towards the clear skies, eagerly awaiting the heaven's envoy. A flying vessel gradually approached the eastern gate, descending slowly outside the city. The celestial vessel must not traverse above the nation. This has been the law for millennia. 3 figures leapt down, one of whom executed an intricate gesture, causing the vessel to shrink and vanish from sight in an instant. Thank you for your patience, esteemed guests. I am Ren Tianqing, he said, walking towards Long Ying and the others, offering a respectful bow. To think that the crown prince himself has arrived. I, Long Ying, pay my respects to his highness. Long Ying responded with reverence upon recognizing the name of the visitor, prompting the others to bow as well. It is an honor to have you here, your highness. The emperor has prepared a feast at Xianghua Palace to welcome you and your entourage, Long Ying continued. Your graciousness is much appreciated, and I thank the Dragon Emperor for his hospitality, Ren Tianqing replied with a smile. How unfortunate. After a night of striving, I was on the brink of success, only to be summoned to greet this envoy, an unwelcome distraction. The peaceful atmosphere outside the eastern gate was abruptly shattered by this unexpected proclamation. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Young master, please refrain from such remarks. Did you not see how your Huahuan leopard was bested by the striped tiger just moments ago? Our appearance here has granted us a significant advantage. The newcomer was Zhong Peng alongside Zhong Gongqing. Although Zhong Gongqing was puzzled by Zhong Peng's exclamation, he remained loyal to his companion, recalling Zhong Peng's past achievements. Nonsense. My Huahuan leopard would never lose to that mutt. It was merely feigning weakness. If we had waited a moment longer, my leopard would have surely triumphed. Zhong Peng insisted stubbornly. Such a defense is rather feeble. In all the time I have known you, I have yet to witness a victory. Indeed, you are correct. However, the emperor has issued a decree, and we have no choice. Zhong Gongqing conceded reluctantly. Alas, blame that insufferable envoy. If it were not for him, I would have won a fortune in gold and silver. What a pity. I could have found a beautiful companion. Zhong Peng lamented dramatically. Everyone present overheard the exchange, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. While Long Ying's face darkened with discontent, the two soon approached the group, but continued walking without a care. How audacious. Zhong Peng, who permitted you to speak so? Long Ying reprimanded. He was tasked by the Dragon Emperor to welcome the heaven's envoy, and hearing such indiscreet comments infuriated him. Zhong Peng turned toward the voice, surprised. The crown prince is here too? Curiosity sparked within him as he surveyed the surroundings. Oh, I see all the princes are present. I, Zhong Peng, greet you all, he said, bowing to Long Ying and the others before turning his attention to Ren Tianqing. This gentleman seems unfamiliar. I do not recall ever seeing you before. How reckless, Zhong Peng. Do you not know who stands before you? Long Ji, beside Long Ying, pointed out. This is the crown prince of the heavens. We are here at the behest of our father to welcome his highness. Why do you appear here, daring to show disrespect to his highness the crown prince? Zhong Peng, what punishment do you deserve for this transgression? Your highness the crown prince? I was unaware that I was in the presence of your highness. I beseech your forgiveness. Zhong Peng and Appo's face was filled with trepidation, as though he had encountered something truly terrifying. Alas, the fourth prince need not be angered. Ignorance is no sin, Ren Tianqing remarked, exuding warmth and kindness in every gesture. It is likely that this young man is Zhong Peng, the son of the esteemed General Zhong Buhui from Yunlan's southwestern command. Although we have never met, your name has reached even the ears of the crown prince and distant Tianxi. Hiki, my name is known even to your highness. I am truly fortunate, Zhong Ping replied, feeling constrained. Chapter 55. The acting skills of Zhong Peng. Today, the crown prince has journeyed from Tianxi, traversing countless miles in a weary state. Why not allow my that little brother to host a welcoming banquet for his highness at the most opulent tavern in Yunlan? Zhong Peng declared grandly, then leaned closer to Ren Tianqing with a mischievous grin. After a few rounds of drinks, we could indulge in some revelry. I have heard there is a fresh arrival of enchanting maidens, exceedingly delightful. Zhong Peng exchanged a knowing glance with Ren Tianxing, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon hearing Zhong Peng and Apos' words, a moment of silence enveloped the gathering. Zhong Peng, as a scion of a noble family, how can you speak with such lack of decorum? Zhuo Songqiu stepped forward behind Long Ying, pointing at Zhong Peng and exclaiming loudly, "What kind of person do you think His Highness is? Would he deign to visit such establishments? Do you presume everyone is like you? Moreover, given the Crown Prince's esteemed status, how dare you presume to be on familiar terms with him? Oh, who might this be?" Ren Tianxing appraised Zhuo Songqiu from head to toe. "Oh, Your Highness. This is Zhuo Songqiu, son of the left minister of Yunlan." Long Ying stepped forward to introduce. "Ah, so he is the son of the left minister. Indeed. He possesses remarkable poise and charisma." Ren Tianxing nodded in acknowledgement. "Zhuo Songqiu, why must you always be involved in everything? Spare us your pretensions here, you fool." Zhong Peng retorted without reservation, his tone a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor with Ren Tianxing. "Your Highness, do not be deceived by this fellow's facade. He is a truly duplicitous character. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. It is only natural for the princes to welcome you here. How can he also be present?" "Alas, Zhong Peng, what do you mean by that?" Zhuo Songqiu glared at him in fury, exclaiming, "Are you trying to insult me? I must say, Zhuo, have you never been to school? I meant it quite literally. With your intellect, how can you shamelessly stand here?" Zhong Peng scoffed, hands on his hips, puffing his chest like a rooster, looking down upon Zhuo Songqiu with disdain. "Your trivial matters do not warrant my attention. Just the other day, I saw you sneaking out of that place." Zhong Peng continued unabashedly. You are utterly unreasonable, spouting nonsense, tarnishing my reputation. I shall not let this go unchallenged." Zhuo Songqiu's face flushed with anger, realizing Zhong Peng had brazenly mentioned the brothel in front of the Crown Prince. "Enough. You both are scions of noble families. How can you engage in such a raucous quarrel in the presence of His Highness? You are bringing shame upon yourselves. Zhong Peng, you have no right to judge others when your own conduct is so questionable." The first prince wore a look of exasperation and disdain, disapproving of their inappropriate behavior in such a setting. "Ha, Your Highness, please do not mind. These two gentlemen have a history. Perhaps it is simply a case of old foes meeting, thus leading to heightened tensions." Long Ying quickly interjected, softening his demeanor as he turned to Ren Tianxing with a smile. "Ah, I see. Gentlemen, there is no need to be so contentious. Today marks my first visit to Yunlan, and I am unfamiliar with the circumstances. If it is merely a small matter, I would ask you to overlook it for my sake." Ren Tianxing suggested gently, while inwardly he thought, "I only request you to set aside your disputes for now. In the future, you may bicker as you please. To be candid, I find great joy in mingling with the youth. Some topics are best discussed among peers." Ren Tianxing chuckled heartily before turning to Zhong Peng. "Master Zhong, your generosity is noted, and I am grateful. However, as I have just arrived in Yunlan and have pressing matters to attend to, I shall certainly share a drink with you when I find the time." Hearing this, Zhong Peng was overjoyed. "Ha, I shall eagerly await your arrival, Your Highness." "Yes, Your Highness is right. I believe my father has been awaiting us in the palace for some time. We should hasten there to avoid causing him concern." Long Ji interjected before Long Ying could speak. "Indeed, let us proceed without delay." Ren Tianxing gestured for them to lead the way. The group, in orderly fashion, made their way into the city towards the royal palace. After they departed, an elderly man and a young girl sauntered from outside the city. "We too should make our entrance. It appears these two old fellows have also come to Yunlan. I wonder who they are here to protect?" The young girl, Qianin, pondered silently while glancing at the elder she referred to as Luo Bo. As they approached the city gate, they were forcibly restrained by the guards, adorned with silver rings of prohibition, before they stepped into the inner city, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, outside Xianghua Palace, a throng of elderly men with flowing white beards awaited, alongside a few younger individuals, all gazing expectantly. Despite the Dragon Emperor's strict orders for everyone to remain in Xianghua Palace, restlessness permeated the air. After all, they were to welcome the envoy from Tianci, and they could not afford to be negligent. Most of these individuals were civil officials, and the Dragon Emperor, observing them, wished he could issue an edict to send them all to the guillotine. The majority of the military officers remained seated, unmoved, viewing the envoy as merely an insignificant visitor, unworthy of such commotion. Should anyone dare to act out of line, I shall ensure they face punishment. Those who threaten Yunlan shall face dire consequences. regardless of their origins. This sentiment encapsulated the soldiers' steadfast pride, unwavering in their duties. The Dragon Emperor deeply resonated with this notion. It is often the righteous who suffer at the hands of the unscrupulous, while the treacherous are often the learned. Observing the civil officials' behavior, he pondered how, simply for the sake of receiving an envoy from Tianci, they displayed such eagerness. If one day Yunlan finds itself in dire straits, how many would betray the nation? Gentlemen, there is no need for such impatience. I assure you the envoy from Tianci will arrive shortly. I kindly ask that you return to your seats and await with calmness. Upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's words, the crowd hesitated briefly before returning to their places. Observing the Dragon Emperor's displeasure, none dared to defy him. After all, they had all attained their positions through shrewdness. Report. Your Majesty, the princes and young masters, along with the envoy from Tianci, are approaching Qianghua Palace. A scout delivered the news. Ah, they have arrived. Prepare to welcome the envoy from Tianci. Without waiting for the Dragon Emperor's command, everyone stood up, their gazes fixed on the entrance of Qianghua Palace. There, they beheld a youth surrounded by a throng. Arriving at the palace gates, upon closer inspection, the first Prince Longying stood to the youth's left, while Longzhi was on his right. Accompanied by several princes and a number of young noblemen, the youth maintained a charming smile, his demeanor refined, instantly creating a sense of familiarity. The Dragon Emperor, upon recognizing the youth, was taken aback. Is this not the crown prince of Tianci, Ren Tianxing? Although he already knew who was arriving, seeing him in person still brought a measure of surprise. Having encountered this individual multiple times without direct interaction, the Dragon Emperor pondered the implications of Ren Xiaoyao, sending him to Yunlan amidst the emergence of the divine realm. What could his intentions be? The reason the Dragon Emperor dispatched his princes and young nobles to welcome the envoy was quite simple. He understood that no matter how much the benevolent Emperor Ren Xiaoyao valued the matter of the divine realm, he would not come personally. The high standard of this welcoming ceremony was sufficient to convey his position. Chapter 56. Within the Qianghua Palace before long, Ren Tianxing and his companions had arrived at the Qianghua Palace. All the princes and young gentlemen from prominent families who had gathered around him promptly found their places to sit. The Dragon Emperor occupied the seat of honor, with the princes seated to his right and a space reserved for the envoys from Tianci on his left. Below them, the civil and military officials were arranged, with the civil officials occupying the front row on the left and the young heirs seated behind them. The right side was occupied by the military generals, each adorned in impressive armor. Zhong Peng naturally took his seat behind the military leaders. In the center, only Ren Tianxing and the envoys of civil and military affairs stood. Ren Tianxing raised his gaze to the Dragon Emperor, seated at the forefront. The emperor wore an ornate crown of purple gold embedded with jewels and was draped in a robe of radiant gold and dragon motifs. His deep, black golden eyes seemed capable of piercing through the fabric of reality, and his handsome visage exuded an innate imperial charisma that compelled reverence from all who beheld him. Ren Tianxing averted his gaze, feeling a sudden sting in his eyes, a sensation he recognized all too well. It was akin to the feelings he experienced in the presence of his father, the benevolent emperor. How could a mere vassal of Tianci evoke such feelings within him? Your Majesty, may you be in good health. Today, I, Tianxing, along with the envoys of Tianci, have come to pay my respects to King Yunlan, Ren Tianxing declared, dismissing all distractions as he offered a slight bow, a gesture mirrored by the envoys of civil and military affairs. Despite being the crown prince of the empire, he was obliged to show respect to the Dragon Emperor, who, after all, ruled over a significant territory with authority far surpassing that of a mere prince. It is indeed a privilege to host Prince Ren of Tianci and the two esteemed envoys. I regret not being able to personally greet you upon your arrival. Please accept my apologies, the Dragon Emperor replied, inclining his body slightly in a gesture of invitation. Upon learning of the impending visit from the Tianci envoys, I dare not be negligent. Therefore, I have prepared a modest repast to welcome you. Please, take your seats. Ren Tianxing referred to the Dragon Emperor as Your Majesty, for Yunlan was under the jurisdiction of Tianci, thus aligning him with the vassal kings. Conversely, it was not incorrect for the Dragon Emperor to address himself as emperor in the presence of Ren Tianxing, as he was indeed the sovereign of Yunlan, wielding military power and ruling over vast lands. Since ancient times, the title of emperor was reserved for those who commanded an empire, while kings ruled kingdoms. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ren Tianqing and the envoys took their seats, exuding calm composure. Your Majesty is too gracious. We are deeply appreciative of your hospitality. It is an honor for us to gather with the esteemed members of Yunlan and the young gentlemen here today. Let us raise a toast to our shared prosperity. I hope we can unite our efforts for the flourishing of Yunlan, a place of utmost significance to Tianxi. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. Ren Tianqing raised his cup and smiled at the assembly below before downing the contents in one go, then turning his gaze towards the Dragon Emperor. Zhongpeng also lifted his cup, his eyes scanning the surroundings before settling on the two figures of the Dragon Emperor and Ren Tianqing. He sought to decipher their inner thoughts through their expressions. Upon entering the Qianghua Palace, Ren Tianqing had felt the overwhelming aura of authority emanating from the Dragon Emperor, compelling him to shed the airs of a Tianxi prince. This was Yunlan, where the Dragon Emperor's word reigned supreme. Feeling momentarily at a disadvantage, Ren Tianqing quickly retaliated, using the act of toasting to regain his footing. Despite being in Yunlan, it remained within the sphere of Tianxi's influence, and as the crown prince, Ren Tianqing had every right to be concerned. Even in this realm, he could stand on equal footing with the Dragon Emperor. Ren Tianqing understood that if he allowed himself to be continuously suppressed by the Dragon Emperor, he would inevitably become timid during his time in Yunlan. Thus, he felt compelled to respond directly. Indeed, Prince Ren speaks wisely. Yunlan and Tianxi share a bond of honor and disgrace. I shall exert myself to the utmost. However, the emergence of the divine realm has brought an influx of martial artists to Yunlan, which has become a source of great concern for me. Should any unforeseen events arise, how shall I address them? It feels as though a thorn is lodged in my back. I am profoundly grateful that the benevolent emperor has entrusted you to come to Yunlan. Surely, he possesses great foresight. I would appreciate your insights, Prince Ren, regarding the emergence of the divine realm. Since you have posed such a question, I, the Dragon Emperor, must also express my stance. In the current tumultuous climate of Yunlan, should not Tianxi, as the guiding force, address these issues? Yunlan is willing to accept any directives from Tianxi. When the skies themselves may fall, it is only fitting that a towering figure like Tianxi bears the weight. Your Majesty is too modest. Before arriving in Yunlan, Ren Tianqing had been repeatedly counseled by his father to regard the ruler of Yunlan as his most trusted ally and to consult him on all matters. His father had dispatched him to broaden his horizons, hoping he would learn strategy under the Dragon Emperor's tutelage, rather than making unilateral decisions. Ren Tianqing, however, could not shoulder the responsibility placed upon him by the Dragon Emperor. Though he was the crown prince of Tianxi, he understood that his actions represented the will of Tianxi. Any misstep would bear consequences that he could not bear. Thus, he deftly shifted the responsibility back to the Dragon Emperor, stating that his presence in Yunlan was merely to oversee the actions of the Dragon Emperor. Any issues arising would be the Dragon Emperor's to address. A move that effectively extricated himself from responsibility while firmly establishing his position. The Dragon Emperor observed Ren Tianqing's relaxed demeanor, feeling a sense of confusion within himself. Had he truly grown old? Were the younger generations so eloquent? Zhongpeng compelled him to relinquish control and acquiesce to his demands. Now, the Tianxi Prince Ren Tianqing presented a perplexing challenge. Prince Ren is truly humble. I have heard of your remarkable talents in both civil and martial affairs. Today, as fate would have it, we find ourselves in the Qianghua Palace, which is graced with many talented individuals. I believe everyone would like to witness your prowess. Perhaps we could engage in some friendly competition as a means of entertainment? What does everyone think? With this unexpected proposal, the Dragon Emperor sought to understand Ren Tianqing better, knowing that he could not dominate in discussions. The officials below nodded in agreement, considering it an excellent idea. Since it was the Emperor's request, none would dare object. Each had their own motives, hoping that this opportunity might earn favor from either the Emperor or Prince Ren. Your Majesty overestimates my abilities. Yunlan is indeed a land of exceptional talent. How could I dare to display my skills here? Upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's suggestion, Ren Tianqing's expression faltered. While it appeared to be a small matter, it concealed numerous intricacies. This was merely the Dragon Emperor's attempt to further assess him. Prince Ren, there is no need for modesty. As the Crown Prince of Tianxi, you must be anything but ordinary. I am Su Bowen, a senior scholar of Yunlan. Today, to witness such a young talent as yourself, my students are eager to learn. I humbly request your guidance. Su Bowen, uninterested in other matters, became animated at the mention of a literary contest, his previously stooped posture straightening with renewed vigor. The Dragon Emperor felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the esteemed scholar, recognizing that Su Bowen's words were perfectly timed, a stroke of genius. If Ren Tianxing were to remain silent after hearing such remarks, it would signify his disdain for competing with the others. For even the esteemed scholar Su, renowned for his profound knowledge, acknowledges Ren Tianxing as a formidable opponent. Should he fail to exhibit any response, it would indeed be an affront to the dignity of the venerable Confucius. If this matter were to reach the ears of all the literati in Yunnan, Ren Tianxing would undoubtedly face widespread condemnation. It is likely that even the benevolent Emperor Ren Xiaoyao, would be unable to salvage his reputation at that point. Chapter 57. The Cycle of Ren Tianxing gazed at the blank expressions of the esteemed scholar Su, then shifted his attention to the eager faces surrounding him. He realized that he could not evade the trap set by the Dragon Emperor. Su Bowie was no ordinary individual. He was acutely aware that the Dragon Emperor sought to discern the depth of the Prince of Heaven's character. As a seasoned figure in the realm of Yunnan, the scholar naturally seized the opportunity to block Ren Tianxing's retreat, leaving him with no choice but to forge ahead. Though he recognized the predicament, Ren Tianxing braced himself to leap into the fray. With a chuckle, he acknowledged that both the elder and the king had deemed his performance a worthy endeavor, and to refrain from showcasing his abilities would be a disservice to their expectations. Given that the king had previously implied that this gathering was intended for merriment, Ren Tianxing pondered deeply, concluding that the art of music, specifically the guqin, was of particular significance. In such an atmosphere, he believed that the sound of the guqin would indeed elevate the spirits. To be candid, upon his arrival at Yunnan, he had traversed the skies on a celestial vessel, immersed in a divine realm, where he had serendipitously composed a piece. Today, at the invitation of the king and esteemed guests, he was prepared to unveil this modest offering. Oh, who would have thought that Prince Ren dabbles in the guqin? Pray tell, what level of mastery have you attained? A piece that rends the heart. Where might one find a kindred spirit? Liao Tianin, a young man of considerable talent, expressed his excitement at Ren Tianxing's words, hoping to experience a similar sentiment through the princess performance. Upon hearing Liao's remarks, Ren Tianxing felt fortunate to have encountered a connoisseur. The mere phrase "a piece that rends the heart" revealed Liao's expertise in music, indicating that today he might inadvertently stumble into his own trap. Ren Tianxing, with a polite nod, offered a self-deprecating smile. Ah, Prince Ren is too modest. Your intention to engage through the guqin suggests profound skill. Bring forth the guqin swiftly. The Dragon Emperor paid no heed to Ren Tianxing's apparent reluctance. Once a decision was made, it was to be executed. Shortly thereafter, a maidservant delicately presented an ancient guqin. Placing it gently upon the table before retreating, Ren Tianxing examined the guqin, noting its elegantly curved surface and flat base, embodying the harmony of heaven and earth. Crafted from the rarest pure yang jade, its 7 strings were spun from the silk of the millennia mold Tianbing silkworm. This silk was extraordinarily precious, representing the final and most refined thread produced during the silkworm's moment of enlightenment. Its strength was such that even a saint-level martial artist would struggle to sever it, rendering its value immeasurable. With a single hand resting on the strings, Ren Tianxing plucked a few notes. The sound resonated, pure and unadulterated, echoing from near to far. A fine instrument indeed. The craftsman who fashioned this guqin must be a remarkable musician. If Ren Tianxing's conjecture was correct, this guqin was known as fengxiu, crafted by the legendary musician Chu Manlu, who mysteriously vanished after a singular performance. Since then, this exquisite piece had traversed many hands, coveted by countless musicians wishing to create melodies upon it. Yet, despite the enduring presence of fengxiu, the enchanting tunes of Chu Manlu had not been heard since, leaving a void that could never be replicated. It was astonishing that this treasure had found its way into the royal collection, and today, Ren Tianxing felt fortunate to play upon it. As his fingers made contact with the strings, he experienced a remarkable sensation of comfort. This extraordinary silk, such as that of the Tianning silkworm, seemed to have been meticulously crafted to achieve this effect. The audience remained silent, captivated by his knowledge and skill. Indeed, great figures were always distinct. The Dragon Emperor leaned forward, his gaze unwavering upon Ren Tianxing. The prince, keeping his eyes lowered, took a deep breath to center himself. Focusing intently on the guqin, his slender fingers danced across the strings, producing a melody that wafted through the air, enchanting all present. The notes were clear and delightful, and with each gentle stroke, the audience felt a sense of serenity wash over them, their eyes closing in blissful surrender to the music. As Ren Tianqing continued to play, their thoughts seemed to drift alongside the melody, transporting them to a tranquil lake where a small boat floated gently at its center. Ripples spread across the water, and the scene was idyllic, with fish frolicking beneath the surface, occasionally surfacing to blow bubbles toward the boat. A graceful figure stood at the bow, gently fanning themselves, the light breeze ruffling their robes in a most leisurely manner. As the verse goes, strolling in the garden, I laugh at the flowers blooming and withering. Unperturbed by praise or blame, I sit and watch the clouds roll and disperse. Such a scene could only be described through this poetic imagery. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered as a fierce wind swept across the lake, causing the water to rise tumultuously. Waves surged toward the little boat, threatening to engulf it entirely. Ren Tianqing's hands moved faster and with greater intensity across the strings, the music reflecting the escalating chaos. The audience felt their hearts race, desperate to open their eyes, but unable to do so, some even sweating profusely. The approaching waves loomed ever closer, promising to capsize the vessel without mercy. Yet, the figure on the boat remained steadfast, unfazed by the tempest. With a sudden crash, a few could no longer endure the pressure and opened their eyes, gasping for breath as sweat trickled into their eyes, stinging painfully. They wiped their foreheads and glanced around, noticing that others remained blissfully unaware, keeping their eyes shut. They too succumbed to the allure of the music, only to find that the previous serenity had vanished, leaving them with the frantic sounds of the guqin. In that immersive experience, the once tranquil lake now erupted in chaos, and the small boat disappeared, swallowed by the tumultuous waves. The audience felt as if they were entwined with the vessel, both struggling against the surging tide. Time lost all meaning, and eventually, the sensation of struggle faded. The scene shifted, and the audience was enveloped in the thunderous sound of drums, their eyes drawn to a host of armored warriors surrounding them. Arrows rained down from the heavens, and some could no longer resist the urge to open their eyes, knowing that to be struck would mean certain death. They noticed that most of those who opened their eyes were scholars and noble scions, while the generals maintained their composure, exuding an aura of deadly resolve. Before them stood 1,000,000 soldiers, and among them, one clad in golden armor, exuding an air of calm authority, raised a gigantic blade above his head. With a commanding gesture, he directed the weapon toward the horizon, an embodiment of fierce battle intent that seemed capable of tearing through the very sky. With a single order, 1,000,000 figures surged forward, their battle cries scattering the clouds above. The battlefield became a sea of corpses and blood, and the general observed it all with an emotionless gaze, devoid of compassion as he waded through the carnage. Gradually, the cries of battle faded, leaving only the general standing upon a mound of bodies, a solitary figure amidst the devastation. As the adage goes, a general's success is built upon the bones of countless warriors. The scene transformed once more, returning to the serene surface of the lake, where peace reigned once again, and the perfect ambience was restored. Ren Tianqing lightly plucked the strings once more, the melodious sound of the zither seemingly soothing the troubled spirits of the crowd. Many individuals, whose faces bore expressions of distress and whose brows were furrowed, gradually began to relax. As the final notes faded away, Ren Tianqing pressed his hands upon the strings, bringing the enchanting music to a silent halt. Chapter 58. The Dragon Emperor's Provocation. Ren Tianqing gradually opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the audience below. One by one, the people around him began to awaken from their stupor, some slumped wearily in their seats, their eyes devoid of spirit. It was astonishing that a mere piece of music could leave them feeling utterly drained, as if they had toiled for an eternity in arduous labor. Noticing that those beside him were in a similarly dismal state, his own unease eased somewhat. Lifting his gaze to the stage, he locked eyes with a pair of warm, kind eyes that were observing them. The gentle smile adorning the face of the esteemed Prince of Heaven was nothing short of inviting. No one could fathom that the captivating melody they had just experienced was played by this refined and graceful figure. Setting aside the quality of the piece, the dual extremes of emotional depth it conveyed were beyond the grasp of a single individual. One was serene and peaceful, while the other was wild and chaotic. How could these two polar opposites be so masterfully intertwined? Could it be that the Prince of Heaven possessed a dual nature? Ren Tianqing paid no heed to the astonished looks from the ministers, merely nodding slightly before directing his gaze toward the Dragon Emperor seated in the highest position. The warmth in his smile shifted to a more mischievous and playful demeanor. "Ah, Dragon Emperor, what do you think of my performance? Do you know who I am? I am the Prince of Heaven, the heir to the Empire. I am Run Tianxing, destined to tread upon the clouds and traverse the realms at will. You wish to understand my approach to life? Here it is. Should you dare to provoke me, I would not hesitate to make you my stepping stone. What of Yunlan? Even with 100,000 fierce lions at your command, you would not dare to act against me, for I am the Prince of Heaven." From the depths of Ren Tianxing's gaze, the Dragon Emperor could hear his unspoken thoughts. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he found himself unable to act. For the Dragon Emperor, the decision to kill or spare was but a fleeting thought. However, should that individual bear the title of Prince of Heaven, even as the ruler of Yunlan, he would not dare to take action. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's impotent fury only intensified Ren Tianxing's delight. To provoke the Dragon Emperor to such an extent while remaining untouchable was a source of great amusement. In truth, Ren Tianxing was mistaken. It was only Zhong Peng who could truly rattle him. The Dragon Emperor's vexation stemmed not from Ren Tianxing's audacity, but rather from the sight of the ministers before him. Gazing at the dazed and disheartened officials, the Dragon Emperor felt a surge of frustration. While others might be oblivious, he was acutely aware that during Ren Tianxing's performance, he had employed the cloud-linked illusionary sound. This technique wielded a powerful influence over the emotions of those present, though it bore no physical harm. It rendered the essence of the music strikingly real, immersing listeners in a vivid experience. It was a subtle art of probing the human heart. Those who had forcibly opened their eyes during the reverie were akin to weeds swaying in the wind, fleeing in terror. Why was it impossible to re-enter the emotional state after emerging from it? Because those individuals had been deemed unworthy by the very essence of the music. The Dragon Emperor surveyed the audience, noting that there were more than 10 such individuals. How could they occupy high positions? If a crisis were to befall Yunlan one day, it would take but a slight stir from these people to bring about its downfall. Currently, Yunlan was akin to a fragile vessel amidst a sea of bones. In an era of chaos, compounded by divine tribulations, the Dragon Emperor would have laughed heartily had it been a time of peace. In this moment, however, it was akin to adding insult to injury, with the Prince of Heaven's predatory gaze and the ambitions of the triumphant looming ominously. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. It seemed that a thorough cleansing of Yunlan was imminent. The Dragon Emperor retracted his gaze and straightened his posture, adopting an air of nonchalance. Indeed, the performance of Prince Ren was truly soul-stirring, capable of invigorating even the battle-hardened generals of Yunlan. This was a source of solace for the Dragon Emperor, for none among the military had succumbed to the emotional reverie induced by Ren Tianxing and Apos' music. In an era of turmoil, only the military can determine the outcome of conflicts. It would be remiss not to reciprocate this gesture. Su Lao, you are a revered scholar of Yunlan, with students flourishing across the land. Today, Prince Ren's melody is nothing short of heavenly. I wonder if any of your students possess the ability to turn the tide? This inquiry left Su Bowen at a loss. He glanced at his students, then at Liao Tianyin, who had been brimming with arrogance moments before. Initially favored by Su Bowen for his musical talent, Liao Tianyin now sat in a daze, unable to showcase his true prowess. How could he possibly compete in such a state? As Su Bowen hesitated, a sound broke the tension, a clatter of plates colliding. All eyes turned toward the source of the noise, which emanated from Zhong Peng's vicinity. Each person was flanked by 2 attendants, each holding several empty plates. They stared wide-eyed at Zhong Peng, who was thoroughly engrossed in his meal. "Ah, this braised deer tail is delightful, with a perfect chewiness and exquisite flavor. Is there any more? Bring me another portion. This bear paw is also quite good. Would you care to try?" Zhong Peng's mouth was smeared with oil, and he occasionally beckoned to the attendants. The attendants dared not respond, merely trembling in silence. What on earth is this Zhong Gongzi thinking? It's as if he hasn't had a decent meal in years. Can he not exercise a modicum of decorum in such a setting? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their disdain palpable. It was one thing to lose face at home, but to do so in public was an entirely different matter. Zhong Peng seemed to sense something amiss when he caught the collective gaze fixed upon him. He paused his voracious eating, clearing his throat. "Why are you all looking at me? You have plates of your own. Eat up. I'm merely here to enjoy a meal. I have no interest in your plates. You needn't worry about me taking your food." Aside from the Dragon Emperor, Only Zhong Peng remained unscathed by Ren Tianxing's cloud-linked illusionary sound. The Dragon Emperor regarded Zhong Peng, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Ah, it seems that young Zhong is eager to showcase his talents. Was this display merely a prelude to something greater? A young master from the Song family chimed in. I concur with Brother Song. Surely, Zhong Gongzi has been saving his energy for this moment. Another young master from the Li family echoed his sentiment. Is it necessary for you two to spell it out? Zhong Gongzi is undeniably gifted, and we are unworthy in comparison. Years ago, when Zhong Gongzi spontaneously composed a poem on the terrace, it was met with resounding acclaim, still celebrated to this day. How could he possibly miss the opportunity to shine today? Left Song Qiu joined in the chorus of agreement, and soon the room was abuzz with voices. The implication was clear. Should Zhong Peng fail to impress, it would be akin to belittling the Prince of Heaven himself. A smug smile crept across Left Song Qiu's face. Relishing the prospect of Zhong Peng's impending embarrassment, Zhong Peng dismissed Left Song Qiu's ploys with a wave of his hand. Just you wait, my dear fellow. Yet the next scene left even him bewildered. Oh, young Zhong possesses such a remarkable past. How come I was unaware? The Dragon Emperor feigned ignorance, his mind racing with mischief. Since the esteemed young masters have spoken so highly of you, I too wish to witness your talents. Deep down, the Dragon Emperor was plotting his revenge for the previous encounter, eager to see how Zhong Peng would navigate this challenge. It is truly infuriating. How could you, as a sovereign, speak so brazenly? Within Zhong Peng's heart surged an impulse to curse. To articulate such audacious words with a calm demeanor is simply outrageous. I am Zhong Peng, a quintessential scion. Do you not recognize the illustrious talent of Zhong Peng? It seems I recently crossed paths with someone of similar name. But that was Zhong Peng, not me. The memory of the poem I composed at the fragrant pavilion suddenly struck Zhong Peng, sending a shiver through him. The Dragon Emperor must be aware of this. His words are clearly intended to provoke, with ill intentions lurking beneath. This Dragon Emperor seeks to divert calamity, aiming to thrust me under Ren Tianxing's scrutiny. Having discerned the underlying motives, Zhong Peng would not yield easily. I shall demonstrate how this young master can turn the tide against all odds. Chapter 59. Your brother's literary talent is beyond your comprehension as all eyes turned towards him. Zhong Peng felt the pressure mounting, and when the Dragon Emperor spoke again, he hurriedly wiped the grease from his mouth with his sleeve, timidly rising to his feet. His demeanor suggested that if the Dragon Emperor's voice had been a touch louder, he might have retreated to his seat in a fit of fright. Your Majesty. Regarding the Crown Prince, Zhong Peng awkwardly saluted both the Dragon Emperor and Ren Tianxing before continuing. What has been discussed is merely trivial matters, hardly worthy of mention. The truth is, I have only a modest understanding of poetry and cannot possibly compare my accomplishments to those of the Crown Prince, especially after witnessing the Crown Prince's recent captivating performance, which resonated for 3 days with lingering echoes. That piece, the grand melody of Jun Tian. I find myself at a loss for words to adequately praise the Crown Prince. I truly feel dwarfed by such talent. Moreover, as the saying goes, a true hero does not boast of past glories. I am not one to covet vanity, so I would prefer to let this opportunity pass to someone else. I pride myself on my generosity and shall refrain from participating. By the end of his speech, he had inadvertently elevated himself, and the tone of his voice, coupled with his expression, left all who observed him with a sense of discomfort. It was as if he were declaring, I, a dark horse, have concealed my talents so well that you have discovered them. Your discerning eyes are commendable. Yet, I remain humble despite my modest achievements. The young noblemen, eager to showcase their own talents, glared at Zhong Peng, wishing to devour him whole. From Zhong Peng's remarks, it seemed that anyone who chose to participate today would be labeled as vain. The ministers shook their heads in disbelief, pondering the peculiar thought process of this son of General Zhong. Did he truly believe others were complimenting him? He wore a look of smug satisfaction, oblivious to the irony of his words. While others may be unaware, we, as natives of Yunlan, are well acquainted with his so-called poetry. It is, quite frankly, an affront to literature, difficult to articulate. It may be popular and widely quoted, yet Zhong Peng's verse has devolved into a mere catchphrase among the merrymakers, reduced to a laughingstock after a meal. With fair skin, beauty, and long legs, the young master drools at the sight. Should the fragrant allure be genuine, I would willingly become a ghost beneath the pomegranate skirt. This was a poem Zhong Peng composed after drinking. And even now the last two lines resonate with the sentiment of dying under the peony blossoms, becoming a ghost, yet remaining charming. Ah, Zhonggongzi, why must you be so modest? Someone remarked. Perhaps one person might dismiss it as fabrication, 10 might claim it as hearsay. But if 100 or 1,000 say it, then it must indeed hold truth. Ren Tianxing had previously mentioned that he most relished engaging with young people. If Zhong Peng were to decline, it would surely be a deep regret for him. For reasons unknown, Ren Tianxing never positioned himself as the favored crown prince in these discussions, perhaps due to the Dragon Emperor referring to himself as I. If he were to say this crown prince, he would likely find the phrase distasteful. Ren Tianxing maintained his usual graceful demeanor, bantering with Zhong Peng. Indeed. Why must you dampen everyone's spirits, Zhonggongzi? We are all eager to witness your past brilliance. Zhuo Songqiu interjected eagerly. I am looking forward to seeing you embarrass yourself in front of the crowd. If Zhong Peng could produce poetry as splendid as his previous work, it would surely become a source of amusement for years to come. Indeed, well said. Zhong Xianshi, why must you be so humble? If you could compose a poem here and now, I promise to grant you a condition. Anything within my power shall surely be honored. What do you say? The Dragon Emperor gazed at Zhong Peng. Ah, since both the Crown Prince and your Majesty have spoken thus, I cannot refuse such warm hospitality. Zhong Peng realized he could not escape this situation and steeled himself. Since your Majesty has offered to grant me a condition, might I present my request now? Although he had been adamant in his refusals earlier, the mention of a benefit piqued his interest. He was, after all, a man who would not exert himself without gain. Oh, please do. I am curious to hear what Zhong Peng might request before such an audience. The Dragon Emperor responded with intrigue. Well, it is nothing grand. Earlier, Zhuo Gongzi expressed admiration for my literary talent. I believe in the principle of sharing joy with others. So I propose that I compose a poem today and have Zhuo Gongzi recite it to convey our deep sentiments. Zhong Peng spoke with a serious demeanor, and had one been unaware of the context, they might have lauded his intentions. The martial generals exchanged glances, chuckling at Zhuo Songqiu's predicament. Haha, serves you right. You were the one who instigated this, and now you've brought yourself into the fray. Zhuo Songqiu's face turned a deep shade of embarrassment. Zhong Peng seemed intent on dragging him down with him. How cruel. Having to read his poem would surely hinder Zhuo's future social outings. However, considering your ability to reconcile past grievances, your words reveal you to be a reasonable person, so I grant it, the Dragon Emperor declared. But, your Majesty, Zhuo Songqiu began to protest, but was promptly silenced by the Dragon Emperor's authoritative voice. What? Do you have objections, Zhuo Xianshi? The Dragon Emperor intoned with authority. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's stern demeanor, Zhuo Songqiu dared not speak further. Any additional words could be seen as defiance against the imperial will. He slumped his head, acknowledging defeat. Very well, since there are no objections, Zhong Xianshi, please proceed. Servants, prepare the writing tools. The attendants hastily set up the writing supplies on a newly brought table at the center of the hall. A hushed anticipation enveloped the space as everyone awaited Zhong Peng's performance, while Zhuo Songqiu felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. Zhong Peng approached, pacing back and forth in the center. At times he furrowed his brow, at others, he relaxed, yet he remained hesitant to put pen to paper. The audience grew impatient. They wondered why he was taking so long, considering that even a mediocre poem would be a stroke of luck. Why is Zhong Xianshi not writing? Is there a problem? The Dragon Emperor inquired impatiently. Oh, not at all. I was merely contemplating the theme of my poem, Zhong Peng replied. Oh, what could be simpler? Poetry is merely narrative, commentary, expression, and description. The focus lies in emotional expression and vivid imagery, such as using scenery to convey emotions or intertwining feelings with the landscape, the Dragon Emperor explained. Imparting the essence of poetry. Surely, anyone with an education would be familiar with this. So why was the Dragon Emperor reiterating it for Zhong Peng? Zhong Peng understood this well. Ah, I have it. At this moment, it is the height of summer, the sun blazing down, which reminds me of the chill of winter. During the transition from winter to spring, one cannot help but admire the plum blossom, one of the three friends of winter alongside pine and bamboo. Therefore, I shall use the plum as my theme, bringing a refreshing essence to this sweltering summer. Oh, since you have a draft in mind, we shall eagerly await your creation. Zhong Peng nodded slightly, then took up the brush, writing with a rather inexperienced hand. His grip on the brush suggested he had not practiced calligraphy much, holding it awkwardly. With a deep breath, Zhong Peng began to write, signaling that he intended to complete it in one go, without hesitation. It is completed. I kindly request young masters what to review it and read the poem aloud. You are certainly capable of doing so. Zhong Peng gently blew upon the still wet ink, then cautiously lifted the page and approached Zhuo Songqiu. Reluctantly, Zhuo Songqiu accepted it. However, upon opening it, he was utterly astonished. Chapter 60. To insult you is to hold you in esteem. It is not that the content is particularly shocking, but rather that the handwriting is utterly incomprehensible to Zhuo Songqiu. Even if someone were to write with their toes, it would undoubtedly be more aesthetically pleasing. Young Master Zhuo, what is the matter? The Dragon Emperor observed Zhuo Songqiu's expression, his brow furrowed. Damn it, why aren't you reading? Haha. One typically appreciates a masterpiece with utmost seriousness. Your Majesty need not be so impatient. I believe young Master Zhuo is simply contemplating. Zhong Peng chuckled, attempting to alleviate the tension. Yet, even while aiding another, he couldn't resist boasting about himself, his audacity provoking disdain among the onlookers. The crowd regarded Zhong Peng's antics as mere nonsense, rolling their eyes and choosing to ignore him, fearing that continued observation might induce nausea. Zhuo Songqiu, grappling with the poem penned by Zhong Peng, exhausted every means of interpretation, glancing sideways, upside down, even gazing skyward, finally discerning its content. Although he remained perplexed, the imposing gaze of the Dragon Emperor and the intense scrutiny of the esteemed guests compelled him to wipe his brow and clear his throat. Master Zhong's piece is titled Sleeping Plum Blossoms. Zhuo Songqiu began, reciting with a gravity befitting the occasion. Sleeping plum whispers of flowers, while branches lament unfulfilled desires. From afar, it resembles water. Thus, it permeates the verdant spring. It resembles green, casting a tranquil shade of dark green. It resembles the clarity of spring's emerald. It resembles bamboo, casting a serene shade of spring bamboo. It resembles the transparency of rippling bamboo. What on earth is this? What does it even mean? It's a jumbled mess. After concluding his reading, Zhuo Songqiu lifted his gaze, only to find the audience regarding him with peculiar expressions, their faces flushed. What is going on? Is something amiss? Why are they looking at me like that? Reflecting on his earlier recitation, he discerned no irregularities. Perhaps bewilderment clouded his judgment. He remained in a state of confusion. Oh, Master Zhong's creation possesses a certain charm, particularly the notions of permeable and transparent that have truly given me much to ponder. The audience could no longer contain their amusement, especially as Zhuo Songqiu earnestly solicited wisdom. Laughter erupted among them, some struggling to keep their composure, even banging their tables in mirth. Zhong Peng, you are clearly mocking our brother Zhuo, exclaimed Song Zi, rising to confront Zhong Peng. As a close friend of Zhuo Songqiu's, he had always been at odds with Zhong Peng. Fully aware of the reason behind the laughter, it was all due to Zhong Peng's poem. Song Zi, what do you mean by that? I failed to comprehend your words. Please, be explicit, Zhong Peng replied, casting a sidelong glance at the young master of the Song family. I merely requested young Master Zhuo to read my humble work. You all expressed admiration for my literary talent earlier. I was simply attempting to impart knowledge. But it seems you interpret it as mockery. Are you trying to incite discord between me and young Master Zhuo? Bah, Zhong Peng, you are talking nonsense. How dare you twist words and offer such a pompous excuse for your actions? Song Zi retorted. What did you do that you think everyone is unaware? The laughter stems from your poem, which clearly insinuates that our brother Zhuo is at this juncture. He abruptly halted, recognizing the potential fallout of his words. Everyone understood Zhong Peng's implication, yet articulating it would inevitably lead to Zhuo Songqiu's displeasure, regardless of Zhong Peng's intent. Should he speak it aloud? The ensuing laughter would surely belittle Zhuo Songqiu, rendering Song Zi a fool. What is it? Speak up, Song Zi. How can you, with such inability to articulate, dare to criticize me? Zhong Peng scoffed. To be frank, your appearance has utterly diminished my appetite. You look like a dried-up eggplant, and standing before me, you barely reach my waist. Speaking to you feels laborious. Wouldn't it be easier for you to hang yourself to spare the world from your embarrassment? Oh, I sincerely apologize. I did not consider your predicament. Even if you were to hang yourself, you wouldn't reach the beam, and the wasted silk would exceed that of others. Truly tragic. Zhong Peng launched a verbal assault, the crowd suppressing laughter at the sight of Song Zi's dismal appearance. Having been nudged by Song Zi's earlier remarks, Zhuo Songqiu finally grasped the situation, recalling his prior reading with growing indignation. How dare you, Zhong Peng, to so shamefully humiliate us? I, Zhuangqiu, shall not let this stand. Song Zi mirrored his fury. Ha ha, Zhuangqiu. You speak as if I am eager to contend with you both. You two were conspiring against me just moments ago. Do you think I am blind to your intentions? Do not assume that I am easily deceived. Oh, it seems this young master from the Zhong family is not as foolish as I presumed. He is aware of their schemes. Just as Song Zi prepared to retaliate, an elder seated before him raised a hand, signaling him to sit down. How could you be so impudent as to quarrel with Master Zhong? The elder reproached Song Zi. General Zhong has been away for years, rarely returning, and his mother's whereabouts are unknown. He has grown up without love or guidance, which has shaped his temperament. You must show understanding. While chastising Song Zi, the elder's words inadvertently struck a nerve with Zhong Peng. He fixed his gaze upon the elder, who was none other than Song Shiwen, the head of the Song family and a powerful minister. Hearing the elder's remarks, both Song Zi and Zhuangqiu felt a sense of vindication. Child, I acknowledge my faults. Surely, Master Song, you speak too harshly, interjected a figure seated at the end of the front row. Although his words were casual, they carried an air of authority that left listeners breathless. Zhong Peng turned to see a youth seated with a wine cup in hand, well known to all, including Zhong Peng himself. This young general, Meng Jingping, was the youngest general of the Yunnan kingdom. Having enlisted at 14, he had achieved numerous victories, and by 19, he had been appointed the Grand General of the East, renowned for his military prowess. However, in recent years, due to a lack of conflict in the East, the Dragon Emperor had summoned him back to the capital for respite, an apparent attempt to diminish his influence. Zhong Peng had never crossed paths with Meng Jingping, so he paid no mind to others' opinions of him, but the elder's comments had insulted Zhang Buhui, Zhong Peng's father. Unable to tolerate the slight, Meng Jingping spoke up. Zhong Peng offered a gentle smile to Meng Jingping, nodding in gratitude, and Meng Jingping returned the gesture. Indeed, Master Meng speaks the truth. As the sole heir of the Zhong family, I have been accustomed to arrogance since childhood, often speaking without restraint. Should I have offended anyone, I beg your forgiveness. Zhong Peng bowed respectfully to Song Shiwen, expressing contrition. However, the latter part of Zhong Peng's statement ignited Song Shiwen's wrath. Yet, I have a question. Would Master Song care to answer? Young Master Zhong, if you have any doubts, please speak freely. I shall listen attentively, remarked Song Shiwen. It is true that the Song family is distinctly different from my Zhong family, being abundant in descendants, a veritable hive of youth and talent in numbers beyond count. Moreover, esteemed Sir Song occupies a venerable position in the court, with a reputation built on years of diligent service to the nation and its people, Zhong Peng replied leisurely. Yet, that young fellow, though somewhat naive to the ways of the world, is aware of the adage that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Even the offspring of a rat knows how to burrow. What puzzles me, however, is how, given the Song family's illustrious lineage, one could produce a son like young Master Song. It is indeed remarkable that Sir Song is not an ordinary individual. He possesses the fortitude to endure what many could not, raising him to maturity with an unperturbed demeanor. I harbor no ill intentions, merely offering a benevolent reminder to Sir Song. It would be prudent to discern the true nature of those before you. Nurture with care, lest you find, in the end, that you have dressed another in fine garments, only to regret it when it is too late. Chapter 61. A discontented parting. As the leading figure of the younger generation of the Song family, Song Zi was undoubtedly a prized protege of Song Shiwen. The magnitude of the occasion was such that Song Shiwen had chosen to keep Song Zi by his side, which clearly indicated his high regard for the young man. When the crowd heard Zhong Peng's remarks, they struggled to suppress their amusement, mindful of Song Shiwen's dignity. Earlier, Song Shiwen had only subtly admonished Zhong Peng, and although everyone understood the implication, Zhong Peng had spoken bluntly, showing no consideration for Song Shiwen's feelings. Old fellow, if you speak of me, I shall retaliate with even greater ferocity. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Rest assured, I shall repay you in kind, Zhong Peng declared. The audience was taken aback by his audacity, daring to speak thus. According to Zhong Peng, with such noble lineage in your family, how could such an aberration as this arise? Surely, there must be some scandal behind it. Might it be that during your busy days, one of your wives engaged in indiscretions? This insinuation was tantamount to suggesting that Song Shiwen might be wearing a green hat, having lived a significant portion of his life Song Shuwen had never endured such indignity. Zhong Peng, you insolent brat, say that again if you dare, he exclaimed, slamming the table and rising. His trembling finger pointing menacingly at Zhong Peng, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ah, my lord, there is no need for such anger. The boy merely intended to offer a friendly reminder. If my words displease you, disregard them. As they say, honest words are often hard to hear, Zhong Peng retorted, startled by the old man's wrath, stepping back in trepidation. You wretched pup, today I shall tear your mouth apart, Song Shuwen bellowed, advancing toward Zhong Peng in a fit of rage. Witnessing this, the crowd rushed forward to restrain him, pleading for calm. Old man, what do you intend to do? Zhong Peng, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, felt a surge of fear. Are you really going to resort to violence, just because you cannot match my wit? You insulted my father first. I am merely returning the favor. With many blocking his path, Zhong Peng felt emboldened. Let go of me. If Zhong Bu Hui won't discipline you, then I, too, shall teach this foul-mouthed brat a lesson. Old scoundrel, if you have the guts, come at me. If I fear you, I am unworthy of the surname Zhong. Zhong Peng's bravado grew louder, embodying the reckless demeanor of a privileged youth. Yet in his heart, he wondered if he had pushed things too far, anticipating that the Dragon Emperor would soon intervene, as was customary in such scenarios. Indeed, the Dragon Emperor, seated at the head of the table, slammed his hand down, rising in fury. The imperial fruits scattered from the table, rolling across the floor. Enough. This is absurd. Before the crown prince and the two holy envoys, what kind of conduct is this? Have you no sense of decorum? Cease this at once and step aside. I wish to see how you will proceed from here. The emperor's anger rendered the assembly silent, the once boisterous hall now so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Those who had been restraining Song Shuwen and blocking Zhong Peng gradually returned to their seats, behaving as meekly as newborn lambs. Only Song Shuwen and Zhong Peng remained locked in a gaze, yet neither dared to make a move. Zhong Peng thought to himself, with the wall of bodies gone, the old man might just leap at me. Unconsciously, he took a step back, creating distance. However, Song Shuwen was not as Zhong Peng had imagined. Instead, he turned to the Dragon Emperor, took a few quick steps, and fell to his knees. Ah, your majesty, I beseech you to take my side. I have devoted my life to the service of the state, only to be sullied today by this young imp, leaving me with no face to continue living in this world. Tears streamed down Song Shuwen's face as he knelt, feeling as if the weight of the world had descended upon him. Seeing that his display of authority had the desired effect, the Dragon Emperor let out a slight hum and resumed his seat. Bold Zhong Peng, do you acknowledge your transgressions? He asked, his gaze piercing into Zhong Peng. I do, your majesty, Zhong Peng replied reluctantly, lowering his head in submission, resembling a guilty schoolboy before a stern teacher. His eyes remained glued to his knees, reflecting on the saying that a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. What a farce. If I can't find gold here, does that make me any less of a man? He mused. Yet you dare to argue in my presence, the Dragon Emperor exclaimed, slamming the table once more, startling Zhong Peng. Lord Song, despite his shortcomings, is your elder. Your words were disrespectful and unruly, verging on treasonous. According to the law, you deserve 80 strokes of the cane as a warning to others. However, considering the circumstances and your youthful ignorance, I shall spare you this punishment. Yet, you cannot escape your guilt. You are hereby confined to the Zhong residence to reflect on your actions. You shall not step outside without my command or face my wrath. Do you dissent? I do not, your majesty. I humbly thank you for your mercy, and I shall obey, Zhong Peng replied. Song Shuwen, witnessing the leniency shown to Zhong Peng, felt a surge of discontent. Your majesty, is it wise to be so lenient with this boy? It seems biased, and such favoritism may chill the hearts of your subjects. He lamented. Song Shuwen, what do you imply? Do you believe I am partial to Zhong Peng? Do you not recognize your own faults in this matter? I do not presume to argue, Song Shuwen replied. Humph. You are a senior statesman, yet behave as if you are above reproach, squabbling with a child before esteemed guests. Is this not a disgrace to Yunlan? I am at fault. I beg your majesty's judgment, Song Shuwen said, bowing his head once more. Enough, rise. This matter is closed. I wish for no similar incidents in the future, the Dragon Emperor declared, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you, your majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Song Shuwen responded, rising unsteadily. Your wisdom? Today, you have all disappointed me greatly. Do you think they are the only ones at fault? As ministers of the court, you stood by while they quarreled, fanning the flames instead of quelling the discord. It pains me to see how lenient I have been with you all, allowing you to devolve into this state. The Dragon Emperor admonished, his voice heavy with authority. Zhongpeng, seeing your earlier bravado, I trust you are well fed now? Yes, Your Majesty, I am about 7/10 full. It was quite satisfactory. If you offer me more, I could indulge further, Zhongping replied cheekily. Since you are satisfied, return to the Zhang residence at once. Why do you linger here? Do you wish for me to send you off? Ah, there is no need for that. I shall take my leave, Zhongpeng said. And upon hearing the emperor's dismissal, he made his way to the door, glancing back at the sumptuous feast laid out on the table. As Zhongping exited, the Dragon Emperor rubbed his temples, seeking to quell the lingering irritation within. I find myself somewhat fatigued. I shall retire to my chambers for a brief respite. I ask for the Crown Prince and the 2 holy envoys to excuse me. Oh, it matters not. The sovereign, burdened with the affairs of the nation and the welfare of the people, naturally understands the gravity of his responsibilities. Please, Your Majesty, feel free to proceed as you wish. Ren Tianqing smiled and cupped his hands in respect towards the Dragon Emperor, who acknowledged him with a nod. Inger, you shall preside over matters here. Today, the Crown Prince shall take his rest under your care. Do not neglect him. I understand, and I shall obey your command, replied the son dutifully. Once the Dragon Emperor departed, an awkward silence enveloped the gathering. The guests, having been chastised by the emperor, found little inclination for merriment or conviviality. After some idle chatter, Ren Tianqing perceived that there was nothing of particular significance remaining. Citing his fatigue from travel, he exchanged a few polite remarks with the attendees before departing with Long Ying to his residence. Chapter 62. Encountering kindness, Zhongpeng left the Tianluo Palace in a daze, moving towards the palace exit solely guided by instinct, resembling a soulless shell. Just as he was about to depart, he sensed several gazes fixated upon him. With a consciousness lingering closely by, he felt an acute awareness of this presence. It wasn't until he spotted Zhong Gongsheng waiting outside the hall that his demeanor began to improve. Zhong Gongsheng had not accompanied him into the Tianluo Palace. As the steward of the Zhang residence, he required permission to enter, even though he had once held the title of General Yulan. That was merely a remnant of the past. Young master, why are you out so soon? Has the affair concluded? Oh, not quite. The emperor, out of kindness, deemed that I had been laboring day and night, and graciously allowed me to return to rest instead of continuing to serve. I'd sooner believe a ghost. You little rascal never speaks the truth. It seems I'll have to wait until I can inquire with those old friends to learn the truth. The two exchanged no further words. Indeed, the palace radiated an undeniable grandeur, exuding an air of solemnity and magnificence. Although Zhongpeng had glimpsed the palace's grand entrance long ago, it felt as if his feet were blistering before he finally reached it. Upon exiting, he turned back to gaze at the palace courtyard, only to be startled by the sight of a ferocious tiger with its mouth agape, roaring menacingly at him. In an instant, the vision vanished, restoring the tranquility of the heavens. Once he had fully exited the palace, the lingering sensation of that probing consciousness dissipated, prompting Zhongpeng to exhale deeply. What a relief it is to breathe again. Despite his earlier arrogance in the Tianluo Palace, he recognized that he had traversed the very brink of danger. At this moment, Zhongping was alarmingly weak, vulnerable enough that a mere breath from another could extinguish him. Those who wished him harm needed not exert effort. A mere thought would suffice. When he received the Dragon Emperor's edict to proceed to the East Gate to welcome the envoy from the heavenly gift, he encountered a silhouette etched in his memory. Standing behind the Crown Prince Long Ying was a figure cloaked in black, a detail that had escaped his notice at the time. Yet, as they made their way to the palace, Zhongpeng inadvertently observed something perplexing. Long Ying led the way while the cloaked figure maintained a distance of 3 feet behind him, matching his pace. Upon closer inspection, Zhongpeng realized that the figure was not following Long Ying's steps, but rather those of Ren Tianqing, who walked ahead. No matter the circumstance, the cloaked figure never positioned himself in front of Ren Tianqing and appeared quite restrained. Even for a prince, such a demeanor was peculiar. How could someone in the Crown Prince's retinue not stay closely by his side, but instead linger at a distance? Although 3 feet may seem trivial, it offered ample opportunity for an astute observer to exploit. Why, then, did Long Ying not react? This was utterly illogical. Where there was an anomaly, there must be a reason. Could there be some underlying matter between them? Memories of the guards who had interrogated Long Ji resurfaced, and the words of one guard echoed in his mind. A figure in black was always by the Crown Prince's side. Was the cloaked figure at Zui Xianglu the same? Unfortunately, Zhong Peng had never glimpsed the figure in Appo's face. The guard had mentioned another characteristic. The eyes were sunken and particularly unsettling. Zhong Peng was merely wary. If there was indeed a connection, the implications could be dire. He could not afford to attract attention in his current state. With the heavenly gifts, benevolent Emperor Ren Xiaoyao sending Ren Tianxing to Yunlan, and Ren Tianxing daring to arrive with only 2 companions, it suggested that those 2 were formidable indeed. If they took notice of him, he would find himself in a precarious position. Thus, Zhong Peng resolved to act out his role as a reckless young master, creating a scene in the Qianghua Palace to divert their attention away from himself. He reflected on his recent behavior, pondering where he might have faltered or left openings. Suddenly, he collided with something, halting his thoughts abruptly. Before him lay an elderly man, rubbing his lower back. What the? Did I just encounter a scammer? Is this profession even present in this realm? Hey, old man, are you blind? With such a wide path, you chose to bump into me? Seeking death, are we? Get up. Zhong Peng snapped, reverting to his usual brash demeanor. Uncle Luo, are you all right? A young girl hurried over, assisting the elder and expressing concern. She had been distracted by the sights of the street and rushed over at the commotion. Did you not hear what I said? Are you planning to extort me? Zhong Peng pressed, still brimming with indignation. How dare you? You knocked my Uncle Luo down and yet have the audacity to act innocent? If you do not provide an explanation today, I shall see to it that you regret it. The girl retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhong Peng. How barbaric. I've seen rudeness, but this takes the cake. Not only did you collide with someone, but you also refused to apologize. Ah, the young lady is quite unique indeed. I am Zhong Peng. May I inquire your name and place of residence? Zhong Peng smiled disarmingly. Upon recognizing the identity of the perpetrator, onlookers began to retreat, wary of the unfolding drama. How naive this girl is, demanding an explanation. Alas, it seems she is destined to be entangled in this mess. This does not concern you. Did you not hear my words? The girl interjected. Ah, I did hear, but what would you have me do? All you need to do is apologize to my Uncle Luo and help us find suitable lodging, and then I shall overlook this matter. The girl, relieved that her uncle was unharmed, was eager for a simple resolution, having just arrived in Yunlan and unfamiliar with the area. Is it truly that simple? Indeed it is. Then allow me to extend an invitation. Since you are in search of accommodation, why not stay at my residence? Zhong Peng offered. The girl hesitated, glancing at the elder, who nodded slightly. Very well, your sincerity is noted. Lead the way. Zhong Peng, thrilled by the development, promptly took the lead. Zhong Gongcheng, observing in disbelief, wondered how they had ended up in this predicament. Those familiar with Zhong Peng's identity sighed, lamenting the inevitable fate awaiting them. Zhong Peng, realizing that the 2 newcomers were undoubtedly from afar, inferred their purpose was linked to the divine realm. It was curious that only these 2 had arrived in Yunlan, and the girl's self-identification as Amidst hinted at a notable background. Consequently, the elder could not merely be an ordinary old man. Zhong Peng was keen to align himself with powerful forces. Possessing such allies would grant him the leverage to act freely. Fearing the worst, he was particularly anxious about Ren Tianxing's potential interest in him. The aura surrounding the 2 companions invoked a sense of dread, and despite the protective shadow of the Dragon Emperor, it felt insufficient compared to his own strength. Quickly, instruct the kitchen to prepare food and drink to welcome our guests. Before even entering the Zhong residence, Zhong Peng shouted to the guards, his voice and expression suggesting the estate was a bustling tavern. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, since the young master has issued a command, one cannot help but comply. Thus, they promptly proceeded. Zhong Peng cordially welcomed the 2 into the Zhong residence, only 2. Firmly shut the gates of the estate in broad daylight, decreeing that no one was to open the doors, regardless of who might arrive. He even added that not even His Majesty the Dragon Emperor would be granted an audience. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. Chapter 63. Each with their own purpose, Zhong Peng graciously escorted the 2 individuals to the reception hall, inquiring about their well-being. I sincerely apologize for the earlier inconvenience. Is the elder all right? He asked. Not at all. I should be thanking you for your kindness in hosting me today. The old man expressed his gratitude. There is no need for such formalities. Kindness to others is merely a trivial matter, Zhong Peng replied with an open-hearted demeanor. At that moment, Zhu Hao, Han Peking, and Zhong Ling, upon hearing of Zhong Peng's return, entered the reception hall. As they stepped inside, Zhongling, who intended to ask Zhongpeng some questions, halted in her tracks, her large eyes fixed on the unfamiliar young girl. Who is this person that has come to our home? She wondered aloud. Zhu Hao, sensing something amiss, echoed her sentiments. Zhongpi was only gone for the morning. How could he return with two new guests? One is a frail young girl, and the other an elderly man. What is going on here? Rumors had long circulated about Zhong Peng's notorious reputation, and indeed, the truth was manifesting itself. In just half a day, he had seemingly abducted a common girl. Yet, the old man's presence was puzzling. The girl did not appear to be a victim of abduction either. Perhaps she had been lured here by sweet words. What a calamity! Each of them speculated silently. Oh, you all are quite swift. I barely returned, and here you are, Zhongpeng exclaimed. Come, take a seat. They settled down, but their eyes remained fixated on the pair of newcomers. Initially, the two guests smiled amicably, but the intense scrutiny rendered them uncomfortable, prompting them to look downwards in embarrassment. After all, it was 4 against 2, and they were at a disadvantage. Zhu Hao sensed the peculiar atmosphere and discreetly signaled to Zhongpeng. Little Peng, what's wrong? Aren't you going to smooth things over? Do you want us to remain in this awkward silence? Look at Zhongling's gaze. If you don't speak soon, I fear she may explode. Prompted by Zhu Hao's words, Zhongpeng glanced at Zhongling, who was staring intently at the young girl with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Oh dear, how could I forget to introduce you to? Zhongpeng exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The esteemed individuals seated across from you are renowned figures on the Yunlan sect's ranking list, the Venerable Yuan Chong, Han Peking, and Zhu Hao. And this young lady is my sister, Zhongling. The two guests lifted their heads and returned a respectful salute. Brother Zhu, Brother Han, may I inquire about your origins? Zhongpeng suddenly remembered that he had neglected to ask about their background. My apologies. May I ask who you are? He stammered, scratching his head sheepishly. Well, I must say, you certainly have a bold spirit, bringing strangers into your home without knowing who they are. Did you simply see a pretty girl and wish to act recklessly? Is that what a person of your stature ought to do? Zhongling gazed at Zhongpeng in disbelief. Oh, I am Luo Quanbi, and this is my young lady, Qianen. We have traveled a long distance for matters concerning the divine realm. By mere chance, we encountered Master Zhong on the streets today, and he graciously invited us to rest here. I am immensely grateful for the hospitality and hope you will not take offense, the elder explained. Not at all. It is a pleasure to meet you, they responded, relieved to understand the situation. Luo Quanbi thought to himself that, having arrived in Yunlan with the princess, they were unfamiliar with the area. Staying at an inn would be cumbersome due to the crowds, so it was indeed a fortuitous choice to be here. Upon arriving in Yunlan, he had felt a familiar aura, prompting him to remain vigilant. This was, after all, the territory of the Tianci, and he needed to exercise utmost caution. To ensure a smooth integration into this place, Luo Quanbi recognized the importance of fostering a good relationship with the residents. Little did the elder know that the Zhong residence was not merely a sanctuary. It could very well be a swirling vortex of intrigue. Outside Xianghua Palace, a throng of people emerged, each bearing expressions that varied from joy to sorrow. With the absence of the Dragon Emperor and Ren Tianqing, it was inevitable that the gathering would soon disperse. They exchanged polite farewells and returned to their respective homes. Finally, Song Sherwin exited Xianghua Palace, his eyes brimming with barely contained fury, his hands clenched tightly around Zhongpeng's name. Zhongpeng, he spat through gritted teeth. At the residence of the first prince, Long Ying escorted Ren Tianqing and his companions to the guest quarters, assigning a guard to attend to them before closing the door and departing. Once Long Ying had left, the dark-clad holy envoy waved his hand, and an enchantment enveloped the room, rendering them inaudible from the outside. Ren Tianqing shrugged off his sleeves and seated himself. Once the barrier was set, the two holy envoys took their seats. What are your thoughts on today's events? He inquired with a smile after they were settled. The two men furrowed their brows in contemplation, and the literary holy envoy spoke first. Your Highness, the Dragon Emperor is a man of profound depths. Even simple conversation is fraught with hidden meanings and implications. I too find the Dragon Emperor to be an extraordinary figure, the martial holy envoy added, his voice laced with trepidation. His few words compelled us to follow his lead. Had it not been for your cleverness, Your Highness, we might have fallen into his trap. The literary holy envoy nodded, recalling the events at Xianghua Palace, which had left him wary of the Dragon Emperor. Furthermore, I noticed something peculiar. The Tianluo has always revered martial prowess. As the ruler of Yunlan, The Dragon Emperor's elemental power ought to surpass that of ordinary individuals. Yet I discovered he possesses only low-level strength. This is a conundrum I cannot fathom. Our benevolent emperor commands unparalleled power. So why does the Dragon Emperor elicit such concern with his seemingly meager capabilities? Ah, you're at it again. The strength of a person cannot solely be measured by their elemental prowess, the literary holy envoy chided. Indeed, you are correct. A person's worth cannot be reduced to mere power. Nevertheless, the outcome remains unchanged. Yunlan will forever be a part of Tianci, Ren Tianqing asserted. Yes, your highness is right. Regardless, no matter how cunning the Dragon Emperor may be, what can he truly do? Sigh. I merely worry that your performance today has drawn too much attention. It may not bode well for us, the literary holy envoy remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Ren Tianqing. You speak true. I recognize my overreach. Yet, I was left with no choice, as the Dragon Emperor pressed me into a corner, forcing me to take risks. Ren Tianqing admitted, humbled. Humph. As if I don't know what the Crown Prince is thinking. Youthful arrogance. The Dragon Emperor's pressure incited a strong response from you, and while it may seem advantageous, you have indeed lost ground, the literary holy envoy noted. Do not fret. Even if the Dragon Emperor possesses something, he will not act openly. All we need to do is to tread carefully moving forward. Ren Tianqing, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze from the literary holy envoy and changed the subject. What do you think of Zhongpeng? Zhongpeng, the one who insulted Song Sherwen? He is merely a junior from a prominent family. If he were in the empire, I would have dealt with him without hesitation, the martial holy envoy said with disdain. Recalling Zhongpeng's past actions, the literary holy envoy shared a similar sentiment. Is there something about him that intrigues you, your highness? The literary holy envoy asked curiously. Not particularly. I just feel something is amiss, though I cannot articulate it at the moment, Ren Tianqing replied. Oh, what seems to be the issue? Perhaps we can offer insight. Both holy envoys inquired, their curiosity piqued. Zhongpeng himself is not problematic, yet certain aspects evoke my suspicion, Ren Tianqing remarked, leading to a contradiction in his own statement. How could one be without issues, yet still raise suspicion? He simply felt that Zhongpeng was overly bold in his actions. Both saints were acutely aware that the imperial capital harbored numerous obstinate youths akin to him, reckless and audacious in their actions. Nevertheless, they adhered to a cardinal principle, the tenet of authority. If one fails to grasp even this fundamental truth, then they are unworthy of holding the title of authority and lack the audacity to assume such a role. Ren Tianqing elucidated the concept of authority to the martial and literary saints. Initially, they perceived no significance in his words, but as he continued, they found his reasoning increasingly compelling. The two saints nodded in agreement, signaling Ren Tianqing to proceed with his discourse. Chapter 64. Ren Tianqing's perspective on Zhongpeng. A competent ruler must possess the ability to gauge circumstances, to dominate the weak while fearing the strong. This is an immutable law that has endured through the ages. Ordinary families seldom have such leaders, as they lack the innate qualities required. As a paragon of the Yunlan rulers, Zhongpeng must surely be well versed in these principles. However, during today's gathering, Zhongpeng audaciously engaged in mockery of Song Sherwen within the Qianghua Palace, which escalated to the point of igniting a verbal altercation akin to a street brawl. Although his jibes were veiled, Song Sherwen's retorts were remarkably sharp. This situation appears rather irregular. What ordinary ruler would dare behave in such a manner? With the Dragon Emperor present and numerous ministers gathered, the atmosphere alone would be enough to stifle any lesser ruler. Ren Tianqing lifted his teacup, perhaps feeling parched after sharing so much. Indeed, your highness, you make a valid point, remarked the martial sage, nodding thoughtfully. Since you mention this as merely one aspect, I presume there are others? The literary sage concurred, though he was more astonished by Ren Tianqing's keen observational skills. It was remarkable that he could discern such subtleties upon a mere first meeting. Certainly, Ren Tianqing continued after setting down his teacup. The second aspect pertains to the Dragon Emperor and Apos' attitude towards Zhongpeng. Have you two sages noticed that while the Dragon Emperor often seems intent on challenging Zhongpeng, he simultaneously provides him protection? The Dragon Emperor's disciplinary actions, rather than serving as punishment, appear to be a means of safeguarding him. Following Zhongpeng's humiliation of Song Sherwen, it is certain that the latter will not let the matter rest easily. By commanding Zhongpeng to reflect in isolation at home, the Dragon Emperor likely wishes to prevent him from falling victim to underhanded schemes. The literary sage interjected, I am aware that Zhong Peng's father, Zhong Buhui, is the commander of the southwestern region of Yunnan and dotes on his only son. His agreement to guard the southwest was also intended to ensure a smooth life for Zhong Peng. It is only natural for the Dragon Emperor to protect him. No, the martial sage countered. You misinterpret Tianqing's meaning. I do not suggest that the Dragon Emperor's actions are wrong. I merely find it perplexing. If the Dragon Emperor intends to protect Zhong Peng, why then place him in such a precarious position, right under our noses? Zhong Peng seems to accept this situation as his due, playing along with the Dragon Emperor's grand performance before us. Is this mere coincidence? Perhaps the Dragon Emperor wishes to divert our attention towards an inconsequential ruler, facilitating his own machinations. After all, Zhong Peng is nothing more than a thoroughly spoiled second-generation heir. Indeed, the martial sage's reasoning holds merit, yet what truly concerns me is the third aspect. Both sages are aware that Tianqing's Yunlin illusory sound is a high-tier divine technique capable of directly assaulting one's soul, from which those of lesser cultivation cannot escape. Although Tianqing employed merely a fraction of his strength, it sufficed to hypnotize the mind. Despite Zhong Peng appearing fatigued, his gaze remained unclouded, indicating that the illusory sound had no effect on his soul. Could it be that Zhong Peng's spiritual fortitude is extraordinarily formidable? The martial and literary sages exchanged glances. Momentarily speechless, they were well aware of the potency of the illusory sound and found themselves bewildered by Ren Tianqing's observations. Then it follows that Zhong Peng may indeed pose a significant issue that warrants investigation, the literary sage concluded. Humph, look at your timid demeanor, believing every rumor you hear. Even if Zhong Peng possesses some peculiarities, he is merely the son of a general. What major upheaval could he possibly instigate? Is it necessary to mobilize such resources over him? The martial sage retorted. Why do you always enjoy contradicting me? I truly wish to avoid your company. You only serve to vex me, the literary sage lamented, wishing to silence the martial sage. Your discomfort arises from your own overexertion at your age. You ought to pace yourself, the martial sage muttered. Can we focus on the matter at hand? Must you persist in this bickering? The literary sage sighed in exasperation. I merely offer a word of caution. If you disregard it, so be it. But to act on your whims while silencing others is quite tyrannical, the martial sage continued. Enough. Let us not quarrel any further. Investigating Zhong Peng is indeed necessary, yet there is no need to overemphasize it. A watchful eye will suffice, Ren Tianqing interjected, fearing that without his intervention, the two might come to blows. Come here, Ren Tianqing called to a black-robed attendant standing nearby. Your Highness, the attendant hurried forward, somewhat apprehensive. What transpired during that incident? Ren Tianqing inquired. Your Highness, please spare my life. Allow me to explain. To avoid detection, I employed a nascent soul-eating worm, which yields similar effects. However, it was unforeseen that the worm was discovered before it could fully manifest within the subject, the black-robed figure stammered. Ren Tianqing scoffed. I seek only results, yet you present me with a plethora of excuses. I fail to fulfill my duty, Your Highness. Please spare me. The attendant pleaded, collapsing to his knees in terror. Very well, the matter has passed. I shall not hold it against you today, but do not disappoint me again, Ren Tianqing replied, exhaling in relief. You must remember that when your sect was annihilated, I exerted great effort to preserve your life. You must understand that I can both protect and eliminate you. I will never forget the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by your Highness. I vow lifelong loyalty. With no ulterior motives, the attendant assured. That is for the best. Ensure that you execute your duties flawlessly next time. Rise, Ren Tianqing commanded. Yes, the attendant breathed deeply, relieved, as he stood and retreated. Is your Highness planning to? The literary sage whispered to Ren Tianqing after the attendant had exited. I merely prepare for contingencies, Ren Tianqing replied. In these chaotic times, reliable sources indicate that demonic factions have infiltrated our territory, especially the demon kin, who wreak havoc near our borders. Such a conflict is unavoidable, and I, as Tianzi, must lead the troops into battle, which will inevitably weaken our state. Moreover, the Human Supervisory Office has issued the Sacred Yuan Pact, and with Zhong Buhui's capabilities, he poses a considerable challenge. I simply wish to avoid unforeseen complications, which is why I resort to such measures. Your foresight and extensive planning are commendable, Your Highness. We are truly in awe, the martial and literary sages praised, marveling at how the Crown Prince had foreseen even this aspect. affirming his worthy status as the heir to Tianzi. Not at all. I will require the steadfast assistance of both sages in the future, Ren Tianxing replied. Rest assured, Your Highness, we will spare no effort in supporting you. Remaining loyal to Tianzi, the martial and literary sages declared in unison, securing their loyalty to Ren Tianxing. Had Zhong Peng been present at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, his perceived flawless performance was riddled with vulnerabilities, dissected thoroughly by Ren Tianxing. Yet, Zhong Peng found solace in the fact that Ren Tianxing did not seem intent on investigating him further. Thus, he felt a measure of relief, indifferent to the rest, as danger had become a habitual presence, rendering it less fearsome. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Zhong residence was one of merriment. The feast was fully prepared, and as guests took their seats, they engaged in spirited exchanges, drinking to their heart's content. Zhong Ling was animatedly conversing with Qianan, as women's interactions often proved simpler than those of men. Sister Qianan, you are truly beautiful, Zhong Ling exclaimed. You, too, Sister Linger, are as enchanting as a flower. Oh, your attire is exquisite. Where did you purchase it? Indeed, I will take you there next time. That shop's garments are meticulously crafted, and I frequent it often. Is that so? You must take me along next time. Indeed, Sister Qianan, I possess a plethora of exquisite garments. You and I are quite alike. Shall we venture to try some on? Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed at once. Thus, the two of them hastily cast aside their bowls and chopsticks, swiftly making their way to Zhongling's room, leaving a few bewildered gentlemen in their wake. Chapter 65. Temptation and strategy. Perhaps Linger and Miss Qianan are not fond of such occasions, and they, wishing for our enjoyment, chose not to disturb us. There is no need for concern, esteemed elder. I firmly believe that the Zhong residence is the safest haven within Yunlan City, where no one dares to act recklessly. Please, esteemed elder. Zhang Ping smiled awkwardly, raising his wine cup toward Luo Quanbi. Upon hearing Zhang Ping's words, Luo Quanbi felt a slight sense of relief, raised his cup, and took a sip, although his gaze remained fixed on Zhong Ling and her companion as they departed. What has come over Princess Qianan? Why does she follow others without any sense of caution? This is rather careless. I have yet to inquire about your origins, esteemed elder. With the emergence of the Yunlan divine realm and the gathering of warriors, I hope you will indulge my curiosity. After several rounds of drinks, Zhong Peng clasped his hands in a salute to Luo Quanbi and asked, It is not surprising that you inquire, young Master Zhong. It is not that I am unwilling to share, but I have my own reasons for silence. I hope you will be understanding. Oh, it matters not. Since the esteemed elder prefers to remain reticent, I shall not press further, Zhong Peng replied nonchalantly. Zhong Peng regarded Luo Quanbi, realizing that this gentleman bore no ill intentions toward him. Thus, it was evident that he was neither from triumph nor any domain blessed by the heavens, which reassured Zhong Peng that he need not harbor excessive wariness. The wine could no longer flow freely, although Zhong Peng appeared devoid of any ulterior motives. It is prudent to maintain a sense of vigilance in life. Fortunately, Princess Qianan remained within his watchful gaze. Otherwise, he would not have dared to indulge so carefreely. Eventually, Luo Quanbi requested Zhong Peng to allow him to retire to his quarters under the pretense of fatigue. Zhong Shu, kindly escort the esteemed elder to a guest room for rest. And please inform Linger that Miss Qianan has traveled a great distance and should be allowed to recuperate. Zhong Gongqing instructed, nodding in understanding as he led Luo Quanbi to his room. Afterward, he visited Zhong Ling's chamber to convey the message, and though Qianan was reluctant, she followed Zhong Gongqing back to Luo Quanbi's quarters. Their residences were conveniently close, facilitating mutual care. Upon seeing Qianan, Luo Quanbi waved his hand, enveloping the room in a barrier, rendering it impervious to outside ears. Zhong Gongqing, having ensured the completion of his task, retreated a couple of steps and turned toward the reception hall. Brother Zhu, Brother Han, what are your thoughts? Zhang Ping inquired, aware that Luo Quanbi and Qianan had returned to their quarters. Zhu Hao and Han Poku exchanged knowing glances, both smiling wryly and shaking their heads. Zhu Hao remarked, Young brother, that man exhibits no signs of energy fluctuations. He appears as an ordinary person. Yet, at such a time, we must be even more vigilant. Who would dare enter the capital of Yunlan if not someone formidable like Luo Quanbi? Zhu Hao's concerns grew at this thought. Han Poku wholeheartedly agreed, nodding vigorously. In these times, one must remain ever vigilant. Zhong Peng refrained from responding, and soon Zhong Gongqing entered the reception hall, informing Zhong Peng that the arrangements had been made. Zhong Peng nodded, inviting Zhong Gongqing to take a seat, then leisurely lifted his teacup to sip. Suddenly, two wisps of white mist coalesced on Zhong Peng's right side, and as the mist dissipated, two figures cloaked in black robes gradually materialized. All 8 pairs of eyes turned toward them, recognizing the two as Yu Jiao and Yu Wu, the shadowy protectors left by the Dragon Emperor to safeguard Zhong Peng and his companions. Zhong Peng and the others gazed at the duo with anticipation, hoping for the answers they sought. The two, however, wore expressions of dismay, unsure of how to respond. To be candid, we did not discern the true strength of that man. Upon exchanging glances, the elder's eyes resembled a vast sea of stars, unfathomable. I suspect that he may have already noticed both Yu Wu and me, and his true power likely surpasses ours. It was Yu Jiao, ever the talkative one, who spoke up, articulating his assessment, which only deepened Zhu Hao and the others' concerns. What purpose could this person have in coming to Yunlan, particularly to the Zhong residence? That is for the best. I can finally breathe easy. Upon hearing the group's discourse, Zhong Peng seemed to release a heavy sigh of relief. Everyone stared at Zhong Peng in disbelief. Is it so natural to feel at ease? Are you sure this isn't inviting disaster? If the situation were to spiral out of control, none of us can guarantee we would manage it. Ewing pondered whether to report this matter to the Dragon Emperor, suggesting that prominent figures be dispatched as a precaution. Yet, Zhong Peng's nonchalance regarding the situation left everyone baffled. Zhong Peng's reasoning was simple. Since the elder's strength is extraordinary, keeping him within the Zhong residence would facilitate his endeavors. Ultimately, if the situation grew dire, he could always use the elder as a shield. Having witnessed the prowess of the two holy envoys accompanying Ren Tianxing to Yunlan, Zhong Peng understood that their capabilities should not be underestimated. If his suspicions proved correct, then it would be imperative for him to seek justice for Zhong Ping, inevitably leading to a day of confrontation. Thus, prioritizing the enhancement of his own strength became paramount. Zhong Shu, how much silver do we currently have at our disposal? Ignoring the puzzled gazes of those around him, Zhong Peng addressed Zhong Gongqing, replying to young master. After deducting this year's military salaries, there are no other expenditures, and we have approximately 30 million taels available. However, Zhong Gongqing, though uncertain of Zhong Peng's motives, answered casually. Yet, he also felt the need to remind Zhong Peng of the source of these funds. The Dragon Emperor has never neglected military provisions, generously compensating for campaigns. He has stated that he would rather have gaps in rations than see his valiant soldiers go hungry. This has been a crucial reason for Yunlan's rapid growth. Soldiers, fully aware of the Emperor's grace, economize to avoid burdening the nation, and their savings are entrusted to Zhong Buhui. Zhong Buhui has repeatedly expressed a desire to return these funds to the treasury, yet the Dragon Emperor has refused. Alas, this is merely a drop in the bucket. It is far from sufficient. Zhong Peng comprehended Zhong Gongqing's intentions, yet given his current predicament, he had to take risks. Money is hard to earn, and challenges abound. This remains true at all times. It always appears effortless for others to amass wealth, yet it feels so insurmountable when it comes to oneself. Rest assured, there are no buts. I am confident in my ability to reclaim the funds. Please prepare the available silver. I require it for my forthcoming endeavors, Zhong Peng stated earnestly, his confidence emanating from deep within. Though Zhong Gongqing was puzzled by Zhong Peng's next steps, he chose to trust him unconditionally based on his recent conduct. Zhong Gongqing exited the reception hall once more, following Zhong Peng's instructions to convert the available assets into silver notes, completing the transactions before handing them over to Zhong Peng. This afternoon, I shall venture out with brothers Zhu and Han. Zhong Shu, you will remain here to guard our stronghold, Zhong Peng said solemnly as he accepted the silver notes from Zhong Gongqing. Zhong Gongqing had just handed the banknotes to Zhong Peng when he heard Zhong Peng's arrangement. Looking at him with a face full of questions. Does the young master not trust me? Why am I not allowed to accompany him? Zhong Peng, seemingly reading Zhong Gongqing's thoughts, reassured him, young master Zhong, given the chaotic state of Yunlan, it is imprudent to have too many people involved. Youthful master Zhong, regardless of the circumstances, we must follow you. Yu Wu and Yu Jiao interjected eagerly, as they noticed they were not mentioned in Zhong Peng's plans. Absolutely not. You must keep watch over the Zhong residence without fail, Zhong Peng firmly rejected. Regardless of what young master Zhong says, my brother and I will accompany you. Do not forget, You are currently confined to the Zhong residence under the Dragon Emperor's strict orders. We are merely fulfilling our duty. Today, if you choose to leave, we would be remiss in our duty if we did not follow. If you refuse us passage, then I must apologize for the offense, Yu Jiao declared resolutely. If you do not allow us to go with you, then you shall not set foot outside the Zhong residence today. Zhong Peng felt a headache coming on. If he denied their request, he knew they would not be able to leave either. However, if he permitted them to accompany him, the Dragon Emperor would undoubtedly be informed of his actions. After much deliberation, they reached a compromise. Zhong Peng agreed to allow one of them to accompany him while the other remained to oversee the Zhong residence, especially considering the presence of the enigmatic Luo Quanbi within. Yu Wu and Yu Jiao did not press the matter further and ultimately decided that Yu Jiao would follow, leaving Yu Wu to guard the Zhong residence. Chapter 66. The Royal Auction House. Now I understand. No wonder the young master returned so early. It seems he was expelled by the Dragon Emperor. From what Yu Ying implies, it appears that Zhong Peng must have offended His Majesty, thus requiring him to reflect at home. I have long known that Zhong Peng has never been a person to abide by the rules. Just after receiving the Dragon Emperor's reprimand, he is already contemplating an exit. However, Zhong Gongqing is curious about what exactly Zhong Peng did to provoke the usually composed Dragon Emperor into a fit of rage. There must be some intriguing details. I absolutely cannot miss the opportunity for gossip and must delve into this matter when time permits. Zhong Peng, on the other hand, is not concerned with why Zhong Gongqing bears such a look of relief. His only pressing concern is to strengthen his own faction's power. The situation is now clear. With Ren Tianqing's arrival, I believe the subsequent forces will soon follow. At that point, it will be increasingly difficult for him to execute his plans, especially with the day of the Divine Realm's opening drawing near. Time no longer permits Zhong Peng to continue solidifying his strength at a leisurely pace. If he wishes to remain independent at this juncture, he has only two options. One is to play it safe, act as a good citizen, and wait for the Divine Realm matters to conclude before gradually developing his power. The other is to seek victory through peril, placing himself in a position of life and death. There are no other alternatives. Zhong Peng decisively chooses the latter, constantly reminding himself that he has no chance of remaining compliant. Setting aside Zhong Peng's current predicament, the title of the Southwest Commander Zhong Buhui's son has already become a target for numerous bounty hunters in the Triumph Kingdom, making him one of the objectives for those with ulterior motives. As for Zhong Peng himself, the cause of the original owner's death remains a mystery, and if he wishes to occupy this body with a clear conscience, he must grow stronger. Only by enhancing his own strength can he uncover the truths he seeks. A person's power is a crucial basis for evaluating their blind spots. As one's perspective broadens, these blind spots naturally diminish. To expand his power, one must recruit allies and leverage external forces. For Zhong Peng, the recruitment of personnel is a secondary concern, as he is merely the son of a general and has no means to gather followers. Moreover, given the current circumstances, those of lower cultivation are of little use to him, while those of higher cultivation he cannot afford to employ. Zhong Peng often dreams of having a few exceptional masters like Tsongshan Dashing and Feng Tianqin at his side, yet such aspirations are merely fanciful, utterly unattainable. What ability does he possess to entice such individuals? Thus, Zhong Peng can only strive to enhance his existing manpower. The only means of rapidly improving one's cultivation is through training resources. Possessing the esteemed status of a royal auction VIP granted by the Dragon Emperor, he must make the most of it. The foolish miss opportunities, the wise seize them, while the truly sagacious create them. With this self-encouragement, Zhong Ping decides to pool his available wealth to visit the royal auction house. Zhong Ping is aware that his actions might be deemed preposterous by the wise. Yet he truly has no other recourse. He must gamble everything. Currently, aside from Zhu Hao and Han Po Kuang, his strength remains insufficient, and it is imperative to elevate them first, with the matter of cultivation being addressed gradually later. Once he has made his decision, Zhong Peng hesitates no longer. He nods deeply to Zhong Gongqing and Yu Wu, then departs the Zhong residence with Zhu Hao and Han Po Kuang. Naturally, they cannot exit through the main gate of the Zhong residence. The Dragon Emperor's orders echo in their ears, and even Zhong Peng, as audacious as he may be, cannot openly defy them. Transforming back into Nide, he stealthily slips out through the back door, mindful that even if the Dragon Emperor overlooks this, Zhong Peng himself must exercise caution. However, this stealthy approach still draws some attention, for Nide is now well known his name widely recognized. As they walk along the street, the chatter of passers-by can be heard. It seems that the identity of Ni can no longer be used for long. He must adopt another persona in the future, lest he attract the suspicion of those with ulterior motives. As Zhong Peng traverses the path, he is exuberant, commenting on everything he observes. In contrast, Zhu Hao, Han Po Kuang, and Yu Jiu appear less enthusiastic, merely offering casual agreement, and at times, completely ignoring him. The three keep a distance of 3 steps from Zhong Peng, as if to signify their unfamiliarity with him. Even a rustic newcomer from the countryside would not behave as Zhong Peng does, counting the floors of a tall building aloud. Wow, look how tall this building is. Don't you think the builders must be exhausted? I get a headache just counting. Ah, look at that girl. Dressed so alluringly and provocatively. Truly, the times are in decline, and people have lost their morals. Doesn't she fear provoking unwanted attention? Goodness, I am truly amazed. You are counting floors, which is fine given the height of the building. A unique marvel worthy of admiration. But what is the meaning of your comments directed at a courtesan soliciting clients? She is in that line of work, after all, and would welcome such attention. Your words do not showcase your purity, they merely reveal your baseness. Indeed, it is an exercise in futility, a case of overstepping while trying to be discreet, and now, with such audacity, he even seeks our opinion as if we are close acquaintances. Consequently, the three of them distance themselves further from Zhong Peng. Damn, are there any assassins around? Now that we are at a distance from this guy, it would be best if someone could deal with him. Hey look, Zhong Peng turns around only to find that he is alone. Upon looking up, he sees the three in the distance, engaged in their own pursuits. Frustrated, he walks back, pulling Zhu Hao and Yu Jiu along. What is going on? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up, we're almost there. The three glance at the expressions of the onlookers, feeling an indescribable awkwardness. Oh, so you do know him. I thought you weren't together. Are you asking for directions, young master? Zhu Hao quickly plays dumb. I don't know this guy. He might be looking for directions. Zhong Peng is at a loss for words. What's wrong? Just because I've changed my appearance, you no longer recognize me? What have I done to deserve this treatment? Hey, what is going on? We've arrived. Zhong Peng points ahead. Damn. It can't be hidden any longer. Since we've arrived, let us hurry inside and hide. The gazes of the onlookers are unsettling. Without saying a word, the trio grabs Zhong Peng and rushes towards the indicated location. In truth, none of them had even read the sign above the entrance. Only upon reaching the entrance and looking up do they realize where they have arrived, the Royal Auction House. The Royal Auction House is situated across from the Wangjiang Tower, a site beloved by scholars and poets, belonging to the renowned Yunlan scenic area. In contrast, the auction house is a place coveted by martial artists. As most auctioned items pertain to their interests, perhaps it is because the fragrance of fine wine does not fear the narrow alley. By establishing the auction house here, it might pique the curiosity of more martial artists, leading to unexpected gains. As Zhu Hao and the others gaze at the plaque, their confusion deepens. What does Zhong Peng intend to do? Both he and Han Po Kuang indeed wish to enter and take a look, as they have always been left yearning for more. Being mere wandering cultivators, both are devoted to understanding their own paths and lack the financial means to enter such a place. Observing Zhong Peng's intentions today, they feel fortunate to be allowed a glimpse. Yet, Yu Jiu felt little sentiment, for he had visited this place several times before, finding it rather unremarkable in his eyes. It was merely a hub for commerce. Come, let us venture inside and take a look. Considering it a form of recreation, Zhong Peng proclaimed, striding confidently towards the interior. Zhu Hao, brimming with eagerness, promptly followed suit. Today presented a rare opportunity to explore, and such moments were not to be overlooked. Chapter 67. The devoted Lord Wang Wanji. The four individuals ambled into the royal auction venue, but to the astonishment of Zhong Peng and Han Park, there was not a single guard stationed at the grand entrance of such a vast auction hall. Upon entering, they found themselves in a lengthy alley that was rather narrow. 6 people walking side by side would undoubtedly feel quite cramped. What sort of arrangement was this? Logically, once the auction commenced, throngs of people would flock here, making it a bustling scene. Why was there only this narrow passageway? However, Zhu Hao and the others soon realized that the grand entrance was not the true entry point. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the actual entrance to the auction hall, yet Zhong Peng halted in his tracks. Why aren't you moving forward? The auction hall is right ahead, Yu Jiu inquired. Did you not express your desire to explore earlier? Why do you hesitate now that we've reached the entrance? This seems rather peculiar. As a high-end auction venue, the absence of guards struck Zhu Hao as particularly odd, given that the items on auction here must be extraordinary treasures. How can such an important place have such lax security? Even small taverns have a few bouncers to maintain order. Zhu Hao and Han Park had even used their spiritual senses to probe around, confirming that there were indeed no defenses in place. The more they pondered, the more thought-provoking it became. Yu Jiao scoffed, "You all are overthinking this. Why would it need such stringent protection?" Yu Jiao did not address Zhu Hao's query directly, but retorted with an air of arrogance. Seeing Yu Jiao's demeanor, the three suddenly understood it was only natural. This auction venue bore the royal name, indicating that it belonged to the Yunlan royal family, specifically the Dragon Emperor. As the sovereign of Yunlan, who would dare stir trouble here? Anyone attempting to cause disorder would only walk away with an auction item, while losing their very life. Unless one could contend with the imperial court, it was futile. This clarifies why there were no elite guards. The capable ones looked down upon such tasks, while the incapable ones dared not challenge them. The Dragon Emperor had little purpose in placing his strength here, which explained the scene before them. Yet, the entrance was undeniably shabby. After all, this was a renowned establishment. Could they not even afford a proper pathway? Though they understood the lack of defense. Han Park pointed to the narrow alley behind them and remarked, "With such a small path, how can others pass through? It seems they are intent on driving their business into the ground." The four of them found the path too constricted, and if the auction were open to the public, it would surely lead to chaos and potentially even fatalities. Yu Jiao shook his head at Han Park. "It's clear you have no talent for business. You'll only survive through brute force." "What did you just say? Clarify your words. Do not think I would refrain from acting against you simply because you are powerful." Han Park retorted angrily. "What I meant is that I possess ample means to ensure my financial prosperity," he added defiantly. "Calm down, brother Han. I believe I understand the reason." Zhong Peng interjected with a smile after pondering for a moment. "Oh." Yu Jiao elongated his tone, seemingly skeptical of Zhong Peng's assertion. Zhu Hao released Han Park, who also quelled his ire, awaiting Zhong Peng's elaboration. "This is merely a marketing strategy employed by the auction house, ultimately benefiting our Dragon Emperor. You seem to have a unique perspective. Could you elaborate?" Yu Jiao inquired with intrigue. Zhu Hao continued, "I believe this tactic serves merely to cater to the vanity of the bidders." Although Zhu Hao and Han Park remained puzzled, Yu Jiao regarded Zhong Peng with admiration, sensing he had more to say. It is well known that entry permits to the royal auction venue are exceedingly rare, for rarity confers value. Securing an entry qualification signifies one's elevated status. This notion is not baseless. Those permitted entry are indicative of differing ranks, with earlier entries denoting higher status. Thus, the Dragon Emperor could ascertain the hierarchy within the martial world. Yet, the public held little resentment towards this arrangement, as it symbolized strength and was a matter of pride. "Ha ha, young master, you are indeed exceptional. It is no wonder the Dragon Emperor favors you so." Yu Jiao remarked in agreement. Upon hearing Zhong Peng's explanation, Zhu Hao and Han Park felt enlightened. What seemed a complicated matter was, in fact, quite straightforward. They realized they had much to learn. "Let us proceed. It is time to enter," Zhong Peng declared. Upon reaching the grand entrance, they encountered a notice: auction premises. No entry for the uninvited. Following this were several polite phrases laced with a hint of threat. "The auction venue is not yet open to the public. Please await further notice. If you do not belong here, kindly turn back and maintain decorum." "If you, how arrogant. What sort of person do you think I am, to be threatened so?" Without hesitation, he strode boldly inside. Instead of a storm of authority or intense questioning, they were met with, "May I inquire what brings you here?" A young servant, who had been tidying the hall, abruptly halted and hurried towards Zhong Peng and the others with a question. "Is this how you treat your guests?" Zhong Peng thought, incredulous. Even if you are unperturbed by disturbances, basic hospitality should still be observed. "Do you not see how many of us have come?" "Excuse me. Is there someone in charge here? May I request an audience with them?" Zhong Peng politely queried. "Ah, my superior is quite busy with matters and cannot attend to you at the moment. If you have any requests, you may speak with me." Such arrogance. "If I were to disclose my purpose, would you even have the authority to act upon it?" Zhong Peng maintained his courteous facade, slightly nodding, and exchanged a glance with Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao understood Zhong Peng and Appo's intent and retrieved a token from his waist, presenting it before the servant. Upon recognizing it, the servant's demeanor shifted from calm to alarmed. I shall inform the Lord at once. Please wait here. Without waiting for Zhong Peng's response, the servant hurried into the inner chamber. The token Yu Jiu displayed was the royal auction venue's pass, indicating their distinguished status. Not just anyone possessed such a token. It was either for close partners of the auction or esteemed individuals of rank. Before long, a figure emerged from the inner chamber. A man of striking appearance and refined demeanor, approaching Zhong Peng and his companions. He appeared to be in his 40s, with hair as dark as ink, though slightly graying at the temples. His keen eyes sparkled with wisdom, suggesting he was no novice in the world. My apologies for the oversight. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. You appear unfamiliar. Forgive my ignorance. Oh, sir, your busy schedule allows you to meet us, which is already a remarkable courtesy. There is no need for apologies, Zhong Peng replied courteously. May I ask your names? I am Inide. Have you heard of me? Oh, it is indeed the esteemed young master and I who graces this place. I beg your pardon for any offense. I am Wang Wanji, the local custodian. If there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to command. Wang Wanji has long received instructions from above to extend a warm welcome to a gentleman by the name of Inide, should he arrive. Such courtesy is unnecessary, for it is rare to visit without purpose, young Master Zhong candidly remarked. Then, I kindly invite you all to enter and partake of some tea, Wang Wanji offered. Ushering Zhong and his companions into the modest inner chamber, where preparations for tea were promptly made. The inner sanctum appeared exceedingly austere, devoid of any embellishments. Merely a simple bed and an unremarkable table constituted its furnishings. Is this truly the abode of the revered Wang Daguang? How remarkably unadorned it is. Chapter 68. I simply wish to engage in a transaction. It appears that the esteemed master of offerings is indeed a reclusive sage. With a gentle touch upon the exceedingly humble chair, Zhong Peng lamented. Upon entering the grand hall, they were met with an atmosphere of unparalleled opulence. The decor was resplendent, exuding an air of sophistication. Although the seating arrangements were modest, every chair was crafted from ancient rosewood, inlaid with soft jade that radiated warmth. This jade, while devoid of any practical benefits for cultivation, provided a refreshing ambience, rendering the seating exquisitely comfortable. Above, the VIP area was accentuated by the harmonious interplay of heaven, earth, and humanity, a realm that Zhong Peng could only imagine to be even more magnificent than the hall below. In stark contrast, Wang Wanji's abode was a realm apart, utterly dissonant with the grandeur outside. You flatter me, young master, and I merely seek to work without distractions. The simpler the surroundings, the easier it is to maintain peace of mind and focus on one's tasks. No cacophony of strings to disrupt my thoughts, no burdensome documents to weigh me down. Perhaps this is the most tranquil moment one can experience as a human, Wang Wanji proclaimed, executing a peculiar gesture with his hand. Instantly, a surge of energy radiated outward, and with a sudden force, the inner chamber transformed dramatically. To Zhong Peng's astonishment, the bed that had once been in plain view turned itself around, now facing away from him, while 4 bedposts emitted beams of light that soared upwards. As the 4 beams converged, they cascaded down like celestial flowers, swiftly enveloping the chamber. A spatial barrier, Zhu Hao and Han Poku exclaimed in astonishment. Unlike other artificially constructed barriers, spatial barriers could not be easily dismantled by those lacking the requisite strength. They were forged from the essence of heavenly crystals, and once established, any trapped individual would require threefold the barrier and Oppo's power to escape, or rely on the caster to release it. The outside world remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within, making such barriers a favored choice for those with formidable influence during critical matters. However, their immense energy cost rendered them impractical for frequent use. Once this spatial barrier was enacted, the opposing party was placed in a position of vulnerability, their fate entirely at the mercy of the one who cast the barrier, turning dialogue into a mere exchange devoid of negotiation. This technique was among the royal auction house's age-old secrets to ensure success. Yet, Wang Wanji had never interacted with Zhong Peng before and remained oblivious to his character. Young master and I must have significant matters at hand to prevent eavesdropping. I have no choice but to resort to this measure. I hope for your understanding, Wang Wanji expressed with regret, as the spatial barrier enveloped the chamber. Both Zhu Hao and Han Poku shot furious glances at Wang Wanji, silently cursing him. If not for Zhong Peng's presence, they would likely have drawn their weapons, seeking to confront him. The esteemed master of offerings is quite considerate. I have no objections, Zhong Peng thought, secretly pleased. The fewer individuals who were privy to his intentions, the better it would serve his interests. Even if Wang Wanji had not initiated this, Zhong Peng would have found a way to compel him to do so. Now, Zhong Peng sensed the delicacy of his situation, opting for utmost caution. Wang Wanji's actions were thus welcomed. Wang Wanji regarded the composed Zhong Peng, feeling somewhat at a loss. This young man was unlike anyone he had ever encountered. Did he truly harbor no fear? While the spatial barrier was indeed formidable, it was not without its flaws. Zhong Peng lifted a cup of tea from the table, took a sip, and remarked, though this barrier possesses terrifying power, its caster must remain with the subject. Unless one is reckless, indifferent to life and death, I doubt Mr. Wang is such a person. Seemingly discerning Wang Wanji's thoughts, Zhong Peng elaborated on the barrier's shortcomings. Moreover, even if Mr. Wang is a loyal and righteous individual, devoted to his cause, I come bearing the authorization of those above you. Can you truly act contrary to that? With this, he declared, if so, I shall accept my fate, and there is no need for further discussion. Wang Wanji stared, bewildered, at Zhong Peng, who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age, with cultivation levels only at the lower tier. How could he possess such insight? Even the most seasoned individuals in the realm would not grasp it as thoroughly. Wang Wanji's perceptions were not unfounded. Initially, Zhong Peng had felt no particular awareness. But once the spatial barrier was established, his consciousness granted him a profound understanding of its nature. Wang Wanji had not anticipated that a mere courteous remark would compel the young master and I to lay everything bare, leaving him with no retreat. Yet Zhong Peng understood that he bore a token bestowed by the Dragon Emperor as a safeguard. Without that privilege, he might very well face annihilation without Wang Wanji even batting an eye. My visit today does indeed serve a purpose. I hope the esteemed master of offerings can facilitate my request. While I am the offering master here, some matters are beyond my sole discretion. Wang Wanji lamented. If young master and I is so resolute, I hope you can allow us a moment to deliberate before reaching a decision. Suddenly, Wang Wanji shifted his stance. Once focused solely on the auction house's interests, he now found himself reconsidering. Of course, Mr. Wang, please proceed. Zhong Peng replied, understandingly. As the barrier receded, moments later, Wang Wanji returned with an elderly companion, who promptly established the barrier once more. The elder appeared pallid, devoid of color, even his eyes were white. Cough, cough. My old eyes fail me, and I could not recognize you all. However, I have heard from young Wang that you all possess remarkable backgrounds. If you seek something, please articulate your desires clearly. My age leaves me somewhat frail for other matters. Dear sir, you need not fret. I am merely here to discuss a business transaction with your esteemed establishment. There is no need for hostility. I may be young, but I cannot endure such treatment. Though Zhong Peng feigned a timid demeanor, his meaning was unmistakable to all present. I am here to forge a partnership with your esteemed establishment. There is no need for repeated tests of my resolve. If such tactics could intimidate me, I would not have come here at all. The elder burst into a series of hearty, unsettling laughs. Young master and I is indeed unlike others. Our establishment has received directives from above, ensuring that you are to be treated with utmost respect. However, your arrival seems a tad premature. The official opening is still some time away. The royal auction house operates under the Dragon Emperor's decree. The emperor had merely agreed to overlook Zhong Peng's actions on the day of the opening and granted him all rights. However, the scheduled date had yet to arrive, and all matters remained under the purview of the appointed authorities. You speak truly, dear sir. My visit here today is not intended to wield undue influence. I merely wish to cultivate a good relationship with your establishment, Zhong Peng said earnestly. I fully comprehend the rules of your establishment. To receive, one must first give. With a flourish, Zhong Peng revealed a substantial stack of silver notes upon the table. The vermilion seals glimmered as they caught the light, captivating the attention of all present. Might these facilitate a reasonable transaction with your esteemed establishment? The moment Zhong Peng placed the silver notes on the table, both Wang Wanji and the elder's eyes widened in surprise. Their purpose in this encounter was not to forge animosity, but to pursue substantial gain. Upon witnessing the abundance of silver notes presented by their companion, both individuals were captivated, their eyes shimmering with avarice, yearning to claim the fortune for themselves. Chapter 69. Should we not take action? Pray tell, what manner of transaction does young master and I seek to engage in with our establishment? The elder withdrew his gaze, pondering. Money is indeed a fine commodity. None would ever find it excessive. Yet, seeing how extravagantly you, young master, and I, have presented yourself, it stands to reason that your desires must be rather intricate. It is prudent to inquire further. One must proceed with caution. Oh, might it be that your esteemed establishment offers transactions beyond just rare treasures? The elder chuckled. Perhaps this is your first visit to an auction house, young master, and I. Your understanding appears somewhat limited. Indeed, it is my first experience, Zhong Peng candidly admitted. There is no shame in ignorance. One need not feign knowledge. Our establishment does not solely host auctions. Nearly every auction house engages in various forms of trade. Primarily, we auction rare treasures, martial arts techniques, and weapons of all tiers. However, we also deal in inner cores of elemental beasts, martial artist records, and various pieces of information. Our dealings are quite extensive. The elder divulged every detail to Zhong Peng. Zhong Peng was taken aback. The auction industry was far more complex than he had anticipated. It seemed that with sufficient financial resources, one could acquire almost anything. What immense power must be wielded to conduct such affairs? Surely, the might of a single nation, Yunlan, would not suffice. There must be other operational methods at play. Today marks a revelation for me. I am truly impressed. I have come solely to procure some natural treasures. Nothing more. Zhong Peng clarified his intentions to the elder. The elder exchanged a glance with Wang Wanji, both displaying expressions of consternation. Observing the elder's white eyes roll, Wang Wanji was equally perplexed by the elder's meaning, seeing only a blank expression devoid of clarity. Is my request truly a burden for your esteemed establishment? Zhong Peng inquired. If one opens their doors for business, how can one refuse to earn? Ah, young master and I, you may be misunderstanding. Since our inception, we have adhered to specific protocols. We have never engaged in private transactions. All dealings must occur in open sessions. Although we have received directives from our superiors, it merely allows for young Master Ni's presence during the auction, with no further instructions. Hence, your request does not pose a hardship for us. We are simply bound by our principles. We hope for your understanding, Wang Wanji explained rationally, emphasizing that it was not a matter of unwillingness, but rather a constraint beyond their control. I comprehend your concerns fully, and I share your sentiments, Zhong Peng replied. However, if everything truly were to unfold naturally and within the bounds of regulation, why would I need to present myself here today? Revealing my identity seems superfluous. Furthermore, there is no need for you to feel pressured. I possess ample time. You may report back and await a response. Seeing Zhong Peng's unwavering confidence and noting the three individuals accompanying him, Wang Wanji reflected for a moment. Given that Zhong Peng possessed a superior's pass, which allowed him to utilize the auction venue, and had formidable guardians by his side, it was evident his background was exceptional. Establishing a positive relationship with him could benefit the auction house, as commerce thrives on harmony. If young master and I was indeed affiliated with the upper echelon, then there could be no objection to private transactions. The elder cleverly reframed the situation, seeking to uphold the auction house's principles while facilitating the transaction, thus finding solace in this arrangement. However, let it be clear, the items designated for auction are not included in any private dealings. Naturally, I would not be so naive to assume otherwise, Zhong Peng jested. Then, young master and I, please follow us, the elder beckoned. With a gesture, the spatial barrier dissipated, and he led the way, with Zhong Peng and his companions closely following. The structure of the royal auction house was indeed unique, akin to navigating a labyrinth, where every corridor appeared identical. Were it not for Wang Wanji's guidance, Zhong Peng and his companions would surely have lost their way, as every avenue mirrored the alley they had initially entered. At last, the elder halted, and Zhong Peng looked up to find they had reached a dead end, with a massive stone blocking their path. He had initially thought this area defenseless, but soon recognized the ingenious design of the mechanisms in place. Merely entering was a challenge in itself. Taking a deep breath, the elder raised his hands and pressed them against the stone wall, which emitted a soft glow. Instantly, the stone wall transformed, revealing a pattern reminiscent of a 9-square grid. The elder's hands glided over the surface, pressing various protrusions, causing them to sink while adjacent depressions rose. By heavens! Zhong Peng exclaimed, astonished. Is this a password mechanism? I never imagined the royal auction house would be so advanced. Has a deity traversed time to oversee its construction? Indeed, the vastness of the world reveals the boundless ingenuity of mankind. The elder withdrew his hands, and the surface returned to its original state, as if nothing had occurred. With a soft crack, a seam appeared in the stone wall, which then slowly parted without a sound, revealing a passage wide enough for a single person to pass. The elder entered first, followed by the others in a continuous stream. Upon entering, they were greeted by opulence, the decor mirroring that of the auction hall. Many were bustling about, and in the spacious center were towering stacks of boxes from which spiritual energy emanated, forming a luminous column. It was apparent that these contained natural treasures. Even the finest boxes could not contain the essence within. At least 70 or 80 individuals were at work inside, with a row of people in black seated, awaiting something. 1,000-year seed black grass, harvested too early. Which scoundrel could commit such a heinous act? It infuriates me. If nurtured properly, it could have blossomed into a supreme spiritual herb. What a pity. Sigh. Well then, a low-tier spiritual herb is valued at 6,000 taels. Hurry and secure it. There's hardly any spiritual essence left. It must be stored in the vault. A nearby individual hurriedly took a box and dashed toward the back room. Another approached the mountain of boxes, casually selecting one and carefully setting it on a table. It turned out that those seated were appraisers, evaluating the worth of these natural treasures, holding a paramount position within this realm. Wang Wanji, the elder stated, "This is the core of our auction house. All items for auction are appraised here before being presented. Young Master and I and his companions may select their desired treasures and present them to the appraisers, whose valuations will serve as the transaction price. This manner of trade is quite advantageous for you, as the appraised value represents the minimum price, essentially the standard rate. Should these treasures be taken to auction, the trade price would naturally multiply." "Thank you, esteemed appraiser. This arrangement is most agreeable." Zhongpeng nodded with a smile. "If you and the elder have other matters to attend to, please feel free. I have other affairs to manage, so I shall not disturb you any further. Young Master and I." The elder turned to Wang Wanji. "You remain here to attend to Young Master and I and his companions. Do not slacken your duties. Rest assured, esteemed elder." "I will take care of it," Wang Wanji responded. The elder nodded to Zhongpeng and his group, who returned the gesture with respectful bows. Having ventured inside, Zhongpeng felt no rush. Instead of immediately selecting the extraordinary treasures, he leisurely wandered about. In truth, Zhongpeng harbored a different intention. After all, having gained entry, he was determined to seek out the finest resources that he currently desired most. Presently, Zhongpeng exhibited remarkable control over his consciousness, ensuring that no embarrassing incidents would ensue. He would no longer involuntarily gravitate towards treasures as he once did. Should he not take some action? Otherwise, would he not appear overly reserved? He certainly did not wish to adopt the persona of an overly honest individual, for in this new era, such characters were considered the underprivileged. Chapter 70. I have a cheat device with such thoughts in mind. Zhongpeng promptly set his plans into motion, for he was not one to dither. "Brother Zhu, Brother Han, why don't you both search for any rare treasures that may suit your fancy? Let us hasten to spend our funds and return home sooner," he called out to Han Poku and Zhu Hao, emphasizing the strength of numbers in their endeavor. Furthermore, the elder had allowed Wang Wanji to accompany them, not merely to look after them, but primarily to observe their actions. Hence, Zhongpeng was determined to divert Wang Wanji's attention, lest his covert activities become too conspicuous. Although Zhongpeng was confident that his subtle maneuvers would go unnoticed, being under constant scrutiny was somewhat uncomfortable, a sentiment entirely natural, even for him. Aside from Wang Wanji, the others in attendance were indifferent to Zhongpeng and his companions, as it was a long-standing principle that irrelevant individuals were not permitted in the heart of the royal auction. Since Zhongpeng and the others had gained entry under the auspices of the venerable Wang Wanji, the onlookers had no reason to pay them any mind. Such was the established logic. Upon hearing Zhongpeng's words, Han Poku and Zhu Hao felt no surprise and quickly began to select items. They believed that if Zhongpeng was calling upon them, he surely held no ulterior motives. Given Zhongpeng's relative inexperience, it was plausible that he lacked extensive knowledge regarding these rare treasures, thus seeking their assistance, especially as both of them were formidable practitioners with a certain understanding of such matters. Naturally, they stepped forward without hesitation. It is often said that martial artists possess a certain medical acumen, particularly those who are self-taught, as they are adept at assessing the value of rare materials. In a perilous world where confrontations are frequent and injuries are commonplace, self-taught practitioners grow through battle, relying solely on their own efforts, which cultivates an extraordinary discernment. This is why, once self-taught practitioners mature, they often surpass disciples trained in sects during their trials. Sometimes, even if the sect disciples possess higher cultivation, they may find it difficult to contend with self-taught practitioners. In a life-or-death struggle, sect disciples would certainly find themselves at a disadvantage. Returning to the matter at hand. With Zhu Hao and Han Poku's intervention, Wang Wanji appeared somewhat flustered. The trio of Zhong Peng, Han Poku, and Zhu Hao formed a triangular formation, simultaneously fixated on the boxes containing the rare materials, each taking one to examine. Yu Jiao remained motionless, merely trailing behind Zhong Peng, indifferent to everything else. Wang Wanji felt overwhelmed, unsure of where to direct his gaze. Yet, instinctively, he focused on Zhu Hao and Han Poku, for their imposing presence was unmistakable, akin to towering mountains. In contrast, Zhong Peng, though possessing a noble demeanor, lacked the breadth of experience that might otherwise command attention. Were it not for the imposing aura he projected and the reliance on the token he wielded, he might not have garnered such respect. While his words were eloquent, they rested upon the authority of the token, which implied a subtle threat. Thus, it was only natural that Wang Wanji and Apos, as attention gravitated toward Zhu Hao and Han Poku. Precisely as Zhong Peng had anticipated, Zhong Peng gradually loosened his awareness, cautious not to attract attention, though still wary of fully relinquishing it. Within his dantian, 2 points emitted a faint, nearly imperceptible spiritual energy. Although Zhong Peng was consciously manipulating this energy, he was unaware of its existence. Had it not been for a slight anomaly in his body, he might have presumed he had maintained complete control. This indicated his heightened vigilance. As Zhong Peng's hand brushed against the ethereal light emanating from the boxes containing the rare materials, he sensed a tremendous fluctuation within his consciousness. This was merely a trace of spiritual energy. The magnitude of what might occur if he unleashed more was unfathomable. Fortunately, he remained acutely aware and had released only a minuscule fraction of his energy, or else he would have reached an uncontrollable state. This affirmed the authenticity of the rare materials amassed at the royal auction. Casually selecting a box, Zhong Peng's consciousness instantly recognized the item within, Blue Ling Shan, a rare plant thriving in the frigid glacial regions, exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Should it flourish, it would be immensely beneficial to any martial artist. Note, it can be utilized by any cultivation body, but those below the heavenly origin stage cannot absorb it, or they shall face imminent demise. The meaning was clear. The Blue Ling Shan is challenging to cultivate, but once matured, its utility is vast, applicable only to those at the heavenly origin stage. This treasure was of mid-tier earth grade, suitable for Zhong Peng, Han Poku, and Zhu Hao. However, for those of higher cultivation, its value would diminish considerably, as the limitations of its grade were evident. This is indeed a fine treasure, Zhong Peng remarked, admiring the exquisite box, confident that its contents were even more extraordinary. You truly have an eye for selection, deeming the contents valuable without even opening it. Such is your method of discernment, Wang Wanji commented with a chuckle. Well, since young master and I is pleased, let us proceed according to protocol and present it to the appraiser. As for the outcome, I shall reserve my comments, Wang Wanji said, stepping closer to Zhong Peng. However, I must clarify that any items chosen by young master and I must be purchased at their assessed value. I am merely adhering to established customs. Zhong Peng nodded, not wishing to contest this, especially since his own discerning abilities had validated the item. Very well, I appreciate transparency. I shall take this one, as I trust your establishment harbors no fraudulent items. If it has found its way here, it surely possesses merit, he declared. Just as he was about to hand the Blue Ling Shan to Wang Wanji, he found it inexplicably adhered to his right hand. To avoid raising suspicions, Zhong Peng exerted a slight effort, yet it remained stubbornly in place. I shall take another look, for the selection must be made with care. Missing out on a fine treasure would be unfortunate, he muttered, frustrated. What's the matter? Wang Wanji inquired, sensing Zhong Peng's hesitation. Is there nothing that catches your eye? Please, do not dawdle. Your inexperience is evident here. I anticipated you would select more items. Observing that Zhu Hao and Han Poku had already chosen several items, Wang Wanji noted their selections, though not necessarily of high value, were methodical. Often, the most valuable items are concealed, as they are seldom usable by many. Oh, I have examined this box and find it to my liking. Let us have this one appraised, esteemed Wang, Zhong Peng announced, still determined to extract the Blue Ling Shan from his grasp. Zhong Peng entrusted the box in his possession to Wang Wanji, who merely summoned a young scholar clad in white to take it away for the appraiser's inspection. He then encouraged Zhong Peng to continue his selection. Zhong Peng, however, proceeded with caution, hesitant to examine any further items. The prospect of another awkward encounter loomed over him. This realization stirred a tumult of emotions within Wang Wanji, as he discerned that Zhong Peng was acutely aware of his unsuitability for the task at hand, all the while feigning an air of expertise as he meandered about. It seemed evident that he harbored intentions of allowing the other two individuals to make their selections, suggesting that Wang Wanji's aspirations were likely to be dashed. Chapter 71. The Earth Core Mixed Yuan Jade and the Unprincipled Thief. No longer wasting time on Zhong Peng, the focus shifted to Zhu Hao and Han Pekong. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the appraisers, drawing the attention of everyone present at the heart of the venue. What began as confusion transformed into astonishment, then shock, and ultimately erupted into ecstatic joy. Others rushed to assist Zhong Peng, including a master who had been evaluating the blue spirit orchid, all abandoning their tasks to sprint toward the source of excitement. Ha! It is indeed the Earth Core Mixed Yuan Jade. After years in the appraisal industry, I am fortunate to witness such a celestial treasure in my twilight years. My life is not in vain. The elderly man trembled as he held the gem before his eyes, seemingly determined to engrave its image in his heart forever. Upon hearing his declaration, others approached eagerly, yearning to glimpse the treasure. However, fear of inadvertently damaging it restrained them. They hesitated, wanting to reach out, yet holding back, their eyes filled with eager anticipation, hoping the elder would permit them a closer look. At your age, do you not understand the virtue of composure? Focus on your own matters, a commanding voice rang out, causing everyone to flinch, yet none moved away. Old Qin, what do you resemble now? Like a middle-aged virgin suddenly encountering a beautiful woman, utterly losing composure. Hand it over. Let me take a look. I am quite the veteran here. Don't let this scoundrel misinterpret a radish for ginseng, mistaking a crow for a phoenix. Really now? If you want to see it, just say so. Why frighten me with your seniority? What do you think you are? Old Qin, visibly displeased, reluctantly surrendered the treasure, each step burdened with reluctance. There was no alternative. Despite his unwillingness, he had to comply. After all, rank holds weight. The journey, though brief, felt as if he had traversed half the heavens. Why the hesitation? I'm not demanding your life. Is it that difficult to part with? The elder snatched the item from Old Qin's grasp, and instead of examining it, scolded him. Once the reprimand was issued, he disregarded Old Qin's tearful expression and began to scrutinize the treasure closely. Oh, my heavens, my God! This is indeed the Earth Core Mixed Yuan Jade, of perfect quality, an invaluable gem. He seemed to forget his earlier admonishments, consumed by a fervor greater than that of Old Qin. Wasn't he supposed to be composed and dignified? The crowd, however, paid no mind to the elder's reaction. After all, who could remain unfazed in such a moment? It was a wonder if anyone could withstand the excitement without fainting. Why are you all still wasting time? If this Earth Core Mixed Yuan Jade loses its aura due to your negligence, you'll not be able to compensate with your lives. The elder cursed loudly, abandoning all pretense as he hastily ordered. The young man in white, who had finally squeezed through the crowd, hurriedly retrieved the purple crystal box the elder had mentioned and placed the treasure inside as he made his way to the cabinet. This auction will surely be unprecedentedly fervent. Should we not consider this item as the final auction piece? Someone proposed, convinced that the Earth Core Mixed Yuan Jade would ignite the entire venue, ensuring profits beyond imagination. Have you lost your mind? How can such a celestial treasure be measured by mere currency? Such ignorance. Even if His Majesty were present, I would assert the same. Since the items have already been defined, how can we alter them? Return to your places and focus on your responsibilities. Do not dwell on other matters. The elder waved his sleeve dismissively, humming as he returned to his spot, resuming his work. Though disgruntled by the elder's conduct, the crowd refrained from further comment, each returning to their tasks. Zhong Peng, however, remained fixated on the young man in white holding the Earth Core Mixed Yuan Jade, his gaze unwavering. Following the earlier commotion, the allure of the items being appraised seemed to fade for everyone. What is this rubbish? Who is responsible for this? A perfectly good blue spirit orchid has become like this. It was, in fact, the blue spirit orchid recently selected by Wang Wanji. Both Wang Wanji and Zhong Peng approached, puzzled. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Wang Wanji inquired. What issue? A significant one. According to quality, this blue spirit orchid was top tier. At least a mid-level celestial spirit. However, due to improper preservation, its aura has severely diminished, rendering it nearly worthless. I do not comprehend. Are you suggesting this item is now devoid of value? Zhong Peng asked, bewildered, for upon acquiring it, his consciousness had conveyed its worth. How had it transformed into something of little significance? There is still value. It simply lacks the rarity it possessed at harvest. Though its aura has dissipated, residual spiritual essence remains. It should be valued around 4,000. But that cannot be, based on the preservation quality of the white crystal. It shouldn't have lost its aura so quickly. Was it not sealed properly? The appraiser responded honestly, yet bewildered. Hearing this, Zhong Peng felt a tempest within him. He was acutely aware that when he first picked it up, there had been no anomalies. Could the loss of the blue spirit orchid's aura be connected to its interaction with him? But he had done nothing beyond wishing to understand its use. Could it be? Zhong Peng pondered another possibility, turning inward to his dantian. Within, he noticed wisps of faint white mist swirling. Though sparse, they were distinctly visible. The 2 points above his dantian seemed to be expanding, continually emitting a halo of black and white light. Could it be that his dantian had automatically absorbed the blue spirit orchid's aura? If so, how could this be? Zhong Peng mused, watching as the 2 points suddenly emitted a bright light. Did these 2 points actually comprehend his thoughts and respond? How peculiar. If you understand my words, please indicate so. Zhong Peng tested. Upon uttering this, the 2 points emitted light once more. My goodness, they can indeed comprehend me. Zhong Peng was unconcerned with the reasoning behind this. It was undoubtedly a fortuitous event for him. Now, I pose a question. If you are the ones who absorbed the blue spirit orchid's aura, please signal. If not, remain still. The 2 points emitted light again. Goodness. It truly was me. Can you absorb the energy from any celestial material? Zhong Peng inquired again. This time, there was no response. Perhaps they were unaware. I have given no commands. How could you absorb it autonomously? No reply. What on earth is happening? Yet, Zhong Peng felt an uncanny familiarity with these 2 points. Could they be related to the 2 little beings he had encountered upon entering this body? Reminiscent of the pair of jade Buddha beads he had possessed in his past life? Is it not the case that whatever you are capable of absorbing, you will do so autonomously, while I merely need to engage my consciousness? At last, the 2 orbs emitted a radiant glow once more, this time surpassing the brightness of the previous illumination. It seemed to express an intense yearning, akin to a famished individual suddenly encountering sustenance. Zhao Peng posed numerous questions, some eliciting responses while others remained shrouded in uncertainty. Nonetheless, he grasped the essence of the matter. By simply opening his consciousness, his dantian would instinctively draw in the vital energy it required. This revelation was indeed significant. Might it imply that he should take action? Perhaps indulging in a morally dubious act of theft? Chapter 72. The Hypocrisy of Ni Young Master and I. Would you care to select another? At this moment, Wang Wanji's face bore a hint of embarrassment. Although it had been clearly stated that once a choice was made, the item would be purchased at its estimated price. The pressing issue lay in the fact that the blue spirit coral had suffered a significant loss of its spiritual essence due to improper preservation on their part. To compel Zhong Peng to buy it now would seem somewhat like coercion. Even with a thick skin, Wang Wanji could not bring himself to engage in such underhanded dealings. Hence he inquired apologetically. However, Zhong Peng offered no response to Wang Wanji's question. His brow furrowed, appearing lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Young Master and I. Young Master and I. Wang Wanji waved his hand before Zhong Peng's eyes, wondering if he was displeased. It was understandable. After all, among so many treasures, to have picked something practically worthless would certainly dampen anyone's spirits. Oh, revered patron, you are too modest. Zhong Peng shook his head, casting aside his wandering thoughts. He had indeed heard Wang Wanji's words, but had been preoccupied with his own considerations and had merely failed to respond. I have always prided myself on my integrity. My word is my bond. Since it has been established that once chosen, there would be no regrets, how could I be unfaithful to my word? Zhong Peng declared, feigning righteousness. I believe that purchasing this item for a mere 4,000 taels is not a loss, but rather a gain. While the spirit essence has diminished, it is not entirely devoid of value. As for the other items, that is merely a stroke of luck on my part. There is no need for you to dwell on it. I will purchase it. This is what it means to be financially robust and to embody true manhood. A promise is a promise. Hee hee, young master Ni's composure puts me to shame, and I hold great admiration for you, Wang Wanji replied, at a loss for words. Yet, Zhong Peng shifted the conversation, stating, I have a humble request, and I hope the esteemed patron will grant it. Please feel free to speak. Should it be within my capacity, I will certainly do my utmost, Wang Wanji responded. Well, it is not a grand matter. I trust that the esteemed patron is aware that we have come merely to procure some rare treasures, to ensure we acquire the finest. I must admit my ignorance in this area. If we were to continue selecting without purpose, it would only waste your valuable time, and we would not wish to cause any inconvenience to your esteemed establishment. As the foremost auction house in Yunlan, I am certain you possess many remarkable items. Would it not be better for the esteemed patron to allow us to enter and select some directly? Ultimately, auction house items are meant for sale. With the intention of profit, I would not haggle over prices, Zhong Peng remarked, casting a glance toward the inner chamber with significance. Wang Wanji, upon hearing this, felt as though he had been choked by an unseen force, utterly astonished. Was this fellow merely speaking for his benefit, waiting for his response? It seemed so simple. Yet the difference between the assessed and auction prices could mean a loss of at least half the potential earnings. How could he dare to suggest haggling? Young master's request is quite a challenge for me. To be honest, there are indeed many items within the inner chamber, but it has always been our priority, and no outsiders have ever entered. Oh, just because it has never been done before does not mean it cannot happen. Moreover, I come bearing the emperor's decree. If I cannot enter under these circumstances, I might as well return home. Zhong Peng began to leverage the imperial edict, a tactic he knew all too well, one that seldom failed. If you decline, I shall inform the emperor and let you contend with the consequences. Faced with Zhong Peng's mention of the decree, Wang Wanji could only reluctantly agree, albeit with the condition that only Zhong Peng would be allowed inside, while the others must wait outside. As long as he could enter, everything else could be negotiated. Zhong Peng briefly communicated with Zhu Hao and Han Poku before taking the items they had selected for appraisal. Zhu Hao had chosen 3 items worth 700,000 taels, while Han Poku selected 2 items, exceeding Zhu Hao's total by 50,000 taels. Thus, their temporary expenditure amounted to 1,454,000 taels, and Zhong Peng intended to select more treasures from the inner chamber. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to spend every last tael he had brought. The auction house's inner chamber was exclusive to its staff. As Wang Wanji approached the grand door, it opened automatically. He gestured for Zhong Peng to enter. Inside, the chamber was slightly smaller than his own treasure vault, but impeccably organized, dust-free, and brimming with an array of rare treasures. Each item was accompanied by a description and estimated value. Zhong Peng strolled around, making no further movements. Wang Wanji did not assume he was particularly knowledgeable. Perhaps young master and I was merely assessing the prices of the treasures. After all, higher prices typically indicated greater utility. Observing Zhong Peng, who stood leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, it was evident that his consciousness was gradually expanding, seeking items he could acquire. Oh, this is quite good. Zhong Peng halted before a shelf, pointing to an item as a wave of energy resonated within his consciousness. This was undoubtedly information transmitted from his dantian, indicating the presence of an item he could absorb. The item Zhong Peng indicated was adjacent to the one that had sent out the signal, a mere guise to obscure Wang Wanji's awareness. Wang Wanji glanced where Zhong Peng pointed, and indeed, as he had anticipated, the item selected was the most expensive encountered thus far, prominently labeled, formed in spirit ginseng, with an estimated value of 800,000 taels. Since young master and I has taken a liking to this, why not open it and examine it closely before making a decision? Wang Wanji suggested. Hiki, revered patron, you jest. I know very little about these matters. How could I discern their true value? Zhong Peng replied with a hint of modesty. Moreover, I have immense trust in your appraisal standards. Since this item has caught the attention of esteemed masters and received such a high valuation, it must possess significant utility. I believe the esteemed patron will provide a thorough explanation. This was the customary demeanor of a businessman. Even if the buyer did not inquire, the seller would offer an introduction. Zhong Peng then gently picked up the item beside him, examining it from various angles, while internally urging himself, hurry and absorb it. Then move on to the next. Do not mind my feelings. I am not distressed. Wang Wanji, upon hearing Zhong Peng's words, felt a wave of relief and proceeded to elucidate the description of the in spirit ginseng. By the time he finished, Zhongpeng had also completed his examination and confirmed he had absorbed the essence. All right, this is the one. I quite like it, Zhongpeng stated with satisfaction, nodding. He allowed Wang Wanji to take the item without ever having touched it himself. As they continued, Zhongpeng would pause wherever he sensed a fluctuation of energy, pointing at other items, all the while secretly playing the role of a cunning thief. What is the act of stealing fragrance and jade? Zhongpeng had executed it to perfection today. He not only purchased an item, but also drained the spiritual essence from the other treasures without leaving a trace. Had Wang Wanji known, he might have been driven to the brink of madness, resurrecting from his grave to spit blood once more, but alas, he was blissfully unaware. Chapter 73. Absorption of the core chaos jade. Every time Zhongpeng selected a precious treasure, Wang Wanji felt a pang of regret. The more expensive the items Zhongpeng chose, the greater the loss for their auction house. How many have you picked so far? Zhongpeng inquired after absorbing another type of spiritual energy. Well, young master and I has selected 8 types, totaling 13,600,000 taels, and including outside selections. The total comes to 14,446,000 taels, Wang Wanji calculated in his mind. Zhongpeng had brought along 30 million taels in banknotes. Yet he had spent less than half, which was quite painful for Wang Wanji. Nodding, Zhongpeng acknowledged that while spending money was easy, earning it was arduous. In the blink of an eye, his purse was nearly halved, yet he remained unfazed, as his purpose for this trip was to spend. Zhongpeng did not always wait for the fluctuations in his consciousness to signal a purchase. At times, he would seize opportunities as they arose. After all, he preferred not to linger for too long, fearing Wang Wanji might notice something amiss. Oh, is that the legendary core chaos jade that captured the attention of all the masters earlier? Zhongpeng's gaze fixated on a box nestled within a wall alcove. As he approached the core chaos jade, a violent wave of consciousness surged within him, far more intense than before. Had he not been accustomed to the restlessness of his body, he might have inadvertently revealed his secret, despite his best efforts to suppress it. The agitation continued to struggle within his awareness, as if yearning to break free from Zhongpeng's restraint. It seemed that the 2 points within his dantian craved the core chaos jade with an urgent fervor, promising substantial benefits for him. Before Wang Wanji could respond, Zhongpeng reached out to retrieve the core chaos jade. Young master and I, you absolutely mustn't, Wang Wanji exclaimed, rushing to intervene, but it was too late. Zhongpeng's hand had already brushed against the wall, emitting a radiant glow without any other effect. No matter how he reached, the box remained just beyond his grasp, so close yet unattainable. Why is this happening? Zhongpeng retracted his hand, looking at Wang Wanji. He was certain that Wang Wanji understood the reason for this phenomenon, or else he wouldn't have attempted to warn him moments ago. Seeing that Zhongpeng showed no unusual signs, Wang Wanji let out a sigh of relief and patted his chest. You nearly scared me to death. Thankfully, all is well. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Not just any issue. It's quite serious, Wang Wanji replied, calming down. Young master and I was too reckless just now. You ought to know that our auction house places such valuable items in isolation and seals them with care. From the surface, it appears no different from other areas. But in truth, it is filled with protective barriers. Fortunately, your cultivation is not high enough to trigger the barriers. Even though the core chaos jade appears right in front of you, it is no longer within this space. Do you understand what I mean? If a high-level cultivator were to touch it, they would surely suffer the backlash of the barrier. Mild cases would see their cultivation diminished, while severe cases could result in death. Oh, I see now. I was indeed reckless. Please do not blame me, esteemed patron. It's just as well that nothing happened. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for words. Wang Wanji chuckled nervously. Alas, not being able to touch the core chaos jade left Zhongpeng feeling disheartened. How could he absorb something he couldn't even touch? But wait, if he couldn't grasp it physically, how was he sensing it? Zhongpeng's thoughts delved into his consciousness. Where the 2 points emitted a flickering light, could he absorb it? What should he do? Excitement coursed through him, yet questions arose. These 2 entities could not communicate, leaving him perplexed about his next steps, and he certainly couldn't rely solely on his own intuition. If he were to experiment slowly, Wang Wanji's presence imposed limitations. It felt akin to conversing with a newborn. No matter how much one teased, the child could only respond with laughter. Just as Zhongpeng grappled with these thoughts, a message echoed in his mind. You may also use a material medium. Ah, so communication is possible. Why did you not mention this sooner? Zhongpeng lamented. realizing he had been asking questions unnecessarily. The 2 points continued to urge him to act quickly. The concept of a material medium implied that as long as he touched something that was in contact with the core chaos jade, he could also connect with it. It was a simple principle. If a bucket of water remained still, one could not touch the water directly, but by touching the bucket, the water would ripple. Resolutely, Zhong Peng decided that if he pressed his hand against the wall, he could absorb the energy. Since this was a matter of utmost importance, he would not impose upon himself further. Zhong Peng remained nearby, selecting other items, allowing Wang Wanji to provide introductions, while subtly leaning against the wall, pretending to rest. Hurry up, Zhang Ping urged internally, though he sensed that this absorption was significantly slower than before, likely due to the distance in the presence of a material medium. After selecting several more items to pass the time, he was not concerned about the choices. Zhong Peng noted that his absorption rate continued to dwindle. Ultimately, the space of his consciousness closed automatically without waiting for him to withdraw. Had he absorbed enough? He attempted to mobilize his consciousness again, only to find he could no longer absorb anything. Upon introspection, he discovered that his dantian had reached a state of saturation. What was happening? A misty aura emanated from him, continuously rising towards the 2 points before vanishing. He could no longer absorb, so it was time to exit. He had selected a total of 21 different treasures, each with unique uses. Esteemed patron, this should suffice, he remarked, although this statement was typically one Wang Wanji would make. My heavens, based on the estimated value, you've truly cleared out a significant portion of our treasures without reservation. Can you not exercise a bit of restraint? Yet, Wang Wanji would never voice such sentiments aloud. Young master and I, the 13 types of treasures you selected later are estimated to total 14,400,000 taels, bringing the overall total to 28,500,000 taels. Remarkably, there's still over 1 million remaining. I was worried it wouldn't be enough. Zhong Peng nodded with satisfaction. Having procured such valuable items, spending a little was well worth it. Money was merely a tool, easily earned again as long as one remained strong, as he would count it abundantly in the future. Today's disturbance has kept you busy, esteemed patron, and I feel quite guilty. Please accept the remaining silver as a token of my appreciation. No. This is something I ought to do. How could I accept such a generous gift? Wang Wanji declined. That is only natural. I have indeed benefited greatly today, and I will remember to repay you in the future, Zhong Peng declared earnestly. Wang Wanji nodded with a smile, understanding that Zhong Peng's words were mere formality. He did not truly expect any form of repayment, wishing only that Zhong Peng would refrain from depleting the auction house's treasures further. Emerging from the cabinet, Zhu Haoan and the 2 others swiftly approached Zhong Peng. Wang Wanji once again led Zhong Peng and his companions away. Esteemed patron, please hold on. Our paths shall cross again. Upon arriving at the auction hall, Zhong Peng bid farewell to Wang Wanji. With a twitch of his lips, Wang Wanji expressed, I truly hope our encounters are at an end, forcing a faint smile as he clasped his hands in farewell. Chapter 74. A bountiful return. Clouds drifted across the sky as Wang Wanji sighed deeply, watching Zhong Peng and his companions vanish around the corner of the royal auction house. At this moment, the figures of Zhong Peng and the others had completely disappeared. Oh, thank heavens, that little plague has finally left. What a relief, Wang Wanji murmured to himself. No one knew what he was so thankful for. Perhaps, as he himself suggested, he truly felt it was fortunate to have sent Zhong Peng and his companions away. Phew, I'm finally out. I was nearly suffocated. Zhu Hao echoed Wang Wanji's relief, eager to leave the royal auction house. Why do I sense an unspoken sense of relief in your words, my friend? Zhong Peng queried, puzzled by Zhu Hao's statement. Zhu Hao replied, Indeed, it is a feeling of liberation. How could we compare to the fearless spirit of a fledgling? Sometimes, I feel that ignorance can indeed be a form of bliss. Haha. You speak wisely, Brother Zhu. I share your sentiment, Han Poku added. Oh, are you implying that there was something terrifying about the auction house? Zhong Peng, lacking the cultivation to comprehend certain matters, was at a loss. Certainly. I felt as though I had traversed a den of dragons and tigers, Zhu Hao asserted. Han Poku interjected, Little brother, you may find nothing unusual, but for us, it was particularly stifling. Although it seemed that those present were indifferent to our actions, I could not shake the feeling of being scrutinized, as if a storm could erupt at any moment. Yet, when I extended my spiritual perception, it felt as if I were casting a line into the ocean, unable to detect any abnormalities. That is the truly frightening aspect. If that is indeed the case, it is indeed alarming. Zhu Hao and Han Poku, with their exceptional cultivation, possessed an acute sixth sense. If they sensed something amiss, it must be true. However, the fact that they could not detect those lurking in the shadows suggested that these individuals were of a higher cultivation level than Zhu and Han. Is this truly surprising? As the foremost auction house in Yunlan, though it operates under the guise of imperial authority, it would not treat such power lightly. There are certainly experts in attendance. Individuals who do not regard the imperial power with reverence. Yu Jiu, who had remained silent until now, observed. The three men immediately felt enlightened. Indeed, no matter how formidable an individual, they often have companions by their side. Even the three titans of power would bring a few guards with them, not because those guards surpassed them in strength, but because they understood the necessity. You are quite right. Lord Jiu, thank you for your assistance just now, Zhong Peng said with a slight smile towards Yu Jiu, yet his words left Yu Jiu perplexed. What are you thanking me for, young master? I did nothing worthy of thanks, Yu Jiu inquired, his expression serious. Zhong Peng chuckled. Ah, Lord Jiu, you need not do anything. Merely following behind me is the greatest assistance you can offer. After all, you are quite familiar with this place. Yu Jiu nodded in acknowledgement, and Zhu Hao and Han Poku soon felt relieved as well. As the personal guard of the Dragon Emperor, Yu Jiu was surely no stranger to the royal auction house. Had it not been for Yu Jiu, how could Zhong Ping and the others have entered the inner sanctum merely with a token? The passage token for the royal auction house merely allowed one access. Without the Dragon Emperor's presence, the auction house personnel could manage their affairs independently. If Zhong Peng wished to obtain what he desired, he would need to negotiate effectively. Such gains would not come easily. However, with Yu Jiu present, Zhong Peng could confidently advance. As long as Yu Jiu remained silent, Wang Wanji would have no choice but to acquiesce. Hey, little brother, did you acquire many treasures inside? With nearly 30 million taels spent, you must have obtained quite a haul. Hurry and show me. Zhu Hao seemed impatient, while Zhong Peng, lacking knowledge of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, was cautious not to waste money on useless items. No, it is unwise to display wealth in a crowded place. Brother Zhu, why the hurry? Han Poku advised rationally, though he too was curious. Ah, right, I completely overlooked that. We should return swiftly, Zhu Hao agreed, but suddenly his expression fell. Alas, I spent 30 million taels in one go. How shall I manage in the future? I am now penniless. When I saw that old friend's pained expression, I knew this was all the money I had. Having spent it all today, I fear I shall have to survive on the winds of the northwest. Brother Zhu, you worry too much. As long as I have food, you need not starve. Wealth can always be regained. Besides, with my influence, how could I ever reach a point of destitution? Zhong Peng reassured him. Spare me your bravado. Your influence is hardly substantial. Money can be elusive, and it is not so easily earned. Do you think yourself a moneylender? Zhu Hao scoffed. Zhong Peng's confidence seemed unwarranted. Recalling Zhong Peng's antics at the Listening Rain Tower sent a shiver down Zhu Hao's spine as he dreaded a repeat of that embarrassing ordeal. Brother Zhu, your view is mistaken. There are countless ways to earn a living. It merely hinges on one's mindset. While it is tough to earn from the poor, for they spend sparingly unless in dire need, one must target the wealthy, the idealists, to truly amass fortune. Han Poku remarked, your words hold merit. Yet the execution is a significant challenge. Everyone understands the principle, but few can actualize it. Otherwise, everyone would be wealthy. Haha, the secrets of the universe cannot be revealed. In due time, you shall see. Zhong Peng laughed heartily and strode confidently into the street, leaving the three men bewildered. Above Zhong Peng and his companions, a solitary dark cloud trailed them, from which a voice of confusion emerged. What on earth did he do inside? Having followed them here, the observer was unaware of the events that transpired within the royal auction house, which had been shrouded by a barrier, and thus felt compelled to continue following. As Zhong Peng and his companions chatted amiably, they remained oblivious to the fact that they were being followed. Approaching the gates of the Zhong residence, Zhong Peng habitually surveyed his surroundings, still detecting nothing unusual. With a formidable presence like Yu Jiu nearby, Zhong Peng glanced at the clear blue sky and continued forward. Yet, after taking a few steps, he suddenly halted. Something feels amiss. He looked up at the sky again. The sun shone brightly, the sky was cloudless. So why was there a dark cloud looming overhead? It was indeed contrary to reason. A cloud above one's head signifies impending misfortune, was a saying that had been passed down through generations on Tianluo Continent. If a cloud appeared above someone, it indicated they had likely committed an offense that incurred the wrath of heaven, prompting divine retribution. However, for martial artists, anomalies often heralded trouble. There were no such myths or legends. "Little brother, why have you stopped again?" Zhu Hao queried, observing Zhong Peng's sudden pause. "You seem to be paranoid. Did you not notice anything abnormal?" Zhong Peng pressed. "What should we have noticed?" "Stop being so jumpy. My heart cannot take it," Zhu Hao replied, feigning annoyance. "Brother Zhu, take a closer look. The sky is clear, yet a dark cloud looms above us." Zhong Peng pointed to the cloud overhead. The three of them glanced up in unison. And sure enough, a dark cloud hovered directly above them. Even the formidable Yu Jiao had failed to notice. Chapter 75. The Emergence of Yu Jiao, Crisis Unveiled. Alas, it appears I have been discovered. Amidst the dark clouds, a figure withdrew its gaze and concealed itself within the mist. "Might I inquire as to which celestial being has graced us with their presence?" Zhong Peng bowed towards the sky. The ominous cloud remained utterly still, offering no response. "Humph, why waste words on such a despicable individual? The one who speaks is most intolerant of such lowly beings. Since they refuse to reveal themselves, there is no need for us to be courteous." Zhu Hao felt utterly humiliated, consumed by embarrassment. How could he and his companions, esteemed practitioners of the supreme origin, be so thoroughly followed without detection? This thought ignited a fierce indignation within him. With a flick of his sleeve, the sword of heroic sentiment appeared, suspended before Zhu Hao. While Han Peking summoned his own weapon, the two swords, the Du Gu Nine swords and the sword of heroic sentiment, surged towards the dark cloud. Their blades intertwining in a dazzling display of sword energy, swiftly dispersing the cloud into fragments. With a successful strike, the dual swords returned to their masters, vanishing from blade to hilt in a seamless manner. The four gazes, 8 eyes, lifted towards the sky, fixated on the remnants of the shattered cloud. Though their earlier attacks appeared overwhelmingly forceful, they were merely a probing strike. The fact that this individual had trailed them unseen suggested a formidable cultivation level. The mere ability to traverse the skies for such an extended period implied that this person must possess at least a high-level supreme origin power. Thus, they were convinced that this person could not be easily subdued, for to believe otherwise would be folly. The fragmented clouds maintained their form, unmoving, indicating that this was indeed a deliberate act. If it were merely a passing cloud, it would have been instantly obliterated by their combined assault. The only plausible explanation was that someone was sustaining it with their own power. As Zhu Hao and Han Peking's weapons returned, they sensed that they had not made contact with any tangible entity. This individual must still be hidden within the clouds. Yet such a form could not be sustained for long. Before their eyes, the remnants of the clouds began to reassemble, coalescing around the largest fragment. A myriad of illusions, the power of the holy origin. Yu Jiao, ever vigilant, observed the gathering cloud with caution. No wonder Zhu Hao and Han Peking's attacks had seemed to strike nothingness. The newcomer was indeed a master of the holy origin. The myriad of illusions is not merely a martial technique, but a unique secret of those above the holy origin. The practitioner can instantly transform into a void, evading any physical attack. However, this technique is immensely draining. It is rarely employed unless in dire straits. Once invoked, one's power is significantly diminished for a time. It seems this individual prefers to remain concealed. Otherwise, with their strength, why resort to such a technique? A mere appearance and counterattack would suffice to injure Zhu Hao and Han Peking. What cowardice! A master of the holy origin. Yet they choose to hide in the shadows. Are they not afraid of the world's ridicule? The clouds were nearing complete convergence when Yu Jiao leaped into action, soaring to meet the clouds. Boundless universe, seal. As a master of the holy origin, Yu Jiao recognized that this was the opportune moment to counter the myriad of illusions. At this moment, the individual within the clouds was likely depleting their energy. Thus, a strike now would yield great results. Without hesitation, Yu Jiao unleashed the full force of his holy origin, executing the ultimate technique, Boundless Universe. This technique could imprison space, rendering its victim as immobile as one trapped in a cage. After Yu Jiao invoked Boundless Universe, the cloud indeed ceased its convergence and remained frozen in place. Break! With a piercing cry, Yu Jiao summoned a colossal sword, seemingly intent on cleaving the heavens. Channeling all his holy origin energy, he swung the giant sword towards the cloud, determined to split both the area he commanded and the cloud itself. The giant sword struck the cloud, and Zhong Peng, Zhu Hao, and Han Peking clearly witnessed the space shatter like glass under a heavy blow. The space morphed into a bottomless void, a vortex forming that swallowed all shattered remnants, leaving only the cloud behind. A clang echoed, reminiscent of a weapon being drawn, as the giant sword abruptly halted, seemingly obstructed by an unseen force. A brilliant light radiated from the sword's blade, as it was lifted by a tremendous power, shooting upwards. The cloud transformed into a streak of light, fleeing swiftly in the wake of the collision. Yu Jiao, having been repelled, descended rapidly, and upon reaching the ground, stumbled back several steps, leaving distinct footprints upon the earth. What now? As Yu Jiao regained his composure, Zhong Peng and the others approached him, with Zhong Peng inquiring calmly. Extremely formidable, this individual's strength surely surpasses my own. Perhaps only Yu Wu or even Yu Da could contend with such power. Yu Jiao understood Zhong Peng's question pertained to the strength of the mysterious figure. It seemed this person was unwilling to reveal themselves, which is why they resorted to the holy origin technique, myriad illusions. The use of this technique must have cost them a significant amount of energy, having clashed with them. It was evident they managed to break through my spatial confinement and engage me without losing their footing before fleeing. This clearly indicates their profound cultivation level. If we were to confront them directly, our lives would undoubtedly be in peril. Thankfully, they bore no murderous intent. Yu Jiao thought, a shiver running down his spine. Incredible. Do you suppose our extensive purchases at the Royal Auction House have attracted the attention of their masters, causing them to follow us in an attempt to reclaim their treasures? Zhu Hao speculated. Upon hearing Zhu Hao's conjecture, Zhong Peng, Han Peking, and Yu Jiao regarded him as though he were a fool. What? Why do you all look at me like that? Is my reasoning not sound? Zhu Hao exclaimed in bewilderment. Zhong Peng replied, this is utterly impossible. The Royal Auction House is the foremost power in Yulan, at least publicly, and what you suggest could never come to pass. Moreover, with the 9 greats present. If it were truly them, how could the 9 greats remain oblivious? Instead of dwelling on this, it would be wiser to return promptly. What is meant to happen will eventually unfold. Since this individual does not wish to reveal their whereabouts, it is not necessarily a bad thing for us. As the 9 greats have said, if this person truly intended us harm, we would be ill-equipped to handle it. Perhaps they are merely curious. Zhong Peng did not dwell on the matter further, for the most important thing was survival. Who among us has not faced tumultuous storms in their life? To hell with it. As long as I can still breathe, everything else is inconsequential. Currently, Zhong Peng yearned to return home swiftly. Having absorbed such an abundance of precious materials today without consequence, he pondered how others would have perished from such an endeavor. Thus, he resolved to return and thoroughly examine himself. Zhu Hao, Han Peking, and Yu Jiao found merit in Zhong Peng's words and ceased to ponder the earlier events. What is there to fear? We are merely martial artists. Should trouble arise, we can confront it head-on. As for these cerebral matters, let others handle them. We are ill-equipped for such complexities. The 4 hastened back to Zhong's residence. Zhong Peng said little, merely instructing Zhu Hao and the others to attend to their tasks before retreating into the secret chamber. Zhu Hao had intended to inquire about Zhong Peng's dealings within the Royal Auction House, but, seeing Zhong Peng's serious demeanor, devoid of his usual jest and laughter, he restrained his curiosity and quietly returned to his own quarters. The fact that someone had been tailing them, though his younger brother appeared calm and unruffled, was likely an attempt to spare them undue worry, Zhu Hao mused. It was clear that being targeted by a powerful figure for no apparent reason would leave anyone feeling unsettled and tumultuous. Although the young man Zhong Peng appears carefree, seemingly untroubled by the weight of the world, Zhu Hao perceives that he bears an overwhelming burden. As the son of the formidable General Zhong Buhui from Yunlan's southwestern region, he may live a life devoid of concern. However, in the current tumultuous era, peril lurks at every corner. Whether it arises from the oppression of the ruling powers or the encroachment of foreign foes, Zhong Peng's present circumstances render him vulnerable to isolation. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Hao has come to regard Zhong Peng as his most cherished companion, consistently prioritizing his well-being above all else. Zhu Hao even believes that he would willingly sacrifice his own life to ensure Zhong Peng's safety, without any ulterior motives. Perhaps this is what they call a profound mutual understanding. Chapter 76. Zhong Peng's epiphany, as Zhu Hao had anticipated. Zhong Peng found his mind preoccupied with the matter of being followed as he entered the hidden chamber, making it difficult for him to achieve a state of tranquility. Who could this mysterious individual be? According to Yu Jiu's account, this person possessed extraordinary cultivation, nearing the level of the Tsongshan great sage, Feng Tianqing. In the vast realm of Tianluo, such formidable beings were exceedingly rare, few and far between. Given his own capabilities, it was inconceivable that he could provoke such a powerful entity. He had no ties with those sects. Thus it seemed unlikely that this individual was connected to them. Though the possibility could not be entirely dismissed, their relationship was negligible at best. After all, the pursuer had merely followed him, without any intent to kill. As the divine realm's opening loomed, he could not entirely rule out the possibility that this person hailed from a major sect. Another possibility was that they originated from the Kingdom of Triumph. The Kingdom of Triumph sought to encroach upon Yunlan and would first need to breach the southwestern defenses. His father, Zhong Buhui, was the greatest obstacle to their advance. The kingdom had already experienced his father's prowess, and targeting Zhongpeng would be the most effective means for them to overcome the southwestern barrier. This possibility seemed relatively plausible. A third avenue was that this individual might be associated with the ruling power. With Yu Wu and Yu Jiu, two shadow protectors, already stationed at the Zhong residence, it was improbable that they were sent by the Dragon Emperor. While various princes might possess such strong figures, he had no conflicts with them. The fourth possibility involved the heavenly envoy, the two guardians accompanying the crown prince of Tianxi, Ren Tianqing. Given Ren Tianqing's significant status, it was certain that he would be accompanied by formidable individuals. Yet, their interaction had been limited to a single meeting, coerced by the Dragon Emperor's decree. What motivation could he possibly have to send someone to investigate Zhongpeng? Countless possibilities whirled in Zhongpeng's mind, leaving him at a loss. He decided to let it go. Whatever was meant to happen would eventually come to pass, and he would remain steadfast in the face of uncertainty. Shaking his head vigorously, he seemed to dispel all doubts from his mind. In truth, this was something Zhongpeng had anticipated. It was merely that everything had surpassed his expectations. His recent high-profile actions were intended to provoke those with ulterior motives into revealing themselves. Only dangers manifesting in plain sight were worth addressing. Otherwise, he would be left flailing with clenched fists, unsure of which direction to strike. Zhongpeng seated himself in a meditative posture and closed his eyes. After checking his body and finding no abnormalities, he began to circulate his energy, allowing it to flow through his meridians. Suddenly, a mist rose around him, and above his head, a flower faintly appeared, signaling the onset of a breakthrough into the human origin realm. He ceased his energy circulation, slowly lowered his hands, yet did not open his eyes, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Within his consciousness, an image emerged, a tranquil lake with a solitary boat drifting aimlessly. This scene felt familiar, reminiscent of the ambience in Xianghua Palace when Ren Tianqing had performed a melody. Yet now, Zhongpeng was not merely an observer. He was part of the scene, alone in the boat amidst the expansive lake. Gazing at the placid waters, he pondered a profound question. What is water? Water is the essence of the earth, a force of nature, the source of all life. It can both sustain and destroy. It nourishes all, yet can also unleash calamity, obliterating everything in its path. Nothing in this world is purely beneficial or detrimental. It all depends on how one chooses to wield it. Money is a coveted entity. Everyone desires it, and as a result, competition and deceit arise. The wind stirred, and colossal waves surged, rendering the lone boat and its occupant insignificantly small against nature's might. The towering waves approached mercilessly, mirroring the essence of the Qianghua ambience, but now only Zhongpeng remained. Confronted by this unexpected phenomenon, Zhongpeng felt no fear. Instead, he welcomed the impending wave with open arms, a reminiscent smile gracing his face as he recalled his childhood visits to the sea with his master. He had always been enamored with the rising tide, eagerly rushing toward the thundering waves, allowing them to engulf him. Although he often emerged sore and spluttering, the exhilaration was worth it, a cherished memory. The wave drew closer, towering to the height of the surrounding mountains. A torrent of water cascaded down, directly aimed at Zhongpeng, whose small boat seemed ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught. Initially, he had thought it a mere inconvenience, but the reality was far worse than he had anticipated. The water he had just traversed bore no trace of his passage, as if the two banks were completely disconnected. How could this phenomenon be explained? The wave halted, and calmness returned, yet the lake was strewn with the remnants of shattered boats. Zhongpeng himself had vanished, only for a round, dark object to surface from the depths. As it emerged, features became discernible, and with a sputter, he expelled the lake water, gasping for breath. It was Zhong Peng, who had been forcibly submerged. Had he not reacted in time, the powerful current would have likely swept him away entirely. Fortunately, his adept swimming skills allowed him to attempt a journey to the opposite shore. However, the persistence of his spirit would soon be tested, as danger loomed once more. Before him appeared a massive whirlpool, threatening to erase all traces of the recent chaos. Everything on the lake was drawn towards it, including Zhong Peng, who struggled fiercely against the relentless pull. For the first time, fear gripped him as he exerted every ounce of strength to swim away, desperate to escape the clutches of the whirlpool. Yet, fate is often unyielding. No matter how hard he fought, he could not break free from its formidable grasp. Meanwhile, in the hidden chamber, Zhong Peng sat cross-legged, drenched in sweat, his hair soaked. Sweat cascaded down his face like water, saturating the area around him. Within the realm of his consciousness, his awareness began to wane. He no longer had the strength to resist. As he gazed up at the once white clouds, they turned ominously dark, gradually obscuring his vision. He ceased thrashing against the water. His body drifted inexorably toward the whirlpool. Zhong Peng, remember, you must never yield, regardless of the circumstances. As a prodigious assassin, such a mindset is unacceptable. This was the final admonition from his master in a past life, a memory Zhong Peng would never forget. He recalled a stern yet loving mentor who wielded a disciplined stick, urging him to remain calm and composed in the face of adversity. Have you lived up to that, Zhong Peng? Above, an ethereal apparition loomed, glaring fiercely at him. Master, I have tried my best, yet I am utterly exhausted. It is so wonderful to see you again, Master. I miss you dearly. How Zhong Peng longed for another opportunity to receive his master's praise, admonition, and motivation. He yearned to once more invoke his master's ire, to feel the stinging of the disciplined stick on his back, and then, after he had fallen asleep, to have his master quietly enter his room, tears in their eyes, gently tending to his wounds. Do you know? Those were the moments I cherished most. Zhong Peng had grown up without knowing his parents, lost from the very beginning. His master had raised him with both paternal and maternal affection, embodying the role of a true father. Yet, in person, he would never express such sentiments. Only in his heart did these feelings resonate. Master, please take care of yourself. Before he could finish, the whirlpool engulfed him, and Zhong Peng slowly closed his eyes. Zhong Peng, do you see the surging waves approaching? Can you part them asunder? The familiar dialogue resonated in Zhong Peng's ears, reminiscent of the first time his master took him to the seaside. At that time, he confidently declared, rushing towards the waves with fists and feet flying. He distinctly remembered gulping down several mouthfuls of the salty seawater, nearly brought to tears. Haha, Pinger, you're mistaken, sometimes. Sheer brute force does not earn one's conviction. The more you exert yourself, the greater the backlash may be. At times, you must learn to adapt. Adapt? Zhong Peng queried, puzzled. Yes, precisely, adapt, much like the waves themselves. We cannot entangle ourselves with them through sheer strength. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in this predicament. What should I do then? Zhong Peng inquired urgently with his youthful voice. Imagine yourself as a piece of seaweed, allowing your body to relax. Akin to that leaf over there, his master suggested, pointing to a leaf drifting serenely with the current. Zhong Peng gazed intently, observing how that leaf effortlessly remained afloat, regardless of the wave's fierce onslaught. Chapter 77. The power of gentle water awakens the dragon and phoenix in the Dantian master. Do you truly wish for Punger to seek favor from those he cannot match? What meaning would life hold then? The youthful self observed the leaves drifting upon the sea, disapproving of his master's sentiments, responding with disdain. Ah, Punger, one day you shall comprehend the wisdom of my words. If you cannot effect change, you will come to regret it. Punger, remember that sometimes, avoiding battle is not a sign of cowardice, but rather a pursuit of the most cherished aspirations within. At this juncture, the scene abruptly halted. Zhong Peng's body had been engulfed by the vortex. In his past life, Zhong Peng failed to grasp the significance of his master's words, leading to his demise. Would he once again drift aimlessly outside of himself? No. He yearned to refrain from such an experience. It was only in a state of confusion that Zhong Peng ultimately understood his master's message. At times, acquiescence is not born from weakness, but is instead a strategy for one's future growth. What distinguishes a person disconnected from reality from a mere lunatic? One must confront every circumstance and event with composure, rather than yielding to one's basest instincts. The vortex, pulling him in, stripped him of his primal struggles. He relinquished his flailing hands. At that moment, Zhong Peng entered a transcendental state, as the vortex's constricting force gradually tightened, threatening to reduce everything to ashes. He felt as though he transformed into a small fish, swimming freely, liberated from the suffocating grasp of despair. As he neared the vortex's end, Zhong Peng perceived the resounding cries of dragons and phoenixes. His limbs regained strength, and the pressure began to dissipate, as if a force was buoying him upwards. In the chamber, a swirling current encircled him, transitioning from a gentle breeze to a tempestuous gale, yet his body remained unaffected. His clothing and hair did not flutter. Once more, he heard the call of dragons and phoenixes, and within that ethereal realm, an unseen force propelled Zhong Peng, shattering the vortex's hold and propelling him 10 fathoms above the water's surface, only for that force to vanish. Zhong Peng's body alighted upon the lake. Yet it did not disturb the surface. He floated as if he had always been there, and the vortex faded into oblivion. Upon opening his eyes, a vast maw appeared in the sky, threatening to consume him. Unfazed, Zhong Peng, a man who had braved death twice, prepared himself. As the maw drew closer, he braced for impact when, once again, he heard the dragon's roar and phoenix's cry. 2 beams of golden light surged from the depths towards the gaping mouth, colliding with it, causing it to disintegrate, while the golden lights vanished into the ether, restoring tranquility. Zhong Peng suddenly awoke in the chamber, his face flushed, yet his gaze resolutely fixed upwards. "Master, do not leave," he cried, his voice strained. As if in reassurance, an ethereal figure above him smiled tenderly before gradually fading away. Fading. All was an illusion, a mere figment of Zhong Peng's imagination. A tumult surged within him, and he fought to suppress the overwhelming tide that threatened to break through. He expelled a mouthful of blood, bracing himself against the ground. Such a powerful vision nearly led him astray. He withdrew his hand, revealing a massive 5-finger imprint before him. Yet, upon drawing back his hand, he was startled to find his movements hindered. Surveying his form, Zhong Peng noted his tattered clothing, a far cry from his initial appearance. His once slender frame had swelled unnaturally, making movement laborious. What could be the cause? Puzzled, he touched his collar, only to find the area devoid of any resistance. His fingers sank into it. What a curious predicament! He peeled away the fabric, reaching out to grasp something. Upon inspection, he recoiled at the sight of a dark, sticky substance that clung to his fingers. What on earth is this? Zhong Peng cautiously brought the object closer to his nose and inhaled deeply. Ugh! The noxious odor overwhelmed him, sending him into a dizzying haze. Was this the impurity of his own sweat after settling? How could he have accumulated so much? Beyond the revolting scent, Zhong Peng felt nothing else. Did he think this was some magical concoction? Suppressing his impulse, he reflected on his recent experiences. It was a cycle. He had absorbed a vast amount of energy today, and yet he felt no ill effects. This was decidedly odd. Controlling his consciousness, he delved inward, and to his astonishment, the previously obscured dantians became crystal clear. The 2 orbs now displayed a considerable fissure, devoid of their previous luminescence. Yet, from the crack, a stream of primordial purple energy cascaded downward, linking with the dantian. The 2 dantians resembled a tranquil lake, rippling gently. Each rotation generated a wisp of purple energy that drifted towards the orbs. While it is an immutable truth that water flows downward and man ascends, that wisp of purple energy defied this principle. Why? Just as Zhong Peng pondered this, the 2 currents swirled, revealing 2 perfectly formed heads. One bore a fiery shape, while the other exuded a gentle, watery essence. Upon their emergence, they bowed their heads respectfully towards Zhong Peng, who was utterly astonished. What is this? 2 infants, a boy and a girl, have appeared within my dantian, dragon and phoenix twins, he exclaimed. Pigs. What title is that? Shouldn't he be father? In disbelief, Zhong Peng withdrew from his meditative state, alarmed. This is troubling. As a man, how can I harbor 2 infants within me, especially twins? Such a revelation was difficult for the traditionally masculine Zhong Peng to accept. Even if he could reconcile with it, how could he bring them forth? Panic ensued. But wait. Upon awakening in Tianluo, he had already sensed the presence of these 2 infants in his dantian. He recalled their promise. When the world returned to harmony, their consciousness would fade. However, after a period of introspection, Zhong Peng began to understand that as his cultivation grew, so too would the orbs above his dantian expand. Did this mean that greater strength would awaken their consciousness? With this thought, Zhongpeng shifted from believing it an illusion to perceiving a potential bond, delving within once more. The two infants swam around him again, pausing their play to raise their heads and affectionately call out, "Master." "Who are you? How did you come to reside within my body?" Zhongpeng asked, somewhat knowingly. The two little ones exchanged glances, utterly at a loss for words. Gazing at him with innocent expressions, Zhongpeng felt a wave of understanding wash over him. They indeed lacked the consciousness of before, being less aware than himself, who still retained memories of his past life. "Have I reached the realm of human essence?" he inquired, sensing the transformation within his body. The two infants, extraordinary in their nature, nodded earnestly in response. Their affirmation brought Zhongpeng immense joy. "Since you have made your home within me, you shall be my closest kin. From this day forth, you shall be named Yuan Yuan and Run Run," he declared, pointing to the girl as Yuan Yuan and the boy as Run Run, for he found joy in their round and plump forms. The two infants, unperturbed by their names, joyfully splashed in the pool, creating great sprays of water. Chapter 78. Yuan Yuan and Run Run, the Breaking Through Pill. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon us our names." Yuan Yuan and Run Run seemed quite fatigued from their frolic, approaching Zhongpeng with uncontainable joy. Zhongpeng, filled with warmth, stepped back, feeling the surge of energy within him. He had finally overcome the first significant barrier on the path of martial cultivation. Although his human essence cultivation was still insignificant amidst the tumultuous clouds, this achievement granted him a greater capacity for self-preservation within the divine realm. Great opportunities often come hand in hand with unknown risks. Zhongpeng, disregarding the grime covering his body, frantically searched his bosom with both hands. Yet, despite his thorough exploration, he found nothing of value. Of course, there were ample materials for the pills he sought, but still, he remained unsatisfied. He stood up again, searching once more, even jumping in hopes of uncovering something. But all that fell to the ground were impurities exuded from his pores. What on earth is happening? He distinctly remembered placing all the rare treasures he had purchased from the royal auction house in his bosom. So how could they have vanished? Looking around his secret chamber, he realized that no one could have entered without his command. How could those items simply disappear without a trace? Had they sprouted legs and fled? Such a notion was absurd. Even if they had left his bosom, he would have felt it. The only possibility remaining was, as Zhongpeng delved inward to inspect his dantian, Yuan Yuan and Run Run, upon seeing him return, swiftly swam to him, chirping joyfully, "Master, what's going on? Why do you keep coming and going?" After their initial excitement, the two little beings pondered with their tiny heads cocked in confusion. "Now you too. Confess honestly. Did you secretly absorb the rare treasures I placed in my bosom?" Zhongpeng asked sternly. Upon hearing this, the two little figures suddenly drooped their heads, unable to meet Zhongpeng's gaze, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, awaiting their master's reprimand. Seeing them like this, Zhongpeng felt a twinge of compassion. "Sigh, I will let it go this time, but you must seek my permission before doing so again, understand?" he said gently. The two little beings nodded vigorously, their innocent expressions evoking a faint smile from Zhongpeng. "You mischievous little ones, I truly cannot be vexed with you. Alas, I had intended to use those items to enhance my own cultivation, only to find them completely devoured by you," Zhongpeng lamented. His plans had been quite sound, utilizing these resources to aid Zhu Haohan and others in their cultivation, thereby increasing his own capital. Yet, after this incident, all had turned to naught, leaving him despondent. However, the little figures shook their heads earnestly at Zhongpeng's complaints. "Master, your intentions are noble, yet quite unrealistic. Many of those treasures are beyond the reach of your companions. Even those who frequently accompany you, the two respected practitioners, cannot absorb them, while those at the Holy Origin realm can only manage to absorb a fraction." "Oh, so they are that formidable?" Zhongpeng was taken aback. Indeed, if all rare treasures were so easily absorbed, high-tier practitioners would be ubiquitous in this world. Each treasure contains numerous impurities detrimental to cultivation, which must be purified before merging with martial artists. Zhongpeng nodded seriously, acknowledging the truth in Yuan Yuan and Run Run's words. "Then do you possess the means to eliminate the impurities from these treasures?" he inquired. The two little beings nodded affirmatively. "Of course, master, please observe." Pointing to two large fissures above Zhongpeng's dantian, the two little beings climbed a purple line upward, causing the two orbs to expand outward along the cracks. Zhongpeng focused intently and beheld two resplendent golden orbs in the center, which, upon the dispersal of their golden glow, revealed two pills, one on each side. Zhongpeng reached out to grasp one. What is this? This is the essence we obtained from absorbing those rare treasures. It is the breaking through pill. The divine-grade breaking through pill is incomparable to any external elixirs aimed at enhancing cultivation, Run replied with pride. Breaking through pill? What is its purpose? Zhongpeng queried, examining the pill from different angles. As the name suggests, it is a pill that can elevate one's cultivation. This particular pill can transcend any rank, enabling a level up. Yuan explained. Moreover, it can be used at any tier without the risk of bodily explosion, as it can adapt its energy output according to the user's cultivation level. Really? Such a small pill possesses such immense power. Zhongpeng expressed disbelief. Master, how could we deceive you? If you doubt us, feel free to test it. Yuan and Run replied, somewhat displeased at being questioned. It's not that I don't trust you. I simply find it astonishing, Zhongpeng said, feeling somewhat sheepish. So, you mean to say that as long as there are sufficient rare treasures for you to absorb, you could concoct pills like this? Indeed. Not only that, but with suitable treasures, we can refine even better ones. This is merely an ordinary example, the two little beings declared with confidence. Zhongpeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wealth? With this? He almost drooled at the thought. Could you reduce the grade of this pill to align with the external world while maintaining its efficacy? He tentatively proposed, realizing it might open a lucrative path fraught with potential complications. That is quite challenging. It is not impossible. But we can only produce a version with a grade lower than its actual efficacy, perhaps 3 tiers or even less, they explained. I understand now. For instance, after Yuan and Run's modification, this breaking through pill would at least appear to be of heavenly or even sacred grade, and could not be lower. Zhongpeng comprehended. Very well, then let us not delay. Please expedite the process. I have uses for it shortly. Zhongpeng urged eagerly. Yuan and Run readily agreed. Before long, Zhongpeng emerged from his consciousness, clutching the 2 modified pills. With the issue of the lost treasures resolved, his primary concern now was his own physical state. Thankfully, no one had witnessed his current disheveled appearance. Otherwise, he would have been the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. With each step he took, the nauseating sensation intensified. The stench was unbearable. One could only imagine how others would perceive him as if he had fallen into a cesspit, especially one that had not been attended to for years. Struggling to hold his breath, his face flushed red from the effort, the foul odor lingered, though the visible signs of it were now obscured. Nevertheless, Zhongpeng felt the severe lack of oxygen weighing heavily upon him. Gently opening the secret chamber's switch, he poked his head out to survey the surroundings, only to find the room cloaked in darkness. He had been in the chamber for quite a while, and night had fallen. This was fortuitous. It made it less likely for anyone to discover him. Navigating with ease, he approached the wardrobe and randomly selected a garment without even turning on the lights. This was his room, familiar to the point of being second nature. His current attire was in tatters, having been stretched beyond its limits, necessitating a change. However, he could not simply don a new outfit without first finding a place to wash himself properly. At this moment, he did not wish to disturb anyone, nor did he dare to intrude upon others' privacy. Recalling a pond in his garden with decent water, he thought, it has been a while since I went swimming. With that resolution in mind, Zhongpeng set off towards the pond. Chapter 79. Spied upon gingerly picking up his garments, Zhongpeng approached the door, cautious not to make the slightest sound beneath his feet. He slowly opened the door just a crack, and at that moment, the bright moon illuminated the room, transforming the narrow gap into a source of radiant light. Zhongpeng peered through the door, his striking black and white eyes scanning the area outside, where no one lingered nearby. This was a habit of his. He could not abide the presence of anyone outside his room, for it disturbed his slumber. If anyone were near, he would feel an unsettling disquiet that rendered his sleep restless. The bright moon startled the magpies from the branches, while the cool breeze carried the midnight serenade of cicadas. Such tranquility. Observing that the hour had reached the time of the pig, he surmised that everyone in the household should be asleep by now. Taking a deep breath, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and pushed the door open to step outside. Just as Zhongpeng intended to make his way towards the pond, a group of guards from the Zhong residence approached. In an instant, he leaped nimbly over the railing, concealing himself amidst the flowers and grass. As the footsteps drew nearer, Zhong Peng remained perfectly still, even holding his breath. The sounds eventually faded, and he crawled out from his hiding place beneath the foliage. However, he found it difficult to stand up and walk openly. Stealthily, he maneuvered through the grounds, evading the lurking guards, fully aware of their movements within his estate. Yet, despite his careful concealment, there were still eyes and ears that could detect him. What is that rascal Zhong up to? Came a voice from Zhu Hao's chamber. Filled with curiosity, Zhong Peng paid no heed to distractions, continuing on his path towards the pond. The moonlight bathed him in its glow, revealing a small shadow behind him. His darkened rear was now exposed to the luminous moonlight. Why mention the dark rear, you may wonder. The shadow spoke for itself, gradually shifting, unmistakably human. The two prominent mounds swayed to and fro, separated by a narrow valley that glimmered in the light. What else could it be? If it were a woman crawling. That would be an entirely different matter. At last, he arrived at the pond's edge, and without haste, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Although the residue was akin to mud, he felt compelled to do so. A gentle evening breeze stirred, causing the placid pond to ripple, transforming it into a crystal-clear spectacle under the moon's watchful gaze. Despite the night, Zhong Peng could distinctly see the fish joyfully wagging their tails beneath the surface. Perhaps his cultivation had indeed improved. Dismissing further thoughts, he felt a refreshing coolness envelop his body, intoxicating him with delight. With a splash, Zhong Peng dove into the water. Other concerns faded away. It was imperative to cleanse himself thoroughly. The sudden commotion startled the hidden guards of the Zhong estate. Oh no, something's amiss. Are we under attack again? Shadows swiftly converged towards the source of the disturbance, drawing their weapons in readiness for combat. Do not panic, it is I. Zhong Peng emerged from the water, hastily explaining. He knew he had to act quickly. If they made any sudden moves, he would be unjustly implicated. Young master? How did you end up in the pond? One astute guard questioned, perplexed. Oh, I felt stifled and couldn't sleep, so I came here. Seeing the clear water, I thought to take a bath. You need not remain on guard. Zhong Peng deflected, feeling relieved as long as there were no assassins lurking. Realizing it was simply Zhong Peng, the guards relaxed, bowing respectfully before dispersing like stars fading into the night. Zhong Peng submerged himself once more in the water, disappearing from view. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Zhong estate, within the guest room, a door creaked open. Miss, are you still awake at this late hour? Luo Quanbi, sitting up, observed the somewhat displeased Qianin. I cannot sleep. Without waiting for Luo Quanbi's instructions, Qianin seated herself at the tea table, her displeasure unabated. Are you perhaps missing home? Luo Quanbi teased, having discerned her mood. Uncle Luo, you mock me again. Qianin pouted playfully. Then her expression turned somber as she lamented. Sigh, do you think I have been a bit headstrong? Recalling her impulsive decision to sneak away to Yunlan after hearing of its emergence, disregarding her family's objections and failing to inform them, she reflected on how anxious her parents must be. They were likely searching for her everywhere. Not just a bit, it is downright reckless. Your actions will surely earn you a scolding from me upon your return, Luo Quanbi chided, fully aware of her motivations. Are you regretting coming here now? He inquired. Do not worry, uncle. This was my decision. Father will not blame you, Qianin reassured him, though she admitted to missing her family dearly. Usually at this hour, her father would come to her side, regaling her with amusing stories to lull her to sleep, but tonight, his absence was palpable. Just know this, upon your return, you must remain at home and not act so recklessly again, Luo Quanbi advised. Understood, I know. Uncle, I wish to take a stroll, Qianin announced. Very well. I shall accompany you, Luo Quanbi offered. No need. I wish to walk alone, she declined, seeking solitude while fearing that Luo Quanbi might worry if she did not inform him. All right, since you prefer solitude, I shall not object. However, you must promise me not to wander too far, or I shall worry, he insisted. Do not fret, uncle. I will merely walk within the estate and will not stray far, she assured him. Luo Quanbi nodded, smiling, not wishing to impede her. His thoughts, however, were already extending outward, for Qianin's safety was of utmost importance to him. Leaving Luo Quanbi's room, Qianin wandered aimlessly, her mind lost in thought. Though she was new to the Zhong estate, she recalled that a pond lay ahead, adorned with blooming lotus flowers in the summer. Thus, she made her way towards it. At this moment, Zhong Peng remained blissfully unaware that others were approaching. He was fully absorbed in the joy of playing in the water. Standing atop a stone in the center of the pond, he vigorously scrubbed away the remnants of dirt from his body. Envious of his now pristine form, he ran his hands over his smooth skin. Ah, so soft, so fragrant. Zhong Peng shamelessly inhaled the scent of himself. Once a formidable assassin, through relentless training, his skin had become so dark it could reflect light. Now, he reveled in his beauty. His gaze trailed down from his chest to his feet, which splashed the surface of the water. Alas, his face was obscured by the rippling waves. "Ha, skin as smooth as jade. A bath truly is delightful," he exclaimed, feeling utterly relaxed. However, an unwelcome thought crept into the mind of a certain lecherous individual. As he admired his own physique, he felt an overwhelming sense of desire. His hands, almost involuntarily, slid downward, brushing against the very thing he had nurtured for 18 years. 18 years of preparation. Yet when will I finally ride forth and achieve greatness? Lost in his musings, a wicked smile crept across his face, his brows arching, transforming his once handsome visage into something far more. Well, you understand. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted Zhong Peng from his reverie. The cry, born of disbelief rather than danger, prompted an instinctual reaction. He plunged himself into the water. Then, following the sound, he caught sight of a graceful silhouette veiling her face as she hurried away, soon vanishing from his view. That figure bears a striking resemblance to Miss Qianin, who had just arrived at the Zhong residence today. How is it that she is still awake at this hour? What a coincidence that she has found herself here. And alas, she has witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. Oh dear, his perfect image is on the verge of collapse. Zhong Peng sighed deeply. Chapter 80. You must take responsibility for me. Had it not been for witnessing the scene, one would not have uttered such a startled cry. It was simply unimaginable. Zhong Peng ceased to relish the joy of splashing in the water, hastily donned his clothes without even drying off. Following that exclamation, he understood that the visitors arriving shortly would not be limited to the hidden guards of the Zhong residence. That sound could likely be heard within several miles. The noise originated from the direction of the pond, a place we had just departed from. We must return to investigate. What could possibly provoke a woman's scream in the dead of night? What is happening? Zhang Gongqing quickly threw on his clothes and rushed in this direction. In but a moment, Zhu Hao, Han Pokong, Zhong Ling, and two shadowy figures appeared, albeit the latter were concealed in the dark. "Young master, what transpired just now?" Zhang Gongqing inquired, gazing at Zhong Peng. "Indeed, brother, I believe I heard someone calling out," Zhong Ling said, still half asleep. Naturally, the others did not voice their questions. Yet the palpable curiosity in their eyes was unmistakable. I too desire to know. Zhong Peng felt a bit awkward under the collective scrutiny. The group, especially those who knew Zhong Peng well, found his response utterly unconvincing. Zhong Peng could only continue to feign ignorance, surrounded by everyone. Standing there as Zhong Ling, the most resolute of them all, declared, "If you do not speak the truth, you shall not leave today." Qianin, initially troubled and unable to sleep, had ventured out for a walk, only to unexpectedly witness such a scene. It was unfathomable that the genteel young master of the Zhong family could be such a base, shameless individual. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. How could she not be infuriated? She had believed she had found a suitable refuge upon arriving in Yunlan, only to discover that the host family was a complete hypocrite, a scoundrel of the highest order. The more she reflected, the hotter her face grew. I must kill that scoundrel. Qian and returned to her courtyard, hastily making her way to her room. "Miss, what is the matter?" Luo Quanbi asked anxiously upon seeing her distressed demeanor. Having heard the earlier shout and knowing the miss had returned, Luo Quanbi had already dressed and come out. Although he was aware that the scream had come from Qianin, he was merely human, not a deity. His spiritual awareness had followed her, sensing no danger. Yet her appearance suggested that something was amiss. What could it be? Ignoring Luo Quanbi, Qianin strode straight to her room, seized the sword hanging by her bed, and headed outside. "Miss, what do you need the sword for at this hour? If there is something troubling you, you may speak to uncle." Luo Quanbi immediately blocked her path, eager to understand the situation. This was no trivial matter. What could have prompted such a drastic action from his miss? "Uncle, do not concern yourself with this. I am determined to slay that shameless, despicable scoundrel." It seems the miss intends to commit murder." "Miss, do not jest. You seldom dare to harm a beast. How could you brazenly declare intent to take a life?" Yet, the question arose, who was this scoundrel she spoke of? As Qianan moved past Luo Quanbi, he could not stop her, thus he reluctantly followed. He, too, wished to uncover the truth behind the unfolding events. I truly do not comprehend what has transpired. Why do you not believe me? Zhong Peng exclaimed, his throat dry from the effort of quelling the group's curiosity. Zhong Peng, I shall kill you today, came a fierce shout, imbued with indescribable wrath. Zhu Hao and Han Pokong exchanged glances, a sly smile gracing their faces. Oh, the principal party has arrived. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. With their cultivation levels, they naturally discerned the source of the earlier commotion. Thus they had cornered Zhong Peng here. After all, clarity is essential. Otherwise, the situation may escalate into a greater predicament. All eyes turned towards Qianan, the crowd parting to form a pathway, positioning Zhong Peng and Qianan face to face. Sister Qianan, what brings you here? What do you intend to do? Zhong Ling, sensing the tension, approached Qianan and grasped her hand, hoping her words would unravel the enigma. Linger, you are unaware of your brother's true nature. I must kill him today. Qianan suppressed her fury as she spoke to Zhong Ling. Zhong Ling exclaimed, what on earth is happening? What has my brother done to provoke you so? There must be an explanation. Ask him yourself, Qianan retorted, pointing at Zhong Peng and turning her face away. Feeling repulsed at the mere sight of him, Zhong Ling, noticing her reaction, quickly gestured to Zhong Peng, urging him to explain the situation. Miss Qianan, I am as oblivious as you to what I have done to incur your wrath. Please elucidate, for I would accept my fate without regret. Zhong Peng was well aware of the reason behind her fury, yet in the presence of so many, he would never divulge it. Thus, he tossed the issue back to Qianan, insisting she provide a justification for her murderous intent. Zhong Peng, spare me your pretense. You know well what you have done. Qianan shot him a sidelong glance. To deny one's actions is hardly the mark of a man. Since you lack the courage to confess, allow me to speak on your behalf. I came here to clear my troubled mind only to find you. At this point, her words faltered, her cheeks flushing crimson. How could a lady express such things? Speak plainly, what happened? Zhong Peng pressed, as all eyes were upon Qianan, making her increasingly flustered. I need not explain myself to you. You know in your heart what you have done. Since you refuse to speak, do not blame me. With that, Qianan brandished her sword and advanced toward Zhong Peng, aiming for his heart. An attack that would surely lead to his demise if successful. Before Zhong Peng could react, a figure appeared before him. It was Zhu Hao. Miss Qianan, let us resolve this matter with words rather than violence. It is unwise to take a life over a misunderstanding. Zhu Hao smiled gently. Luo Quanbi joined Qianan's side, his expression displeased as he glared at Zhong Peng. Though he disapproved of Qianan's actions, it was clear that Zhong Peng had grievously offended her, or else she would not be so agitated. Indeed, if I have wronged you, I implore you to articulate your grievances rather than resort to violence. Zhong Peng lamented, wallowing in self-pity. Alas, I had intended to be a good Samaritan, offering refuge to those without a home, only to invite a wolf into my den. Truly, the kind-hearted meet with misfortune. I am unjustly subjected to this treatment. Why must my goodwill be met with such betrayal? Witnessing Zhong Peng's theatrics, Luo Quanbi was at a loss, yet he could not accept his words of innocence. Zhong Gongzi, you have misjudged my miss. She is not one to act without cause. There must be a reason for all this. Pray, allow me to inquire further. He turned to Qianan. Miss, please clarify what has transpired. It would be best if we addressed the matter openly. If Master Zhong truly committed any wrongdoing against Miss, then Uncle Luo would undoubtedly assist you in seeking justice. Zhong Ling, indeed, Sister Qianan, feel free to speak candidly. If my brother has truly erred, I shall certainly not let him off the hook. This, I find it hard to voice. Gazing at the eager expressions of those around her, Qianan felt utterly at a loss for words. She glanced at Zhong Peng, her heart filled with a deep resentment, wishing she could strip him of his very being. Truly a case of a mute tasting bitterness, unable to articulate her suffering. Zhong Peng, noticing the tears welling in Qianan's eyes, felt a pang of compassion, realizing that his actions may have crossed a line. Ahem. Just now, I heard Miss Qianan mention that she had visited this place prior to the incident. Thus, I believe I understand the situation. Zhong Peng cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention. Han Po Kuang, come on, speak up. What are you dawdling for? Well, he chuckled, for at that moment, I happened to be swimming here. It seems I was fortuitously spotted by Miss Qianan, who was out for a stroll. Oh, that explains why Zhong Peng's hair is so damp. How intriguing. However, we cannot rely solely on one side of the story. Turning to Qianin, they observed her bashful nod. This situation is rife with coincidences. I have a habit of swimming here at midnight, and I was unaware that Miss Qianin also enjoyed evening walks, which has led to this rather awkward predicament. Zhong Peng continued slowly, and the others nodded in agreement. Although they were part of the Zhong family and unaware of their young master's habits, it was essential to clarify the matter now. It is indeed due to my negligence that I inadvertently disrupted Miss Qianin's appreciation of the scenery. I sincerely hope for your understanding. Zhong Peng spoke earnestly. Yet as he continued, his tone grew sorrowful. Regrettably, I have always prided myself on maintaining my virtue, cherishing my purity. Who would have thought that my chaste form would be so thoroughly exposed today? How shall I face others henceforth? I am, after all, a young gentleman, and since birth, apart from my parents, I have never even touched a woman's hand. Now that you have seen me, it seems you ought to take responsibility for my predicament. How can I be blamed for this? Zhong Peng pointed at Qianin, his face a portrait of despair, for it is I who have suffered the loss. How could you treat me so unjustly? Chapter 81. Driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Qianin, who had initially felt a lift in spirits due to Zhong Peng's candid explanation of the earlier incident, suddenly widened her almond-shaped eyes upon hearing Zhong Peng's words. However, this young master is nothing if not forthright and honorable, always adhering to principles in both conduct and dealings. As for taking responsibility, let us set that aside. After all, we are all unwitting participants in this affair, merely swept along by chance. Since the air has been cleared, why not let bygones be bygones? Observing Qian'un's reaction, Zhong Peng, suppressing his grievances, declared sternly, "What did you say? I must have misheard." Fuming, Qian'un retorted with a bitter laugh, "Zhong Peng, you truly possess the audacity to say anything. If you wish to bury the hatchet, why not inquire if my sword agrees?" Ignoring the crowd's attempts to intervene, she brandished her sword, advancing towards Zhong Peng. "Miss, please do not act so rashly," Luo Quanbi interjected. Young Master Zhong has clarified the matter. It was all a misunderstanding. In his view, the incident was trivial and straightforward. Young Master Zhong had merely been accustomed to bathing in that pond, while the young lady had stepped out for a stroll in a foul mood. Witnessing Zhong Peng's actions and feeling her sensibilities offended, her inherent modesty had led her to draw her blade in anger. Thus, it could be said that Zhong Peng was somewhat wronged. He had offered them a place to stay, and yet due to mere coincidences, the young lady was being so confrontational. After all, it was his home, and he had every right to act as he pleased. "Uncle Luo, how can you believe him and not me?" Qian'un gazed incredulously at Luo Quanbi, tears escaping the corners of her eyes. With a clatter, Qian'un's sword fell to the ground, and with a sudden turn, she fled towards her quarters. The onlookers could only hear her stifled sobs. "Alas, Sister Qian'un." Zhongling attempted to follow, but was halted by Luo Quanbi. "It's all right. Let her have some time alone. Apologies, everyone. My young lady has been spoiled since childhood and is accustomed to her whims. She will be fine shortly. Please do not take offense," Luo Quanbi said with a smile, watching Qian'un's retreating figure. "It's no trouble. You should go after her," Zhong Peng suggested. "Indeed. You ought to follow Sister Qian'un. She must be feeling utterly miserable." Zhongling pouted, voicing her complaints. "Then I shan't disturb you any longer. I shall go check on her." Luo Quanbi nodded and made his way towards Qian'un, the crowd acknowledging him with nods. "Hey, you scoundrel brother, tell me honestly. Have you bullied Sister Qian'un?" Zhongling accused Zhong Peng once Luo Quanbi had departed. "I suspect that is certainly the case. Otherwise, why would she be so upset?" Zhu Hao added, relishing in the drama. "Do you all take me for such a person? Am I really that kind of troublemaker?" Zhong Peng protested, looking utterly wronged. The crowd exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison. It was evident to them that he was indeed that sort of person. Zhong Peng felt a wave of despair wash over him. "What? Simply because I am a man, does that mean this incident is my fault? Is it my wrongdoing? Being a man is truly difficult. Believe what you will, the matter stands as it is. Don't you all have work tomorrow? The show is over. Why not get back to it?" Zhong Peng, wishing to end the discussion, addressed the shadow guards and, without waiting for the crowd's reaction, headed towards his residence, leaving behind a dejected silhouette. With the primary figure having departed, remaining here seemed futile, and thus everyone instinctively retreated to their own quarters, their minds swirling with speculation. Knock, knock, knock. At Qian'un's door, Luo Quanbi gently rapped on the door. Yet, there was no response from within. With a resigned smile, He gently pushed the door open and approached Qianin, who was facing away, her body trembling in silence. Qianin, are you upset with Uncle Luo? I can only surmise that in your heart, you now find me more detestable than young Master Zhong. Still, Qianin remained unresponsive. Luo Quanbi took a seat on a nearby chair and sat in silence for a moment. Noticing the quiet from Luo Quanbi, Qianin wiped her tears and slowly turned to see him smiling at her. Uncle, why did you stop me earlier? Do you not trust me? Dear child, how could I not trust you? It's merely that we should avoid complicating matters further. After all, we are under someone else's roof. As long as things don't go too far, it's best to turn a blind eye. May I ask, did young Master Zhong bully you? Dare he? I would be furious if he did. Qianin replied fiercely. Thus, since he has not overstepped any boundaries, and given that it is his home, he is free to do as he pleases, provided he does not infringe upon others' limits. Just as he stated, it was merely a coincidence. Why must you? Listening to Luo Quanbi's words, Qianin began to reflect. Had her reaction been excessive? Indeed, what others did was none of her concern. Yet but his behavior was not directed at her. It was merely an unknowing act, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Perhaps it would be best to keep a distance from him in the future. All right, I understand now. I am tired. Uncle, you should retire early as well. With that, Luo Quanbi extinguished the lamp for Qianin, gently closing the door behind him as he departed. Yet, Qianin did not succumb to slumber. Instead, she gazed out at the moonlight, her thoughts adrift. At this late hour, Zhong's household was not the only one wide awake. In the royal residence, within a pavilion, Long Ying and Ren Tianxing sat opposite each other, with Wen Sheng beside Ren Tianxing, the three enjoying the tea brought by Ren Tianxing from Tianci. Laughter filling the air. Just then, a figure clad in black descended silently from above, his presence detected only by Wen Sheng. Where have you been, Xiaowu? You can't sit still for a moment. Do you not realize how worried you make us when you disappear without a word? Look, the crown prince has been waiting up for you. Wen Sheng scolded, approaching the newcomer. Do I need your concern? You simply cannot be at ease unless you nag me daily. Xiaowu pushed Wen Sheng aside and bowed to Ren Tianxing. Your Highness. Ren Tianxing raised an eyebrow. Oh? I was unaware of your whereabouts. You seem quite travel-worn. Despite having faith in Xiaowu's abilities, he could not help but feel anxious. Forgive me for causing you worry. Your Highness, I am truly at fault. Enough of that. Tell me where you have been. Ren Tianxing inquired with a playful flick of his sleeve. Xiaowu glanced at Long Ying, but remained silent. Haha, Xiaowu, feel free to speak. Since you are in Yunlan, you ought to act openly and honestly. What is there to hide? I went to observe the Tsangmang Mountain Divine Realm and discovered it is gathering many high-level cultivators. Aside from that, there were no unusual occurrences, Xiaowu reported with a nod. Moreover, I followed that Zhong Peng, and it appears, as the Crown Prince suggested. Oh, haha. So Xiaowu has validated Tianxing's suspicions. What is your assessment? Well, Zhong Peng is indeed no ordinary individual. While he appears unassuming, he is not. He is accompanied by two high-level loose cultivators for protection. One can only imagine that without personal strength, he would not command such loyalty. It is known that once a loose cultivator attains respect origin cultivation, they take pride in their independence over any faction. Your analysis is astute. Ren Tianxing nodded in agreement. Martial saint. Moreover, beneath his true visage, this individual exudes an air of arrogance and dominance. However, when he dons a different countenance, he appears cultured and composed. Were it not for my constant vigilance, I might have mistaken him for another person. Oh, is there indeed such a matter? Is there a record of his features and name? Anticipating that the Crown Prince would inquire thus, I was prepared. Please take a look, Your Highness. The martial saint presented a meticulously drawn portrait, laying it upon the stone table, and Long Ying leaned in to observe. An Ide? How could it possibly be him? Upon closer inspection, Long Ying discerned that the figure in the portrait was none other than the renowned Ide. Ren Tianxing, oh? Do you recognize him, Brother Long? Long Ying nodded in a daze. How could it be him? An Ide is Zhong Peng. Zhong Peng is an Ide? How could these two possibly be one and the same? Pray tell, does this an Ide possess any particular significance? Oh, I recall now. He is the young master and I who challenged Long Ji to a contest at the arena. Observing Long Ying's reaction, Ren Tianxing, after deep contemplation, finally grasped the identity of the individual in question. Ren Crown Prince, in the past, I employed certain tactics against Zhong Peng. Do you suppose he might have uncovered them? No, I must eliminate him while his wings are yet unformed. extinguishing him in his cradle. Alas, Brother Long, why must you display such discomposure? Even if you have acted against him, he possesses no evidence, so there is no need for alarm. Ren Tianqing said, gazing at Long Ying. Long Ying, what would you suggest, Crown Prince Ren? He chuckled, as the esteemed Crown Prince of Yunlan. Do you not hold any regard for the affairs of Yunlan? I suspect that Zhong Peng has offended many. Without delving far, consider that young master from the Song family during the incident at Xianghua Palace. Haha, Brother Long, why not employ a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, positioning yourself as an observer while remaining detached? Would that not be more advantageous? Ren Tianqing remarked with profound significance, and upon hearing this, Long Ying greatly admired the cleverness of the plan, expressing his gratitude to Crown Prince Ren. Chapter 82. The Anomaly of the Divine Realm and the Issuance of the Dragon Emperor's Edict. Prince Ren certainly holds them in high regard. Where is the so-called driving the tiger to swallow the wolf? It should rather be driving the chicken to peck the worm. Can they truly be considered as tigers or wolves? Long Ying scoffed, exchanging a glance with Ren Tianqing, both bursting into laughter. Ren Tianqing raised his teacup, and Long Ying promptly followed suit. Then let us toast in advance to your success in driving the chickens, Brother Long, Ren Tianqing declared, clinking his cup with Long Ying's, and they drank in unison. Tea replacing wine. Long Ying laughed heartily. Absolutely, Prince Ren, just watch. Brother Long, may I speak frankly? Ren Tianqing regarded his empty teacup with a serious demeanor. Oh, please. Prince Ren, I am all ears, Long Ying responded eagerly. Ren Tianqing nodded. While this matter may seem simple to discuss, executing it is undoubtedly a challenging endeavor. It is akin to playing chess. To ensure that every piece thrives on the board, each placement must be precise. The opening move is particularly crucial. A skilled player must select a favorable position for their pieces. Otherwise, no matter how adept they are, their efforts will be in vain. Thus, merely having a young master from the Song family is insufficient. The piece must carry weight. Long Ying pondered, indeed. Prince Ren's considerations have sparked an excellent candidate in my mind. Oh, may I be so bold as to inquire who that might be? Ren Tianqing mused, already having someone in mind, uncertain if Long Ying's thoughts aligned with his own. Certainly, the individual I refer to is my fourth brother, Long Ji. During the 7 Absolute Grand Assembly, Zhong Peng, under the alias Nide, played him for a fool and even killed his escort, Wang Neng. Zhong Peng himself caused quite the ruckus in the Listening Rain Tower, and if my fourth brother were to discover that Zhong Peng is indeed an Nide, his temperament would surely lead to a tumultuous resolution. Indeed, that is what I believe as well, Ren Tianqing acknowledged. What plans does Brother Long have? Long Ying, unreserved, replied. I have a plan. I have conducted some investigation into Nide, and my immediate objective is to gather evidence that links Nide to Zhong Peng and inform Long Ji. Someone, Long Ying called out, and shortly, an individual approached. Relay my command. Swiftly locate the whereabouts of the Golden Spear sect and others, and ensure they arrive to see me by dawn tomorrow. Understood, the individual acknowledged and departed. Brother Long's intentions are commendable, but it may be somewhat inappropriate for you to inform Long Ji of this matter, Ren Tianqing remarked after the individual left. As members of the royal family, we share similarities in many respects. If you were to reveal this to Long Ji, it may seem as though you are attempting to sow discord. Even if Long Ji were to learn that Zhong Peng is an Nide, he would likely refrain from taking action. Upon hearing Ren Tianqing's words, Long Ying's expression faltered. Indeed, he realized the validity of Ren Tianqing's point. It was true that the rivalry among his brothers was an undeniable reality. How could Long Ji be swayed by his mere words to act against Zhong Peng? Ren Tianqing grinned. I have a solution. Originally, this matter pertains to your Yunlan, and I would not wish to intrude. However, as I have grown fond of you, Brother Long, and in light of your illustrious future, if you trust Tianqing, I shall take on this endeavor for you. As an outsider, my words may carry more weight. Really? If Prince Ren can step forward, it would be splendid. I am most grateful, Long Ying exclaimed, his joy evident. Very well. We shall await the return of your men, Ren Tianqing concluded. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Indeed. Prince Ren, please feel free to depart. I rely entirely on your assistance. Long Ying expressed his gratitude as he rose. Ren Tianqing nodded. Sweeping his sleeves, he departed with the civil and military officials. As he turned, a contemplative smile graced his face. His main piece had been chosen. At dawn, a faint light akin to fish bellies appeared on the horizon, heralding the day. The Dragon Emperor rose early to wash and prepare for court. At that moment, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded atop the Kangmang Mountain. The golden light that had enveloped the mountain abruptly vanished, leaving an impenetrable darkness. A beam of light shot skyward from the mountain's ascent. As this beam ascended, the brightness of the sky seemed insignificant in comparison. All were awakened by this blinding radiance. What is happening? My eyes can scarcely open. Ah, look, the divine realm is changing. Instantly, a cacophony erupted, filled with fear, surprise, and confusion. The Shoyun guards were at a loss, while General Guangxing remained unfazed, instructing, "There is no need for alarm. We must simply hold our ground here. Someone, go back and inform His Majesty of the anomaly in the divine realm, and let him decide." After issuing his command, General Guangxing stood resolute, akin to Mount Tai. Should anyone dare approach the divine realm, they would surely face his wrath. In the imperial study, the Dragon Emperor had completed his morning routine and was engrossed in reading. Behind him, shadows stood still like statues. How profound is the wisdom of the ancients? The sage states, "To govern a nation is to bring peace and stability to its people." The Dragon Emperor marveled at a treatise on governance. For a nation to prosper, the foremost task is not merely to expand territories, but to govern effectively and secure the people's hearts. This is a truth well understood, yet throughout history, how many sovereigns have achieved such a feat? Now, Yunnan finds itself in a precarious position, with the divine realm emerging and causing widespread anxiety. How shall I soothe the hearts of the people and understand their sentiments? The Dragon Emperor mused, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone, as if questioning, yet also conversing with himself. The shadow, sensing the Emperor's turmoil, offered consolation. "Your Majesty, your dedication to the nation and its people is evident, and I believe the citizens of Yunnan are grateful for your earnestness. The emergence of the divine realm is beyond your control, and you have done your utmost. There is no need for self-reproach. In my humble opinion, your capabilities far exceed those of your predecessors." The Dragon Emperor chuckled, "If that is the case, my heart finds solace. May it be so." A voice called urgently from outside, "Report." The Dragon Emperor frowned, wondering what news could warrant such haste. "Your Majesty, the Kangmang divine realm has undergone an anomaly. The golden light that shrouded Kangmang Mountain has vanished, leaving only an entrance. General Guangxing has dispatched me to report, and we await your command." The Dragon Emperor replied, "Oh, is that so? Very well, I understand. Summon the civil and military officials to the council hall, and inform the Tianzi Sane envoy to join us." "Yes," came the acknowledgement. With the Emperor's orders, everyone hurried toward the hall, some still hastily adjusting their attire as they walked. "The ministers pay their respects to your Majesty." The senior officials knelt in unison. "There is no need for such formality. My esteemed ministers, I have summoned you all in haste for a matter of great importance. Please enlighten me on the subject at hand." The Right Chancellor spoke respectfully. The Dragon Emperor replied, "General Guangxing has just reported an anomaly in the divine realm. I am curious as to your thoughts on this matter." Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the ministers began to murmur amongst themselves. The Dragon Emperor turned to Ren Tianxing. "What insights do you have on this matter, Prince Ren?" Seemingly weary from a lack of sleep, Ren Tianxing responded with drowsy eyes, "Ah, your Majesty's inquiry stumps me. I possess no particular opinion. I have always stated that all decisions rest with your Majesty. Should you require my assistance, I shall devote myself entirely to your cause." Observing Ren Tianxing's nonchalance, the Dragon Emperor felt a wave of frustration. How could someone so disengaged be of use? What a splendid display of detachment. "May I inquire how the discussions among you, my esteemed ministers, are progressing? Do you have any insightful recommendations?" Disregarding Ren Tianxing, the Dragon Emperor addressed the gathered ministers below. "Your Majesty," one minister began, "I believe it is imperative that you do not act unilaterally in this matter. We must deliberate further, given the recent anomalies within the divine realm. I propose that you convene the leaders of the major sects for a discussion." The Right Chancellor stepped forward and spoke. The Dragon Emperor nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I too believe that this is the wisest course of action at present. Summon the Yunnan order." Before long, within the palace square, the Dragon Emperor solemnly placed a jade decree upon a ceremonial platform. The four great phantoms positioned themselves around the platform, channeling their vital energy into it. An enigmatic aura surged forth, ascending skyward, and a spectral golden dragon manifested in the heavens, visible from any location. This was the Yunnan summons. It would be invoked only for significant matters. All individuals affiliated with the Yunlan sect who beheld this decree were compelled to arrive at the designated location with utmost urgency.